In the world of Naruto, he was slain by Minato, yet he awoke in a realm beneath the heavens. Originally a prodigious puppet master from Sunagakure, he was a disciple of Chiyo and shared a complex relationship with the Red Sand Scorpion. During the Third Great Ninja War, a flash of yellow light heralded his demise, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst the bustling chaos of a modern metropolis. Initially, he had hoped to indulge in a lavish feast using Jinjutsu, wishing to live a tranquil life as a citizen of this new world. However, the moment a mysterious elderly woman entered the cafe, he became acutely aware of a remarkable presence of chi in this realm. Transitioning from a privileged young lord of Sunagakure to a street-savvy individual in this strange world, what tempest would his puppet techniques unleash here? Chapter 1. Another journey begins. What in the world am I doing here? Is this really Naruto? A black-haired youth, appearing no older than 12 or 13, gazed upon the towering skyscrapers, incredulity spilling from his lips. Zoyu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had likely transcended once more. This occurrence felt almost serendipitous. Zoyu was merely a freshly graduated university student, until fate intervened, and a truck sent him spiraling into the realm of Naruto's Sunagakure. Strangely, he regressed to the age of 3, but endowed with commendable talent and striking good looks rivaling that of both the reader and the Scorpion, was accepted as a disciple by Chiyo, alongside the Scorpion himself. Growing up with the Scorpion fostered a camaraderie between them, yet ignorance of the assassination of the third Kazekage prevented them from averting the tragedy. Following this, the Scorpion approached Zoyu, inviting him to defect, but he declined, not wishing to lead a life of evasion like the Scorpion, and remained concerned for Chiyo's safety. Nevertheless, they collaborated on creating a puppet of the third Kazekage until the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, which ultimately separated them. During the conflict, he shone brightly against Konoha, earning the moniker of the Noble Puppet Master. However, he soon fell victim to the legendary Yellow Flash of Konoha, a record holder for the highest number of slayings in battle. In retrospect, he recalled a gentle Kaneda before a blinding yellow light engulfed him, followed by the piercing pain at his neck and the fleeting sight of a headless body. Darkness soon enveloped him, and he found himself in this new environment. As Zoyu contemplated his predicament, he instinctively sensed someone approaching from behind. His body reacted swiftly as he turned around. Before him stood an individual with golden hair, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector and clad in a Konoha Jonin vest, wielding a specially designed three-pronged kunai. "Minato Namikaze," Zoyu exclaimed, retreating hastily, his hand instinctively reaching for his puppet scroll at his waist. "Oh, I'm so sorry if I startled you." The figure, who appeared to be Minato, mistook Zoyu's reaction as a response to her presence and immediately offered a gentle apology. "Wait, is that a girl?" Zoyu realized upon hearing the voice of the individual before him. A closer inspection revealed her height to be around 1.6 meters. Her kunai made of plastic and a smartphone in her hand. She could not possibly belong to Naruto's world. "Apologies, I noticed you were wearing a forehead protector. It must be from Sunagakure. Are you here for the comic convention?" she inquired, her warmth cutting through Zoyu's confusion. "I noticed you seemed lost. Is this your first time in Lepanshui?" She continued, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally snapping back to reality, Zoyu remarked, "You really do resemble him." "Huh?" The girl was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly random comment. "Oh, I meant to say your Minato is incredibly well represented," he complimented with ease. "Ah, thank you." The girl blushed at his smile, quickly lowering her head in gratitude. "Oh dear, she's even more charming when she smiles. How could I be so forward? Now what do I do?" "If you're having trouble locating the convention venue, I'd be glad to accompany you," she offered, her gaze filled with eagerness. Zoyu smiled at the delightful girl. "Then I would appreciate your assistance." An hour later, "I had a wonderful time with you today, and I look forward to meeting again." Zoyu bid farewell to the girl seated on a bench. "Me too. I can't wait to see you again," she replied, still somewhat dazed. "Kaneda." Before leaving, Zoyu playfully called out to the girl, imitating Minato. Clearly, they had enjoyed each other's company throughout the hour, if one could overlook the dazed look in her eyes. As he strolled through the streets, Zoyu heightened his senses, meticulously observing everyone around him. Indeed, they all appear to be ordinary folks. Using Jinjutsu on that girl earlier provided me with insights into this world, which bears little difference from Earth. So, is this an ordinary urban world? Or have I traversed back once more? Could it be that I am the only extraordinary being here, free to live as a citizen? Zoyu mused. Gurgle. Maintaining chakra usage is quite taxing. Zoyu assessed his surroundings, seeking sustenance to satiate his hunger. Guizhou lamb noodles. Now that I'm in Guizhou, I must indulge in some lamb noodles. With that thought, he entered the shop. Welcome. The owner, ready to inquire about his order, was momentarily entranced by a flash of purple light. Jinjutsu. Fox heart technique. Excuse me, could you prepare a serving of lamb noodles for me? Zoyu requested. Of course. Zoyu effortlessly manipulated the owner into the kitchen with his Jinjutsu, knowing full well he could not pay, as his currency was still that of the ninja world. Chakra is incredibly inconvenient. Both extraction and usage deplete one's physical and mental energy excessively. No wonder Kakashi runs low on chakra. Lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline, an average ninja's chakra truly is limited, and overuse or extraction is detrimental to the body. I must find a way to remedy this. As he replenished his chakra, he voiced his frustrations aloud. Slurp, delicious. The noodles arrived swiftly, and Zoyu relished the long-awaited taste of earthly cuisine. Now, could you also prepare a serving of spicy chicken noodles and crispy shrimp noodles? Oh, another bowl of lamb noodles, please, certainly. Zoyu continued to place his orders, all while the shop owner remained ensnared in the Jinjutsu. Mr. Wan, could you also prepare me a bowl of noodles? And, as usual, I would like the lamb noodles. Huh? Zoyu noticed the arrival of a petite, elderly woman who had entered the shop unbeknownst to him. Chapter 2. Chi Manipulation Danger. From the frail old woman before him, Zoyu could distinctly sense peril. He promptly activated his chakra perception, yet found no trace of chakra emanating from her. A palpable silence enveloped the room until the illusion-controlled owner placed Zoyu's bowl of rice noodles upon the table. Alas, it seemed today would not afford him the opportunity to savor the delectable lamb noodles. The old woman gazed at Zoyu and, after a moment, turned to depart. If you don't mind, you could start with this bowl, or perhaps take a seat while I ask the owner to prepare another for you, Zoyu suggested, nudging the bowl of lamb noodles toward her. Thank you, young man, she replied, settling into a seat at another table. Zoyu, observing her decision to remain, signaled the owner to bring the noodles to her. The old woman began to eat without further ado, displaying no signs of aggression. Was she not going to take action? A keen observer would notice Zoyu's left hand resting at his waist, while his right hand was poised to form seals, ready to invoke a substitution technique at the slightest movement from her. Slurp. Watching the old woman relish her meal, Zoyu decided to devour his own 2 bowls of noodles. For a time, the establishment was filled only with the sounds of noodles being slurped. Soon, Zoyu had finished his meal, yet the old woman remained, fixated on the owner. Isn't the owner's noodles delicious? She inquired, noticing Zoyu had completed his meal. Indeed. Quite delightful, though perhaps a tad too spicy for my taste, Zoyu concurred, a look of agreement gracing his features. Regrettably, today's noodles lack the usual finesse. They seem to have been prepared without care. Should you have the chance next time, I recommend you come and taste them properly, the old woman remarked, shaking her head as she observed the vacant-eyed owner. Have you discerned the situation? Why not lend a hand to the owner? Zoyu probed tentatively. I generally refrain from meddling in others' affairs, and besides, I may not possess the means to counter your abilities. I merely have an appetite for these noodles. I shall return later, no need for intervention, she replied, shaking her head. Are you not concerned that I might jeopardize this man's life? Zoyu inquired with a chuckle. Does the old woman appear to be the type to possess a warm heart? Moreover, if you were to harm an ordinary person, the organization would not overlook it. At my age, I still possess a keen eye for people, she stated, scrutinizing Zoyu. Your demeanor suggests a noble disposition. I can sense a certain aura about you. You are not one to kill indiscriminately. You would not act against the owner without a vested interest, she continued, assessing him. An organization? Who exactly are you, old woman? Zoyu queried, studying the frail figure before him, adorned with thick glasses, her pale hair casually draped, and clothed in simple garb. She seemed strangely familiar. After all this time, you remain unaware of the organization? No wonder you so brazenly wield your powers, the old woman teased, her tone light. Who I am is of no concern to you. Since you treated me to a bowl of noodles, take care while delivering. It's a matter of life and death. With that, the old woman rose and made her way toward the exit. Life and death. Upon hearing this phrase, Zoyu instantly recognized the world he had entered. In a previous life, no, in an earlier life, He had watched a certain national animation, Under One Person. No wonder she seemed familiar. It was you, Granny Jean Fong. As the realization dawned, Zhou murmured to himself, recalling the old woman he had never met but felt an inexplicable familiarity with. She was Mei Jean Fong, a professional dog trainer with 60 years of experience, as introduced during the Chun Duo arc. 2 days later, deep within a mountain, Zhou practiced a set of martial arts, his every movement emanating an elusive energy. After completing the sequence, he exhaled slowly, releasing a breath that resembled a white arrow. Is this the essence of qi? It certainly surpasses chakra by leaps and bounds. Having practiced the Shao He Fist for just 1 day, Zhou felt his physique strengthening significantly, with the qi within him continuously nourishing his body. Indeed, chakra was not worth practicing without the Otsutsuki bloodline. Refining chakra not only harmed the body but also shortened one's lifespan, and ordinary individuals had limited potential. Reflecting on his newfound abilities, Zhou decided it was time to return. He walked toward a cave he had excavated using earth release in conjunction with a puppet, serving as a temporary refuge. Inside the cave, a puppet firmly restrained a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, whose mouth drooled and pupils had constricted, a visage of utter mental collapse. Most crucially, this individual donned the uniform of the organization. What a disaster, Zhou mused, feeling a sense of exasperation at the predicament. Since discovering this world was akin to Under One Person, Zhou sought to understand the current plot's progression. However, the average person remained oblivious to such matters. To gain insight, he would need to consult someone from the community, yet the only extraordinary individual he had encountered was Granny Jean Fong. Considering her reclusive nature, he doubted she would possess much knowledge about the outside world, certainly not because he feared being unable to defeat her. Thus, he focused on the organization, observing it for a day, which led him to select the unfortunate soul named Yang Kai. After capturing him, he employed illusion techniques to ascertain that the plot had not yet commenced, as the news regarding Qi body sources had not yet circulated in the extraordinary community. Initially, the process went smoothly. However, when Zhou began to inquire about Yang Kai's cultivation techniques, the young man vehemently resisted. The illusions quickly faltered, and thus, to extract the Qi manipulation techniques, Zhou resorted to more forceful methods. In the world of Naruto, information was highly valued, and the methods of interrogation were diverse. Typically, once questioning commenced, nothing remained concealed. Even formidable characters like Kisame found themselves overwhelmed, often resorting to self-destruction to safeguard critical information. Before long, Zhou successfully extracted the Shao He Fist technique from Yang Kai, albeit at the cost of rendering the young man effectively incapacitated. After practicing the technique once, Zhou quickly developed a sense of qi, and by the next day, he had officially entered the ranks of extraordinary individuals. Since his transmigration, Zhou had discovered his talents had flourished remarkably. With an unparalleled memory and a knack for extrapolation, he grasped new concepts with ease. During his time in Naruto, it was this very talent that allowed him to keep pace with the likes of Sasori. Upon further practice, Zhou realized Yang Kai's potential was rather mediocre. Despite being in his 20s, Zhou surpassed him in just a day, the qi he possessed now nearly matching Yang Kai's, though he still needed to refine his technique. Such an individual lacked the qualifications to be part of his collection, thus he resolved to dispose of him. Earth release, Yellow Springs Marsh. Instantly, the ground morphed into a quagmire, slowly engulfing Yang Kai. As a prodigy, Zhou possessed a mastery of all 7 elemental attributes, having studied both the 5 nature transformations and yin-yang release. Watching Yang Kai being completely consumed, Zhou turned and exited the cave. It is time to seek our leader, Zhou mused, a smile gracing his lips as he descended the mountain, forming seals with his hands. Soon, a resounding crash echoed behind him. Earth release, rock collapse. Chapter 3. This is my treasure 3 days later. Is this Bayou Village? Soon, after changing into a different outfit, Zhou navigated through the government hall to locate Bayou Village and successfully intercepted a white-haired boy at the village entrance. What are you doing here, kid? This place doesn't welcome tourists. Go play somewhere else. Qiu Rang was in a foul mood today. As the heir to the divine skill Shinji Bai Lian, one of the 8 extraordinary techniques and one of the only 2 advanced weapon craftsmen, he spent his days crafting low-level magical artifacts for ordinary people. As if the overwhelming workload wasn't enough, he had to contend with the foolish questions of these common folk. He barely had any time to delve into Shunji Bailian. How could he possibly keep pace with the master? Consequently, even his beloved martial arts practice had been neglected for some time. Just when he had finally carved out a moment to hone his skills, he was interrupted by a kid who resembled the protagonist. His pent-up frustration erupted, and his tone turned sour. I heard there's a master here who leads an organization called Insomnia. I wanted to see who had the audacity to act so brazenly. Zoyu looked at the irritable Chiu Rang and calmly replied, "Indeed, I recognized you at once, Chiu Rang. I purposely intercepted you here at the village entrance. Are you in the circle?" Chiu Rang regarded Zoyu with disdain. "This is no place for a brat like you to show off your bravado. You should go back where you came from." Impatiently, Chiu Rang turned to leave. Jia can't be that incompetent, can it? Living in a remote place like this. What capabilities could you possibly possess? Your master is probably already in dire straits. After all, what strength could someone with no reputation in the martial world possibly have? It's only in such a desolate area that they dare to recklessly establish something like Jia. Seeing Chiu Rang attempt to depart, Zoyu decisively launched an offensive against his sore spot. Chiu Rang held great respect for Master Ma Xianhong and genuinely believed in the ideals of Jia. He aspired to collaborate with Ma Xianhong to create a world devoid of discrimination. Zoyu's words truly provoked him. "Kid, I don't care where you're from, but with that mouth of yours, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Chiu Rang glared at Zoyu with a cold, menacing stare. "Please enlighten me." Zoyu clasped his hands together respectfully. In truth, Zoyu did not wish to provoke conflict. However, there was a guard at the village entrance, and he feared he might not gain entry. Engaging in combat with Chiu Rang could potentially draw out Ma Xianhong. Moreover, to catch Ma Xianhong's attention, he needed to display some skills. Otherwise, how could he aspire to become a top-tier weapon craftsman? Thus, he had to trouble the unfortunate Chiu Rang from the original story. Humph. Chiu Rang snorted coldly and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a piercing punch towards Zoyu's chest. Smack! Zoyu raised his hands to block, initiating a fierce exchange using the newly learned Shaohe fist, and a fierce battle ensued, each unable to gain the upper hand. Who is that? He can actually hold his own against Master Chiu Rang. Indeed, he looks like just a child. How could Master Chiu Rang not subdue him quickly? Are children today really this formidable? As the two fought, ordinary villagers from Bayou Village gathered around, as watching a spectacle is an innate trait of the people. PSH. That kid is impressive, but Chiu Rang is a weapon craftsman. Engaging in close combat with him is foolish. The kid's level is merely average. A voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Master Ma Xianhong approaching with other esteemed craftsmen, the speaker being Ding Zihuan, one of the top craftsmen. Village chief. Master. Seeing Ma Xianhong and the others arrive, the crowd hurriedly made way. Master, do you want me to step in? As they reached the front row to observe, Zhong Xiaolong, another top craftsman, inquired of Ma Xianhong. There's no need. Chiu Rang isn't taking this seriously. The strength that kid is showcasing won't harm him. Ma Xianhong replied, halting the suggestion. At this moment, Chiu Rang, distracted by the arrival of Ma Xianhong and the others, was caught off guard. And Zoyu seized the opportunity to deliver a punch straight to his face. Bang! A golden crystal shield materialized around Chiu Rang, blocking Zoyu's punch. Seizing the moment, Chiu Rang retaliated with a punch aimed at Zoyu's chest. Zoyu blocked and used the momentum to retreat, creating distance between them. A weapon craftsman, huh? But your martial arts skills are quite decent. Zoyu feigned surprise as he complimented Chiu Rang. Humph. Of course, crafting is my talent. But close combat is my passion. Chiu Rang boasted while demonstrating a series of flashy punches. The surrounding craftsmen could not help but laugh. It was amusing to see two mediocre fighters respect each other's skills. Humph. Kid, I'm going to get serious now, but rest assured, I'll only teach you a lesson. I won't take your life. Hearing the laughter from the other craftsmen, Chiu Rang's face flushed, and he took out his golden staff, speaking earnestly. Well then, I shall also be a bit more serious. As he spoke, Zoyu drew the first of 5 scrolls from his waist, unfurling it to reveal a multitude of runes with a single black character in the center. Boom. Zoyu formed a hand seal, and amidst a cloud of smoke, 2 puppets appeared before him, the crow and the black ant. In the original Naruto story, the secret technique-s puppets were used by Kankuro, but they had been gifted to Zoyu by the young scorpion after his reincarnation. Zoyu treasured them dearly and used them as his primary puppets. Zoyu connected his chi into threads to manipulate the puppets. a method he had developed after practicing chi control based on his puppet technique. By condensing chi in a manner akin to chakra threads, he achieved similar effects. Unfortunately, having only recently begun his chi training, he could currently manipulate only 4 puppets at once, and with limited chi, he could only sustain the control for about half an hour. If he were using chakra, Zoyu would have already reached the pinnacle of puppet mastery. I can't believe someone is still practicing puppet techniques. This outdated lowly art hasn't been eradicated yet. It's difficult to master and serves little purpose. Aside from performing puppet shows, can it really be used in combat? Will it make the opponent laugh to death? Xiao burst into laughter upon seeing the puppets Zoyu produced. The villagers of Bayou Village also laughed, for they had seen the automatic puppets crafted by Ma Xianhong, which made Zoyu's puppets appear woefully outdated. Yet, Ma Xianhong watched Zoyu with keen interest. How impolite. These are my treasures. Let me teach you a small lesson. Zoyu narrowed his eyes at Xiao coldly, commanding the crow to charge at him. Secret technique. Main trunk 6 blades. Chapter 4. Defeating Xiao Bang. Such trivial tricks cannot breach the defenses of my jade ring. Xiao protective artifact effortlessly blocked the attack. Destroying your pathetic puppet will serve as a punishment for your earlier insolence towards the master. With that, Xiao golden staff erupted in radiant light, striking towards the crow puppet like a whip. Secret technique. 8 legs. The crow puppet was instantly disassembled before the attack could land, evading the blow. What? Xiao stared in shock at the suddenly separated puppet. Secret technique. Hand dagger. Secret technique. Kunai from the mouth. The clandestine technique. The 6 blades of the main body. Instantly, the head, 6 hands, and torso of the puppet crow split into 8 parts, launching relentless attacks from all directions against Xiaorong's protective artifact. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. It's too agile. I can't land a hit. If this barrage continues, my emerald ring will inevitably falter. Xiaorong glared at Zoyu, who stood nearby, merely moving his fingers with an air of calm. No matter how formidable the puppet may be, the puppeteer possesses a fatal weakness. That is his true body. With this thought, Xiaorong brandished his gilded scepter and charged at Zoyu. Zoyu, observing the golden whip approaching him, merely smiled nonchalantly. With a flick of his finger, the puppet black ant immediately soared forward to intercept the strike. Damn it, another puppet is indeed a defensive one. Xiaorong, seeing his attack thwarted, felt a surge of resentment. With a balanced offense and defense, it appears that without exerting his full strength, he cannot overcome that little brat in a short time. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Yong jested. If I were to intervene, that kid would have already collapsed. Zhong Xiaolong chimed in. That is no mere defensive puppet. Instruct the villagers to retreat further. Xiaorong is about to get serious. Ma Xianhong, noticing Xiaorong's visibly agitated demeanor, commanded the nearby subordinates. Understood, master. Upon hearing Ma Xianhong's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned before realizing they needed to disperse the ordinary villagers. Soon, the common villagers retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Ma Xianhong and the subordinates in the vicinity. Kid, I can no longer guarantee your life. You still have the chance to apologize and leave. Xiaorong addressed Zoyu, thinking that, after all, he was still just a youth, and there was no need for fatality. Since I began cultivating qi, I have never fought against an extraordinary person. Today, I humbly request your guidance, master. Zoyu smiled and clasped his hands in respect towards Xiaorong. Then I cannot be blamed. Saying this, Xiaorong's qi erupted violently, and the gilded scepter began to emit a blinding golden light. What initially resembled a long whip now appeared like a golden stream. Don't die. Instantly, Xiaorong swung the gilded scepter towards Zoyu. The black ant could not withstand it. Zoyu, realizing that this impending strike could not be blocked by the black ant, declared, puppet substitution technique. Boom. Xiaorong's attack missed as Zoyu evaded, crashing into the ground and creating a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a deep pit appeared where Zoyu had just been standing. The surrounding subordinates began to channel qi to shield themselves from the flying debris. Damn, is Xiaorong going to kill that kid directly? Lu Wukue expressed concern, noting that the individual was nearly his own age, and such an outcome would be unjust. Don't worry, there's no bloodshed. He probably didn't strike, or it was blocked. The elder Bai Yuan reassured him. Where did he go? Xiaorong scanned the area for Zoyu's figure. Puppet shadow clone technique. Black secret technique. Arm sawtooth. Suddenly, Two puppet black ants launched an attack from behind Shirong. What? How could this be happening behind me? Hearing the sound of slicing wind, Shirong quickly turned around. How are there two identical puppets? Isn't this a defensive puppet? Shirong, observing the two attacking black ants, swung his gilded scepter at one of them. Bang! This time he struck true, but the puppet was not dismantled. Instead, it transformed into a cloud of smoke. What? Shirong was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, while the other black ant charged forward. No problem. This puppet cannot break my emerald ring, as long as I locate his true body. Just as Shirong thought this, the puppet before him suddenly opened its body and enclosed him entirely. Black's secret technique. Double shot. Master has caught you, Zoyu announced, stepping before the black ant nonsense. I haven't lost yet. Though ensnared by the black ant, Shirong swiftly emerged, throwing a punch at Zoyu. Zoyu attempted to command the black ant to block the blow, but at that moment, the black ant was no longer under his control. Bang! Shirong's fist struck Zoyu's face, and he seized him in his grasp. Ha ha ha, kid, you've lost. Now you're in my hands. Shirong exclaimed gleefully while holding Zoyu. Well done, brother Shirong. Lu Wukue cheered at Shirong's victory, preparing to approach, but Ma Xianhong raised a hand to stop her. Wukue, don't go over. It's not over yet. Everyone was taken aback by Ma Xianhong's words. Master, have you truly captured me? A voice called from a distance, revealing Zoyu perched calmly on a tree, observing Shirong. What? The crowd and Shirong turned towards the voice, discovering another Zoyu sitting comfortably in the tree. Not good. Shirong reacted swiftly, looking at the Zoyu he held, whose face was gradually crumbling away, revealing the puppet crow beneath. Puppet transformation technique. Sand change. It turned out Zoyu had activated the puppet substitution technique, transforming the puppet crow into his likeness while he hid away, proving that the puppeteer's heart can indeed be treacherous. Bang! As Shirong released his grip and attempted to retreat, a massive puppet resembling a mountain pepper fish suddenly emerged from the ground, clamping down on him and forming a protective barrier. Black's secret technique. Mountain pepper fish. What? There's another one. Shirong intended to use his skillful control, akin to how he managed the black ant, to command the mountain pepper fish when the puppet crow he had previously captured unexpectedly released a cloud of purple smoke. Black's secret technique. Poison smoke bomb. Ugh. The poison smoke enveloped him, and Shirong felt his entire body go numb, rendering him immobile. Using poison. How despicable. As Zoyu prepared to advance, he suddenly heard a scolding voice, and Lu Wukue appeared, standing protectively in front of Zoyu. Zhong Xiaolong and Ding Zihuan also joined the fray, while the other subordinates rushed to rescue Shirong. Kid, bring out the antidote. Ding Zihuan spoke sternly to Zoyu. Everyone, calm down. That's an anesthetic, not poison. I mean no harm. I merely heard about an organization called Xinjie here and wanted to see if I could join. Zoyu raised his hands above his head, surrendering decisively. His puppets, lacking control, collapsed to the ground. The crowd ignored Zoyu and looked towards Ma Xianhong. Elder Bai, what do you think? Ma Xianhong inquired of Bai Yuan, who was examining Shirong. He's fine. It's definitely an anesthetic, though the dosage is a bit high. He should recover by tomorrow. Bai Yuan nodded at Ma Xianhong. By tomorrow evening, he'll be well, Zoyu added from the side. Chapter 5. Welcome to join. Can everyone stop surrounding me for a moment? Let me retrieve my puppets first, Zoyu suggested, raising his hand slightly. Let us disperse, and Harahaka. Please escort Shirong back to the village, Ma Xianhong instructed the group. From the start, it was 3 puppets, right? I sensed something moving underground earlier. That must be the defensive puppet, Ma Xianhong observed, looking at the puppet mountain pepper fish. Bang! Bang! Zoyu remained silent, pulling out a scroll to summon his puppets back. In the next moment, the other puppets transformed into smoke and vanished, while the black ant remained in place. Wow, how convenient. Kid, how did you manage that? Tell me, Wukue, why is there still this? Don't you want it anymore? Lu Wukue asked curiously as he saw Zoyu use a scroll to transform the puppet into smoke. Next time, Zoyu replied with a smile, looking at the girl who was only slightly shorter than herself. Are you the leader? I wonder if we could have a chat? Zoyu turned to the leader, Ma Xianhong, and inquired. You all head back first. I need to have a word with this young brother, Ma Xianhong instructed the others. Leader, what are you thinking? Zhang Kuan began to ask, but was immediately interrupted. Damn it, kid, what's with that childish look on your face? Lu Wukue shouted in frustration at Zoyu's earlier demeanor. All right, Wukue, let us give him a break. The village chief has something to say. We can deal with him later. Fu Rong quickly interjected, pulling Lu Wukue away to calm him down. Youth truly brings vitality. Bai Yuan remarked, observing the scene. Old man, don't say that. You're quite spirited yourself. Zhong Xiaolong teased. Ha ha, old. They laughed as they left together. The atmosphere is quite pleasant. It seems your people trust you, Zhou said, turning back to Ma Xianhong, who was still observing the puppet black ant. Zhou truly cherished this harmonious feeling. As someone born in a peaceful era, transitioning into the chaotic world of Naruto had initially filled her with excitement, but now it only felt stifling. Your puppet mechanism is fascinating. What methods were used to refine this wood? It has become lighter, yet more resilient. Moreover, those strange runes on it seem to have other effects. Perhaps they ensnare? Ma Xianhong excitedly remarked, inspecting the puppet black ant. Indeed, Ma Xianhong, your enthusiasm for technology is commendable. Yet it's evident that you possess a knowledge base distinct from mine, Zhou thought, finding Ma Xianhong's inquisitive nature rather endearing. If the leader is interested, I could teach you, Zhou offered, noticing Ma Xianhong was captivated by his research. My apologies. I've never seen such a puppet before and couldn't help but admire it. I suppose I have some expertise in puppet mechanisms, Ma Xianhong said. Realizing he had slightly overlooked Zhou recalled that in the original story, Ma Xianhong's puppet mechanisms were indeed formidable, with both the Hua and the black and white puppets representing the pinnacle of puppet artistry. It's no trouble. If the leader is interested, I can allow you to study my puppets, except for this one, as it was a gift from someone very important to me, Zhou said gently, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes as he regarded the puppet black ant. Ha, of course. A gentleman does not take away what someone values. Just give me something else to study. Cherish what you hold dear, Ma Xianhong replied cheerfully, though he sensed a hint of melancholy in Zhou's warmth. I would like to keep it safe, but for some reason, I cannot control it at the moment, Zhou explained. In truth, he had a notion of why. Perhaps it was because Qirong had just refined his puppet using the divine machines method, and the puppet black ant had now become Qirong's magical artifact. This must have occurred when you imprisoned Qirong earlier, in his bid to break free. He instantly transformed this puppet into a magical artifact. Allow me to assist you in restoring it, Ma Xianhong said, placing his hand on the puppet black ant, his chi enveloping it. All right, now try to summon it back, he instructed Zhou once he had completed the task. Zhou unfurled the puppet scroll again, attempting to summon the puppet black ant back. With a poof, the puppet black ant vanished in a cloud of smoke. Thank you. Zhou expressed gratitude towards Ma Xianhong while looking at the scroll in his hand, instantly transforming it into a magical artifact. Is this truly the work of a refiner? And are you a refiner as well? Zhou asked, putting the scroll away and gazing at Ma Xianhong. Before I answer your question, let us first discuss why you have come to Bio Village, Ma Xianhong countered. The two shared a moment of silence, contemplating their next words. All right, I'll go first. Zhou finally broke the silence. I have two reasons for coming here. First, I heard of an organization called the New Sect, and I was curious about who would be bold enough to establish such a sect in this era, so I came to see if it truly exists. Second, if this new sect can genuinely embody the idea of inclusiveness, then I would like to join. Zhou concluded, looking at Ma Xianhong for his response. I see. So, how do you view us now? Ma Xianhong continued his inquiry. You are formidable, and I can sense that all of you possess a power greater than mine. Just now, that girl's chi and physical strength surpass my own. Furthermore, it's evident that there are not only extraordinary individuals here, but also many ordinary people. They seem to be aware of the extraordinary, which indicates that you are indeed teaching them. So, leader, you are truly audacious. Inclusiveness, with countless extraordinary beings converging. You aspire to be a sage. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Ma Xianhong stiffened. Could you refrain from calling me leader? He said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhou was taken aback by Ma Xianhong's sudden request. I mean, don't call me leader. It sounds so lowbrow. Super cringy. I only named it the New Sect on a whim. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have named it the New Sect. Ma Xianhong confessed sheepishly. Very well, leader, Zhou responded playfully, tilting her head. Welcome to Bio Village. Ma Xianhong retorted, slightly annoyed, before turning to leave. Is that all? No background check. Aren't you going to ask about my master's teachings? What if I were a murderer or something? Zhou exclaimed, hastening to catch up with exaggerated concern. If that were the case, I would personally take you down. Ma Xianhong retorted, swatting away Zhou's flailing hand. Now, you can tell me about your master's refining techniques. I'm quite interested. If I learn, I could enhance my puppets. Zoyu grinned. Have you heard of the 8 extraordinary techniques? Ma Xianhong suddenly halted, asking earnestly. The 8 extraordinary techniques? I believe I have heard of them. They relate to the grievances of a previous generation, don't they? Something to do with the Jiaxin rebellion, Zoyu replied, feigning ignorance. Precisely. In 1944, a significant event occurred. When the war broke out, all extraordinary individuals either fought in the resistance or went into hiding. However, due to the emergence of 36 individuals, a great battle erupted in the world of the extraordinary. This battle later became known as the Jiaxin Rebellion, and it was ignited by the desire of the extraordinary to acquire 8 unprecedented powers possessed by 8 of those 36 individuals. Those powers have since been referred to as the 8 extraordinary techniques. The recent enmity I bear, along with the means at my disposal, is none other than one of the 8 marvelous techniques, the divine mechanism of 100 refinements. As he spoke, Ma Xianhong summoned his magical treasures to surround him, patiently demonstrating his skills to Zoyu. The divine mechanism of 100 refinements, Zoyu murmured, instinctively drawn to the treasures beside Ma Xianhong. Here, take this. Just look inside the lens, Ma Xianhong said, tossing a small orb to Zoyu. What is this? Zoyu asked, suppressing his excitement as he caught the orb. It's the divine mechanism of 100 refinements. Remember you expressed a desire to learn? Observe for yourself. I believe you possess the talent, Ma Xianhong replied, putting away his magical treasures. Oh, and this is the devouring bag. Just input your energy to use it. Its effect is storage, but it cannot contain conscious living beings. He added, You're giving this to me. Zoyu gazed at the divine mechanism of 100 refinements in disbelief. Is there a problem? I've given it to others before you, but only Cho Rang has successfully mastered it. Regardless, it's yours now. Whether you practice or not is entirely up to you. Ma Xianhong said nonchalantly, then looked at Zoyu with anticipation. Zoyu remembered he had promised to provide Ma Xianhong with a puppet for research. Wait a moment. Old Ma, he said, retrieving a scroll from his waist and unfurling it, revealing white characters. With a sudden poof, 10 puppets appeared on the ground. White's secret technique, 10 beast battle. This was a puppet crafted by Zoyu based on Grandma Qian's White's secret technique, the 10 of Jinmu. Using the 9-faced Subo as a prototype, he added a self-developed puppet Qilin, completing the ensemble of 10. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Jinsha, Southern Dipper Immortal, Northern Dipper Immortal, Death God, Heavenly Maiden, and Qilin. All right, old Ma, use your devouring bag to take them all, Zoyu generously instructed. Rest assured, I will return them to you in perfect condition, Ma Xianhong assured as he began to absorb the puppets into the devouring bag. It's fine. I don't mind if you dismantle them. Once I master the divine mechanism of 100 refinements, I'll have to refine these puppets anew anyway. As long as the materials remain intact, Zoyu waved his hand dismissively, encouraging Ma Xianhong to proceed without hesitation. You really have confidence, don't you? You haven't even begun practicing, yet you're certain you will succeed. Just don't end up crying when I've dismantled everything and you haven't learned a thing, Ma Xianhong teased lightly. Heh, old Ma, I'm not boasting. When it comes to talent, I won't concede to anyone. Though I'm only 15 this year, I dare say I'm undoubtedly the best puppet master of this generation, perhaps even of all time. Zoyu declared with confidence. Is that so? I mentioned earlier that I'm quite skilled with puppets as well. How about a friendly competition with my puppet? Ma Xianhong suggested, summoning his puppet, Ruhua. Unlike traditional puppets, Ruhua is an automaton, crafted from metal, resilient and resistant to fire and water. How about gifting me one? Zoyu inquired, eyeing Ruhua intently. No problem, this one is yours. Just store it away, and you can use your energy to drive it later. So, do you still dare to claim you are the greatest of all time? Ma Xianhong asked with a hint of pride. You're a weaponsmith, not a puppet master. I claim the title of the best puppet master. What does your weapon crafting have to do with it? Therefore, I still stand as the first. Zoyu replied playfully, asserting his position. Fine, let us get you settled. From now on, we are comrades. I'll also introduce you to the others, Ma Xianhong said, leading the way. Yes, leader, don't call me leader. They soon entered the village, where everyone awaited their arrival, except for Cho Rang. Everyone, this is Zoyu, from now on. He will be a member of our Bio village and serve as one of the key artisans. Ma Xianhong introduced him to the group. So everyone, I look forward to your guidance, Zoyu formally greeted. Hey, kid, you'd better call me Sister Kuei from now on. and I'll forgive your earlier rudeness," Lu Wukuei said, clearly still holding a grudge against Zhou for treating her like a child. "All right, Sister Kuei, Zhou responded playfully. "I'm going to flatten that ugly face of yours." "All right, Kuei, don't argue with him." "Hello, I'm Fu Rong." Her full name is Lu Wukuei. Fu Rong interjected, pulling Wukuei aside. "I'm the old man by Yuan. Ding Ziheng, Zhong Xiaolong, Ha Richa, Jin Yong, Zhang Kuan, Zhao Guozian." The others introduced themselves one after another. Upon seeing Zhao Guozian, Zhou was reminded of this individual, who had been a significant participant in the notorious scene with the lamb spine. This fellow had consistently maintained a low profile, unlike Zhang Kuan, who was naturally less noticeable. Zhao Guozian had deliberately shied away, often hiding behind others. "Old Ma, why is your name associated with the Jiejiao? The doctrine promotes inclusivity. And even this peculiar style has been inherited," Zhou remarked to Ma Xianhong beside him. "What do you mean?" Ma Xianhong asked, slightly bewildered by Zhou's sudden statement. Why did the Jiejiao ultimately fail? Was it due to traitors? Or perhaps those who wavered? Neither. It was the fault of the leader. From the beginning, when advocating for inclusivity, the Tontian leader failed to establish proper regulations. Without rules, chaos ensued. Accepting anyone led to a mixture of good and bad, with nefarious individuals prevailing, resulting in a loss of public support. How can one win in such circumstances? Zhou spoke, seemingly to himself rather than answering Ma Xianhong. "Are you implying that there are bad individuals among us?" Ma Xianhong deduced from Zhou's narrative. "Kid, are you suggesting that among us are irredeemable villains?" Jin Yong squinted. "Indeed, and they are the most heinous of wrongdoers." Chapter 7. Xiao Ji's lamb spine is gone. Hey, can you be straightforward and just say it? No need for riddles, Lu Wukuei complained. Zhou ignored her, instead focusing his gaze on Zhao Guozian. A year ago, 7 homicides occurred in Jiang province, all exhibiting similar methods, shrouded in mystery. The victims were all young boys with unique birth charts. Zhao Guozian, as a Taoist. "You should understand birth charts quite well," Zhou said coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhao Guozian. The latter, now sweating profusely, stammered, "I know a bit." "What's the matter? What's wrong with you?" Before Zhou could finish, Zhao Guozian suddenly sprang into action, bolting toward the village exit. Fortunately, Ma Xianhong, having anticipated Zhou's words, quickly intercepted Zhao Guozian. "Taoist Zhao, why are you running?" Ma Xianhong inquired darkly. The others quickly surrounded them. Realizing that with Zhou's words, all eyes had turned to Zhao Guozian, and his sudden movement indicated something amiss. "Zhou, my young brother, please continue," Ma Xianhong said to Zhou. "Why add young when we are brothers?" Zhou thought to himself, feeling a twinge of discontent. "It seems you were simply unfortunate. That year, I happened to be mingling in the wild Maoshan Mountains when I learned of a sinister technique known as the 7 Killers Gathering. Shortly after those murders, a Taoist from the Qing sect on Maoshan injured a fellow disciple and fled, never to be found. Most of the wild Maoshan folk believe that this Taoist was indeed the one who practiced the malevolent art of the 7 Killers Gathering and committed those heinous acts. Coincidentally, that Taoist is named Zhao Guozian." As Zhou finished speaking, the atmosphere darkened, and the crowd cast furious glares at Zhao Guozian, who was encircled. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Ma Xianhong said through clenched teeth, directing his ire towards Zhao Guozian. "People are not all equal. Some recite those broken scriptures daily, toil for 3 years to receive a talisman, while I, after merely half a year of practice, have defeated a senior who has cultivated for a lifetime. Do you understand that feeling? You all, be it my master or fellow disciples, wish to blame me for practicing dark arts to harm others? You are unworthy. The sage is unkind, treating sentient beings as mere fodder. Your vision is far too narrow." As Zhao Guozian spoke, he removed his clothing, revealing his torso, from which a dark energy spread, slowly manifesting 7 grotesque faces upon his body. The onlookers beheld those 7 distorted, wailing faces, reminiscent of the 7 unfortunate children who had perished in agony, leaving this world in their prime. At that moment, the collective anger of those present reached a boiling point. "Damn it, it's all that brat's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been exposed. How do I break free now? No. The others have protective talismans, making it impossible to escape swiftly. Only that brat lacks a talisman. And judging by his recent battle with Jiurong, his methods rely primarily on puppetry. If I can close the distance." Zhao Guozian surveyed the crowd and decisively charged towards Zhou. "You brat, it's all your fault. You shall perish." With that, The grotesque face on Zhao Guoxian's shoulder elongated like a tendril, lunging towards Zhou. Do you think I can be treated as a mere soft target? How infuriating! Zhou shouted as Zhao Guoxian approached. Fire release, great fireball technique. Zhou quickly formed seals, spewing forth a massive fireball towards Zhao Guoxian. Who could be hit by such a slow projectile? Zhao Guoxian swiftly dodged the fireball and continued his assault on Zhou. The non-lethal technique primarily serves to obscure vision. A strategic maneuver. Fool. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction provided by the fireball, Zhou summoned his puppet. Dark secret technique. Mountain pepper fish. The creature emerged from the ground, forcefully pushing Zhao Guoxian back. Though he was uninjured due to his protective talisman, he found himself once again within the encirclement. Bang! Bang! A wave of sword energy and flying stones struck Zhao Guoxian's protective talisman, producing a cacophony of sounds. The assailants were, in fact, Fu Rong and Zhong Xiaolong. Die! You scoundrel! Lu Wukuei charged towards Zhao Guoxian, delivering a punch to his talisman, causing cracks to form. Meanwhile, Ding Ziheng had stealthily positioned himself behind Zhao Guoxian and struck, shattering the already unstable protective talisman. In the next instant, Zhong Xiaolong's finger technique struck Zhao Guoxian's limbs, rendering him immobile. Our first collaboration went rather well, Zhou remarked as he retracted his puppet and approached. Humph. Lu Wukuei scoffed at Zhou's comment. Zhao Daoist, you have truly disappointed me. There are myriad ways to gain power, yet you chose the most foolish path. Ma Xianhong remarked darkly, observing Zhao Guoxian, who lay wailing on the ground. Master, I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. I am not human. Please, spare me. I am willing to atone for my sins for the rest of my life. I beg you. Please, spare me. Do not kill me. Zhao Guoxian cried out in desperation. You do not genuinely understand your errors. You only comprehend that death is imminent. Zhou stated coldly. Hearing Zhou's words, Zhao Guoxian was momentarily stunned. Why? Why won't you spare me? In the next moment, the dark energy surrounding him coalesced into a horrific maw at his chest, lunging towards Ma Xianhong. Thieving beast. Ma Xianhong summoned his magical artifact, instantly draining the energy from Zhao Guoxian's body. Zhao Guoxian reverted to his ordinary self. What shall we do next? Zhou inquired, giving Zhao Guoxian a kick. Perhaps we should hand him over to the company, Fu Rong suggested. Kill him outright. Ma Xianhong stated coldly, gazing at Zhao Guoxian. No. Whether it be handing him to the company or killing him outright, it would be too lenient. Instead, let me handle him. I guarantee he will pay for his transgressions. Zhou proposed. What do you intend to do? Ma Xianhong asked Zhou. How about turning him into a puppet? Let him experience the gradual transformation into a marionette, feeling the agony of becoming someone else's plaything, to know what it means to live a fate worse than death. Zhou replied to Ma Xianhong. Upon hearing Zhou's words, the others visibly shuddered. Lu Wukuei and Fu Rong instinctively distanced themselves from Zhou. Very well, he shall be entrusted to you. Bai Lao, please use the Ghost Gate needle to seal this scoundrel's essence. Ma Xianhong instructed Bai Yuan. Leave it to me, Bai Yuan responded, moving towards Zhao Guoxian and producing a needle over a foot long to pierce him. Sister Rong, I don't recall the Ghost Gate needle being that long. Lu Wukuei observed, eyeing the needle in Bai Lao's hand. It appears Bai Lao is quite angry, Fu Rong explained, steeling herself. I apologize. It was my oversight to allow such scum to infiltrate the village. As the village chief, I have failed. Chapter 8. The Art of Human Puppetry. Ma Xianhong suddenly and gravely apologized to everyone, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Master, this cannot be blamed on you. You are so busy every day, it is only natural for some oversights. In fact, it is more accurate to say we should have noticed the problem. Bai Yuan spoke up, seeing Ma Xianhong's guilt. Enough, old Ma. I have come to realize that you are simply a fervent tech enthusiast. This is not your forte, so do not blame yourself, Zhou added in comfort. Indeed, Master, this is not your fault. It merely indicates that Zhao Guoxian was exceptionally adept at disguising himself. Others echoed in unison, trying to reassure Ma Xianhong. Observing Ma Xianhong's lingering guilt, Zhou understood that this man was genuinely earnest. Old Ma, I will ensure that you do not meet the fate that once awaited you. Zhou silently vowed. If I may say, Old Ma, your earnestness is commendable, yet background checks are still necessary. If you are too busy, you could entrust such matters to meticulous individuals like Bai Yuan and Brother Jin Yong, Zhou said, reaching up to pat Ma Xianhong's shoulder. With a chuckle, the crowd observed the amusing sight of the one. 6-meter-tall Zhou tiptoeing to comfort the 175-meter-tall Ma Xianhong, eliciting laughter from those present. Haha, if you're short, there's no need to force it. You look like a child pretending to be an adult, Lu Wukuei exclaimed, unable to contain his mirth. What do you know? I'm only 15. I will definitely grow taller, Zhou retorted, flustered by Lu Wukuei's comments about his height. Height had always been Zhou's sore point. Inexplicably, after traversing into the world of Naruto, his growth seemed stunted. He had only reached 1.6 meters since the age of 11, remaining slightly shorter than Scorpion. In his previous life, Zhou had reached 1.7 meters by 12 and an impressive 1.8 meters as an adult. Yet now, at 15, he remained at 1.6 meters. It's all the fault of chakra, Zhou lamented, filled with resentment towards the chakra that hindered his growth. All right, let's call it a day. Bye Lao Jinyong. I'll leave the recruitment and review of candidates to you in the future, Ma Xianhong said, his mood uplifted as he observed the playful antics of the group. Understood. Come, Zhou, my young brother, let me show you to your residence, Ma Xianhong said, using a storage pouch to carry the unconscious Zhao Guozian before leading Zhou away. This will be your home from now on, Ma Xianhong stated as he brought Zhou to a secluded little courtyard. For the sake of convenience in your training, all those who cultivate with special abilities reside a bit off the beaten path. I have arranged for you to be here, and I will stay just behind you. He added this last part, perhaps to assuage any concerns Zhou may have had. That's fine. You see, I used to either wander aimlessly or sleep outdoors, exposed to the elements. This place is already quite splendid, Zhou expressed his satisfaction as he surveyed the small courtyard. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had been sleeping in caves. During his time in the Naruto universe, he had landed in the Sunagakure, where the harsh desert conditions left him enduring relentless sandstorms by day and biting cold by night. Now, this location offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer. With a picturesque view, truly a welcome change. I'm glad you like it, Ma Xianhong replied, pleased to see Zhou's genuine happiness. Now, you should settle in. I need to return to study the puppet you provided me. With that, he prepared to take his leave. By the way, who lives in that courtyard over there? Zhou inquired curiously, noticing another small courtyard not far from his own. Oh, that is your good neighbor. He has matters to attend to today. But once he is finished tomorrow, you will know who it is, Ma Xianhong replied mysteriously. Che, what else with the secrecy? Zhou scoffed as he watched Ma Xianhong depart. Upon entering his new abode, Zhou was astonished to find that it bore little resemblance to a rustic farmhouse. Instead, it resembled a modern guest house. The decor and layout were thoroughly contemporary, resembling a commercial lodging establishment. Ah, how wonderful it is to be in this technological age, Zhou exclaimed as he flopped onto the bed. After reminiscing about modern life, Zhou rose and examined the two storage pouches in his hands. One contained the divine mechanism of refined craftsmanship, while the other held Zhao Guozian. Should I study the divine mechanism first or attempt to create a puppet version of a human? Zhou pondered, torn between the two choices. After deliberating, Zhou ultimately decided to transform Zhao Guozian into a human puppet first. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, learning the divine mechanism could take an indeterminate amount of time, and by the time he completed it, Zhao Guozian might regain consciousness. The storage pouch could not contain a conscious being. Although Zhao Guozian's chakra was currently sealed, there was a risk that he could awaken during critical moments, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Secondly, creating puppets was the core of Zhou's abilities, and studying the divine mechanism was merely a means to enhance his puppet-making skills. The human puppet version, differing from chakra-based creations, would require further research. Thus, he resolved to create the human puppet before delving into the divine mechanism. Let's get to work, Zhou declared as he retrieved his fifth scroll, which bore the character forum. Inside was Zhou's mobile puppet workshop, containing materials and experimental tools he had gathered during his time in Naruto. Once he summoned the mobile puppet workshop, Zhou quickly set to work. The principles behind creating a human puppet were not overly complex. It involved recording the chakra of a target shortly after their death, though doing so while they were still alive was preferable, since chakra is derived from both spiritual and physical energies. One merely needed to blend the person's flesh with chakra and utilize sealing techniques to capture a fragment of their soul, thus creating a chakra core. The process then involved hollowing out the human body and meticulously grinding the flesh and bones into the puppet materials. Assembly followed. And because the puppet materials already contained the individual's essence, the chakra could be efficiently transmitted. Once the chakra core was installed, it could simulate the individual's former state and utilize their original abilities. Even if the puppet were to be destroyed, as long as the chakra core remained intact, the materials could be collected and reassembled. The reason human puppets were considered forbidden techniques was not only due to the difficulty of mastering both puppet making and sealing arts, but also because the process itself was inhumane. Repeated creation of human puppets could lead one to lose reverence for life and death. Just as Scorpion in the original Naruto series transformed himself into a human puppet, achieving a form of mechanical ascension while sacrificing his humanity and emotions, Zoyu had once hesitated to learn this art. Although he eventually did, he had never participated in Scorpion's clandestine experiments. His assistance in crafting the third Kazekage had been more of a final request from Scorpion before his departure. However, during the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, Zoyu's principles were shattered. It was his first encounter with death, so close at hand. Had it not been for the timely rescue from Yi Song, he might have perished during an unexpected ambush that went unrecorded in the original Naruto storyline. After that incident, he had turned the very individual who nearly claimed his life into his first collection. Chapter 9. The Human Puppets Cursed. The next day, it became evident that chakra was hardly worth the effort. With the creation of the new human puppet, Zoyu discovered that chakra paled in comparison to chi. Chakra was extracted and utilized simultaneously, making it challenging to refine while crafting a chakra core. In contrast, chi, which was stored within the dantian, was easily refined for crafting a chi core. Moreover, chakra lacked any nurturing properties, necessitating the frequent use of nutrient solutions to maintain vitality, an expensive endeavor. Chi, however, inherently possessed life-enhancing qualities, requiring minimal maintenance, with only occasional care needed after extended use. Additionally, chakra-based human puppets were limited in growth potential. Once created, their abilities were locked at the level they possessed prior to their demise. In contrast, the human puppet version utilizing chi could continue to grow stronger, outpacing their former selves. Furthermore, human puppets could be passed down through generations, potentially resulting in descendants capable of wielding immense power. Finished. My new collection. Zoyu gazed at the puppet, Zhao Guozian, with a surge of excitement. Connecting with Zhao Guozian through chi lines, he began to experiment with the abilities the latter possessed in life. 7 Evil Spirits Gathering. Soon, dark chi started to engulf the puppet, Zhao Guozian. Excellent. The ability can be utilized as expected. Let's explore some other skills. Zoyu felt a wave of joy as he successfully activated the 7 Evil Spirits Gathering, but then he remembered that apart from this skill, Zhao Guozian only knew how to draw talismans. Stunned for a moment, Zoyu realized he was unable to use anything else. Though the puppet could harness abilities from its past life, utilizing special techniques like talismans required prior knowledge of drawing them. What a pity. After a whole day's work, I can only use a single 7 Evil Spirits Gathering. Zoyu lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Oh well, since this is my first extraordinary puppet, I shall treat it as experience gained. With that, Zoyu resolved to console himself with humor amidst the predicament. From now on, there shall be no more Zhao Guozian. You shall be called Sha. He mused to the puppet before heading out to seek sustenance after a day of hunger. Stretching lazily, he stored away the mobile puppet room. While the puppet Sha was temporarily contained in a devouring pouch, I must also hasten to craft the scroll for the puppet Sha. I am indeed a person destined for toil, he thought. What? You wonder why I should create a scroll when I already have a devouring pouch? I can only say that style is a lifelong endeavor. Perhaps a devouring pouch is more convenient, yet it can never rival the elegance of a scroll. Zoyu pondered frivolously as he stepped outside, beginning to wander through the village. Master Zoyu. Greetings, Master Zoyu. The villagers, upon spotting him, paused their tasks to greet him, and Zoyu responded warmly, until one villager remarked, Master Zoyu, you've already circled this place 5 times. Are you looking for something? He had noticed Zoyu's aimless wandering and inquired with concern. Nothing of the sort. I'm merely taking a stroll, as it has been quite a while since I've encountered such picturesque scenery. I also wanted to soak in the harmonious atmosphere of the village. Zoyu replied awkwardly. Curse it, could it be that I've lost my way? No. Surely there must be some formation in this village causing one to unwittingly circle around. It must be so. Zoyu thought fiercely. Sigh. I suppose I should retrace my steps. I mustn't end up unable to find my home. He muttered as he quickly distanced himself from the crowd. Alas, I am so hungry. After rummaging through his home with no food to be found, Zoyu squatted at the door, sighing heavily. There is nothing to eat. Even after wandering the village for a while, I didn't see a single restaurant. Is everyone here self-sufficient? Forget the fact that I can't grow vegetables. Even if I were to start now, it would be too late. While he was dejectedly pacing in front of his door, he suddenly heard someone approaching and quickly stood up, feigning nonchalance. Young brother Zhou, what are you up to? As Ma Xianhong approached, he noticed Zhou Yu with his head down, seemingly searching for something, and curiously inquired. Master. Seeing that it was Ma Xianhong, Zhou Yu instantly rushed over, tears brimming in his eyes, and embraced him. What are you doing? Ma Xianhong pushed Zhou Yu away, visibly irked. Master, I am so hungry. I've been wandering the village for quite some time, and found nothing to eat. Zhou Yu complained pitifully. I will take you to eat now. Let go of me. Ma Xianhong replied, gritting his teeth. Are you taking me to your home to eat? Zhou Yu asked after releasing Ma Xianhong. Get lost. Most of our meals are prepared by Fu Rong. How could I possibly cook? Ma Xianhong retorted with annoyance. Follow me. With that, he turned and began to lead the way. Master, is there some sort of defensive formation in the village? I was just wandering around, and I kept going in circles. Shouldn't someone have warned me about this? Zhou Yu asked unhappily as he followed Ma Xianhong. How could there be such a thing? Ma Xianhong shot a glare at Zhou Yu. There must be. Otherwise, how could I have circled around 5 times? Zhou Yu asserted confidently. You didn't get lost, did you? Ma Xianhong asked skeptically. No way. It must be a formation. Zhou Yu insisted. I've already said there's no such thing. You simply got lost. The two bickered until they quickly arrived at the dining hall. I apologize. I didn't think you might have trouble finding this place. I should have guided you here this morning, Fu Rong said, spotting Zhou Yu, who was eagerly shoveling food into his mouth from a distance. It's no problem. I made it here in the end, right? Sister Rong, another bowl, please. Zhou Yu replied amidst the busyness. Cut it out. You're a bottomless pit. This is your 6th bowl. Do you still want more? Lu Wukuei observed Zhou Yu's voracious appetite with displeasure. Wukuei, you don't understand. I'm in my growth phase. I can't afford to go hungry. Otherwise, I want to grow tall. Zhou Yu proclaimed dramatically. You should call me Sister Wukuei. You little brat. I'm a year older than you. Lu Wukuei stood up and shouted at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu simply stood up too, gesturing with his hand toward Lu Wukuei, who was a few centimeters shorter than him. The implication was clear. Sorry, but I'm taller than you. Lu Wukuei's temper flared at Zhou Yu's smugness. Damn it. You little puppet-playing, short, gloomy boy who won't grow taller. I've tolerated you for long enough. Chapter 10. The time for cultivation. Short puppet-playing, gloomy boy who won't grow taller. Let's have a duel between warriors. Zhou Yu declared darkly, producing the puppet scroll. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Lu Wukuei retorted defiantly. Bang. If you two keep this up, both of you will be thrown out. Fu Rong shouted as she stabbed a knife into the table. Sister Rong, he started it. Lu Wukuei whined, moving closer to Fu Rong and acting cute. Who are you talking about? I didn't see anyone do anything. Who has wronged Wukuei? Zhou Yu had quietly returned to his seat, acting innocent as he looked at Fu Rong and the others. You. Lu Wukuei glared at Zhou Yu, exasperated. All right, didn't you say you weren't full? Hurry up and eat. Fu Rong scooped another bowl of rice for Zhou Yu. Hee. Thank you, Sister Rong. Zhou Yu shamelessly expressed his gratitude. You two surely can't have been enemies in your past lives, Fu Rong teased, observing the two who appeared amiable on the surface but were clearly in a silent battle with their eyes and expressions. That shouldn't be the case, as I was likely a war criminal with unfulfilled ambitions in my past life, Zhou Yu replied with a serious expression. If you're done with your nonsense, hurry up and eat. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Ma Xianhong, who had been sitting by the door, scolded Zhou Yu. What's the matter? It's not every day I get to enjoy peace. Let me relax for a bit, Zhou Yu muttered under his breath. However, it was evident that Ma Xianhong had sought him out for a reason, although Zhou Yu was reluctant to forego this rare leisure time. She quickly finished the last morsel of food. Sister Rong, I'll leave with old Ma now. I shall return tomorrow to relish the meal you prepare. Soon, Zhou Yu completed her meal and followed the already impatient Ma Xianhong towards the mountaintop of the village, turning back occasionally to bid farewell to Fu Rong. Make sure to arrive early tomorrow. We usually have lunch at noon. Don't come late like today. I will prepare something delicious, Fu Rong called out, waving goodbye to Zhou Yu alongside Lu Wukuei. Why does this scene resemble a wife bidding farewell to her husband embarking on a journey? Lu Wukuei mused quietly, observing the interaction. What did you say, Kuei? Although he whispered, Fu Rong, being a practitioner of considerable skill, could hear him as if he spoke directly into her ear. If I were a wife, Then you would be our child. Fu Rong teased, playfully pinching Lu Wukuei's face. All right, Sister Rong, I was mistaken. Lu Wukuei quickly begged for mercy, grasping her hand. Hey, old ma, what brings you to seek me? Zhou Yu asked nonchalantly, following closely behind Ma Xianhong. Nothing much. I've disassembled the puppet you gave me yesterday, but there are many aspects I don't understand, so I came to seek your insights, Ma Xianhong explained earnestly. As they spoke, they reached the summit, where a building appeared before Zhou Yu. This is my workshop. Come inside. Ma Xianhong opened the door, inviting Zhou Yu in. Upon entering, Zhou Yu was greeted by the sight of her puppets lying in disarray, scattered all over the room, with only a peculiar stove in the distance remaining clean. Goodness, you really have dismantled them to such an extent. Zhou Yu lamented, feeling a twinge of sorrow despite having mentally prepared for it. As these were creations she had painstakingly designed and completed with the help of Scorpion and Grandma Chio. I apologize. I got a bit carried away yesterday and lost my sense of proportion, Ma Xianhong said, noticing Zhou Yu's discomfort. It's all right. I mentioned yesterday that dismantling them was no issue. After all, I'll have to recreate them once I master the divine mechanism refinement. I was merely reminiscing about the time spent crafting them, so please don't feel embarrassed, Zhou Yu reassured him. On the contrary, I truly envy you for being able to cherish such beautiful memories. Yet I inadvertently dismantled the puppets that hold those memories. Ma Xianhong admitted, feeling ashamed. Enough of that. Old Ma, but you are truly impressive. You managed to take them apart so thoroughly, even extracting the thousand-hand manipulation, Zhou Yu remarked, picking up a dismembered puppet arm from the floor. Ma Xianhong chuckled, feeling relieved as he followed her lead into a discussion. Indeed, yesterday I noticed many symbols on your puppets, and I attempted to forcibly activate them using the divine mechanism refinement. Suddenly, these puppet arms surged forth. I came to consult you about the functions of these symbols, Ma Xianhong said, producing the hand of a celestial puppet and pointing at the symbols inscribed upon it. These are sealing technique symbols. You can think of the sealing technique as a combination of symbols that achieve different effects through various arrangements. For instance, the symbols you have primarily serve to store and control, while the ones on my scrolls are similar, focusing on storage and summoning. Zhou Yu explained the relationship between symbols and sealing techniques. Really? I didn't guess wrong. These symbols can indeed perform certain crafting techniques. No, wait. Based on what you said, these symbols resemble the effects of talismans more than sealing techniques. Ma Xianhong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Do these symbols require a calm state and a ritual, like talismans, during their use? Ma Xianhong inquired further. Not at all. Rather than resembling talismans, they are more akin to incantations, Zhou Yu clarified. Then, if these symbols can be applied to puppets, does that imply they could also be used on magical tools? Ma Xianhong asked, enthusiasm shining in his eyes. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, recalling some unique ninja tools from the realm of Naruto. It should be possible, she replied uncertainly. After all, I am not particularly skilled in sealing techniques. The only one I know is this storage-type sealing technique. That is fine. Can you teach me the sealing technique? I can experiment with combining it with crafting, Ma Xianhong urged. Teaching you is certainly no problem, but this storage sealing technique, even when combined with crafting, would merely result in a different version of the devouring bag, perhaps even less effective. Is it truly necessary? Zhou Yu questioned, perplexed. No. If confirmed, it would mean that crafting and incantations can indeed be combined. This would elevate the limits of crafting, Ma Xianhong declared passionately. Moreover, among the 8 extraordinary techniques, there exists a special one called the Heavenly Talisman. Chapter 11. Are you here to admire the moon too? Bang. That's why I detest such fervent tech enthusiasts. After imparting the sealing technique to Ma Xianhong, Zhou Yu grumbled as she was ushered out. However, the leap from sealing techniques to the Heavenly Talisman is rather vast. The imagination of these tech enthusiasts is astounding. If Ma Xianhong truly succeeds, could it mean that the future grand ceremony of the Luo Heavenly Realm will include Bayou Village? Zhou Yu pondered, envisioning the scene in her mind. Goodness, will it not blow apart Longhu Mountain? As she walked down the mountain, Zhou Yu's thoughts began to wander. I must put in more effort. I'll return home to enter seclusion and strive to master the divine mechanism refinement as swiftly as possible. With that, Zhou Yu began to run towards her home. Soon, the night descended. No wonder the 8 extraordinary techniques are deemed chaotic arts. They disregard fundamental principles altogether, Zhou Yu mused. Seated on her bed while studying the divine mechanism refinement, finding it increasingly absurd. Zouyu lifted a cup nearby, enveloping it with her energy for a few seconds before releasing it. To her astonishment, the cup did not fall, manipulating objects and controlling them. This is indeed remarkable, Zouyu said, her expression grave. Indeed, in mere seconds, Zouyu had refined the cup into a magical artifact. This divine mechanism refinement, once mastered, reveals its chaotic nature. Zouyu reflected with admiration. Within an afternoon, Zouyu had mastered one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the divine mechanism refinement. She understood why Ma Xianhong said it could be learned with talent, as this technique did not require tedious practice, but rather simply following along to learn. There were no specific moves, nor even a meridian diagram. No need for energy manipulation. One merely needed talent to grasp it. It felt as though she had been chosen by some unseen force. Darn it. Whatever. Life and death are but fleeting matters. Even if I die twice, it doesn't matter this time. Besides, the male protagonist has mastered the 8 extraordinary techniques. Surely Zhang Chulan's grandfather wouldn't harm him, would he? Zouyu slapped himself across the face and declared, I need some fresh air. Stretching leisurely, he leaped off the bed and made his way towards the door. Whether it was the natural beauty of Guizhou or the existence of qi in this world, the starlit sky was truly magnificent. Zouyu, listening to the chirping of insects, gazed up at the dazzling night sky and exclaimed sincerely. Suddenly, a sound of a door creaking open broke the tranquility. Zouyu turned towards the sound and discovered that the owner of the small courtyard nearby had stepped out. Bathed in moonlight, he noticed the white-haired figure appearing to remember something. Tomorrow you will know who resides there, he thought, recalling Ma Xianhong's mysterious demeanor from the previous day. Damn you, Ma Xianhong. Even a seemingly honest person like you is playing tricks. Zouyu's mind raged against Ma Xianhong. Meanwhile, Qiu Rang had also emerged from his door and spotted Zouyu in the distance. Indeed, the white-haired figure was none other than the victim of Zouyu's earlier schemes. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense under the moonlight. Hello, Master Qiu Rang. Are you out here to enjoy the moon as well? Zouyu initiated a conversation to lighten the mood. Lu Wukuei, who had been nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Zouyu's attempt to break the ice, while Fu Rong quickly covered his mouth, cautioning, be careful, we might get discovered. By the way, why are we hiding? Old Bai Yuan looked at the trio, chuckling at their suppressed laughter. Hee, Old Bai, don't you find this scene rather amusing? Before Ma Xianhong could respond, Lu Wukuei interjected, I can't understand the youth of today. Bai Yuan shook his head at the 3 of them, who were engrossed in their little drama. On the other side, Qiu Rang, upon hearing Zouyu's words, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he confirmed it was not an illusion, rage surged within him. It's you. You despicable brat. You used poison yesterday, leaving me bedridden for a whole day. Qiu Rang pointed an accusing finger at Zouyu. Come now, isn't it expected for a puppeteer to use poison? Zouyu replied, feigning righteousness. Nonsense. No, how did you end up here? What about the leader and the others? Qiu Rang shouted at Zouyu, who appeared to be self-righteous. Before hastily asking, Master Qiu Rang, please calm down. I have already joined Bio Village. We are on the same side now. Zouyu quickly reassured him, noticing Qiu Rang's hand moving towards his waist. You little rascal. Once I capture you, I will go find the leader, Qiu Rang declared as he drew his golden scepter, ready to strike. Hey, those of you watching from the bushes, step out. Zouyu shouted at Ma Xianhong and the others hiding in the grass. You little brat. Stop with the lies. Take this. Qiu Rang cursed as he lunged at Zouyu. This is bad. I truly have bang. Zouyu attempted to explain, but Qiu Rang's golden scepter had already swung towards him. Zouyu barely dodged, leaving a massive crater where he had just stood. Enough, Qiu Rang. Stop. Zouyu is no longer our enemy. He is one of us now. Ma Xianhong's voice cut through the tension just as Zouyu was about to summon his puppet. Realizing what was happening, Zouyu looked at Ma Xianhong and the 2 giggling behind him, understanding the situation. You sly fox, sneaking around here at night. Zouyu said with an exasperated expression. Leader, you should teach this brat some manners. Qiu Rang exclaimed, glancing at Ma Xianhong and then back to Zouyu. Leader, this kid is no good. Qiu Rang protested, reluctant to accept Ma Xianhong's words. Don't worry, Qiu Rang. With me here, no one can harm you. Ma Xianhong reassured him with a smile. But Qiu Rang was about to argue when Lu Wukuei, who had sneaked around Zouyu to stand beside him, interrupted. Come on. Qiu Rang, don't argue with a mere 15-year-old brat. Zouyu remained silent, straightening his posture and casting a disdainful glance at Lu Wukuei. What kind of expression is that? You little brat? Lu Wukuei fumed. Heh, I won't mention who broke down first, Zoyu retorted, subtly hinting at Lu Wukuei. Observing the scene, Xiao Rang fell silent, feeling somewhat weakened. After all, the effects of the poison had just worn off, and after a day without food, he was feeling particularly feeble. Old Bai, could you please check on Xiao Rang first? Ma Xianhong suggested, noticing Xiao Rang's weakened state. Chapter 12. Rest assured, I am a good person. Old Bai, how is he? Fu Rong inquired, stepping forward to check on Xiao Rang, pushing aside the tussle between Zhou Yu and Lu Wukuei. He is fine, just hungry, Bai Yuan replied, retracting his hand after taking Xiao Rang's pulse. I'll go get something to eat, Fu Rong said, preparing to leave. No need to trouble yourself, Sister Rong. I have something better here, Zhou Yu announced, stepping forward to produce 5 small, pill-like objects. What is this? Pills, Bai Yuan exclaimed, surprised by the items in Zhou Yu's hands. Old Bai, you misunderstand. These are called military rations, not pills. They are nothing special. Just a food substitute made from various ingredients, Zhou Yu clarified. Military rations, akin to emergency food pills from the world of Naruto, function to stave off hunger, with 1 pill equating to a day's worth of food. May I take a look? Bai Yuan asked curiously. Here you go. Zhou Yu handed all the military rations to Bai Yuan. Zhou Yu never cared much for these rations. In Naruto, even ninjas only resorted to them when they were truly desperate. He had only tried one out of curiosity and had never touched them again. Watching as Bai Yuan inspected the rations before handing one to Xiao Rang, Zhou Yu observed with amusement. The others began to suspect these rations were not what they seemed. Given Zhou Yu's eager anticipation, hey, kid, you eat one first so I can see. Xiao Rang skeptically handed a military ration to Zhou Yu. What? You don't trust me? Zhou Yu feigned disbelief. Xiao Rang said nothing, while the others watched with keen interest. Honestly, how ungrateful. Fine, I'll eat it. Zhou Yu snatched the military ration from Xiao Rang and popped it into his mouth. Looks fine to me, Zhou Yu thought as he chewed. Xiao Rang, seeing Zhou Yu munching away, also took a military ration and began to eat. So disgusting. Xiao Rang's face changed drastically after just 2 chews, and he shouted. As he attempted to spit it out, Zhou Yu quickly rushed to cover Xiao Rang's mouth, helping him swallow the military ration. Cough. Cough. Ugh. You little brat. Are you trying to kill me? Ugh. Wait. Why are you fine? After consuming the military rations, Xiao Rang suddenly pushed Zhou Yu away, retching uncontrollably, his face a mask of disbelief as he regarded the composed Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, producing another military ration from his sleeve and handing it to Elder Bai. It was merely a simple sleight of hand. He had not actually ingested it. Ma Xianhong, observing nearby, quickly discerned Zhou Yu's little trick. You rascal. You little brat. I won't let you off easily. Ugh. Master Xiao Rang, still retching, exclaimed, aside from its unpalatable taste, this military ration has no flaws. Look. You had the strength to push me away. Ugh. Just a bit unpalatable? You dare say it's merely that. Xiao Rang continued to retch while cursing Zhou Yu. Is it truly that distasteful, little Zhou Yu? Fu Rong inquired, watching Xiao Rang's persistent retching with curiosity. Sister Rong. The purpose of the military ration is to stave off hunger, much like compressed biscuits. As for the taste, let me describe the preparation process. It begins with an array of various herbs, combined with different types of meat, a copious amount of fat, sugar, and then a generous helping of rice and assorted grains, all crushed and mixed with flour to form pills which are then air-dried. Now you can somewhat grasp how dreadful this concoction is, Zhou Yu explained, shrugging his shoulders. However, aside from its atrocious taste, it does indeed restore energy quickly when one is weak. If the flavor could be improved, it would be perfect, Zhou Yu added, glancing at the still retching Xiao Rang. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then leave it to me. I shall endeavor to enhance the flavor of this military ration, Elder Bai remarked, gathering the remaining rations. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Bai, Zhou Yu replied with a smile. You little brat knew it was awful yet still made me eat it. You truly have ill intentions. Xiao Rang, with Elder Bai's assistance, finally managed to cease his retching and immediately turned his ire toward Zhou Yu. What do you mean? It's evident that you were weak. Aside from its taste, the effect is immediate. Zhou Yu retorted defiantly. All right, it's late. Since there's nothing more to discuss, let's return and rest. Ma Xianhong, somewhat weary of the bickering between Zhou Yu and Xiao Rang, interjected, glancing at the two, along with Lu Wukuei and Fu Rong, who were enjoying the spectacle. I'm getting old. I can't keep up with this late-night commotion. With Ma Xianhong's prompting, Elder Bai exchanged farewells and departed. As Elder Bai left, Fu Rong tugged at Lu Wukuei, and they too took their leave. Soon, only Zhou Yu and the two remained. Master Qiurang, aren't you returning to rest? Zhou Yu initiated, noticing the chill in the air. How could I allow you to be alone with the leader? You leave first. Qiurang shot back, glaring at Zhou Yu. Is there a matter or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Ma Xianhong, regarding the two with impatience, addressed Zhou Yu. He had initially intended to leave, but Zhou Yu seemed to have something to discuss, prompting him to stay, only to find himself witnessing their staring contest. TCH, here, old Ma, this is for you, Zhou Yu said, tossing a pouch of essence to Ma Xianhong. What is this? Have you already learned it? Ma Xianhong exclaimed in surprise upon catching the pouch, discovering it contained the refined essence. Yes, more or less. I can now transform and manipulate objects instantaneously, Zhou Yu replied, retrieving a cup from the pouch to demonstrate. Indeed, you have mastered it. You are truly gifted. It took Qiurang half a month to learn. Yet you accomplished it in a day, only slightly trailing behind me, Ma Xianhong remarked cheerfully, observing the floating cup beside Zhou Yu. Leader, how could you have already given him the refined essence? Qiurang interjected incredulously. This matter is somewhat complex. Inquire with Ziheng and the others tomorrow, and you will understand. Both of you are now possessors of the refined essence, and in the future, you may explore this together, Ma Xianhong reassured Qiurang. Then turned to Zhou Yu. All right, let us conclude for today. You have just recovered, return and rest. I too must retreat to my meditation, as your sealing technique is rather challenging to learn. Ma Xianhong comforted Qiurang and addressed Zhou Yu. TCH. Although reluctant, Qiurang complied, turning to leave, albeit casting a fierce glare at Zhou Yu before departing. Goodbye to you, Qiurang, Zhou Yu called out amicably. And do take care, don't overindulge in the coming days. Through their recent interactions, Ma Xianhong had begun to see through Zhou Yu's playful nature, thus advising him before retreating into seclusion. Rest assured, I shall get along well with everyone. Chapter 13. The heir of Qi Body Source Sister Rong. What has everyone been up to while old Ma has been absent? Early the next morning, Zhou Yu arrived at Fu Rong's place, eager for breakfast. Feeling somewhat bored, he inquired while she chopped vegetables. If you have nothing to do, come help me wash the vegetables. Fu Rong replied, somewhat exasperated by Zhou Yu's idleness. Cooking is out of the question. I could never do it in this lifetime. Zhou Yu firmly rejected, using his qi line to pull the sliced radishes Fu Rong had prepared toward himself. Get out. Don't disturb me while I'm cooking. Fu Rong shouted, brandishing her knife and unleashing a wave of sword energy to shoo Zhou Yu outside. He plopped down on the ground, still clutching a few radish slices, continuing to munch. Just then, Qiurang approached from a distance. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing sitting on the ground? Qiurang asked impatiently, noticing Zhou Yu blocking the doorway. Good morning, Master Qiurang. Would you like some? Zhou Yu offered a slice of radish. TCH, don't think I've forgiven you. Qiurang swatted away the offering and circumvented Zhou Yu. Moments later, Fu Rong's voice echoed from within, scolding, you too, get out. Zhou Yu shifted slightly. And the next moment, Qiurang occupied the spot Zhou Yu had just vacated, holding a handful of cucumber slices. Master is indeed master. You've got more than I do. Share some with me, Master Qiurang. Zhou Yu shamelessly leaned in, flattering Qiurang to obtain some. Of course. Here, take this, Qiurang said haughtily, handing over a few slices. Soon, the two were chewing in unison, their camaraderie evident. Before long, the meal was ready, and others began to arrive. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yu exchanged pleasantries with the others and returned with Qiurang, as their rooms were adjacent. Although their banter continued, the earlier tension had eased considerably after the recent events. Thus, a month passed swiftly, and on this day, Zhou Yu and Qiurang were sparring in the open space near their courtyard. Bang! Qiurang struck Zhou Yu back, and they both paused. Brother Qiurang, your martial arts have certainly improved, Zhou Yu remarked. Not at all, Brother Zhou Yu. Your skills have also seen significant advancement. They both laughed heartily, clearly having forged a bond over the past month through their mutual training and friendly rivalry. It appears that you two have been getting along quite well. Suddenly, Ma Xianhong strolled over from a distance, teasing the two. Master, Qiurang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Ma Xianhong. Oh, Lao Ma, you've emerged from seclusion. How did your studies and sealing techniques go? Zhou Yu greeted with a question. Ma Xianhong did not respond to Zhou Yu. Instead, he displayed a bracelet he had brought along. What is this? You succeeded? Zhou asked in astonishment, gazing at the familiar runes on the bracelet. Master, is this your newly crafted magical artifact? Xiao Rang exclaimed, captivated by the bracelet in Ma Xianhong's hand. Well, sort of, Ma Xianhong replied dismissively. Goodness, Lao Ma. I didn't expect you to master sealing techniques so quickly and even produce a finished product. Zhou expressed his surprise at Ma Xianhong's talent. When Zhou initially taught Ma Xianhong the sealing techniques, the translation from Japanese to Chinese had been somewhat inadequate. Zhou never anticipated that Ma Xianhong would learn it independently without seeking his guidance, especially with the combination of crafting and sealing techniques now yielding tangible results. So, does the sealing technique enhance the magical artifact? Zhou inquired curiously as he took the bracelet. Indeed, it enhances it significantly. Firstly, the space has expanded considerably, and crucially, the interior space has transformed into a relatively static environment. Ma Xianhong explained with excitement. Relatively static? Xiao Rang questioned, puzzled. It means that previously, the space within the artifact was dynamic, and anything placed inside would eventually decay. However, now, whatever is placed inside remains unchanged, and although it cannot contain a conscious person, those inside will remain in a state of unconsciousness. Ma Xianhong elaborated enthusiastically. This signifies a substantial advancement. This artifact truly replicates the effects of spatial artifacts depicted in novels. I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Zhou. Ma Xianhong gazed at Zhou with fervor. I've been meaning to tell you that for a while. Why add a little to Brother Zhou? Zhou replied, slightly annoyed. Ha ha ha. It's because you always call me master in such an odd tone, Brother Zhou. Ma Xianhong joked with a cheerful demeanor. Humph. This bracelet is mine now. I'm claiming it. Zhou declared proudly, stuffing the bracelet into his pocket. Ha ha ha, of course. This bracelet was always meant for you. Without your sealing techniques, I would never have thought of this new path in crafting, Ma Xianhong admitted candidly. Humph. Being too honest is rather dull. Zhou replied, looking disdainfully at Ma Xianhong. Master, can you teach me this new crafting technique? Xiao Rang asked eagerly. His eyes fixed on Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong remained silent, glancing at Zhou, as the sealing technique belonged to him. Why are you looking at me? The inspiration is yours, and you successfully crafted the artifact as well. I, Brother Qiu, shall return home now. With that, Zhou turned toward his courtyard. Watching Zhou depart, Ma Xianhong shook his head and began recounting the origins and experiences of this crafting endeavor to Qiu Rang. I don't understand why you don't cook for yourself, let alone why you don't order takeout. Aren't you tired of always eating at my place? Fu Rong questioned, perplexed, as she observed Zhou devouring his meal. Firstly, Sister Rong, your cooking is delightful. I never grow weary of it. Secondly, I have no phone to order takeout, and I don't have a single cent on me, Zhou replied shamelessly as he ate. I think that's the main issue. By the way, what kind of life have you been living, to not even have a phone? That's quite primitive. Fu Rong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It's nothing. Just not so smooth sailing, Zhou replied. Fu Rong, Brother Zhou, I knew you would be here. Let us go. The master is calling for a gathering. As they conversed, Qiu Rang hurriedly entered, looking anxious. Excellent, everyone is here. Guoliang, please repeat the information you gathered. Ma Xianhong said upon noticing that Zhou and the others had arrived. Everyone, the legendary inheritor of one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the Qi body source, has emerged. Chapter 14, Crafting Puppet Clones. The inheritor of the Qi body source is named Zhang Chulan, whose grandfather is Zhang Shilin. Was this person among the 36 that the master spoke of? Guoliang inquired of Ma Xianhong. I am not certain, Ma Xianhong replied, a pained expression crossing his face. All right, the information I gathered indicates that several major sect leaders mysteriously died overnight over a decade ago, allegedly while attempting to encircle and kill someone. That individual was Zhang Shilin. On that fateful night, the master of the Qi body source, Zhang Shilin, suddenly revealed his whereabouts, prompting the various sects to vie for the Qi body source. Yet, no one returned after that night. Recently, it has been rumored that Zhang Shilin has died, his grave even being exhumed, and the only known descendant is Zhang Chulan. Now, various factions have set their sights on Zhang Chulan. Master, as Zhang Chulan is also a descendant of the 36, should we intervene and bring him back? Guoliang finished relaying the information and turned to Ma Xianhong for guidance. What do you all think? Ma Xianhong hesitated and directly asked the others. Master, I believe we should take action. If we can gain the Qi body source, one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, it would bring us closer to building a new world. Qiu Rang, representing the radical faction, spoke up. I believe it may not be feasible. Not to mention that the Master's cultivation furnace is not yet perfected, our village lacks sufficient manpower. And combined with the Master's divine machine, we may not be able to withstand 2 of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Jin Yong countered. Indeed, our priority is to accumulate strength. There is no need to expose ourselves prematurely. Otherwise, we risk attracting unwanted attention, Bai Yuan concurred. We are all in agreement. We shall abide by the Master's decision, Fu Rong and Lu Wukue stated. I suggest we gather more detailed information on Zhang Chulan first. We wouldn't want to extend our assistance only to find that he doesn't require it, resulting in a well-intentioned, yet detrimental outcome. Let's arrange for someone to monitor the situation, and we can decide whether to intervene based on the developments. Mere discussions will yield no results, Zhou Yu suggested, shrugging. Very well, let us first reach out and assess the situation. Zihuan, Xiaolong, since it's more convenient for you two, please accompany Guo Liang, Ma Xianhong decided. Understood, master. The two replied. Indeed, when opinions on a matter diverge sharply, a middle ground solution often prevails, reflecting the deeply ingrained principle of moderation among the Chinese. Zhou Yu contemplated the outcome with a sense of reflection. Everyone, please return for now. I have a few more instructions for them. Ma Xianhong said as he sensed the meeting was concluded. Be careful, and if anything arises, prioritize your safety, Jin Yong advised the 3. The others also offered their well wishes before departing. As Zhou Yu walked away, he pondered whether he should involve himself. Having felt stifled during his time in the world of Naruto, he now found himself liberated from the pressure of failing if he didn't strive. The essence of his playful nature began to resurface uncontrollably. What do you think? Shall we practice a bit more? As Qiu Yang walked alongside Zhou Yu, he playfully remarked. What is the matter, brother Qiu? Are you feeling the urge to vent some frustration? Zhou Yu, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, responded with a hint of jest. Is that how you perceive me? I merely feel inadequate in my abilities and wish to enhance them swiftly. Qiu Yang, in a show of mock annoyance, ruffled Zhou Yu's hair and replied, Indeed, a lack of strength is apparent. Zhou Yu, reflecting on Qiu Yang's words, sighed. I've made up my mind. I shall return to seclusion immediately to elevate my puppet techniques. Temporarily suppressing his mischievous inclinations, Zhou Yu resolved to delve into a rigorous training regimen, blending his puppet mastery with the refined arts of divine machinery. Hey, spare me a moment to practice. Qiu Yang called out to Zhou Yu, who dashed back to his small courtyard. Never mind, I shall return to my own crafting as well, he decided, inspired by Zhou Yu's newfound determination. Upon returning home, Zhou Yu immersed himself in his puppet chamber. At last, I can put you to use, he exclaimed, gazing at the scroll inscribed with 3 characters. With a resounding thud, a chakra core materialized before him, a gift from the selfless and powerful 3rd Kazekage. During his earlier collaboration with Scorpion, Zhou Yu had crafted a chakra core using the 3rd Kazekage's essence, yet the absence of suitable materials had prevented him from creating a human puppet. Subsequently, he had expended considerable resources acquiring chakra metal to construct puppets, but despite the core's installation, the puppets could only exhibit a fraction of the 3rd Kazekage's prowess. Moreover, the strain on the chakra core was significant. Each transmission of chakra resulted in detrimental feedback. Ultimately, Zhou Yu opted to store the core separately, intending to explore its potential with the Edo Tensei technique, but he was abruptly transported to another realm at the conclusion of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Now, equipped with the divine machinery, he could finally harness this power, as crafting a mere puppet seemed a waste. This time, I shall forge a puppet avatar, Zhou Yu declared with fervor, carefully handling the chakra core of the 3rd Kazekage. However, before embarking on his project, a glint of madness flickered in Zhou Yu's eyes as he surveyed his legs. In no time, he used his healing technique to mend his injuries and began crafting a chi core from his own flesh. He retrieved the previously constructed puppet body of the 3rd Kazekage, combined it with refining materials gifted by Ma Xianhong, and initiated the creation of the puppet avatar. As the materials melted and reshaped under the fiery embrace of chi, Zhou Yu commenced the integration of the 3rd Kazekage's chakra core with his newly forged chi core. 2 days later, Zhou Yu grinned at the sight of his newly formed puppet avatar, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Scorpion. You've kept me waiting for far too long, it exclaimed with Scorpion's voice, eliciting laughter from both Zhou Yu and the puppet, albeit tinged with an inexplicable sadness. Enough of the merriment. Let us commence the experiment, Zhou Yu stated. In an instant, the puppet avatar transformed, now indistinguishable from a living being. Zhou had utilized divine machinery to grant the puppet the ability to alter its appearance and voice freely, and most importantly, to wield qi. As he attentively sensed the puppet before him, he could hardly discern its true nature. Next, he decided to test its range. Iron Sand Wings. With that, Zhou directed the puppet avatar to manifest wings of magnetism. The magnetic technique functioned seamlessly, as did the ninjutsu of the third Kazekage. Zhou, stroking his chin, mused aloud. In the next moment, he commanded the puppet avatar to soar beyond the village, returning shortly thereafter. It could be controlled freely within a 10-kilometer radius. But beyond that, the qi transmission faltered, confirming the core's efficacy in control. Zhou had designed the qi core for long-distance manipulation of the puppet avatar. Inspired by Pain's 6 paths, unlike human puppets or artifacts, which could not stray far from their original bodies, Zhou's innovative approach allowed him to control the puppet from afar, akin to Nagato. Perhaps one day, I too shall possess my own 6 paths of pain. Zhou mused, reveling in the success of his puppet avatar. Yet, he faced the pressing issue of insufficient qi. Both he and the puppet avatar had limited qi reserves. Zhou could only engage in combat for about an hour before depleting his qi, and the avatar was even less capable. This was primarily due to the limitations of the Shoha fist, which lacked the depth of advanced techniques. Additionally, Zhou had only been refining qi for a month, and his Shoha fist was nearing completion. Once perfected, he could transition to a more advanced technique, ideally one that facilitated dual cultivation of life and qi. As he pondered this, he recalled various dual cultivation techniques from the original text, perhaps the Chuanjin or Longhushan schools. He contemplated, shaking his head to dismiss such distractions. The paths forward were merely to increase his resources or cut down on consumption. Speaking of resource acquisition, Zhou considered Ma Xianhong's Thief Beast, which could absorb qi and return it to its user, a commendable artifact, though he would need to consult Ma Xianhong for its creation. As for reducing consumption, he envisioned crafting an artifact to assist in controlling the puppet, thus minimizing unnecessary qi expenditure. Then I shall begin crafting it myself, he resolved, quickly deciding to forge the artifact independently. After a modest meal of bread and biscuits obtained from villagers, Zhou commenced his crafting. As the day wore on, he diligently consumed the remaining materials until, at last, he saw his creation nearing completion. Just a bit more, or I might truly exhaust myself, he sighed, observing the artifact gradually taking on a spherical shape. In a moment, a silver sphere, woven from metallic threads, nestled in his palm. Regrettably, it had only reached the level of an artifact and not a true treasure. He would need to refine it further when he acquired better materials. Zhou examined the artifact in his hand, initially aimed at crafting a treasure, but due to limitations in materials and technique, it had fallen short of his aspirations. This artifact's primary function was to enable Zhou to generate 5 strands of qi instead of just 1. Moreover, the maintenance of these qi strands would no longer rely solely on Zhou's own qi. The artifact would contribute as well, enhancing his endurance. Most crucially, with this artifact, he could achieve the legendary 100 machine manipulation. Zhou exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Indeed, with this artifact, Zhou could employ the S-rank secret technique. 100 machine manipulation, once wielded by Scorpion to conquer a nation. In the original narrative, this was a technique mastered by Scorpion after transforming himself into a human puppet, surpassing even the legendary white secret techniques. Zhou, who had previously been unable to utilize this technique due to his reluctance to undergo transformation, now found himself on the brink of mastering this awe-inspiring art, thanks to divine machinery. What? You suggest that using divine machinery for crafting is more convenient? With greater quantity? Without delving into whether Zhou possesses sufficient energy to manipulate Ru Hua, let us inquire who appears more impressive, the commanding robotic presence behind Ru Hua, supplying her with energy and orchestrating a multitude of puppets soaring through the sky, resembling a dense black cloud enveloping the city. Zhou addressed his puppet doppelganger, suggesting the name String Puppet Show for this artifact. What do you think? Quite commendable. It is no surprise that the original possesses such innate talent, surpassing even that natural fool, Namake's Minato. Zhou remarked, controlling the puppet to speak in his own voice. When the grand ritual of Luotian arrives, you shall take my place on stage, using Scorpion's visage. He opened the chest of the puppet doppelganger, placing the string puppet show inside, adding with a mischievous tone. Is it to conceal your identity? Playing behind the scenes? No, 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 merely for amusement. Just imagine you shedding your garments to reveal your puppet form. Then exclaiming flesh is frail, mechanical ascension. How thrilling that would be. Zoyu exclaimed, animated by the thought. You are quite mischievous. I find it delightful. We may even surpass the 8 wonders in popularity. Zoyu continued, indulging in a playful dialogue with his puppet doppelganger. It can only be said that within the realm of puppet masters, some treat their puppets as parents, while others regard them as spouses. Zoyu merely converses with his puppets as friends, which is relatively normal, considering the eccentricity often associated with puppet masters. After his self-entertainment, Zoyu began to rest. Upon awakening, he resumed his activities, retrieving all the puppet materials he had stored during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village. An array of shurikens, blades, mechanisms, and metal lumber lay scattered about. These were the fruits of Zoyu's labor, gathered through various means during the Third Great Ninja War. Aided by Chiyo and Chiyo's grandfather in relocating the village's strategic resources. 3 days later, after a week of seclusion, Zoyu finally emerged from his home, not because he had completed his work, but because he had run out of food. Alas, little you, how dreadfully dull it is. You, Chiyo Rang, and the village chief are all in seclusion. Kuei must tend to her brother. Bai Lao is studying military provisions. And Ziheng and Xiao Long have left the village. I am utterly alone, day after day. Have you finished your tasks today? Fu Rong lamented, observing Zoyu devouring his meal. Sister Rong, if you find yourself with time to spare, you should practice. You are still young, and now is the time for cultivation. Zoyu replied perfunctorily, still focused on his meal. Little you, why don't we invite Kuei and venture out of the village for some fun? Fu Rong exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Apologies, Sister Rong, but I have yet to finish my work. Your food is truly delicious. I am full now. I must take my leave. Zoyu hastily set down his bowl and fled, sensing Fu Rong's rising excitement. Honestly, why does everyone treat me like a cook? Fu Rong muttered in frustration as she watched Zoyu escape. Upon returning home, Zoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The revolution is yet to be realized. Comrades must strive harder, he murmured to himself as he gazed at the multitude of puppets cluttering his room. In total, there were 318 puppets. The result of Zoyu's diligent efforts. He had transformed all the resources he accumulated during his time in the Hidden Leaf into puppets. Although they were merely ordinary human-shaped puppets, each had undergone a transformation and, under the enhancement of divine craftsmanship, exhibited commendable performance. Each puppet could stand toe-to-toe with Scorpion's creations. Now, he began the process of crafting puppet scrolls. Once completed, he would be able to replicate Scorpion's secret technique, the 100 puppet performance. Zoyu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed upon his creations, eagerly anticipating the astonished expressions of others. Brother Scorpion, my artistry has finally caught up to yours. Chapter 16, Sparring with Ma Xianhongbang. The final piece was completed. At last, he had finished. Zoyu wiped the sweat from his brow, exhilarated. In the past few days, he had crafted the scrolls and inscribed summoning runes onto the puppets, carefully sealing them within the scrolls. Zoyu beamed at the 100 characters inscribed on the scroll. It is done. My own secret technique, the 100 puppet performance, he declared with a sense of pride. After admiring the scroll for a moment, Zoyu removed it from his waist and began sewing a new slot for it. To appear impressive in public, yet to stitch and mend in private. Such is the reality of every performer. Finished. Zoyu added a few more stitches, then completed the transformation and control of the scroll. Zoyu, you truly are the most dashing puppet master, he remarked, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a moment of vanity. That evening, Zoyu set out with a clear destination in mind, heading towards Fu Rong's home. As he approached, he noticed someone ahead. Old Ma, wait for me. Zoyu quickened his pace upon recognizing Ma Xianhong. Old Ma, you've emerged from seclusion as well? What fascinating discoveries have you made this time? Zoyu inquired, approaching with familiarity. Whack! Do not pat my backside. Ma Xianhong retaliated with a forceful slap to Zoyu's head, scolding him in annoyance. It turned out that due to Zoyu's shorter stature, he could not reach Ma Xianhong's shoulders, resulting in an unintended gesture. Honestly, why must you be so tall? Zoyu complained, rubbing his head. How did your first experience with forging go? Ma Xianhong asked, his tone less than friendly. It was quite all right. I found it rather simple. It is no wonder that this is one of the 8 wonders. Those who have spent their entire lives forging to create but a single artifact would surely be furious if they knew. Zoyu replied, shrugging playfully. Apparently, you have successfully forged something to your satisfaction. You truly possess a remarkable talent, Ma Xianhong remarked, studying Zoyu intently. Indeed, I now feel terrifyingly powerful, Zoyu declared, puffing out his chest. Just wait until dinner is over. We shall practice, Ma Xianhong replied, unimpressed by Zoyu's bravado. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Village chief. I assume this was prearranged? Fu Rong observed with a hint of exasperation as she saw Ma Xianhong and Zoyu together. Sister Rong, what is the matter? Zoyu inquired, curious about her tone. Take a look for yourself, Fu Rong responded, opening the door for Zoyu to see for himself. Peering inside, he spotted Qiu Rang already feasting heartily. Brother Qiu Rang, you two have emerged from seclusion? Zoyu greeted the voracious eater. Leader, Brother Zhou, you both have emerged as well, Qiu Rang exclaimed after hastily swallowing his food. Before long, the three sat together, earnestly enjoying their meal. After dining, the trio was not exempt from chores, as Fu Rong ensured they washed the dishes before they could leave. Qiu Rang, ever the sycophant, even helped Ma Xianhong with his share. Honestly, Brother Qiu Rang, since you have already washed 2 sets, why could you not wash mine as well? Zoyu grumbled in discontent. Youngster, at your age, you should be laboring. This is for your own good, Qiu Rang replied, picking at his teeth. How did your forging go? I have crafted a new artifact specifically to counter yours. Should we duel again? I shall not lose. Qiu Rang addressed Zoyu. Is that so? However, I feel that I cannot be defeated by anyone at this moment. Zoyu glanced at Ma Xianhong, who stood nearby, before responding to Qiu Rang. Confidence is a virtue. Well then, let us practice here. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Ma Xianhong halted and remarked to Zoyu. Ah, I wondered why we were heading out of the village. It turns out you intend to teach this lad a lesson. Qiu Rang observed with amusement. Humph, who knows who will teach whom? Zoyu retorted, irritated by Qiu Rang's gloating demeanor. Will you prevail? Qiu Rang inquired of Zoyu. I will win, Zoyu declared with conviction. As he spoke, he drew forth a scroll inscribed with the character for Scorpion, and in the next moment, a puppet doppelganger materialized at his command. Come forth. Master, this puppet is my latest creation, the strongest puppet, a fusion of divine mechanics and meticulous craftsmanship. Ma Xianhong, upon seeing the puppet that bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, grew cautious. This puppet is entirely different from those I have encountered before. As he pondered, he enveloped himself in the shadow armor and summoned the devourer beast and the empty howler to hover beside him. Let us see what capabilities you possess. Ma Xianhong observed Zoyu, who had yet to make a move, directing the empty howler to ascend above the scorpion puppet, unleashing a sonic wave that surged toward it. Boom! Dust billowed into the air. Magnetism, sand hourglass. Instantly, several black iron spikes shot forth from the cloud of dust toward Ma Xianhong. As the dust settled, a silver shield, forged from metallic threads, embedded itself in the ground, successfully blocking the recent assault. The puppet string art, aside from its auxiliary effects, also boasted remarkable resilience as an artifact. Its threads could flexibly reshape into various forms. Ma Xianhong, witnessing the incoming spikes, promptly commanded the devourer beast to absorb the incoming energy and nullify the attack. Bang! Bang! What? The devourer beast failed to activate. Taken by surprise, Ma Xianhong was struck by 2 spikes. Fortunately, with the shadow armor, he was spared from being incapacitated by those blows. Upon being hit, he leveraged the power of the armor to quickly retreat, evading the additional spikes. What did you do? Why did the Master S Devourer Beast fail to work? It is a treasure capable of absorbing energy. Qiu Rang inquired curiously of Zoyu. It's nothing. If it can absorb energy, then it simply doesn't require energy. Zoyu replied while maneuvering the scorpion puppet. Doesn't require energy? Then what does it use? Qiu Rang questioned, perplexed. However, Zoyu clearly had no intention of responding, as Ma Xianhong was already charging toward his true self. Why does everyone insist on attacking the main body when they cannot defeat the puppet? Zoyu exclaimed in frustration. Bang! Zoyu hastily summoned the spicy fish for defense, and with the scorpion puppet providing distraction, he found himself in a precarious yet manageable situation. Little brother Zhou, if it continues like this, I shall win before long, Ma Xianhong declared, emboldened by his advantage. Master, it is a grave mistake to celebrate prematurely, Zoyu retorted, facing the taunting Ma Xianhong. Though I am uncertain how you rendered the Devourer beast ineffective. As long as I stay close, you cannot fully unleash your power. Your puppet is formidable, but its techniques appear to favor wide-area attacks. Now you are within that range. Even if we both perish, with the 3 treasure pearls and the shadow armor, I shall sustain less injury than you. As Ma Xianhong advanced towards Zhou Yu, he proclaimed loudly, the scales of victory have already tipped in my favor. He struck the spicy fish's shield with a punch, exclaiming, Old Ma, watch closely. Do not get hurt now. Chapter 17. 100 Mechanisms Performance, Arcane Technique. 100 Mechanisms Performance. Bang! Zhou Yu unfurled the scroll, and in an instant, a vast cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a multitude of puppets before Ma Xianhong. What? So many puppets. Isn't the limit of a puppet master 10 fingers controlling? Ma Xianhong was taken aback at the sight of the densely packed puppets. The next moment, the scorpion doppelganger had maneuvered itself amidst the throng of puppets, opening its chest to connect countless metallic threads to them. In an instant, numerous puppets launched themselves at Ma Xianhong in a suicidal assault. Bang bang bang. Countless attacks rained upon Ma Xianhong's protective artifact. This is bad. These puppets have been refined by divine mechanics. The 3 treasure pearls will not hold out. Ma Xianhong realized the peril as he observed the repairing pearls falter. In the next moment, a bell appeared in Ma Xianhong's hand. The soul-ringing bell. Oh no. Zhou Yu recognized the artifact in Ma Xianhong's grasp and immediately understood the impending danger. Ding! Zhou Yu suddenly felt a jolt, momentarily immobilized. The 6 Harmonies Pearl. Several beads flew around Ma Xianhong and plunged into the mass of puppets, and in the next instant, those beads emitted a crimson light, severing all the metallic threads of the puppet string art. A commendable move, but alas, I shall emerge victorious, Ma Xianhong declared confidently, grinning at Zhou Yu as the threads were cut. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, the trap was sprung. What? In the next moment, the puppets with severed strings continued to advance relentlessly toward Ma Xianhong. The 3 treasure pearls were temporarily breached, and numerous attacks struck the shadow armor, sending Ma Xianhong flying. Why? I had cut the puppet strings. How can your puppets still move? Ma Xianhong shouted angrily at Zhou Yu. Please, the divine mechanics refine objects and control them. Your flower puppets can be directly manipulated using energy. Why could my puppets not do the same? Zhou Yu declared proudly, hands on his hips. Then why did you specifically craft an artifact to connect and control the puppets? Ma Xianhong retorted angrily at Zhou Yu's smug expression. One reason is to fool the foolish into believing they have found a weakness, only to surprise them. The second reason is that it simply looks very cool. Zhou Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Ma Xianhong gazed at Zhou Yu with a deathly glare, his expression darkened. I told you, I also have considerable achievements in the realm of puppet mechanisms. With that, Ma Xianhong produced a devouring sack, releasing a swarm of flower puppets, while simultaneously a white puppet emerged beside him. White doll. This cannot be. Zhou Yu recognized the puppet beside Ma Xianhong and was taken aback. The ensuing confrontation between the puppet masters commenced. In the next moment, their puppets clashed. Various shurikens and steel beads flew about. Ma Xianhong manipulated the flower puppets, using steel cables to charge toward Zhou Yu's puppets, swiftly annihilating many of them. Zhou Yu, in turn, hastily directed his puppets to form a sword array, fiercely retaliating against Ma Xianhong's flower puppets. The grassy expanse outside the village was soon littered with puppet remnants. However, overall, Zhou Yu maintained the upper hand, as Ma Xianhong had only over 100 flower puppets while Zhou Yu commanded a staggering 318. Observing his flower puppets falter, Ma Xianhong summoned the white doll to join the fray. The blade arm of the white doll sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy that instantly destroyed several of Zhou Yu's puppets. Old Ma, you cheat. Using strategic weapons, Zhou Yu shouted angrily at Ma Xianhong, who was wreaking havoc amidst the puppets. What now? Brother Zhou, can my white puppet be regarded as the pinnacle of puppet mastery? I have gathered the sword aura of Fu Rong, the earth-walking skill of Zhang Kuan, and the finger-snap technique of Zhong Xiaolong upon it. It is the most formidable puppet capable of freely wielding the abilities of extraordinary beings. What say you, Brother Zhou? Does my white puppet merit your acknowledgement? Ma Xianhong has evidently recognized Zhou Yu, no longer viewing him as a child, but as a peer. Indeed, it is powerful, and it is entirely fitting to deem it the zenith of puppet artistry. However, those standing at the pinnacle are not solely you. The scroll belt at Zhou Yu's waist propelled 2 puppet scrolls into his hands, a small effect of refining the scroll belt into a magical artifact intended to impress. Zhou Yu unfurled the scrolls in a cross, revealing the inscriptions of killing and thunder. Boom. In an instant, the human puppet killing and the human puppet thunder manifested before Zhou Yu. Gazing at the human puppet thunder, Zhou Yu recalled the ambush that had altered the boundaries of his own resolve. It occurred a month after the disappearance of the 3rd-generation Wind Shadow, when the large-scale search by Sunagakure alarmed the other hidden villages. Yunin village seized this opportunity and decisively dispatched an advance team to ambush Sunagakure. Led by the human puppet thunder, its original form was Yi Ufa, a jonin from Raijin village and a relative of the 3rd Reikage. Under his command, the team delved deep into the Wind Country, with Zhou Yu tasked to intercept them. This ambush, which was merely glossed over in the original narrative, profoundly transformed Zhou Yu. Yi Ufa, a renowned genius of the Yi clan, had mastered the lightning chakra mode directly from the 3rd Reikage. The high attack, defense, and speed of the lightning armor indeed countered puppet masters. At that time, Zhou Yu's team was double the size of Yi Ufa's. Yet they were driven to the brink of despair. Zhou Yu's puppets were all dismantled, and he relied solely on the protection of his comrades and his considerable escape skills to hold on until Yi Tsong arrived to provide aid. During that time, he had suffered a grievous wound, a gaping hole in his abdomen, with a portion of his intestines missing, and it was only through medication and his commendable medical ninjutsu that he managed to survive. Afterwards, Zhou Yu abandoned his moral compass. Obtaining Yi Ufa's corpse through Chiyo and transforming it into a human puppet, his first prize collection. However, Zhou Yu soon discovered that upon his traversal, the wounds on his body had vanished. Even the missing segment of his intestines had returned. In an instant, numerous puppets were destroyed by the white puppet. Observing the scene before him, Zhou Yu shook his head, emerging from his recollections. Witnessing the white puppet's formidable display, Zhou Yu commanded the human puppet thunder to advance and intercept, while the human puppet killing charged into the fray. Lightning chakra mode. The white puppet unleashed another sword aura, which was intercepted by a puppet resembling a black man. This is yet another method distinct from energy. Ma Xianhong noticed the black puppet blocking the white puppet and realized it, like the previous scorpion puppet, was impervious to the devouring beast. Was the lightning armor innate or acquired? Based on Brother Zhou's earlier words, this should also be an extraordinary ability, perhaps from foreign origins? What is the underlying principle? Ma Xianhong pondered while observing the human puppet thunder. Suddenly, Ma Xianhong recognized a familiar puppet confronting killing. Is that Zhao Guozian? The onlooker Qiu Rang had already discerned that the human puppet killing was indeed the Zhao Guozian Zhou Yu had previously intended to claim. Chapter 18. The trap is finally set. What? Ma Xianhong scrutinized the black, energy-enshrouded puppet and confirmed it was indeed Zhao Guozian, that wretched being. 7 kills. Gather your might. Zhou Yu, you initially claimed you didn't wish to grant him an easy demise, yet you never stated you would appropriate such power for yourself. Ma Xianhong glared at Zhou Yu, his teeth clenched in fury. Ma Xianhong's expression bore the mark of betrayal as he awaited an explanation from Zhou Yu. Master, please do not be angry. Brother Zhou is not that kind of person. If it weren't for him, we would not have even discovered Zhao Guozian's presence. The young man urged, hastily defending Zhou Yu while prompting him to clarify. Qiu Rang had only felt secure in befriending Zhou Yu after learning about Zhao Guozian from others. He now genuinely regarded Zhou Yu as a brother. Old Ma, I did not deceive you. I truly transformed Zhao Guozian into a puppet. And this puppet is crafted from Zhao Guozian himself. This is my secret technique, allowing me to create puppets that can utilize the abilities they possessed in life. Zhou Yu, sensing Ma Xianhong's anger, abandoned his jesting demeanor and spoke earnestly. So you came here to create such a puppet from the very beginning. Was your unmasking of Zhao Guozian also to facilitate the creation of this puppet? Who exactly are you? Ma Xianhong interrogated Zhou Yu. You are mistaken, Ma Xianhong. I must clarify that I am but a wandering spirit in this world. My arrival here was indeed in search of a safe haven, a group of companions in whom I could place my trust. As for who I am, in the past, I was an ambitious individual whose aspirations remained unfulfilled. Now, I am Zhou Yu of Bio Village. Zhou Yu replied solemnly. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Ma Xianhong gazed into his eyes and sensed no deceit within them. Master, Qiu Rang interjected, observing the tense standoff between the two. Brother Zhou, I believe you. I apologize. Ma Xianhong exhaled a sigh of relief and offered his apology. Instantly, both Zhou Yu and Xiu Rang felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, this puppet must not be utilized again. It crosses a line. Such dark arts should not be wielded as power. That would be a desecration of the living and of those 7 children. Ma Xianhong continued. Understood. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Then let us conclude our discussion for today, Ma Xianhong declared, bringing an end to the day's sparring. Wait, Zhou Yu called out. What is it? Ma Xianhong inquired, puzzled. Actually, I initially thought that allowing him to perish was too easy, so I made him into a human puppet. Subsequently, I kept it out of a sense of not wasting it. Now that you have spoken, let us destroy it together. Zhou Yu nonchalantly pointed at the human puppet killing. In truth, Zhou Yu felt a degree of disdain. After expending so much effort and materials, he ended up with a puppet of 7 kills. With Ma Xianhong's pronouncement, Zhou Yu felt it prudent to simply obliterate it. As Zhou Yu finished speaking, the 3 present shared a knowing smile. Very well, then let us do this together. Ma Xianhong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ma Xianhong's empty howl, Xiu Rang's gilded scepter, and Zhou Yu's puppet clone, the scorpion, all struck simultaneously. In an instant, the human puppet killing was reduced to a pile of debris. Fire release, charred earth technique. Zhou Yu swiftly formed hand seals, and in the next moment, flames erupted upon the shattered remains of the human puppet killing, incinerating them entirely. Once again, this method diverged from energy. Young man, how did you accomplish this? Xiu Rang inquired curiously, observing Zhou Yu's seals and the sudden flames. Finally, someone has asked. Had no one inquired before. All my elaborate identity crafting would have been in vain. Zhou Yu relished the moment as the veil was lifted. This is a technique of the ninja, he responded nonchalantly. Ninja? The Japanese kind? Where did you learn that? Xiu Rang asked, bewildered. Brother Xiu Rang, you truly are a fitting foil. Zhou Yu mused inwardly. At the tender age of 3, I was taken in by an elderly woman, a puppeteer not of the mystical sort, but rather one who performed traditional puppet shows. She was not part of any particular circle. Blessed with an extraordinary appearance and remarkable talent, I discovered my innate ability to harness energy at the age of 5, which startled her greatly. Fearing for my uniqueness and the attention it might attract, she concealed me deep within the mountains. Over the years, she diligently sought knowledge about extraordinary individuals to safeguard me and gradually became aware of their existence. In her quest to protect me, she infiltrated various sects to learn martial arts, returning to impart her knowledge to me. Unfortunately, her activities were eventually uncovered, leading to a perilous escape from our homeland. We then found ourselves wandering in Japan, where she, through her stolen skills in Xiaohe Quan, cultivated her own energy. By melding her puppeteering techniques with the various methods she acquired in Japan, she ultimately shaped who I am today. With a gentle smile, I reminisce about her. As time passed, her health deteriorated, yet she could not let go of her attachment to me. In her desire to remain by my side, she began developing a secret technique to transform herself into a puppet, hoping to care for me eternally. Alas, she ultimately failed. On her deathbed, she implored me not to pursue this secret art, but ironically, the technique she could never perfect came to fruition in my hands. Even as she departed from this world forever, her sole wish was to return to her roots, and so I brought her back. However, due to our years of fleeing, I possess no identity. My return was clandestine, and after laying her to rest, I became a wanderer. Thus, I jest that in this world, I am but a lost soul, a mere specter devoid of identity. Forgive me, Brother Zhou Yu, I did not mean to trouble you, said Xiu Rang, eager to apologize upon hearing my tragic tale, but I interrupted him. You are no longer a lost soul. Bo Village is now your home. Fear not. I shall assist you in resolving your identity issues, Ma Xianhong reassured me, gently ruffling my hair. Do not treat me like a child. I protested, brushing aside his hand in irritation. My outward disdain masked my inner gratitude for his kindness. Though I am a traveler from another world, in this realm, I truly am a person without an identity. My longing to share my story stems from a desire for Ma Xianhong's sympathy. If he feels compassion for me, he may seek out my elusive sister, Chu Tong, on my behalf. While Ma Xianhong may not be able to resolve my identity predicament, Chu Tong, with her exceptional skills, surely possesses a solution. It is vital for me to live a life of legitimacy in this society governed by law, and I have woven this narrative for this very moment. Chapter 19. I am no longer a good person after our conversation. We tidied the area before returning to our respective homes. This round of puppetry had resulted in significant damage, necessitating seclusion for repairs. The elegance of our earlier display was overshadowed by the chaos that ensued, such as the price of bravado. Upon returning home, I lay in bed, lost in reflection. I once considered myself a good person. Before my journey through worlds, I would care for stray animals and assist those in need. My heart brimming with the colors of the national flag, embodying the spirit of a socialist successor. Yet, after traversing to the Naruto realm, I was thrust into the elite system of Sunagakure, where I undertook missions at a young age. Fortuitously, my status spared me from compromising my principles. However, everything began to shift with the onset of the Third Shinobi World War. War, the ultimate catalyst for change, pushed me to abandon certain boundaries in pursuit of power. Once crossed, these boundaries are difficult to reclaim. When faced with challenges, one's standards inevitably decline. The moment I stepped onto the battlefield, everything transformed. Whether for noble causes or mere survival, when I took the lives of newly graduated ninjas, I could not deny my status as a war criminal. Perhaps it was the fault of the Naruto universe, but with the blood of those children staining my hands, I could only see myself as an ambitious villain. Regardless of the high-minded justifications, war is war. I comfort myself with the notion that my intentions were to bring an end to the chaos of the ninja world, to become its unifying force, its Qin Shi Huang. Yet, I may simply be a coward, terrified of death, using lofty ideals to justify my survival at the expense of others. Nevertheless, when I faced execution at the hands of Minato Namikaze, I could only be labeled a war criminal, my hands drenched in blood, my aspirations unfulfilled. I am no longer a good person, I murmured to the ceiling, lost in thought. It must be said that the education within the ninja world is remarkably effective. Initially, I perceived my journey as an adventure, viewing those around me through a filter of admiration. However, the individual I became was a masterful ninja, skilled in deception, poison, assassination, interrogation, infiltration, intelligence gathering, military strategy, and even human experimentation. I wonder if, after my demise, Chiyoba would wage war against Konoha on my behalf, or if Sasori would seek vengeance for me. Alas, with the likes of Orochimaru and his allies present, they would likely prevent her from acting recklessly. Yet, I implore Sasori to remain composed. The current Minato Namikaze truly has no equal. Thus, in this haze of thoughts, I gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, I awoke just past noon, visited Fu Rong for a meal, and returned to repair my puppets. Must you dismantle them so ruthlessly, Ma Xianhong? I muttered in frustration while working on the puppets. Achu. At that moment, both Ma Xianhong and I sneezed simultaneously. He too was cursing my name for the damage inflicted upon his puppets. Zouyu, you reckless fool. Do you not realize how costly these materials are? Wait a moment. Most of these materials were provided by Old Ma. I suddenly realized. Forgive me. I misunderstood you. Old Ma. I silently apologized. While the people of Bio Village continued their daily lives in jovial spirits, news from Longhu Mountain spread throughout the realm of extraordinary beings. The Heavenly Master shall host the Luo Tian de Jiao in a month, inviting all under 30 to participate. The ultimate victor shall become the next Heavenly Master. All are welcome to witness this grand event. Have you all heard the news? What are your thoughts on the upcoming Luo Tian de Jiao? Ma Xianhong, the tech enthusiast, gathered everyone, eager for discussion. This seems to have little bearing on us, does it? Are you planning to become the Heavenly Master? Qiu Rang was the first to respond. If you wish to pursue it, I will certainly support you. Can I also aspire to be the Heavenly Master? If I win, can they help heal my brother? Or perhaps make him the Heavenly Master? Lu Wukui gazed at Ma Xianhong with hopeful eyes. I heard that Zhang Lingyu is quite handsome. It would be delightful to see him. Fu Rong chimed in, starry-eyed. Must we become the Heavenly Master? I would prefer the Golden Light spell, I piped up, raising my hand like a schoolchild. Ma Xianhong gazed at the four individuals before him, their eyes gleaming with wisdom, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With these four in Baiyu Village, how could great endeavors fail to flourish? He directly bypassed them and posed his inquiry to Bai Yuan and Jin Yong. What are your thoughts? Our stance remains unchanged. It's best to refrain from meddling in unrelated matters and focus on our own affairs. Unless the leader truly aspires to become a celestial master, Bai Yuan and Jin Yong exchanged glances before responding. Very well, let us leave it at that for today. Ma Xianhong sighed, rubbing his forehead. Observing his discomfort, The others fell silent. Zhou, noticing this, decided to take his leave with Qiu Rang. Ever since Zhou learned that Qiu Rang had crafted a poison-resistant mask specifically to deal with him, he had been persistently pestering him for a means to counter it. Zhou, please stay a moment, Ma Xianhong called out just as Zhou was about to step out. Old Ma, is there something you need? Zhou inquired once the others had departed. Nothing much, just this for you, Ma Xianhong said, tossing a card to Zhou. Catching it, Zhou examined the card, discovering it to be an identification card bearing his name and likeness. Wow, when did you take this handsome photo? And, Old Ma, this isn't a fake ID, is it? Zhou pretended to question, although he suspected its authenticity. Enough, you narcissistic brat. I went through great lengths to arrange this. Ma Xianhong retorted with a hint of irritation. All right, thank you, Old Ma. I must be off now. That stingy Qiu Rang refuses to let me study his new artifact. I need to track him down. Zhou expressed his gratitude before hastily exiting. What exactly are you? Ma Xianhong murmured, watching Zhou's departing figure. He recalled a recent conversation with his sister regarding Zhou's background. You must be cautious of this, Zhou fellow. I have been investigating his origins and found him to be like a ghost, appearing out of nowhere without a trace. As for his past, there are no leads. Not even concerning the events in Jiang province he mentioned. Xianhong, be wary of this person. It would be prudent to distance yourself from someone with no history, as they pose a significant risk. If you find it difficult to part ways, I can assist you in dealing with him, his sister had warned ominously. Ma Xianhong pondered her words with a furrowed brow. That woman, Shu Tong, must have spoken ill of me. Chapter 20. The grand ceremony of Luo Tian. After departing, Zhou contemplated his identification card, reflecting on Ma Xianhong's earlier demeanor. He was certain Shu Tong had uncovered something significant and had undoubtedly shared it with Ma Xianhong. It matters not. I doubt anyone can investigate the world of Hokage. After all, in this realm, I am but a blank slate. He sighed, adopting a nonchalant attitude towards life and death. Zhou, my brother. Just as he strolled through the village, he heard someone call from behind. Turning, he recognized Ding Zihuan and Zhong Xiaolong approaching. Zihuan, Xiaolong, you've returned. Zhou greeted them warmly. Where's the leader? Ding Zihuan inquired. At home. He just finished a corporate training session with us, Zhou replied playfully. Come along with us. Guoliang has already notified the others, Ding Zihuan suggested. Seriously? We just wrapped up, and now we're called back? Zhou expressed his exasperation. Such is the life of a worker. Come on, brother Zhou, Zhong Xiaolong chimed in, playfully draping an arm over Zhou's shoulders. How utterly frustrating. When will workers rise up? I must find a way to extract benefits from old Ma. Zhou feigned indignation. Before long, they arrived at Ma Xianhong's courtyard. Old Ma, come out and greet your sovereign. I have returned. Zhou announced loudly at the closed door. Zhou, your relationship with the leader is quite remarkable, Zhong Xiaolong teased. Bang. You little rascal. What are you doing back here? Ma Xianhong burst through the door, his voice booming. Hey, old Ma, look who I've brought. Zhou declared, shielding Ding Zihuan and Zhong Xiaolong behind him in mock protection. Ding Zihuan and Zhong Xiaolong exchanged incredulous glances at Zhou's antics. Leader, we have returned. Ding Zihuan bowed in respect. Why only the two of you? Where's Guoliang? Ma Xianhong scanned the surroundings, noticing Guoliang's absence. He went to summon the others. We made some significant discoveries, so we wanted to inform you first, Zhong Xiaolong explained. Is that so? Then let us wait for everyone to arrive before discussing it. Ma Xianhong suggested upon hearing of their important news. Before long, the entire group had gathered. This is ridiculous. Just when I got back, I'm called again. What is going on? Lu Wukue grumbled. I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone, but Zihuan and the others have crucial findings to share, so let us hear them out. Ma Xianhong addressed the assembly. We discovered that Zhang Chulan has officially joined the company, and it appears he does not possess any qi body source flow, Zhong Xiaolong began. Could he be deliberately concealing it? Jin Yong queried. Unlikely. He was already in the clutches of the notorious Xia He without revealing anything. Had it not been for the company's swift response, he might have lost his life, Zhong Xiaolong clarified. Furthermore, we later encountered Lingyu Jinren from Longhu Mountain, who invited Zhang Chulan to participate in the grand ceremony of Luo Tian. Their methods are strikingly similar. Ding Zihuan added. Similar. The group gasped in surprise. Indeed. He possesses the golden light spell from the celestial master S estate, and even the thunder law, Ding Zihuan affirmed. From their discussions, it was evident that Zhang Chulan's grandfather was either an ancestor of the celestial master S estate or a defector, judging by Ling Yuzhenren's tone. It seemed unlikely he was an ancestor. Is that so? I recall some individuals from the Celestial Master's estate among the 36 from back then, Bai Yuan remarked uncertainly. Could that be Zhang Shilin? It seems plausible, but why would Zhang Chulan lack qi body source flow? Zhang Kuan pondered. Zhang Chulan has a father. Perhaps the inheritance lies with him, or it could be that Zhang Chulan is simply hiding it well, Zhou suggested. Even on the brink of death, he hides? If that were true, he would be exceedingly formidable, Fu Rong commented. My deduction differs from Xiao Long's. I believe Zhang Shilin is indeed an ancestor of the Celestial Master's estate. This grand ceremony of Luo Tian must be orchestrated specifically for Zhang Chulan. Ding Zihuan expressed his contrasting opinion. Consider this. Just as news of Zhang Chulan emerged, the Celestial Master decided to host the grand ceremony of Luo Tian, sending Ling Yuzhenren to invite him before the news even spread. If Zhang Chulan is indeed the heir of the qi body source flow and wields the golden light spell and thunder law, Longhu Mountain would be the safest refuge for him if he lacked protection. Zhang Shilin could very well be a pseudonym, which explains why we have found no trace of him, and judging by the company's reactions, they must have been monitoring Zhang Chulan closely. Ding Zihuan analyzed meticulously. Listening to Ding Zihuan's analysis, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Wow, I believe in Zihuan, because he is so articulate. Zhou broke the silence. You little rascal, you are ruining the atmosphere. Lu Wukuei shouted at Zhou. Master, everyone, allow me to interject. Just now, the head of the Lu family, Old Master Lu Jin, has announced that he will offer the Tongtian Lu, one of the 8 unique skills, as a reward for the victor of the Luotian Grand Ceremony. Guoliang suddenly exclaimed while raising his phone. Tongtian Lu. Old Ma. Zhou feigned surprise as he cast a glance at Ma Xianhong, who had already anticipated this. It seems we must make a journey, my friends, Ma Xianhong stated suddenly, looking at the crowd. At the ticket sales booth for Longhu Mountain, ladies and gentlemen, ahead lies our ancestral ground of Chinese Taoism, Longhu Mountain. In the Mid-East Han Dynasty, Zhang Daoling, the founder of Jingyi Dao, practiced alchemy here. Legend has it that when the elixir was completed, dragons and tigers appeared, hence the mountain's name. Zhou waved a small flag, leading the crowd from Bio Village toward the ticket booth, acting as a tour guide along the way. This time, aside from Chen Duo and Zhuge Qing, who had yet to return, and Zhao Guozian, who had met his demise at the hands of Zhou, only the elder Bai Yuan was absent. Wow, Sister Rong, look at all these people. Lu Wukuei exclaimed excitedly, clutching Fu Rong's arm. All right, let's go buy tickets first, Fu Rong coaxed. In truth, Fu Rong had not planned to come, as she was still burdened with debts. Avoiding creditors in such a grand setting was wise. However, Lu Wukuei, concerned about his brother, hesitated at Fu Rong's suggestion not to attend, and thus chose to come along. Later, Elder Bai Yuan expressed his desire to stay in the village to assist in caring for her brother, which prompted Fu Rong to follow suit. Claiming her main purpose was to accompany Lu Wukuei. Tickets are 260 each. Will you be purchasing together or separately? We accept WeChat or cash, the ticket seller said proficiently. What? So expensive? Fu Rong and Lu Wukuei exclaimed simultaneously. Where's the expense? This has always been the price. Tourism is tough. If you think it's pricey, perhaps consider whether you've put in enough effort over the years. Chapter 21. Yanshi Zhou meets the old heavenly master due to a recent influx of strange inquiries. The ticket seller was evidently growing impatient. Goodness, even the hard-working folks have reincarnated to buy tickets. Zhou silently mocked the seller's comment. Sir, we are here to attend the Luotian Grand Ceremony. Please make an exception, Lu Wukuei whispered to the seller. I don't care what you're here for. Either buy a ticket to go up the mountain or step aside and don't block the line. The seller retorted with a glare at Lu Wukuei. Please don't be angry. We'll buy the tickets. Zhou stepped forward, pulling the clearly agitated Lu Wukuei back. Humph. You have 10 people in total. That will be 2,600. Cash or WeChat. Credit cards accepted. The seller extended his hand toward Zhou. Village chief. It's your time to shine. Zhou promptly handed over the honorable opportunity of payment to Ma Xianhong. Now you remember my presence, huh? Where have you been all this time? Ma Xianhong grumbled as he pushed past Zhou. I have no money. Zhou declared proudly, albeit weakly. Let's go, Ma Xianhong said after completing the payment, moving ahead. Zhou wanted to step forward as well, but was met with a stern look from Ma Xianhong, and thus obediently followed behind. Although 10 people from Bio Village had come, Only two were genuinely participating in the Luotian Grand Ceremony, Zhou Yu and Lu Wukuei. Wukuei was merely interested in joining for fun, while Zhou Yu was the main contender in the ceremony. The others were there to ensure that Zhou Yu could safely return with the Tongtian Lu after winning. Zhou Yu was selected not only for his appropriate age, but also because, after mastering the divine machine, he had become the second strongest in Bio Village, although Qiu Rang would disagree. However, Zhou Yu at present might not even be able to withstand Ma Xianhong's full strength. What ultimately convinced Ma Xianhong was Zhou Yu's puppet clones, after Zhou Yu assured him that he could use his puppets to guarantee his safety while hiding his identity. Ma Xianhong decisively chose Zhou Yu's plan, eager to research new methods of refining instruments without drawing excessive attention. Heavenly Treasure. Scarlet Lattice Beads. These were crafted from the spiritual crystal extracted after my ancestor battled the fire Qilin for over 80,000 rounds. Not 98,000. Not 9,800. Just 998. How amazing. Wow. I want it. I want it. Foolish. Baby. A monk came to Taoist Ming Mountain to slay the fire Qilin. Do you truly believe such nonsense? As Ma Xianhong led the group toward the back mountain, he suddenly spotted a monk incessantly coaxing a disheveled girl nearby. If not for a bespectacled individual pulling her back, she would have likely been swindled out of everything. Good heavens, what kind of people are in this company? How could anyone fall for such a childish scam? Qiu Rang scoffed at the girl, who was struggling to pay, dressed in a uniform of the establishment. Master, is it really that powerful? Can you help me take a look too? I want that string of beads. Zhou Yu, who had somehow approached, excitedly exclaimed. Hey, you little rascal. When did you sneak up here? Qiu Rang shouted in embarrassment at Zhou Yu, who had unexpectedly joined them. Here we go again, Ma Xianhong sighed, covering his face in exasperation. Don't say that, village chief. After all, little Yu is only 15, still a child, Fu Rong chuckled, covering her mouth. Indeed, it appears that young brother Zhou still retains his childlike innocence, the others teased. After all, he is just a 15-year-old child. Sister Kuei wouldn't be so naive. Lu Wukuei remarked, feeling as though he had won a victory over Zhou Yu. That kid is penniless. Who will end up paying? It will still be me. Ma Xianhong exclaimed excitedly, prompting laughter from the others. Su Si, let go of me. My beads are about to be bought. Feng Baobao struggled. Rest assured, this scarlet lattice bead string is most suitable for you. I won't easily sell it to anyone else, the old monk assured the girl. Oh, I see you want more money. Su Si replied, unimpressed. Ahem, young benefactor, please extend your hand. I shall read your palm. The old monk awkwardly redirected the conversation, having caught on to Su Si's intentions. Marvelous. Truly marvelous, young benefactor. I see from your palm that you are destined for great fortune. In times of peril, you shall transform calamity into safety. The old monk exaggeratedly declared, grasping Zhou Yu's hand. Master, you are indeed extraordinary. I have no talents. I have miraculously survived several life and death situations. Zhou Yu excitedly shouted in agreement. Unfortunately, young benefactor, your repeated escapes have depleted your fortune. However, I possess the Tsiufu Blessing Bracelet. This bracelet is crafted from the essence of Tianshan's qi and the refined dew of clouds. It has the power to bestow blessings and turn fortunes. Not 68,000. Not 6,800. Just 688. Take the bracelet home. The old monk enthusiastically introduced several clearly low-quality bracelets from his pocket. Wow, I want this one. Old ma. Hurry and pay. Zhou Yu exclaimed excitedly to Ma Xianhong. In the end, Zhou Yu successfully acquired 3 bracelets, while Feng Baobao managed to secure her own string of spotted red glass beads. Sister Rong, Kuei, this is for each of you, Zhou Yu said, handing the remaining 2 bracelets to Fu Rong and Lu Wukuei. Sister Kuei is not so childish. Lu Wukuei retorted, turning her head away. All right, Kuei. For Zhou Yu's kind gesture, just accept it, Fu Rong said with a smile, observing Zhou Yu, who had 2 large bumps on his head from being struck by Ma Xianhong, as she accepted the bracelet he offered. Well, in light of Sister Rong's face, I shall accept it, Lu Wukuei remarked, looking at the bracelet Fu Rong handed over. However, you little rascal must not waste like this next time. With that amount, you could have bought something much better instead of this market trinket, Lu Wukuei added, somewhat pained. Oh dear, Kuei, it's not a big deal. It's said that the money of village officials is for the common people to spend. Otherwise, they might end up in jail. The village chief is a local tycoon and doesn't lack this little bit, Zhou Yu lamented, rubbing his head, completely oblivious to the scowling Ma Xianhong behind him. Bang! As he turned around, Zhou Yu indeed received another bump on his head. Not long after, a group of people came up the mountain. Noticing a Wudong priest engaged in conversation with an older man, with a knowledgeable individual standing beside them. Is that the Heavenly Master? And the Wudong priest beside him must be Zhang Chulan, Ma Xianhong thought, observing the distant figures. Let us approach directly. We wouldn't want to draw the attention of the Heavenly Master, Ma Xianhong advised the group, shaking his head. Master, it seems you spoke too late. That young lad Zhou Yu has already gone over. Xiao Rang pointed towards the direction of the Heavenly Master. Master Yinshi Zhou Yu. I pay my respects to the Heavenly Master. Chapter 22. Yinshi. Yinshi? It has been ages since I heard of that profession, the Heavenly Master Zhang Jiwei remarked, gazing at the saluting Zhou Yu with a sense of nostalgia. What on earth is he up to? Ma Xianhong exclaimed, feeling exasperated at the sight of Zhou Yu conversing with the Heavenly Master. Master, he is still just a child. Please do not be angry, Jin Yong comforted Ma Xianhong. Brother Zhou is likely being intentional, with Zhang Chulan present. Engaging in conversation allows him to gather information and leave an impression, Ding Zihuan analyzed. Aren't we supposed to keep a low profile? Why leave an impression? Should I also go up and leave one? Lu Wukue questioned, puzzled. Brother Zhou will be using his puppet avatar in the upcoming competition. Although his puppet disguise is undetectable to most, the Heavenly Master will certainly see through it. By making an impression now, he ensures he won't be suddenly exposed and disqualified later, effectively greeting the Heavenly Master, Ding Zihuan elaborated. Surely he wouldn't be able to see through it? Once that little rascal's puppet disguise is activated, none of us can detect the flaw. Even the Master only noticed it up close due to the flying insects, Haricha commented. Do not underestimate that old Heavenly Master. Among the contemporary extraordinary individuals, there is none who would dare claim the title of the best after him, Ding Zihuan warned, gazing at the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master seemed to sense something and turned to look towards Ma Xianhong and the others. Zolad, are those people over there your friends? They seem quite concerned about you, constantly glancing our way, the Heavenly Master remarked, gesturing towards Ma Xianhong's group. Oh, them? They are my entourage. Zhou Yu replied without even glancing at Ma Xianhong. Heavenly Master, it seems my friends cannot wait any longer. I must take my leave, Zhou Yu said, bowing to the Heavenly Master as a farewell. Ha ha, off you go. I too wish to converse with Chulan, Zhang Jiwei chuckled. You are Zhang Chulan. I look forward to battling you in the finals, Zhou Yu said before returning to Ma Xianhong and the others. He has confidence in himself. But why does he think I will reach the finals as well? Zhang Chulan pondered, scratching his head in confusion as he watched Zhou Yu walk away. Who knows? Perhaps this young brother possesses some foresight, Wang Yi chimed in. By the way, Master, what does Yinshi mean? Is it his sect? Zhang Chulan quickly asked, feeling a bit awkward after Wang Yi's comment. Yinshi is indeed a profession that has not appeared in a long time. It is not his sect, but rather his method. Young man, enlightened Chulan, Zhang Jiwei said slowly. Sigh. Fine, since the Heavenly Master has commanded it, I shall explain, though I was just about to leave, Wang Yi sighed. Yinshi originally referred to the craftsman known as Yinshi who performed for King Mu of Zhou in the Lizi, Tangguan. It is said that the puppet master Yinshi created puppets that could sing and dance as if they were alive. King Mu, along with his concubines, watched the performance, but the puppets flirted with the attendants, infuriating the king, who intended to execute Yinshi. It was only after he was shown the puppets that he spared him. Thus, Yinshi is also considered the ancestor of puppet theater, in common parlance. Puppet masters are simply referred to as Yinshi, Wang Yi elaborated for Zhang Chulan. So, that young man is a puppet master? But why did I not see any puppets? Zhang Chulan inquired, looking in the direction Zhou Yu had departed. Who knows? After all, puppet masters are not commonly seen, and in modern times, they have almost become extinct. Even this fellow has been drawn out by this grand ritual, Wang Yi jested. All right, I shall take my leave now, Wang Yi said, bowing to the Heavenly Master. Chulan, let us also depart. I have some matters to discuss with you, Zhang Jiwei remarked when he noticed that unrelated individuals had left. Sister Baobao, this grand ritual is going to be a tough one. Zhang Chulan thought about all the people he had encountered along the way and felt uncertain. So, you all were thinking the same thing just now? Zhou Yu asked, uncertain after hearing Ding Zihuan's analysis. Isn't it? Ma Xianhong shot a dark look at Zhou Yu. Indeed, that was precisely what I was thinking, Zhou Yu affirmed, noticing Ma Xianhong's clear irritation. Thank you, Brother Zihuan. I genuinely just approached on a whim. But given old Ma's demeanor, it seems prudent to back off. Otherwise, I might find myself in trouble. Zhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling grateful towards Ding Zihuan. Humph, you better truly mean that, Ma Xianhong said, giving Zhou a light tap on the head, clearly displeased. I never expected there to be such a place behind Long Hushan. The group, having passed through the gorge to reach the venue, marveled at the scene. There are so many people. This is the first time I've seen so many extraordinary individuals, Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder at the diverse array of extraordinary beings surrounding him. He truly did not anticipate so many extraordinary individuals attending. There must be thousands at a glance. If I could turn them all into puppets, wouldn't I? I would be doomed. Ha ha. The youth is indeed full of vigor. The Heavenly Master and a few among the 10 elders are present. Zhou's heart raced with excitement at the sight of so many exceptional treasures. But the sudden appearance of the Heavenly Master and the other elders brought him back to his senses. Everyone, thank you for your patience. This grand ritual, aside from the customary offerings, has always been an opportunity for us practitioners of qi refinement to exchange insights. Old and weary, I empathize with your sentiments. Therefore, since everyone wishes to engage in a friendly spar, let us commence. Zhang Jiwei approached the elevated platform with a cheerful demeanor. Contestants, please step forward one by one to draw your numbers from the box. A youthful acolyte placed a box upon the table and announced, due to spatial constraints, the heavenly stems will signify the order in which you shall enter the arena. Each creature has 4 representatives. Those who draw the same creature will compete together. Among the 4, only one shall advance to the next round. Upon the completion of the rules by the Celestial Master, all participants began to line up for the drawing. Zhou and Lu Wukuei queued patiently for their turn, and soon it was Lu Wukuei's turn. Gung White Tiger. Ha ha ha. Wukuei, you are in the 7th match. Some have been waiting a while. Zhou teased as he observed Lu Wukuei's draw. What are you laughing at, you brat? You might very well be behind me. Lu Wukuei retorted irritably. Impossible. Watch me, a divine hand. Zhou declared as he approached the box to draw. Green Dragon. Ha ha ha, I told you. I could never be behind you. Zhou exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his designation as the 2nd match. Just don't be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 23. The Performance. Human Puppet Technique. Due to the rapid surrender of the Tianjin Wei Xiao Taiyuan in the first match, it was soon Zhou's turn to take the stage. Please, contestants, enter. With the call of the Taoist from the Heavenly Master's residence, Zhou seated himself at the edge of the audience, half of his body already within the arena. In the next moment, his puppet clone, Scorpion, emerged. Clad in a dark, mechanized attire with a necklace resembling a shuriken, having even altered its hairstyle. Despite its vibrant red hair, it did not appear outlandish. Rather, it exuded an aura of striking handsomeness. Casually, it strolled from the contestant passage and stood at the center of the arena, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Xiaoyu, is that puppet truly not a person? Fu Rong exclaimed, gazing at Zhou's puppet clone, Scorpion, with infatuation. Fu Rong had a penchant for such cool, dashing figures. Although the puppet's height matched Zhou's, it was somewhat diminutive, yet its handsome visage was undeniable. What is appealing about that? Ding Zihuan remarked, unable to contain his jealousy as he observed Fu Rong's infatuation with Scorpion. Show off, Lu Wukuei said, blushing slightly as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhou. So handsome. Who is that dashing fellow? Oh my, who has his contact information? I would pay a fortune. Other girls present erupted in excitement upon Scorpion's appearance. These girls truly lack discernment. How is such an eccentric style handsome? It's men like me, the muscular types, who are truly attractive. The boys, witnessing the girls' starry-eyed admiration towards Scorpion, expressed their displeasure. Hey there, your muscles look fantastic. You smell great. Suddenly, a few odd remarks emerged from the boys. Who would have thought such a handsome figure would appear randomly at a match? What is the matter, Xiaohi? Are you smitten again? There is no helping it. Encountering such exquisite prey is rare, and I feel starved. We must remain discreet. Keep your composure, the disguised Shinchong cautioned the nearby Xiaohi, who had adopted a masculine guise. Rest assured, such a treasure is worth the wait, Xiaohi responded, playfully winking at a nearby boy. Though her current appearance bore a rather greasy uncle-like visage, which somewhat detracted from the atmosphere. Dreadful. I absolutely detest your type. A tall, slender contestant suggested to his companions. Why don't we team up to eliminate this shorty before we settle our scores? Zhou narrowed his eyes, coldly watching the one who disparaged his puppet clone, Scorpion, for its height. After all, both Scorpion and himself had little tolerance for remarks about their stature. All right, the other two concurred. In unison, the trio charged toward Scorpion. Die. The previously mentioned slender contestant swung his blade at Scorpion. Bang. What? What the hell are you doing? The slender figure exclaimed in shock as he saw that the two companions he had teamed up with had blocked his strike. No, I don't know why, but I feel like I can't control myself. It's as if something is pulling me. One companion cried out in agony. Watch out. The other was compelled to attack the slender contestant. What the hell? The slender one evaded the assault and focused his energy to gaze at Scorpion. What? This is a thread. The slender contestant suddenly realized that the two were connected by numerous threads, and Scorpion's hands were subtly manipulating them. That pretty boy is pulling the strings. He is controlling them like puppets. The slender contestant was astonished by the scene before him. The performance, human puppet technique. An insidious ninjutsu that connects and controls the human body with chakra threads, utilizing them as puppets. Even if the target is shattered to pieces, they will be forced to continue fighting, and even their corpses will be manipulated. Pretty boy, it's you who is causing this. The slender contestant shouted furiously at Scorpion. What can I say? You are such a tall opponent. Even a cautious 3 against 1 is only fair, considering I am but a feeble little one, Zoyu taunted. Controlling Scorpion. Damn it. The slender contestant lunged fiercely at Zoyu. Not so fast. You can't reach me unless you deal with those two first. Zoyu maneuvered to have the two block Scorpion, attacking the slender contestant in turn. The slender figure, infusing his blade with energy, aimed to sever the threads binding the two. Got it. He shouted in exuberance as he believed he was on the verge of success. Too early to celebrate. Suddenly, the two controlled individuals twisted their hands at an impossible angle to deflect the strike. They moved as if they were puppets, which can be manipulated at will. Scorpion smiled benignly and said, you scoundrel. My hand is broken. Judge, we concede. The two companions cried out. In the next moment, a Taoist appeared on the stage, golden light flashing as he waved his hand to sever Zoyu's chakra threads. Both are eliminated. The match continues. The Taoist coldly declared, taking the two away from the arena. Kid, now that there are no others left, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The slender contestant lunged at Zoyu with a fierce scowl. Just as his blade was about to strike Scorpion, it abruptly halted. Come now, if I can control others. Why can't I control you? I was merely toying with you until now. Zoyu commanded Scorpion's hand to sharply pull back, causing the slender contestant to plunge his own blade into his thigh. Sorry, being tall, I prefer you to lie down. I really dislike looking up at people. Zoyu manipulated Scorpion to exit the arena. Green Dragon. Zoyu. Victory. The Taoist announced loudly. Brother, so handsome. Brother. Kill me. Isn't that a bit cruel? What is cruel about it? Injuries are commonplace in matches, rather than calling others cruel. Consider whether you've put in enough effort in your training. As the Taoist priest announced Zhou Yuxing's victory, the spectators erupted into a lively commotion. Following the match, Zhou garnered numerous admirers. Oh no, wait, that was Scorpion's face, which seems to have attracted a fair share of fanfare. This fellow appears to be a promising talent indeed, Shinchong remarked, adjusting his glasses. He seems even more captivating now, sighed Xiaohe. The villagers of Bio followed Zhou to a secluded spot, observing him retract his puppet, Scorpion. It's such a pity that someone so handsome isn't human. Fu Rong thought wistfully, gazing at the scroll in Zhou hand. By the way, where did you acquire these strange and cruel abilities? I want to even mention your human puppet secret technique. Today's tactics are rather ruthless as well, Xiao Rang inquired, directing his question at Zhou. Zhou paused, recalling Scorpion from the original Naruto series. Perhaps a genius, devoid of proper guidance, grows freely, adapting to the harsh realities of this world. It is not an individual who is at fault, but rather the world itself. Chapter 24. Since we are here, let us confront Wang Bing. Zhou reflected on the tragedies within Naruto, exclaiming, what kind of twisted logic does a youth like you possess? Xiao Rang ruffled Zhou's hair, saying, all right, it's fine now. We will all take care of you from here on out. Of course, you should occasionally show me that puppet of yours. Indeed, little brother. Sister Kuei will look after you well, Lu Wu Kuei assured, patting his chest. Ahem, that's true, but I believe that puppet is Zhou's trump card. So it's best not to overuse it, Ding Zihuan said, casting a guilty glance at Fu Rong. Sighing, Fu Rong covered her face. feeling a headache coming on from Ding Zihuan's bashful demeanor. Oh, the others immediately began to tease. They exclaimed, "All right, let us hurry to Kueir's arena." Ding Zihuan, feeling embarrassed, shifted the topic. As he spoke, he hurried ahead, pulling along Zhong Xiaolong and Hari Chaich. Youngsters these days are so easily embarrassed. What is there to be shy about? Jin Yong teased Fu Rong, following suit. Sister Rong, have you noticed how Zihuan's thoughts are practically written on his face? Don't you have any thoughts about it? Lu Wukuei pried. Zihuan, a simpleton is rather dull, Fu Rong lamented. Sister Rong, haven't you been deceived by scoundrels enough? Honest folk are quite admirable, Lu Wukuei retorted. Alas, when will honest people stand up? Zhou jestingly asked Ma Xianhong, as a man of integrity. Do you have anything to say? How impertinent. Ma Xianhong tapped Zhou's head. Ever since he first tapped Zhou's head, Ma Xianhong seemed to have found a new pastime in doing so. TCH, you don't understand. Women only hinder your refining speed. A heart devoid of women makes for a focused spirit, Qiu Rang replied, sharing his thoughts on love. Ah, brother Qiu Rang. You are still young and do not comprehend the beauty of romance. I understand. No blame shall be placed upon you. When you reach my age, you will understand. Youth without companionship leads to a lonely old age, Zhou remarked, patting Qiu Rang before dashing away. What? When I reach your age? You little rascal. Are you turning the heavens upside down? Don't run, Qiu Rang exclaimed in disbelief, chasing after Zhou. Soon, Lu Wukuei's match commenced. Her opponents were mere passers-by, and with little effort, she dispatched them with her formidable prowess, knocking each child down with a single punch. The three of them could not withstand more than 3 blows before collapsing, leaving Zhou in awe of Lu Wukuei's terrifying abilities. Following Lu Wukuei's victory, Zhou and the others sampled the Tianshi Manor's signature vegetarian meal before returning to their accommodations. It must be said that the place was rather modernized and quite progressive. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, Zhou checked the match schedule. Zhou against Wang Bing, Lu Wukuei against Zhang Chulan. They were unfortunate enough to face each other right at the start, and Qiu Rang jested about Zhang Chulan's misfortune. It's hard to say. According to Brother Zuan's analysis, Kuei is likely to be in trouble, Zhong Xiaolong commented. I'm beginning to doubt whether Kuei will even have a chance to compete tomorrow. Zhou chuckled, recalling Feng Baobao's clever maneuvers from the original narrative. What? Can the esteemed Tianshi Manor really resort to underhanded tactics against me? Just wait until tomorrow. Lu Wukuei declared with confidence. By the way, little you, your opponent is quite formidable, Jin Yong warned, squinting at the name Wang Bing on the match schedule. Wang Bing, the notorious scion of the Wang family, grandson of Wang Ai, is infamous for his outrageous behavior and cruel tactics. It is said he has even harmed ordinary people in the past, with his grandfather going to great lengths to cover it up, spending a significant amount to quell the situation. Even during practice matches, he often injures his peers without exception, Ding Zihuan divulged. He is merely a spoiled brat. Let me teach him a lesson on behalf of his grandfather, Zhou dismissed nonchalantly. We aren't worried about you losing. It's just that someone like him will definitely seek revenge after a loss, and the Wang family's retaliation can be quite troublesome, Jin Yong cautioned. Furthermore, I watched my brother's match yesterday, and Wang Bing's tactics were rather peculiar. You should be cautious, Jin Yong advised Zhou. Rest assured, brother Jin Yong, I will be careful. After all, my puppet avatar cannot harm me. And as for the Wang family's vengeance, we have our master here, Zhou nodded, assuring his companions. Then patted Ma Xianhong on the back. It's not just our master, we are all here, Qiu Rang added, brushing Zhou's hand off Ma Xianhong's shoulder. The Wang family? I hope they know better than to provoke us, Ma Xianhong stated thoughtfully. Wang Bing, this fellow truly is insufferable. Every transmigrator to Luotian Dajiao must deal with him. Now it's my turn. Sigh, since I'm here, let it be Wang Bing. After all, who isn't worth a beating? Zhou mused, glancing at Wang Bing's name before departing. After reviewing the match schedule, Zhou and his companions strolled around Longhu Mountain before returning. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Chulan and the others arrived to check the match schedule. Fourth brother, who is this Lu Wukuei? Zhang Chulan pointed at Lu Wukuei's name on the list and asked Su Si. How would I know? We walked together yesterday. Su Si replied with annoyance, shooting a glare at Zhang Chulan before addressing Feng Xingtong. Hee, I actually do know, Feng Xingtong grinned before adopting a serious demeanor. Lu Wukuei is a girl around my age. I had never heard of her in the supernatural community before. However, after yesterday's match, Many consider her one of the three dark horses of this Luotian Dajiao. She dispatched all her opponents with just 3 punches and created a pit several meters wide in the arena, alongside the likes of Yanshi Zhou and Wudong Wang Daolong. The trio has been dubbed the Three Dark Horses, with each of their matches showcasing an overwhelming and swift dominance that led to their victories. Feng Xingtong retrieved Lu Wukuei's profile from her phone to introduce it to Zhang Chulan and the others. Is it true that this child is so formidable? Zhang Chulan gazed at Lu Wukuei's photograph in disbelief. What is wrong with being a child? The other dark horse, Zhou, also looks like a child. Yet he is equally fierce. Feng Xingtong shrugged in response. Fourth brother, what do we do? I feel that my frail frame cannot withstand a single punch from this child. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, turning to Su Si. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of her tonight, Zhang Chulan assured him. Chapter 25. A deal with Zhang Chulan. Feng Baobao declared as she produced a shovel, ready to make her move. No, Baobao? This is Longhu Mountain. Let us not act impulsively in front of the Heavenly Masteress residence. Zhang Chulan urgently restrained Feng Baobao, fearing she might storm in. Ha! Baobao is still as clever as ever, Su Si laughed heartily. Su Si, what have you been teaching Baobao? Su Sin shouted, gripping Su Si's neck. You all claim I'm foolish, yet most of the time, I am quite astute, Feng Baobao replied with a gleam of wisdom in her eyes. Astute, my foot, Zhang Chulan retorted. What do you mean by burying her? Feng Xingtong inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Stay out of matters beyond your concern. Zhang Chulan snapped at Feng Xingtong. As night fell, a shadow darted swiftly past the door of Lu Wukuei's room. Moments later, this shadow, after fiddling with the locked door, gained entry. It swiftly exited, now bearing an additional burden. Just as the shadow prepared to carry the person away, it suddenly turned to focus on a tree. With a flash, a blade sliced through 2 flying insects, revealing mechanical components within. The shadow then hurriedly retreated into the woods with its captive. To detect my flying insects, this girl is no ordinary opponent. In the next moment, Ma Xianhong and Zhou arrived by the damaged flying insects. Ma Xianhong picked up the severed insect, remarking, I should pursue. I can't let Wukuei get lost. Zhou removed the matching red monocle from the damaged insect and handed it back to Ma Xianhong. The two then dashed into the woods. That figure donned a uniform that seemed familiar, one akin to the girl who deceived you on the front mountain. She appears to be a contestant who has advanced, Ma Xianhong noted, pursuing the suspicious silhouette. Indeed, her name is Feng Baobao. It seems she is now an accomplice of Zhang Chulan, capable of detecting your flying insects and easily incapacitating Wukuei, suggesting she is the rumored temporary worker from the company, Zhou replied intentionally. Initially, I was skeptical when you mentioned someone would target Wukuei, but I never imagined someone would dare to act in front of the Heavenly Masteress residence. Ma Xianhong expressed his anger. Zihuan's previous analysis was astute. Upon first meeting her, I sensed her strength. She is at least your equal. But would someone of her caliber participate in the Luotian Grand Ritual? I suspect she is merely an enforcer assigned to clear out those Zhang Chulan cannot handle. I approached her to gauge her abilities. She seems to possess a simple-minded nature, Zhou elaborated. Ma Xianhong regarded Zhou with disbelief. What kind of look is that? Zhou blushed, agitated. You have either been deceived by the old monk or intend to see me suffer a loss. Ma Xianhong asserted confidently. You've got your priorities wrong, Zhou retorted. Meanwhile, Feng Baobao had already brought Lu Wukuei to Zhang Chulan's room. Zhang Chulan, wake up. Feng Baobao softly shook the drowsy Zhang Chulan. Huh, Baobao, why are you awake at such an hour? I have a match tomorrow, Zhang Chulan mumbled, still half asleep. You needn't compete tomorrow. I've brought the person back for you, Feng Baobao said proudly. What? Upon comprehending Feng Baobao's words, Zhang Chulan instantly became alert, noticing that she was indeed carrying someone. Oh no, Baobao, how did you manage to bring this child here? Upon recognizing Lu Wukuei, Zhang Chulan was taken aback and quickly whispered, You said you couldn't defeat her, so I went to help you capture her. She won't be able to participate tomorrow. Feng Baobao explained earnestly. Oh my, you are too bold. This is the Heavenly Master's residence. If we are discovered, we are done for. Baobao, we must quickly return her before anyone notices, Zhang Chulan urged, rising to pull Feng Baobao toward the exit. It's too late. I just knocked her out and was discovered by her friends. They are fierce, and there are 2 of them. I could only handle one. Which is why I came to you, Feng Baobao insisted. What? Baobao, I genuinely wish to peer inside your clever mind and see what thoughts reside there. Zhang Chulan lamented in exasperation. It's fine. As long as you hold one, I'll take care of the other, and we'll bury all three of them. Feng Baobao assured with confidence. But what if others find out? Will we bury them too? Feng Baobao tilted her head, pondering. Could you possibly bury everyone on Longhu Mountain? Zhang Chulan exclaimed in frustration. You are quite ambitious. Feng Baobao mused. That may not be feasible. I doubt I can defeat the old heavenly master. I wonder if there's a chance with poison, Feng Baobao concluded thoughtfully. Inside, a voice called out, You are surrounded. Release the hostage immediately, or we shall take aggressive action. Ma Xianhong and Zouyu had swiftly arrived at Zhang Chulan's door, with Zouyu shouting upon confirming their presence inside. Zhang Chulan, keep an eye on her. I'll step out and deal with those two outside. Then we can bury them together. Feng Baobao instructed Zhang Chulan, placing Lu Wukuei down as she prepared to exit. My ancestor, please rest for now. Let me handle this. Zhang Chulan urgently grabbed Feng Baobao. Having calmed Feng Baobao, Zhang Chulan cautiously opened the door, peering out to see only two figures, which relieved him. Brother Zouyu, and this esteemed gentleman, what brings you to visit me at such a late hour? Zhang Chulan feigned innocence. Zhang Chulan, hand over Wukuei. Ma Xianhong glared angrily at Zhang Chulan. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Just wait a moment. Baobao, quickly bring her out. Zhang Chulan urged, glancing at the increasingly aggressive Ma Xianhong. As if on cue, Feng Baobao emerged, carrying Lu Wukuei. Wukuei, what have you done to her? Ma Xianhong shouted in rage upon noticing Lu Wukuei's lack of response. Calm down, master. Wukuei should simply be unconscious, Zhang Chulan reassured. Zouyu quickly exclaimed, releasing Ru Hua from the pouch and taking Lu Wukuei from Feng Baobao's grasp. Is this also a puppet? And what is that small orb? Zhang Chulan pondered, gazing at Ru Hua. Suddenly, he was startled by the deathly glare of Ma Xianhong and turned to see Feng Baobao clinging to Lu Wukuei, struggling with Ru Hua. Sister Baobao, please let go. Zhang Chulan rushed forward to grasp Feng Baobao's arm. Ma Xianhong, observing Lu Wukuei being returned by Ru Hua, finally felt relieved. Zhang Chulan, let us strike a bargain, he proposed. What bargain? Zhang Chulan inquired of Zouyu. We could allow Wukuei to sit out tomorrow's match, but in return, when you secure first place in the Luo Tian de Jiao, you must give us the Tong Tian Lu. Zouyu stated. Me? You believe I can achieve first place? Zhang Chulan replied incredulously. It's not that I lack confidence, but considering Zhang Lingyu and Zhuge Qing, I doubt I can contend with them. And that Taoist Wang also seems formidable. He expressed with a face that questioned his capabilities. Do you not understand, Zhang Chulan? This Luo Tian de Jiao is organized solely for you. The first place is meant for you. This area where you rest is the heart of the Heavenly Master's estate, surrounded by its disciples, while the other competitors are in a different hall. Yet, we have conversed here for quite some time without interruption, indicating that the Heavenly Masters have intentionally drawn others away for your convenience. Do you truly think the Heavenly Master's estate is without defenses? Zouyu retorted impatiently. But the Taoists on this mountain are indeed pacifists, Feng Baobao remarked earnestly. Do not quibble. Zouyu shot back at the clever Feng Baobao. However, if what you say is true, why would old Master Lu still present the Tong Tian Lu to attract more participants to the Luo Tian de Jiao? Aren't you also drawn to the Tong Tian Lu? Zhang Chulan contemplated aloud. You misunderstand old Master Lu. His presentation of the Tong Tian Lu is not to increase your difficulties, but to assist the old Heavenly Master. The old Heavenly Master wishes to protect you. But that can only happen if you are a disciple of the Heavenly Master's estate and a candidate for the next Heavenly Master. Hence, this Luo Tian de Jiao was arranged. However, others do not want you in Longhu Mountain, or how would they obtain the Qi body source from you? Old Master Lu's offering of the Tong Tian Lu serves two purposes: to gain consent for hosting the Luo Tian de Jiao and to draw attention to you. Zouyu explained in one breath. So, Zhang Chulan, you can indeed pose a question to that old man, Feng Baobao said excitedly. All right, I agree. After all, this unknown Qi body source has already brought so much trouble. Giving you the Tong Tian Lu seems reasonable. Zhang Chulan consented after some thought. No, I do not agree. Ma Xianhong suddenly interrupted. Immediately, Zouyu, Zhang Chulan, and Feng Baobao looked at him in confusion. Brother, can we not unify our opinions? Zhang Chulan said, feeling a headache coming on. But why, old Ma? Did we not come to Longhu Mountain for the Tong Tian Lu? Why refuse? Zouyu asked, puzzled. Tomorrow's match is Wukuei's own competition, We have no right to decide for her. We cannot trade her for our desire for the Tong Tian Lu, Ma Xianhong stated seriously. Master. Lu Wukuei, who looked overjoyed, gazed at Ma Xianhong. It turned out Lu Wukuei had already been awakened by Ma Xianhong. Oh, Wukuei, good evening. How did you sleep? Zhou greeted as Lu Wukuei regained consciousness. Cut it out with the flattery. Lu Wukuei retorted. Master, I agree to the trade, Lu Wukuei said to Ma Xianhong. Wukuei, you need not force yourself, Ma Xianhong replied. No, master, I have conditions. Lu Wukuei said, looking at Zhou and Zhang Chulan. First, Zhang Chulan, you must fight me. And you too, Zhou. I have wanted to hit you for a long time. Lu Wukuei declared, cracking her knuckles. No problem, Zhou and Zhang Chulan readily agreed. Secondly, from now on, whenever you two see me, you must call me Sister Wukuei, especially you, little Yuzi. Haven't you always been reluctant? Now, say it for me to hear, Lu Wukuei said mischievously. Sister Wukuei, Zhou shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone present fell silent, staring at the shameless Zhou. Shameless. No moral integrity, Ma Xianhong and Lu Wukuei both commented. What are you saying? Sister Wukuei is indeed older than me. Calling her sister is only right. Furthermore, once one steps into the martial world, integrity is but a passerby. Wouldn't you agree, Zhang Chulan? Zhou stated with feigned seriousness. Zhang Chulan, this fellow resembles you. You both seem quite shameless, Feng Baobao pointed out, gesturing towards Zhou. The following day at the competition site, Zhang Chulan versus Lu Wukuei. Please welcome the contestants. Zhang Chulan emerged from the contestants' tunnel, adorned with a pig's head, while Lu Wukuei delayed her entrance. Damn it, Sister Wukuei hit too hard. How is she so strong at her age? Zhang Chulan lamented, rubbing his head where he had been struck the previous night. Please, contestants, enter. The referee called out again, but Lu Wukuei still did not appear. Damn it, Billion, what trickery have you employed? Is Zhang Chulan really going to benefit from this? Observers began to murmur as Lu Wukuei's absence stirred excitement in the stands. Due to contestant Lu Wukuei's absence, this match is awarded to Zhang Chulan. After a while, with Lu Wukuei still unaccounted for, the referee announced, Billion, this is a scandal. Voices of mockery erupted throughout the venue. Zhang Chulan, you shall not escape. A youth resembling Xiao Yin leaped from the stands towards Zhang Chulan. However, he was quickly subdued by the Taoists of Longhu Mountain. Release me, Billion. If you are still a man, face me in a fair fight. The restrained youth shouted at Zhang Chulan. Hearing this, Zhang Chulan paused, turned, and with a flamboyant gesture mimicking lifting a skirt, he fled, his pig's head accentuating the absurdity of the scene. Instantly, the audience was left in a state of disbelief at his audacity. Little Yuzi, this Zhang Chulan is quite like you. Both shameless, Lu Wukuei remarked to Zhou. Hidden among the crowd. Sister Wukuei, you have stated it is fine to call you sister, but could you refrain from calling me Little Yuzi? It sounds too much like a court title. Zhou replied, somewhat exasperated. Sister Wukuei, do not underestimate Zhang Chulan. He did not use his full strength in yesterday's match. He is not an ordinary person, Ma Xianhong observed, watching Zhang Chulan's retreating figure. Indeed, he was consistently employing the golden light spell. The thunder technique was ineffective. He intentionally let me vent my frustration, fearing I would have second thoughts. Lu Wukuei mumbled. Speaking of which, what you all mentioned about last night is truly unbelievable. Feng Baobao stealthily took Wukuei away without my noticing, and we shared a room. Fu Rong commented, glancing towards Su Si and others. The company indeed harbors a wealth of hidden talents. Such individuals willingly heed the directives of the organization. Jin Yong cast his gaze upon Feng Baobao and the others. Without a modicum of skill, how could the company manage the realm of the extraordinary? Zhou remarked nonchalantly. Next match, Zhou versus Wang Bing. Please, contestants, enter the arena. Chapter 27, Wang Bing's group taunt at Zhou. Zhou. As always, Zhou occupied his seat in the observation area, half of his body protruding into the arena, chanting his name alongside the young ladies. The puppet avatar, Scorpion, moved under his command from the contestants' passage. Ah, brother, kill me. Xiaoyu, look at me. Mommy loves you. The excitement among the young ladies surged upon seeing the puppet avatar Scorpion. Rongjia, calm down. It's merely a puppet. Lu Wukuei grasped the fervent Fu Rong, desperately shaking her to restore her senses. Kid, surrender now, and I might spare you. Wang Bing glared at the popular Zhou with malice. Spare me? Just because of you? A spoiled scion? Zhou derisively tilted his head, controlling the puppet avatar scorpion. Judge, let the match commence. I shall tear this brat apart. Wang Bing shouted menacingly. As he spoke, Wang Bing lunged fiercely at the puppet avatar scorpion. Zhou, while maneuvering the puppet to retreat and create distance, gathered his chi and hurled it towards Wang Bing. Control technique. Human body restraint. Wang Bing observed the approaching chi line, and a surge of dark energy emanated from him to block it. Is that all you can do, useless fool? I am not one of the 3 imbeciles you faced previously. Die. Wang Bing countered the control technique, human body restraint, then consolidated his chi into a punch aimed at the puppet avatar scorpion's head. What a despicable act from Wang Bing. At his age, resorting to sneak attacks. Xiaoyu, you must be cautious. The mothers in the observation area vocally condemned Wang Bing. Heh, Wang Ai, it seems your grandson lacks popularity, remarked Lu Xi, one of the 10 lords, who had arrived unexpectedly. Humph, the girl simply lacks discernment, Wang Ai scoffed, narrowing his eyes. That statement seems biased. Your precious grandson is indeed less handsome than that boy. Wouldn't you agree, old master? Lu Jin commented as he walked over with the old master, who was pushing Tian Jinchong. Look, it's the lords. They have come to watch this match too? Someone exclaimed excitedly upon noticing the old master and his companions. What good is good looks? Strength is paramount. Wang Ai refrained from further rebuttal, focusing on the match, where Zhou had already exchanged numerous blows with Wang Bing. Just as Wang Bing's attack was about to strike the puppet avatar scorpion, a scroll suddenly shot out from its waist, hurtling towards Wang Bing. In an instant, the scroll collided violently with Wang Bing's throat. He grimaced in pain, his attack faltering as he clutched his throat and staggered back. Zhou raised one hand high, catching the rebounding scroll that spun through the air and unfurling it to summon 10 puppet avatars. Ugh, despicable scum. Just a bunch of underhanded tricks. Wang Bing yelled at Zhou, clutching his throat. Excuse me, weren't you the one who initiated the sneak attack? If I am despicable, does that make you noble? Zhou retorted at Wang Bing's shameless double standard. You lowly peasant dare to compete with me. I was born atop the mountain. Everything in the world exists to welcome my arrival. Therefore, I desire victory. I desire the celestial scroll. I desire to become a celestial master. All of this should rightfully belong to me. You, a mere minor character, should kneel and let me tread over you. Wang Bing bellowed, revealing his thoughts with a voice dripping with malice and hoarseness, exacerbated by the pain in his throat. What is this guy talking about? How outrageous. It is scum like you that should perish. Xiaoyu, give him a good beating. Yes, Xiaoyu must not lose to such a person. Wang Bing's words incited the ire of everyone present, leading to a chorus of insults directed at him and cheers for Zhou. TSK, a brainless villain like you wouldn't survive 3 chapters in a typical male narrative. It's only because the grand ceremony forbids killing that you are still alive. Be grateful for the sound legal system and peaceful new society that has granted you a reprieve. Zhou addressed the blustering Wang Bing. I was granted a reprieve. Ha! What a joke. You, a mere puppeteer, think you can take my life? Do you know what our difference is? It is birth. I began killing at the age of 8. My grandfather told me it was no problem. Kill whoever you wish because you are Wang Ai's grandson. You cannot kill me, yet I can kill you without a second thought. Spirit binding technique. Wang Bing snarled, as dark energy erupted around him, and 5 black phantoms materialized beside him. Is this our family's spirit binding technique? Feng Xingtong, who had been watching the match, was taken aback upon witnessing Wang Bing unleash his family's ultimate skill. Bang! Feng Jinghao, who had been conversing with Zhang Chulan and Su Si, suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, causing cracks to appear beneath the observation area. Calm down, President Feng. Zhang Chulan and Su Si hurriedly interjected. I'm fine. My apologies. I lost my composure for a moment, Feng Jinghao said, adjusting his glasses and reining in his energy. However, that kid down there is in for a rough time. He might even lose his life. Feng Jinghao observed the puppet avatar scorpion with a sense of foreboding. Heh, Uncle Feng, you worry too much. That kid is quite clever, just watch. Zhang Chulan chuckled, pointing at Zhou, who was sitting behind the wall. Who is that? Feng Jinghao inquired, looking curiously at the child Zhang Chulan indicated. Allow me to enlighten you. That lad is Zhou, a puppeteer and contestant in this match. Though he resembles a person, it is likely a puppet, Zhang Chulan explained with a mischievous grin. Since Zhang Chulan learned that he was a designated contestant for the grand ceremony, he felt little concern, For whatever he could not handle, his sister Bao Bao would assist. And if she faltered, the master would intervene. Xiao Yu, we are allies now. I am not intentionally selling you out. You wish to showcase your talents. And I am merely helping you gain notoriety. Zhang Chulan, initially intending to conceal himself and let others draw attention, now decisively pointed out Zhou Yu's cunning behavior. Hiding behind the wall while sending forth the puppet. Without prior knowledge of his information, who could hope to defeat him? It truly is remarkable how the younger generation possesses such prowess. Feng Jinghao scrutinized Zhou Yu, then turned his gaze to the puppet avatar in the arena. Unsure whether he was referring to Zhou Yu or Wang Bing. Could it be? The one down there lacks any aura. It is quite evident. Feng Baobao stated earnestly. Oh, is that so? It appears that the younger generation indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Feng Jinghao smiled at Feng Baobao. Sister Baobao, now is not the time to reveal your prowess. Zhang Chulan, observing Feng Baobao once again capturing Feng Jinghao's attention, could not help but mentally berate her. As Feng Jinghao merely uttered a single remark before directing his gaze towards the 10 elders, Zhang Chulan finally exhaled in relief. Are you unwell? Why are you blinking so incessantly? Feng Baobao inquired, a perplexed expression adorning her face. Just watch your match. Zhang Chulan exclaimed in utter exasperation. Chapter 28. Art is an explosion at this juncture. Wang Bing's spirits and Zhou Yu's puppets had begun to clash. Wang Bing's spirits were merely ordinary individuals, with one even being a woman he had once toyed with. In the face of Zhou Yu's meticulously crafted puppets, forged with divine precision, they stood no chance. You useless lot. Return to me at once. Wang Bing bellowed in fury, realizing his spirits were no match and summoning them back. Watch closely, you little rascal. This is true spirit summoning, not the half-baked attempts of Feng Xingtong. With that, Wang Bing bit into one of his spirits, devouring it. The spirit emitted a harrowing scream. He just ate a spirit. Feng Xingtong gasped in shock upon witnessing Wang Bing's act. Observe. Though this method of consuming spirits may not enhance my abilities as significantly as possessing them, the spirits I consume will permanently augment my strength. I have had my fill of these useless beings. Now, let your soul transform into my cultivation. Wang Bing laughed maniacally. After devouring all his spirits, he abruptly swung his hand, sending a wave of black energy towards the puppet avatar scorpion. Bang! Crack! The attack was intercepted by Zhou Yu's puppet. Yet the divine craftsmanship of the puppet was such that it lost half its head from the blow. Did you see that? I can effortlessly shatter your puppet toys. Wang Bing exclaimed with glee upon witnessing the damage. Honestly, wasting so much time battling a brainless villain like you is utterly pointless. Do try not to perish. However, should you meet your end, it will be merely a reflection of your ill fate. Zhou Yu remarked. Having lost interest in toying with Wang Bing, who had only managed to breach a single puppet after a prolonged struggle. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu commanded 10 puppets to launch an assault. Stop boasting. You must be terrified now. Wang Bing shouted furiously as he charged towards the puppets. Incensed by Zhou Yu's continued disdain, in response to Wang Bing's attack, Zhou Yu directed the puppet, which had just sustained a blow to its head, to engage. And in an instant, that puppet was obliterated by Wang Bing's punch. Yet, the very next moment, the shattered fragments of the puppet retaliated against Wang Bing. What? Wang Bing instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, momentarily obscuring his view, as the puppet fragments inflicted numerous cuts upon his body. Suddenly, 4 puppets seized this opportunity, each grasping one of Wang Bing's limbs, attempting to restrain him to the ground. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Wang Bing erupted with a surge of energy, breaking free from the puppet's grasp. However, in the next instant, those 4 puppets shot forth their limbs to ensnare Wang Bing, their connecting steel cables wrapping tightly around him. Wang Bing, still attempting to escape, found himself further ensnared as Zhou Yu commanded for additional puppets to advance, resulting in 8 puppets collectively restraining him to the ground. Cease your struggles and concede, Zhou Yu declared, observing Wang Bing's futile attempts from a distance. Preposterous. I would never concede. The one who should surrender is you. My grandfather is Wang Ai. How could I ever lose to a wretch like you? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might consider taking you in as a servant of the Wang family. Wang Bing spat defiantly, continuing to wrestle against his bonds. You are courting disaster. I wish you luck, Zhou Yu coldly retorted as he commanded the puppet avatar scorpion to withdraw slightly. With that, Zhou Yu directed the last remaining puppet to embrace Wang Bing, while simultaneously, the puppet avatar scorpion formed a sword-like gesture with its left hand. Art is an explosion. Huh, Zhou Yu shouted. In the next second, the puppets restraining Wang Bing vanished, leaving only the one embracing him rapidly heating up. No, stop. Wang Ai, witnessing Zhou Yu's intentions from the stands, cried out in alarm. Boom. Unfortunately, it was too late. The puppet clinging to Wang Bing exploded violently, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Binger. Wang Ai hastily leaped into the arena to assess Wang Bing's injuries, only to find him covered in shards from the explosion and extensive burns. Wang Ai glared menacingly at Zhou Yu. All of you, seize that little rascal. Wang Ai commanded, pointing at Zhou Yu. Instantaneously, a dozen henchmen from the Wang family clad in black suits surrounded Zhou Yu's puppet avatar scorpion. Wang Ai, how have you regressed so? Your grandson loses a match and you resort to handling the younger generation yourself. Lu Jin suddenly interjected, stepping in front of Wang Ai. In the next moment, the Taoists from Longhu Mountain sprang into action, obstructing the Wang family's henchmen. Wang Ai, you should first take your beloved grandson for treatment, Lu Xi suggested, eyeing the tense standoff. Indeed, the head of the Wang family, we at Longhu Mountain possess ample medicinal resources. It would be prudent to tend to your grandson's injuries first. Zhang Jiwei chimed in beside Lu Jin. Boy, remember this. I will not forget you. Wang Ai seethed, recognizing that he could not act against Zhou Yu today. Casting a baleful glare at the puppet avatar scorpion, he quickly ordered his subordinates to carry Wang Bing away. Haha, well done, young man. Though perhaps a bit too harsh. But in a spar, injuries are to be expected. Lu Jin remarked with a smile towards the puppet avatar scorpion. My gratitude to Elder Lu for your assistance. And thank you, Tianshi. Zhou Yu responded politely, bowing with the puppet avatar scorpion in acknowledgement of Lu Jin's praise. Zhang Jiwei's gaze did not linger on the puppet, but rather on Zhou Yu, who was being shielded by the people from Bio village. Sensing Zhang Jiwei's attention, Zhou Yu slightly bowed in gratitude. It seems the Tianshi has noticed us, Jin Yong remarked, observing the Tianshi's meaningful glance towards their direction. That is certain, however. There is no cause for concern. We share the same objectives, Zhou Yu replied. Do not be modest. Without our intervention, they would not have been able to touch you. I have high hopes for you. So do your utmost in the upcoming matches, especially against that Zhang Lingyu. Make sure to give him a sound thrashing. How dare he use Yin 5 Thunder against my precious Ling Long? Lu Jin encouraged excitedly, patting the puppet avatar. Hee, Elder Lu, do temper your temper. After all, injuries in a spar are quite normal. Zhang Jiwei retorted with a smile, observing Lu Jin's encouragement of Zhou Yu against his own disciple. Very well. Let us engage in a spar ourselves. If I cannot handle that Zhang Lingyu, I surely can deal with you, old bull. Lu Jin shot back, refusing to hold back. Let us go. We shall spar. With that, Lu Jin seized the Tianshi, leading him away. Zhou Yu, victory. At that moment, the officiating Taoist finally remembered to announce the result. Oh, well done, little Yu. With the Taoist's proclamation, the entire arena erupted in cheers for Zhou Yu. Chapter 29. A night encounter with Wang Yi. After receiving the enthusiastic cheers, Zhou Yu retracted his puppet clone, Scorpion, and returned with the villagers of Bio to rest. After dinner, the villagers bound Zhou Yu and brought him to the hall to commence the triad trial. What is this? Is it really necessary to tie me up so tightly? Zhou Yu remarked, observing Ding Zihuan and Lu Wukuei, who were tightening the ropes around him. Little Yu, don't hold it against me. We are pained as well, but it is the command of the master, and we are left with no choice. Ding Zihuan feigned sorrow while tightening the ropes. Come on, you can't really be jealous of a puppet. Zihuan, are you really that petty? Zhou Yu replied, exasperated by Ding Zihuan's antics. How could I be jealous? Ding Zihuan defensively glanced at Fu Rong, who was watching the scene unfold. Everyone in this room knows you have feelings for Sister Rong. Don't you agree, Sister Kuei? Zhou Yu teased. Noticing Ding Zihuan's flushed face and Fu Rong pretending to count ants on the ground, drawing amused expressions from the others. I just want to have a chat with Zhou Yu about some matters. This is not an interrogation. Ma Xianhong intervened, spotting the tightly bound Zhou Yu. Oh, the master is young and playful, Jin Yong chimed in, attempting to explain the situation. Master, I report. Someone is using a chicken feather as an imperial edict, taking the opportunity to retaliate and vent personal emotions. Zhou Yu exclaimed upon seeing Ma Xianhong arrive, struggling against his bindings. Fine.
Now that you're tied up, let us just deal with it like this for now, Ma Xianhong replied, appearing resigned. Wait, how can you just sit there, Ma Xianhong? Zhou looked incredulously at him. Everyone here is a villain. He scanned the room and sighed in resignation. Bring forth the prisoner, Zhou. Lu Wukuei called out, imitating dramatic television dialogue. Cough. Who is present in the hall? Ma Xianhong responded, unexpectedly getting into the spirit of the performance. Your Honor, I am innocent. What is this nonsense? The Qing dynasty is long gone. What is this charade? Just ask me directly. I have nothing to hide. Zhou instinctively followed the script before realizing his mistake and shouting. You really are tiresome, Lu Wukuei scoffed. All right, I'll ask directly. Zhou, what did you say before coming here? Ma Xianhong decided to skip the theatrics. Before? I said a lot. Which line are you referring to? Zhou pondered, realizing he had not said anything incriminating. Let me remind you, you said you would keep a low profile and only use your puppet clone for the competition. Yet look at your 2 matches. Ma Xianhong sighed, feeling a headache coming on. What is wrong with that? I won, didn't I? Zhou tilted his head, feigning confusion. Do you want to check your popularity on the forum? You have already surpassed Zhang Lingyu, only slightly behind Zhuge Qing. Where's the low profile in that? Ma Xianhong roared at him. And you mentioned using the puppet clone for anonymity, but come on, it's only the 5th day since coming to the mountain. And how many people already know your identity? Not many, I suppose. Just Zhang Chulan, one from the old master. Oh, Zhang Chulan knows, and Su San, Su Si, and Feng Baobao probably do too. Today he seemed to have pointed at me while talking to Feng Zhenghao, and the judges sitting nearby haven't driven me away. So they must know too, probably because the old master gave them a heads up. That should be all, right? Not too many. Zhou recalled the names, nodding confidently. Over a dozen people, and you think that's not many. What exactly have you been hiding? Ma Xianhong shouted in exasperation. What are you really up to? The reason you entered the competition with that puppet clone must have ulterior motives, right? Ma Xianhong rubbed his aching head while questioning him. Well, you'd better tell me the truth. Ma Xianhong insisted, staring at Zhou. All right, I suppose it's not entirely dishonest. Concealing my true self is indeed one of my objectives. As for the other motives, there are probably 2 more, Zhou addressed the crowd. Don't you think the current world of the extraordinary resembles a decaying windmill? Until the advent of one of the 8 unique skills, the Qi body source, which brought a fresh breeze, this halted windmill has finally begun to turn once more. I am eager to see where this wind will blow next. Will it inject new vitality into this decrepit windmill? Of course, in this decaying world, I also wish to become the wind. Let us see what kind of scenery I can bring to this world. It's a promise I made to someone. To let the name of the puppet master resound throughout this realm. Zhou spoke with fervor. Speak plainly. Ma Xianhong, who understood Zhou's nature, interrupted directly. Fine. I find it boring, and I want to stir things up. Zhou succinctly summarized his previous statements. And the other reason? Ma Xianhong pressed. Come on. I worked hard to learn the divine mechanism refined. If I don't show it off, it would be a disservice to the puppets I painstakingly crafted during my seclusion. Zhou stated matter-of-factly. Smack. All present, witnessing the bound Zhou, could only face-bomb in embarrassment. Fu Rong, you little brat. Qiu Rang, you rotten kid. Lu Wukuei, immature fool. Zhong Xiaolong, a typical case of Chinibyu. Jin Yong, indeed, still so young. Zhang Kuan, the essence of a troublesome child. Ding Zihuan, a child showing off toys. Harazachigai, after all, little Yu is only 15. Ma Xianhong, my divine mechanism refined is not a toy for you to flaunt. Grow up, you little rascal. Faced with the accusations from the crowd, Zhou, who had mastered the art of shamelessness in the ninja realm, remained unfazed. Hey, wait. Let me go before you leave. Zhou shouted as he saw the others covering their faces and departing. Figure it out yourself. Ma Xianhong shut the door behind him. Addressing Zhou. Humph. As he watched everyone leave the room, Zhou lost interest and released Ru Hua from the pouch, freeing himself. Don't ask why I didn't use a puppet. It's because I was tied up and couldn't reach the scroll. He cursed as he struggled with the tight bindings. Once Zhou regained his freedom, it was already dark, and he had matters to attend to that evening. He strolled towards the Tianshi mansion, encountering a familiar face as he neared his destination. Ah, Wang Daozhan, you two can't sleep? Are you planning to persuade the old man to invest? Chapter 30. The Tranquil Heart. Spell young disciple Zhou. Are you here to seek the old master as well? Wang Yi inquired, noticing Zhou's casual approach. Well, having advanced, I came to consult the old master and seek some benefits. To avoid being ambushed later and labeled as a suicide, Zhou shrugged. Ah, you are quite perceptive. You may proceed while I take a moment to gather my thoughts. Wang Yi replied. Wang Yi evidently did not wish to accompany Zhou, so he simply remained seated and remarked, All right, I shall venture ahead and scout the path. Taoist Wang, you may amuse yourself for now. Zhou did not press Wang Yi to join him, and with that, he headed toward the entrance of the Heavenly Master's abode. Alas, that unfortunate Zhang Chulan is facing Zhuge Qing next, and with Zhang Lingyu lurking behind. How am I to assist him? Sighed Zhang Zhuwei, the Heavenly Master, as he glanced at the newly released competition schedule, feeling somewhat troubled. Since you are already here, why linger at the door? Come inside, Zhang Zhuwei called out, having sensed someone outside. Good evening, Master, Zhou said, cautiously pushing the door open with a flattering smile. Oh, it's you, the lad who played with puppets during the day. What brings you here at this late hour? Zhang Zhuwei inquired upon recognizing Zhou. I merely came to update you and offer my assistance, Zhou replied cheerfully. Assist me? Pray tell, what troubles do I have? The old master squinted, curious. Allow me to speak boldly. Your desire for Zhang Chulan to prevail faces two significant obstacles, the leader of the younger generation, Zhuge Qing, and the formidable Zhang Lingyu. Worry not, for the next match will see me pitted against Zhang Lingyu. I too wish for Zhang Chulan to win. Once I deal with Zhang Lingyu, the path will be clear, Zhou confidently asserted. You have quite the audacity to come here at night and claim you will resolve my disciple's issues, Zhang Zhuwei chuckled, amused by Zhou's bravado. Just modest, don't flatter me too much, or I might grow proud, Zhou feigned shyness. Indeed, you are quite amusing. I know that Zhang Lingyu possesses exceptional strength, albeit not fully realized due to certain circumstances. He ranks among the top 3 in the younger generation. If he were to unleash his full potential, even some of the older generation might not stand a chance against him. How can you be so certain of victory? Zhang Zhuwei observed Zhou closely. You are aware of my unique methods. Defeating me without knowledge of my strategies is quite the challenge. Furthermore, let me share a secret. I possess over 300 puppets of the kind you witnessed today, Zhou admitted candidly. Will that many suffice? Zhang Zhuwei was taken aback by Zhou's revelation. I do not boast lightly. Throughout history, I dare say I am the foremost puppeteer among the living. To put it bluntly, I have reached the pinnacle of this craft. With my current abilities, I could conquer a small nation single-handedly, Zhou declared with confidence. Indeed, the youth of today are remarkable, Zhang Zhuwei remarked, not questioning Zhou's self-praise, but rather expressing admiration. Is there anything you wish for me to do for you? Old man, Zhang Zhuwei inquired. Nothing much, really. We came for the Tantian Lu. Zhang Chulan has already promised to grant it to me. I would appreciate it if you could kindly speak a good word to old Master Lu on my behalf, Zhou said, rubbing his hands together in embarrassment. That seems unreasonable. Zhang Chulan might not even advance past Zhuge Qing in the next round, let alone engage in any kind of match-fixing with you, Zhang Zhuwei pondered. Recalling Zhuge Qing. I have considered that. You see, according to the match schedule, Zhuge Qing will face Taoist Wang first. He is currently outside waiting to offer you advice. I suspect Zhuge Qing will likely fall to Taoist Wang, making him Zhang Chulan's next opponent, Zhou exclaimed, clapping his hands. You all truly line up to alleviate my burdens, don't you? That lad isn't also after the Tantian Lu, is he? Zhang Zhuwei asked with a chuckle. Not likely. Taoist Wang seems genuinely intent on assisting you. After all, many are astute enough to guess your intentions, Zhou responded. Each one of them fears I might unwittingly act against my own interests, Zhang Zhuwei teased. Faced with the Heavenly Master's words, Zhou could only awkwardly smile in agreement. Very well, since everyone has come to ease my worries, I find myself without troubles. Do you have any matters left to attend to? If not, please invite that young lad, Wang Yi, inside, Zhang Zhuwei instructed Zhou. Well, you know my skills are somewhat lacking. Might you share with me a few teachings from the Heavenly Master's estate? It would aid me in assisting you better. Zhou pressed, unabashed. Such a brazen young man, coming here to take advantage of me. Zhang Zhuwei laughed, scolding lightly. Rest assured, I shall not take without giving. When I face Zhang Chulan, I promise to lose with dignity and ensure I draw the fire away from him, Zhou quickly added. I never said I would agree. What is it you desire? Surely not the golden light spell? Zhang Zhuwei laughed heartily. Well, the golden light spell is not out of the question, Zhou said shyly. You are quite audacious. The golden light spell is not freely given. If you wish to learn it, you must join us at Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jue stated. Ah, then perhaps I shall pass on that. Could you provide me with a method to cultivate my character? My current studies focus solely on fate, lacking in temperament. And I fear I may one day take an extreme path, Zhou replied, somewhat regretfully shaking his head. Indeed, it is wise to pursue a balanced cultivation of both character and fate for longevity. Recognizing one's deficiencies and seeking to amend them is the way to righteousness. Zhang Jue nodded in agreement. Zhou remained silent, blushing and scratching his head in feigned modesty. I have a calming mantra for you. Listen closely and learn. Zhang Jue said, preparing to impart the secrets and methods of the calming mantra to Zhou. Have you remembered everything? Zhang Jue asked after a short while. I have committed it to memory. Zhou nodded enthusiastically. Your talent is exceptional. No wonder you dare to call yourself the leading puppeteer at such a young age. It is a pity you refused to join Longhu Mountain. You need not call me your master, Zhang Jue remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Thank you, master, for your teachings. Zhou bowed again in gratitude. Now, return and practice diligently. While you are still on the mountain, do not hesitate to seek guidance from my disciples. Now, please bring that young lad, Wang Yi, inside, Zhang Jue instructed. Yes, Zhou replied, bowing as he exited. Wang Daoist awaken. It is your turn. Zhou called upon seeing Wang Yi dozing a short distance away. Huh, have you finally finished your conversation? I was almost asleep, Wang Yi said, yawning groggily. Well, I have secured the investment, and now the heavenly master summons you, Zhou stated. Goodness, you truly sought benefits for yourself. No wonder you conversed for so long. Wang Yi teased upon hearing Zhou's words. What of it? You can't expect me to go empty-handed, can you? Even a corporate worker receives a stipend. Zhou replied nonchalantly. You describe office workers with such precision. Very well, I shall head up first, Wang Yi said, brushing himself off. Then, Daoist Wang. I shall take my leave. We shall meet on the competition stage tomorrow, Zhou said. It seems you do not have a match tomorrow, do you? Wang Yi paused, surprised by Zhou's statement. Not at all. I came to cheer for you, Zhou said as she looked at Wang Yi. I appreciate it, Wang Yi replied, somewhat speechless at Zhou's casual demeanor. You're welcome. Hurry up and go. Don't keep the old master waiting too long. I'll take my leave now. Zhou naturally patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and began to walk down the mountain. What kind of people are these? None of them are normal, Wang Yi muttered as he watched Zhou depart. The next day, Zhou was abruptly pulled from her bed by Qiu Rang. Why are you here so early? She mumbled, still half asleep as Qiu Rang led her away. Did you sneak off to steal a cow last night? It's already 8 o'clock. And you're still not awake, Qiu Rang remarked, observing Zhou's unsteady gait. Something like that, Zhou replied vaguely. Didn't you tell the leader you would come to watch the match between Zhuge Qing and Wang Yi? The leader has already gone with others early this morning. And here I am having to come back to fetch you, Qiu Rang said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Ah Qing, go for it. Qing, you look so handsome. As they approached the competition venue, a chorus of women's excited shrieks filled the air. Hurry, Zhuge Qing is already on stage. The match is about to begin. With that, Qiu Rang pulled Zhou into a run. Wang Daozhong, how much do you look down on me? You are a sorcerer too, aren't you? As Zhou and Qiu Rang finally arrived at the competition site, they saw Zhuge Qing battling Wang Yi, who was already injured. With narrowed eyes, Zhuge Qing addressed Wang Yi. Is it truly this noisy? Qiu Rang exclaimed in shock upon entering and witnessing the various large stones transforming the terrain. You've arrived, Ma Xianhong said, approaching Qiu Rang and Zhou. TSK, how annoying. I can't be friends with someone like you. There are no secrets, Wang Yi said with a hint of resignation. Zhuge Qing, I mean no disrespect. I will only say this once. Return. This is the best outcome for you, Wang Yi said sternly. Wang Daozhong, I just consulted a divination for myself. And it only yielded 4 words. A moth to the flame, Zhuge Qing said gravely. Kuan, earth, river, chariot. Kuan, earth, river, chariot. With that, Zhuge Qing immediately invoked earth, river, chariot, sending stone pillars surging towards Wang Yi. Standing at the Sun position, Wang Yi responded by summoning a rock serpent to counter Zhuge Qing's earth, river, chariot, effectively overpowering it. Using the Kuan method at the Sun position surpasses my own technique, Zhuge Qing exclaimed, startled as he dodged Wang Yi's rock serpent. Li Red Snake. Sun, Sandalwood Merit. Zhuge Qing unleashed a barrage of fireballs at Wang Yi, who skillfully blocked them with wooden stakes he summoned. This is impossible. No matter how powerful a Chiman user is, They cannot defy the principles of mutual restraint. What sorcery is this? Zhuge Qing thought, feeling as if all his years of mastering Qimen were in vain. Zhuge Qing, how do you feel? Is it time to stop? Did you not see your own divination? Wang Yi descended from the rock serpent and approached Zhuge Qing. It's a lesser auspice. Perhaps this time, I truly will face utter defeat. However, some things are more important to a sorcerer than dignity, and that is the truth. Zhuge Qing retorted defiantly. In the next moment, Zhuge Qing's slitted eyes suddenly widened, a fierce blue light erupting from them. The heart method of Qimen reveals itself. Come, let me see what you have done. Zhuge Qing thought as he charged towards Wang Yi with renewed vigor. Instantly, the two clashed like streaks of lightning, eliciting gasps of awe from the spectators. These two are as formidable as monsters, Zhou remarked, watching the fierce exchanges. You, of all people, have no right to say that, Qiu quipped. Suddenly, both combatants halted. What have you done? Zhuge Qing felt an unsettling emptiness as his Wu Hou Qimen was undone. He looked back in astonishment at Wang Yi, who had appeared behind him. The Danzhong acupoint is restrained. That should suffice, Wang Yi said, lifting his hand nonchalantly. Blood from Wang Yi's fingertips suddenly manifested on Zhuge Qing's chest. And seeing the crimson stain, Zhuge Qing finally bowed his head. I concede, he said begrudgingly. Well, that is more like it. Wang Yi sighed in relief upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, but his tension returned in an instant. Zhuge Qing abruptly began to forcibly channel Wu Hou Qimen, attempting to glean Wang Yi's secrets through internal divination. Zhuge Qing, stop! Wang Yi shouted. In the next moment, Zhuge Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood. I told you to stop. Wang Yi rushed towards Zhuge Qing, his voice filled with urgency. Ah! Zhuge Qing cried out in pain, spilling blood and collapsing backward. But Wang Yi managed to catch him before he hit the ground. Just a casual divination, and it leads to such dire consequences, Zhuge Qing lamented, pushing Wang Yi's hand away in anguish. You. Wang Yi looked at Zhuge Qing, eyes wide with concern. I can accept failure, but I cannot abide losing so inexplicably, Zhuge Qing declared stubbornly. You. Wang Yi, pushed to the brink by Zhuge Qing's insistence, began to curse, then quickly started to repent. Alas, I shouldn't have come. My peaceful days have come to an end. Zhuge Qing, watch closely, Wang Yi said helplessly. Zhuge Qing swiftly invoked the heart method of Qimen once more. In the next moment, Wang Yi stomped his foot, and a Qimen hexagram suddenly unfolded with force. Zhuge Qing, observe this match closely. This is just an ordinary game, understood? Unlike other sorcerers who seek auspiciousness through positioning, in this Qimen arrangement, I am the position. I embody both fortune and misfortune. Time, space, and the interactions of the four hexagrams are dictated by me. Chapter 32. Wind after Qimen, manipulating the arrangement of Qimen at will? The configuration of Qimen is determined by time. How could one possibly control time? Zhuge Qing exclaimed in disbelief. Why not? Time is merely a unit of measurement for the changes of all things. By manipulating these changes, one effectively controls time. What I command is the transformation within this Qimen arrangement, Wang Yi explained, picking up a small stone from the ground. The gravity here is different from that outside the formation. It causes a small stone to fall over the course of a minute, Wang Yi said, holding the stone aloft. As it descended slowly, it appeared to float in midair. Though it is currently the grain rain season, I have altered the temperature and humidity here to that of the great heat. Brother Zhuge, while it's true that a sorcerer seeks to attract fortune and avoid misfortune, that statement is partially correct, Wang Yi said as he approached Zhuge Qing. Why is your ancestor, Zhuge Wuhou, regarded as the greatest of all extraordinary persons? As a practitioner of profound cultivation, one would think that he ought to remain in Longzhong to avoid calamity and pursue even greater heights of mastery. Yet, he forsook everything a cultivator should uphold. He chose to defy the prevailing tide and immerse himself in a chaotic world, all to save a realm that he knew was beyond salvation. For the sake of that world, he willingly contended against heaven's will and the forces of fate. This is the essence of a practitioner of his caliber. Had he merely sought to evade misfortune and flow with the current, bound by the laws of heaven, what need would there be for enlightenment? Regardless of our understanding of the rules, we are all equally constrained, are we not? Other extraordinary individuals have stagnated due to their own failings. Yet Wuhou could not advance further because he could not relinquish the plight of the common people. In my heart, he stands alongside the legendary masters like Lu Zhu and Sanfeng Jinren as one of my most revered predecessors. Wang Yi, having folded away the Chimin array, approached Zhuge Qing and spoke softly. I have lost, utterly lost. I concede, Taoist Wang Yi. Zhuge Qing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, regarded Wang Yi. Wang Yi, the victor. With the referee's declaration, the match finally concluded. Shenlong bears the map from Luo Shui. The colorful phoenix carries the edict amidst the azure clouds. By the command of the wind, the script is manifested, and thus begins the wondrous art of escape. Zhou Yu, observing the conclusion of the match, rested his head on his hand with keen interest. This technique is truly fascinating. I can sense that it will greatly assist our grand endeavor. Excitedly, Ma Xianhong looked at the departing Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing. What method did Wang Yi employ to defeat the Chimin of Wuhou? Could it be that? Qiu Liang inquired, glancing at Ma Xianhong. Indeed, it is the only Chimin of the 8 extraordinary techniques that employs the wind's escape. This time, the Luotian Grand Rite has proven fortuitous. Ma Xianhong gazed at Wang Yi's retreating figure with excitement. Shall we seize an opportunity to capture him? Qiu Liang suggested. No. My interest lies not in the 8 extraordinary techniques, but rather in their Chimin of escape. My intuition tells me they can aid me in perfecting my cultivation furnace. Ma Xianhong explained to the eager crowd. Then shall we invite them to join us? Jin Yong asked. Now is not the right time. Let us wait until the Luotian Grand Rite concludes, and after Xiaoyu secures the Tongtian charm, we shall proceed, Ma Xianhong replied, glancing at Zhou Yu. Agreed, Zhou Yu affirmed, patting his chest. However, we could send someone to follow them, to ensure we can find them later. That Taoist Wang Yi will soon face many troubles. We might as well leave a good impression. Ding Zihuan suggested to Ma Xianhong. Very well, I will have Guo Liang take a team, Ma Xianhong nodded. All right. Today's most noteworthy match has concluded. I shall return to catch up on sleep, for another arduous battle awaits, Zhou Yu remarked, observing the crowd that had begun to strategize around Zhuge Qing and Wang Yi with disinterest. Get lost. Ma Xianhong scolded Zhou Yu irritably. In the original text, Lao Ma and the others did not attend the Luotian Grand Rite. This time, due to my influence, they became aware of Wang Yi earlier. If they encounter the troubles that arise when Wang Yi returns home, perhaps there is a chance to draw him into Bio Village. Zhou Yu pondered the current situation as he walked back alone. How fragrant. Upon reaching the dining area, Zhou Yu was suddenly captivated by an enticing aroma. Ah, forget it. Let us eat first. He decisively transformed into a voracious eater, casting aside all other concerns. Chapter 33. Zhou Yu and Zhang Lingyu, first match. Zhang Chulan versus Feng Baobao. Please welcome the contestants. Zhou Yu reflected on the current top 4, which now included Zhang Chulan, Feng Baobao, Zhang Lingyu, and himself, owing to his own actions. It struck him that he had merely taken Wang Yi's place. As he anticipated the upcoming match, which was meant to astound all, he lamented that Zhang Lingyu evidently did not wish to afford him that opportunity. Heaven's way is beneficial yet harmless. May all enjoy prosperous martial fortunes. The competition commenced, and the atmosphere turned peculiar with the referee's words. Humph, Bao Bao, I'm going in, Zhang Chulan stated seriously, gazing at Feng Baobao. Come. Feng Baobao replied earnestly. Feng Baobao, perish, Zhang Chulan exclaimed, charging forth at an astonishingly slow pace, their expressions exaggerated. Zhang Chulan gently tapped Feng Baobao's face with a fist, eliciting a collective facepalm from the spectators. Feng Baobao, clearly at a loss for her next move, scratched her face, only responding to Zhang Chulan's cue to deliver her lines. Oh dear, what a formidable Zhang Chulan, I am no match. With exaggerated acting, she spun around before carefully collapsing to the ground, monotonously reciting her pre-prepared lines, even scratching her rear afterward. The onlookers were left aghast, their intelligence insulted. Ahem, Zhang Chulan versus Feng Baobao, victory to Zhang Chulan. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, according to tournament regulations, no one may intervene or influence the match. However, once the competition concludes, what occurs here is beyond the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Master's office. The referee awkwardly announced the results, his expression grave as he addressed the crowd. What does that mean? Zhang Chulan blinked in confusion. Everyone, make yourselves comfortable, the referee declared before departing. Billion, I'll take you on. A bystander resembling Xiao Yin erupted first, prompting the crowd to voice their dissatisfaction. This scoundrel is infuriating. Do they take us for fools? Die, Billion. We shall not let you escape today. The crowd surged forward, diving into the arena. Bao Bao, stop pretending to be dead. The act has been discovered. Retreat. Zhang Chulan shouted at the still-lying Feng Bao Bao. Ah, these people are fierce. My realistic performance has been seen through. Feng Bao Bao exclaimed as she fled alongside Zhang Chulan. Realistic, my foot. I've never seen such exaggerated acting. Zhang Chulan retorted, sprinting. Billion, don't run. A throng of angry pursuers followed behind Zhang Chulan. It appeared that the match on the other side had concluded as well. Ling Yuzhenren, let us commence. Zhou Yu addressed the visibly displeased Zhang Lingyu, who had also noticed the commotion from the adjacent arena. Zhou Xiao brother, I apologize for the embarrassment, Zhang Lingyu exhaled, attempting to calm his nerves. As for that side, Zhou Yu replied with a slight smile while controlling his puppet avatar, Scorpion. Then Zhou Xiao brother, please present your puppet. Your method of manipulating others cannot break through my golden light spell, Zhang Lingyu politely requested. Another honest individual, my little master uncle, is still too upright. Zhou Yu mused as he listened to Zhang Lingyu. The puppet avatar, Scorpion, respectfully withdrew a scroll from his waist, rather than relying on the scroll to launch. As a gesture of respect, boom. In the next moment, with a puff of smoke, 10 puppet figures materialized before the puppet avatar, Scorpion. The reason for employing the mass-produced puppets from the Red Secret Technique is that Zhou Yu's White Secret Technique, the 10 Beasts Duel, remains unrepaired in Ma Xianhong's workshop. The Black Secret Technique is predominantly a gift from Scorpion, suitable for occasional use against weaker opponents, but engaging in high-stakes battles with it is ill-advised. After all, it is a gift, and damaging it would be unfortunate. Furthermore, the puppet Lei is also set to be transformed into a puppet clone akin to Scorpion's, rendering it unusable. Thus, it is better to face a challenge head-on. Now, let the esteemed Ling Yu begin. With this, Zhou Yu commanded the puppet to assume a battle stance. All right. Heaven and earth, mysterious sect, the root of myriad energies. Cultivate through countless tribulations and prove my divine abilities. Within the 3 realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body bears golden light, enveloping me. Zhang Lingyu nodded, and in the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from him, charging towards the puppet clone Scorpion. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Yu maneuvered the puppet to intercept Zhang Lingyu, but the latter effortlessly evaded every attempt. Soon, Zhang Lingyu left the puppets behind, continuing his assault on the puppet clone Scorpion. Seeing Zhang Lingyu's clear intention to seize upon the puppeteer's vulnerabilities, Zhou Yu understood that the old master must have divulged some intelligence to Zhang Lingyu. In the next moment, the puppet behind Zhang Lingyu suddenly twisted its arms, revealing gun barrels inside akin to a Gatling gun. Under Zhou Yu's control, the barrels of 10 puppets began to spin simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of steel balls towards Zhang Lingyu. What? Zhang Lingyu was taken aback and hastily summoned the golden light spell to shield himself. Pooh, 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 pooh. Amidst the thunderous gunfire, Zhou Yu maneuvered the puppet clone Scorpion away from Zhang Lingyu, while simultaneously commanding the 10 puppets to fire, suppressing him. Indeed, just as the master had said, his puppets were far from mere self-destructive mechanisms. While fending off the onslaught, Zhang Lingyu recalled the old master's words from yesterday. Lingyu, the chap you'll face tomorrow is no ordinary opponent. If given the chance, you must swiftly strike at his core and execute a decapitation maneuver. Otherwise, you'll find yourself embroiled in a grueling battle. Master, isn't that a bit unethical? It seems somewhat unsporting. Zhang Lingyu had expressed his confusion at the time. Lingyu, do you know? Puppeteers, or as they're now called, puppeteers, have historically derived their honor from the manipulation of 10 machines. A puppeteer's strength is measured by the quantity and quality of their puppets. That young man, at such a tender age, has achieved the manipulation of 10 machines. His talent may even surpass yours. Moreover, a formidable puppeteer is invariably a master craftsman of puppets. That young man's creations are undoubtedly more complex than they appear. Lingyu, you must understand that with the evolution of time, while some extraordinary individuals have faced significant setbacks, many others have reaped the rewards of the era. In this age of technology, puppeteers are among those who benefit the most. That young man's puppets undoubtedly exceed 10. They could number in the hundreds, or even more. If you fail to defeat his core from the outset, you will be drawn into his rhythm and ultimately succumb. Reflecting on the old master's sage advice, Zhang Lingyu could not help but admire his mentor's keen insight. Master, indeed, I find myself ensnared in the predicament you foretold. It seems I must resort to a power I have long hesitated to wield. With determination solidifying in his gaze, Zhang Lingyu unleashed a surge of golden energy, transforming it into a massive hand that deflected the steel balls. A bolt of black lightning shot forth from his hand, hurtling towards the puppet clone scorpion. Palm lightning. Chapter 34. I shall no longer be human. Zhang Lingyu. At last, Zhang Lingyu resorted to the dreaded In-5 lightning. More intolerable than using the technique he despised was the thought of falling here. In-5 lightning, you say? Zhou Yu, observing the approaching black lightning, swiftly commanded two puppets to defend against it. Crash! In an instant, the first puppet was obliterated, while the second, though it managed to block the attack, was left riddled with cracks and teetering precariously. Lingyu, you truly possess mastery over lightning techniques. I knew it. Even that Zhang Chulan fellow could wield them. As the rightful heir of the Tianshi mansion, how could you not? You've been quite adept at concealing your prowess, Zhou Yu remarked, recalling the destroyed puppets and summoning two new ones to face Zhang Lingyu. Indeed, he has many puppets. Zhang Lingyu mused upon seeing the two pristine puppets. My apologies. Brother Zhou, I did not intend to conceal my abilities. I simply have an aversion to this method, Zhang Lingyu clarified. Wow, how pretentious. You have lightning techniques at your disposal and yet claim to dislike them. Zhang Lingyu, I never imagined you to be this kind of person, Zhou Yu teased deliberately. You wouldn't understand, Zhang Lingyu replied, dejectedly. You just said I wouldn't understand, but if you explain, I will, Zhou Yu countered. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Zhou Yu, then turned his gaze to the old master, whose encouraging look seemed to solidify his resolve. Defeat me, and I shall share my tale, Zhang Lingyu declared with conviction. Today, this juicy gossip is mine to savor. Not even Jesus could stop me, Zhou Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. With that, Zhou Yu commanded 5 puppets to charge at Zhang Lingyu, while the other 5 maintained a barrage of fire from a distance. Zhang Lingyu dodged the steel balls while retaliating with his palm lightning against the puppet clone scorpion, yet all his strikes were deftly intercepted. Alas, Lingyu still cannot let go. Employing Yin lightning as if it were Yang lightning, how can one hope to strike effectively? Tian Jinzhong observed Zhang Lingyu's evasive maneuvers and commented to the old master. Indeed, Yin lightning ought to be subtle and cunning, not so brazen, the old master concurred. At that moment, Zhou Yu's puppets closed in on Zhang Lingyu, and in the next instant, the hands of the 5 puppets shot forth, attempting to ensnare him. Steel cables soon entwined around Zhang Lingyu, aiming to bind him like a captured king. Zhang Lingyu, seeing this, leaped off the ground to evade the grasp. Your movements were anticipated long ago, Zhou Yu proclaimed with confidence as he watched Zhang Lingyu in midair. In the next heartbeat, one puppet appeared above Zhang Lingyu, seizing him in a powerful embrace. As Zhang Lingyu was dragged back to the ground, he found himself ensnared by the other 4 puppets, which tightly bound him. Zhou Yu sought to subdue Zhang Lingyu with the puppets, but they could not suppress him, as the 5 puppets threatened to be shaken off. Zhou Yu immediately commanded them to self-destruct. Art is an explosion. The onlookers gasped in concern as they witnessed Zhou Yu's puppets on the verge of detonating. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending a cloud of dust billowing across the arena. Could it be Lingyu? Master. Little master uncle. The stands erupted with various cries of concern. As the dust settled, a sphere of black energy emerged at the center, resembling a liquid that melted away to reveal Zhang Lingyu. Breathless, Zhang Lingyu gasped for air. His robe severely tattered, revealing glimpses of his abdominal muscles, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, indicating internal injury. Wow, Lingyu. Your physique is quite impressive, Zhou Yu quipped, eyeing the battle-damaged Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu glanced at himself, his face flushing as he instinctively tightened his clothing, inadvertently revealing even more skin. Cough. Brother Zhou Yu, you truly are impressive. This is my first complete experience with this water-filled thunder. Zhang Lingyu's cheeks flushed as she attempted to divert the conversation. Wow, the charming Lingyu Jinren is absolutely adorable. What to do? The battle-damaged Lingyu Jinren is even more captivating. Lingyu, you smell delightful. Unfortunately, the young ladies in the viewing area clearly did not want Zhang Lingyu to escape unscathed, and they began to tease her. Zhang Lingyu, with her proud demeanor, was indeed quite endearing. A portly uncle, resting his head on his hand, spoke with a somewhat infatuated tone. Faced with the playful jabs from the ravenous young women, Zhang Lingyu's face turned crimson, and she awkwardly shielded her body. Noticing this, Zhou Yu refrained from further jest and directed his puppet, Scorpion, to to retrieve a coat from the pouch, tossing it to Zhang Lingyu. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, hastily putting on the coat and expressing her gratitude to the puppet scorpion. "I apologize, Brother Zhou. From this point forward, I will exert all my strength to quickly conclude the match." After donning her attire and sighing in relief, Zhang Lingyu spoke earnestly to Zhou. "Lingyu Zhenren, do not speak as if victory is already assured," Zhou replied, controlling the puppet scorpion with a shrug. "Let us now see whose strength prevails." As Zhang Lingyu spoke, dark energy began to flow from her hands, and the water-filled thunder spread throughout the arena like liquid. Northland Songtan. "Ha! Lingyu, that's the spirit. Give it your all and embrace yourself, even if it means transforming into a pig." The venerable teacher, witnessing Zhang Lingyu finally unleash the full power of the water-filled thunder, chuckled with delight. In an instant, the fully powered Zhang Lingyu transformed into a shadowy figure, charging towards the puppet scorpion. Bang! In a heartbeat, Zhang Lingyu reached the puppet, and with a sweep of her hand, the attached water-filled thunder obliterated the 5 puppets in front of Scorpion. Zhou commanded the puppet scorpion to retreat, and Zhang Lingyu raised her hand, sending several water-filled thunders, resembling wriggling earthworms, towards the puppet scorpion. Swimming earthworm thunder. Upon impact, the water-filled thunders burrowed into the body of the puppet scorpion like worms. Zhou immediately sensed a disruption in the Qi core's transmission. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lingyu dashed to Zhou's side. In haste, Zhou employed chakra to regain control of the puppet scorpion, forming a dagger from iron sand to stab at Zhang Lingyu. She effortlessly dodged the sneak attack, seizing the puppet scorpion's hand and twisting it back, pinning Zhou's puppet to the ground. "Brother Zhou, concede. At your age, forcing me to use my least favorite water-filled thunder and nearly cornering me is already quite remarkable," Zhang Lingyu said to the puppet scorpion she had subdued. "No, Lingyu Zhenren, the match has only just begun." Zhou controlled the puppet scorpion to turn its head back towards Zhang Lingyu. With that, Zhou commanded the puppet scorpion to twist its entire body in an unbelievable manner. After a full rotation, it hurled a punch at Zhang Lingyu's chest. "What?" Zhang Lingyu, after being knocked back, stared in shock at the puppet scorpion rising in an uncanny posture. "Zhang Lingyu, do you know? There are limits to humanity. From my brief existence, I have learned that the more one schemes, the more likely they are to fail. Only by transcending humanity can one truly succeed," Zhou proclaimed through the puppet scorpion. "What are you even saying?" Zhang Lingyu shouted at the bizarre Zhou. "I shall no longer be human." Zhang Lingyu. Chapter 35. Flesh and blood, suffering, weakness, mechanical ascendance. "I shall no longer be human." Zhang Lingyu. Zhou commanded the puppet scorpion to abruptly rip off its upper clothing. "What is this? This is unbelievable." Instantly, everyone widened their eyes at the puppet scorpion. "You actually made yourself into a puppet?" Zhang Lingyu exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before her. "No, little you. Why would someone so beautiful become a puppet?" A lament arose from the crowd. "No way. If you really turned yourself into a puppet, can you still have children?" Susi remarked with curiosity as he observed Zhou being repaired by Ma Xianhong and others on the other side of the wall. "You brat. Must you be so conspicuous?" Ma Xianhong exclaimed while drilling into Zhou's head with a dual-headed drill. "I didn't mean to. Old Ma, be gentle," Zhou pleaded. "Besides, this is just the beginning. There's more to come." "You brat." Zhou's words only fueled Ma Xianhong's frenzy, and he continued to drill Zhou's head, eliciting a chilling scream from him. In stark contrast to Zhou's grim situation, the puppet scorpion on the battlefield began to pose dramatically and chant. "Everything in the world must be controlled and guided. This is not mere puppetry. It is my ultimate art. Everything is meant to endure. Eternal beauty is the essence of art. I have now conquered time and shall no longer decay. The door of truth has been opened by me. Immortality is within reach. Regardless of innate talent, after a century, all that remains is a handful of lust, flesh, and suffering. Mechanical ascendance. Now, cast aside your old skin. Join me in this glorious evolution." While enduring the beating, Zhou manipulated the puppet scorpion to use magnetic manipulation to form iron sand into steps, lifting the puppet scorpion high into the air, preaching like a deity. "Humph. Heretical fiend," Lu Jin remarked discontentedly, gazing at the puppet scorpion in the sky. "Ha ha. I actually admire this young man. He dares to tread a path untraveled by predecessors," Zhang Jue said with a smile. "Immortality, you say? Wang Ai squinted, casting a sinister glance at the puppet scorpion that resembled a deity in the arena. This young man reminds me of someone, Liangting of the White Owl. Lu Xi interjected. Humph. I can only say they are all lunatics, transforming oneself into such a state. Neither human nor ghost, Lu Jin remarked, still displeased. The spectators continued to murmur among themselves. Hee, I now believe this young man is a natural-born prodigy. What do you think, bone-cutting knife? An elderly man with glasses and thinning white hair inquired of a greasy-looking uncle beside him. The two were none other than the disguised Xinchong and Xiaohe. Me? I have no interest in a bunch of mechanical puppets, Xiaohe replied with some disdain. Indeed, Xinchong nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su San and Su Si had lost their amusement and were now seriously observing Zhou Yu being pummeled by Ma Xianhong. Director Zhao, you saw it all, right? Su San addressed his phone. Based on what you said, go and engage with Zhou Yu. If he truly masters this technology, try to win him over. If not, we must clarify his intentions. Zhao Fangshu instructed. What on earth are you up to? Lu Wakue asked Zhou Yu in astonishment. I knew you were planning something, but this is a bit too extreme. Isn't it? Can you handle it? Qiu Rang expressed concern as he looked at Zhou Yu. That's why I sent in the puppet avatar. Zhou Yu rubbed his head and replied. Is it effective? There are plenty who know your identity here, aren't there? Ma Xianhong retorted. It's still useful. The only ones who know Little Yu's identity are from the Heavenly Master's residence and the company. The Heavenly Master's residence will not spread rumors nor target Little Yu. The company is likely to investigate whether Xiao Yu truly possesses such skills. But they will not make things difficult for her. The only trouble lies with the Tiankai Society, Ding Zihuan analyzed. Indeed, I possess such abilities, though perhaps not as extraordinary as I claimed. Achieving immortality is rather challenging, but living a long life is certainly within reach, Zhou Yu proudly stated while rubbing his head. At times like this, refrain from showing off. Had I known you could stir up such chaos, I would not have brought you along. Ma Xianhong scolded as he lightly tapped Zhou Yu's head. Hee. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu gazed in astonishment at Zhou Yu, who was expounding on the dark arts. Brother Zhou, you have truly lost your way. Abandoning the physical form and forsaking human desires and emotions renders one less than human. That is not evolution. It is a descent into depravity. Do not continue to mislead others. I shall defeat you and guide you back to the right path, Zhang Lingyu declared, summoning his water-dirty thunder against Zhou Yu. Zhang Lingyu's words seemed to serve as a reminder to Zhou Yu that the contest was far from over. Water-dirty thunder, northern boundless clear pool. Instantly, the water surged across the venue, animatedly attacking the aerial puppet avatar, Scorpion. Defeat me? Do you understand, Lingyu? I have surpassed all puppet masters throughout history, but I do not refer to the secret of immortal puppetry, Zhou Yu asserted, skillfully maneuvering Scorpion to evade Zhang Lingyu's onslaught. As he spoke, Scorpion produced a crimson puppet scroll, manipulating it to hover above its head with chi threads. Puppet masters have always regarded the manipulation of 10 puppets as an honor, for controlling 10 simultaneously is the pinnacle of their craft. If it were merely a technique for achieving immortality, I would hesitate to make such claims. What truly gives me confidence to assert this is the next technique. Watch closely. Lingyu. With that, Zhou Yu commanded Scorpion to unfurl the scroll, and in the next moment, countless puppets soared from it, filling the sky. What? This is... Everyone present was taken aback by this spectacle, as the multitude of puppets obscured the entire sky. Zhang Lingyu, standing beneath the puppets, felt the overwhelming presence akin to dark clouds threatening to engulf a city. In his mind, he marveled at the intensity of the scene. Crimson's secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Scorpion opened its chest mechanism, releasing innumerable threads that connected to the airborne puppets. Do you see this, Lingyu? This technique is my evidence of surpassing all puppet masters. With it, I could besiege a small nation single-handedly. Zhou Yu exclaimed with fervor. By the way, Xiao Yu, while you perform here, don't you feel embarrassed watching your puppet avatar show off down there? Lu Wukuai teased Zhou Yu, who was thoroughly engrossed in the display. Chapter 36. The Master Still Delivers. Actually, it's going well. I feel quite good about myself, Zhou Yu nodded. What do you say, Lingyu? Are you ready to concede? The puppet avatar Scorpion inquired of Zhang Lingyu. Like everyone else, Zhang Lingyu was speechless, gazing at the puppets that filled the sky, revealing a wry smile. Is it really necessary to escalate to such extremes just to strike me? He remarked, swallowing hard. After all, you are Zhang Lingyu, and I cannot defeat you with ordinary means. You truly overestimate me, Zoyu. Your previous control of iron sand was evidently sufficient to deal with me. I feel honored by such grandeur, Zhang Lingyu replied with a resigned shake of his head. So what is your answer, Lingyu? Huff, brother Zhou. I shall not give up so easily. That is not my style. I will fight with all my might. Zhang Lingyu resolved, adjusting his stance. Then, let the second round commence. With a clack, Zoyu commanded the puppets to charge at Zhang Lingyu. Northern Boundless Clear Pool. Zhang Lingyu frantically summoned the water-dirty thunder to fend off the relentless assault of the puppets. Although each of Zhang Lingyu's strikes destroyed 2 or 3 puppets, they continued to surge toward him. After all, this was merely a contest. Zoyu, having already secured victory, refrained from commanding the puppets to self-destruct or wield weapons, relying solely on sheer numbers to subdue Zhang Lingyu. Of course, the most crucial point was that destroyed puppets were truly rendered useless, whereas those merely damaged could still be repaired with some effort. With no source of income and relying on Ma Xianhong for sustenance, Zoyu found it necessary to be frugal, lest he be cast out one day. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu, after dismantling dozens of puppets, began to feel his qi depleting from continuously utilizing the water-dirty thunder. He looked up at the puppet avatar Scorpion, which was surrounded like royalty, and realized his defeat was inevitable. Yet, Zhang Lingyu grit his teeth and unleashed a strike of swimming worm thunder, aiming to attack the avatar and eliminate the puppets. Unfortunately, as his attack was unleashed, the puppets before him blocked it entirely. This left Zhang Lingyu completely drained, unable to muster any qi. In an instant, Zoyu's puppets overwhelmed him. When they dispersed, Zhang Lingyu found himself tightly bound. Zoyu wins, the referee declared, concluding the contest. Zoyu's performance and the appearance of Scorpion spread through the circles of the extraordinary at an astonishing pace, even surpassing Zhang Chulin's recent escapade under the moonlight. The youth today truly know how to entertain. Compared to this lad, those of us who have merely studied the techniques of our predecessors have fallen behind. The old master Zhang Jiwei mused. Senior brother, do you believe that lad's abilities are genuine? Tian Jinzong asked, somewhat dazed. Old Tian, you wouldn't want that lad to turn you into a puppet, would you? Lu Jin questioned, eyeing the distracted Tian Jinzong. Tian Jinzong began, but was interrupted by the old master. Junior brother, if you are interested, perhaps I shall pay that lad a visit, Zhang Jiwei suggested. Old trickster, Lu Jin exclaimed, astonished at the old master. Enough, old Lu. We are of a certain age now. Why remain so rigid? Regardless of the technique. As long as it is not used for evil, what is the harm? Techniques are devoid of good or evil. It is the heart of the person that matters. When a heart turns malevolent, even the finest technique can become a dark art, Zhang Jiwei stated, casting a glance at Lu Jin. Wang Ai, feeling slighted, huffed and departed. Send someone to keep an eye on that lad. Wang Ai commanded those nearby as he left. Do not be so hasty. You did not even say goodbye before leaving, Lu Xi remarked, approaching Wang Ai. You mad dog, do not pretend to be uninterested in that technique. If it truly grants immortality, it would rival the 8 extraordinary techniques, Wang Ai said with a smile. I am indeed uninterested, but I will send someone to investigate. I may not need it, but it cannot be overlooked, Lu Xi replied dismissively. Upon hearing Lu Xi's words, Wang Ai smiled but remained silent. When the time of death truly arrives, how many individuals can adhere to their principles? At this moment, the puppet doppelganger, Scorpion, aimlessly wandered atop Longhu Mountain. This time, Zoyu did not immediately retrieve the puppet. Zoyu discovered that at least a dozen individuals were trailing the Scorpion, and there were likely more hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, Zoyu and the villagers of Bio were also searching for an opportunity to reclaim the doppelganger. What do you think? Wei arrived at the gate of the Heavenly Master's residence, yet those individuals remain fixated on us? Qiu Reng expressed his concern to Zoyu. They are still quite intent. There is no opportunity. Once old Ma confirms that there are no hidden threats, I will command the doppelganger to take flight and return in disguise, Zoyu replied, multitasking while controlling the puppet Scorpion. I've checked. There are approximately 5 individuals concealed nearby, and my flying insect has detected more watching us, Ma Xianhong, equipped with a pair of binoculars, reported. This is all your fault. Xiaoyu, you escalated the situation, Lu Wukuei retorted with irritation. I apologize, I truly apologize. Once we return, I shall treat everyone to a delightful meal. Zoyu laughed as he offered his apologies. Do you even have the means to treat us? Ma Xianhong playfully tapped Zhou on the head. Old Ma, stop hitting my head. I might end up as foolish as queer. Zhou protested, rubbing his head. What did you just say, Xiaoyu? And you should call me Sister Queer. Lu Wukuei snapped back. Indeed, a perfectly crafted sentence can ignite someone's ire, Ding Zihuan remarked to Ma Xianhong. Those following us are likely company personnel, right? Indeed, they are those who came with Zhang Chulan, brazenly making their way towards us without the slightest attempt to conceal their intentions. Ma Xianhong confirmed with a nod. Let us wait for them then. For now, we are considered allies, Zhou stated. With that, the group paused momentarily. Just then, Zhou maneuvered the puppet scorpion down the mountain. That kid is heading down the mountain. He isn't planning to escape, is he? One of the pursuers remarked as they observed the puppet scorpion descending. Surely not. The finals are tomorrow, with the position of Heavenly Master and the Tongtian talisman within reach. Could he truly abandon it all? Huh. Perhaps he merely seeks to make a name for himself. Now that he is being followed, he might just leave, another replied. That makes sense. Let us follow him closely. As all the pursuers descended after the puppet scorpion, Zhou commanded it to soar back up the mountain, showcasing the sand iron wings before their very eyes. Damn it. We've been tricked. Quickly, return. Hey, what are you doing? You need a ticket to ascend the mountain. Don't barge in without one. An elder hurriedly intervened. But we just came down from the mountain. One protested. So what? You must buy a ticket to go back up. How can you all be so uncouth, dressed like that? One might think you're filming The Matrix. The elder criticized the group, clad in black suits. Chapter 37. The service of Zhang Lingyu eventually, after everyone purchased their tickets and ascended the mountain once more, the puppet scorpion had already vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, accompanied by Su San, Su Si, and Feng Baobao, had found Zhou and his companions. Oh, Brother Zhou, Brother Ma, what a coincidence. You're here for a stroll as well, Zhang Chulan greeted shamelessly. Is it truly a coincidence? Were you not specifically seeking us? We have been here waiting for you. Zhou responded with a playful tilt of his head. Ah, really? Zhang Chulan scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Oomph, Billion, you're truly hypocritical. Lu Wukuei scoffed at Zhang Chulan. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a shadow appeared in the sky. It was Zhou's puppet scorpion returning. Wow. One would never guess it's a puppet. Su Si remarked as he examined the puppet closely. You must be the leader then, Ma Xianhong addressed Su Si. Hello, I'm Su Si, the head of North China. This is Su San, and you all know Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. Su Si introduced himself, patting the puppet scorpion. Greetings, I'm Ma Xianhong, the village chief of Bo, and these are the villagers from our community. He gestured towards Zhou and the others. Is that so? Your village truly seems to be a place of extraordinary talent. Would it be possible for us to visit sometime? Su Si jested, eyeing the formidable individuals behind Ma Xianhong. If it's merely a visit, there's no issue, Ma Xianhong replied. We will definitely come by, Su Si agreed. I must ask, can you officials drop the formalities? Can't you speak plainly? Zhou interjected, summoning the puppet scorpion back, interrupting the pointless chatter between Ma Xianhong and Su Si. Hee, Brother Zhou. You're still young and don't grasp the complexities of social interactions, Su Si chuckled, looking down at Zhou, who barely reached his chest. That remark might not sit well with my sister Queer, Zhou said as he returned to Lu Wukuei. Xiaoyu, why must you involve me in everything? Lu Wukuei protested, swatting Zhou's hand away in annoyance. What can I say? We are the youngest here, Zhou shrugged. All right, we understand your company's intentions. Please speak directly, Ma Xianhong said, frowning with impatience. Very well. Since village chief Ma has said so, we shall be direct. You must understand that this is not idle meddling. We have received instructions from above, Su Si stated candidly. Brother Zhou, the higher-ups sent us to inquire about the statements you made during the recent competition, whether they hold any truth. After all, your participant was a puppet. So please clarify if you truly possess such abilities. Su Si looked at Zhou with seriousness. Not at all. After all, I am merely a 15-year-old child. How could I possibly develop such skills? Just the development of the 100 mechanisms performance is already quite challenging, Zhou replied, tilting his head in a cute manner. To possess the genius capable of surpassing generations of predecessors and achieve such feats is not surprising, Su Si remarked skeptically. Achieving that level is not merely a matter of puppet manipulation, Zhou retorted. With that, he summoned the puppet scorpion once more, opening its chest compartment to reveal the string puppet technique. Look at this, The completion of the 100 mechanisms performance relies primarily on this device, he said, presenting the string puppet technique to Su-si. What is this? A magical artifact. Are you a toolsmith? Su-si exclaimed in shock after examining the device. Brother C, what is a magical artifact? Zhang Chulan, who had been watching the spectacle, inquired curiously. Chulan, you know there are individuals who specialize in how to infuse their qi into other objects, nurturing them with their energy and thus controlling them. This is known as object manipulation, Su-sen explained. Just like that kid from Jejia village in the west and Sister Baobao's knife, right? Zhang Chulan remarked. Exactly. After nurturing it, one can transform this object into a tool for self-enhancement, a process known as transformation. Both transformation and enhancement can be mastered by anyone with the right knowledge. However, there exists another method, wherein one channels their own energy to forge an object with independent supernatural abilities. This is known as artifact forging. The legendary treasures spoken of in ancient tales were crafted by such artisans, though artifact forging demands an exceptional talent, and those who possess this skill are exceedingly rare. Su-sen explained. I see. Zhang Chulan nodded, feeling enlightened. Humph, what are these artifact forgers? So, young man, what did you mean by your provocative statements during the grand celestial ceremony? Were you deliberately stirring trouble? Do you seek to incite chaos in the realm of the extraordinary? Your situation has now escalated, Su-si said, returning the puppet to Zhou with irritation. Yet, Su-si's words seemed to trigger something within Zhou, who suddenly struck a peculiar pose, his voice turning deep. If one must speak frankly, it is both a fleeting whim and a long-conceived plan, aimed at both war and peace. Who can say for certain? Zhou feigned profundity. Bang! The next moment, Ma Xianhong landed a heavy punch on Zhou's head. Apologies. This child has fallen into a juvenile delusion. He merely finds it amusing, and we did not anticipate that he would turn the competition into such a grand jest. We, too, find ourselves quite troubled by it, Ma Xianhong said with a hint of resignation. Humph, indeed, I find such unruly children most detestable. Very well, let it be so. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact the company. Su-si grumbled, rubbing his head in annoyance. I truly appreciate your kindness, Ma Xianhong replied, bowing to Zhou. With that, Su-si waved his hand and prepared to leave to report back. Zhou, my brother, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Zhang Chulan chimed in, grinning mischievously. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. Prepare to bask in adulation tomorrow. Zhou replied with a knowing smirk. Very well. I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. Zhang Chulan departed with a lecherous grin after hearing Zhou's words. Once Zhang Chulan had left, Ma Xianhong, still displeased, gave Zhou another light tap on the head, feeling somewhat relieved thereafter. Ouch! What was that for? Zhou exclaimed, clutching his head. Why do you always say that in that tone? Ma Xianhong asked, puzzled by Zhou's exclamation. I don't know why. It just comes out that way when I say it. As they continued their playful banter, Zhou and his companions returned to their resting place. Soon, night fell, and just as Ma Xianhong and the others were preparing to end their unequal oppression of Zhou, Zhang Lingyu appeared. I came to look for Zhou. I hope I'm not interrupting, Zhang Lingyu said awkwardly, observing Zhou tied to the ground. Not at all. Master Lingyu, please help me get untied. I beg you. Zhou shouted from the ground, struggling. No, Zhang Lingyu said firmly, watching Zhou crawl toward him. Master Lingyu, you have changed. You now feel so distant. How can you utter such cold words from that warm mouth of yours? Zhou pretended to choke back tears. Humph. That's far better than your childish antics during the grand celestial ceremony, where you toyed with everyone, Zhang Lingyu said, looking down at Zhou with disdain. It was evident that Zhang Chulan had already informed the celestial master of the information obtained from Zhou and his companions, and Zhang Lingyu was now aware of Zhou's true nature. I was genuinely concerned for you, only to discover it was all just a ruse. Surely you revel in this mockery of existence. Zhang Lingyu scolded the still-crawling Zhou. In truth, it was merely an average enjoyment, and it was not my intention. The celestial master had already known, yet he chose to conceal it from you. He intentionally withheld the truth to ensure your defeat at my hands, allowing me to lose to Zhang Chulan afterward, Zhou replied, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. You mustn't speak ill of my master. He surely refrained from telling me to test my resolve. I should have conducted better intelligence gathering. Had I consulted my brothers, I would not have been left in the dark. Zhang Lingyu retorted, her frustration evident as she playfully tugged and twisted Zhou face. Master Bao Nan, such a letdown. You ought to appear as if you have been betrayed, filled with fear, uncertainty, confusion, and despair. You should loudly question the celestial master. Master, why have you treated me this way? That would be more appropriate. Zhou continued his playful antics. You are just like your master, Zhang Lingyu said, exasperated by Zhou's antics. Master Lingyu, you are truly too upright and honest, Zhou remarked, looking at Zhang Lingyu who had lifted him off the ground. All right, Xiao Yu, let us not quarrel with Master Lingyu. We should inquire why Master Lingyu has come to see you at such a late hour, Ma Xianhong interjected. I am here to fulfill my promise. Having lost, I must share my past with Brother Zhou, Zhang Lingyu announced to the gathered crowd. How exceedingly upright. It borders on innocent naivete. This is remarkably sincere. Master Lingyu truly shines with sunshine-like honesty. The crowd from Bo Village began to chime in with their playful remarks. I adore your honesty. Come now, Master Lingyu, do share. Zhou said excitedly as he leaned in. Bang! Ma Xianhong swiftly delivered a punch to Zhou's head. Master Lingyu, should you feel uncomfortable, there is no need to share. This fellow lacks boundaries and can be ignored, Ma Xianhong advised Zhang Lingyu. No, it's quite all right. I've already shared with many today, and this will aid me in moving forward. My master also spoke to me today, and I believe that to refine my Yin thunder to perfection, I must learn from individuals like Zhang Chulan and Brother Zhou, Zhang Lingyu said, shaking his head resolutely at Ma Xianhong's concern. How could the celestial master place me alongside Zhang Chulan, who is utterly unrefined? I am quite upright as well. As if I were some nefarious character. Zhou protested, feeling wronged. The onlookers regarded Zhou with expressions that clearly indicated their agreement with his self-portrayal. Very well. In light of the juicy gossip involved, I shall let it slide. Zhang Lingyu, please commence your tale, Zhou declared grandly. Instantly, the crowd turned their gazes toward him with disdain. Can we also listen? Fu Rong inquired. The crowd from Bo Village looked at Zhang Lingyu with eager anticipation. Indeed, gossip is an innate characteristic of humanity. Of course, Zhang Lingyu said, slightly nervous. Thus, everyone settled down, positioning themselves to hear the unfolding tale. In truth, my story is quite simple. It goes like this. Zhang Lingyu began recounting his experiences. Master Lingyu actually has a romantic interest, Fu Rong exclaimed, her expression one of shock. No, it was merely a fleeting thought. We are not together, Zhang Lingyu protested, his cheeks flushed. What a scoundrel. Zhou and Lu Wukue chimed in unison. It seems he has become even more charming, Fu Rong remarked. Oh, how I have prided myself on the steadfastness of my Tao heart since my early years as a practitioner, yet I have easily lost my original essence, relegating myself to the practice of this cold and murky water thunder. In my dissatisfaction, I have unjustly directed my ire towards Zhang Chulan. I envy Zhang Chulan's radiant yang thunder, while this foul and tainted Yin thunder is but a reflection of my failure to remain true to myself. Zhang Lingyu chuckled ironically. How pretentious. The Celestial Master's estate is not the complete reality sect. One can marry and have children here. Besides, the Yin Five Thunders are still a legitimate practice of the Five Thunders. Why scorn yourself so? Remarked Zhou. Zhang Lingyu. I say there is nothing wrong with falling in love. After all, love is love, and no one can compel you to abandon your beloved. Furthermore, the old Celestial Master would surely be pleased to see you happy, Fu Rong interjected, covering Zhou's mouth and stepping forward to offer comfort. Zhang Lingyu, you are still too young. In my view, the Yin Five Thunders far surpass the Yang Five Thunders. Without mastering the foundational skills to perfection, one remains a mere ascetic. When faced with sudden challenges, one may falter or betray their beloved and easily become a target for others, Jin Yong opined, embodying youthful naivety. Indeed, what troubles you, Zhang Lingyu, is something many envy. To have someone who stirs your heart is truly a wonderful thing, Harikage remarked enviously. Not to mention, Zhang Chulan must be envious of you to madness. It's amusing that you two are uncle and nephew, both envying and resenting each other, Zhou teased, breaking free from Fu Rong's grasp. Cough. Thank you for your consolation. It is quite late. You all should rest early. Zhou, you have a final match tomorrow, Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, her face flushing as she hurried towards the door. By the way, Zhou, even if you must lose tomorrow, please give that billion a good thrashing before you concede. I implore you. Zhang Lingyu suddenly turned back, deeply bowing to Zhou before hastily departing. Youth truly have thin skins, Zhou remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The following day, Zhou Yu was taken by Ma Xianhong and others to the competition venue. This match seemed devoid of suspense. How could Billion possibly be a match for the puppet master Zhou Yu? Indeed, even Zhang Linyu lost. Zhou Yu truly is an unexpected dark horse, another agreed. Today I've wagered all my savings on Zhou Yu. The odds may not be high, but I should at least gain something, Zhou Yu heard as he was brought along, the acknowledgement of his prowess echoing around him. Though it seemed this brother might soon face the roof. Old Ma, are you certain you bet all my money on Zhang Chulan? My potential fortune rests on today? Zhou Yu inquired. You have no money. That's all my money. I borrowed 100,000 from you. I'll pay you back double when it's time to settle. Chapter 39. A life without regrets. This match would see countless individuals ascend to the roof in a single night, while those privy to the inside information were destined for sudden wealth. For instance, the villagers of Baiyu, Zhang Chulan's entourage, and even the Celestial Master's estate had discreetly entered the fray, for the odds on Zhang Chulan were simply too enticing. Will there be bad debts later? Zhou Yu pondered. As long as you don't throw the match too obviously, it should be fine, Ma Xianhong replied. Surely it won't be too obvious. Zhou Yu mused, stroking his chin. Grand Finals of the Luotian Grand Ceremony. Zhang Chulan versus Zhou Yu. Please welcome the contestants. Zhang Chulan entered with swagger, his demeanor exuding arrogance, while Zhou Yu simply commanded his puppet avatar, Scorpion, to descend dramatically onto the stage. Wow, that knee must be sore. Someone commented. You've arrived. I have. You shouldn't have come. Zhang Chulan adjusted his non-existent sunglasses nonchalantly. I had no choice. The stakes were simply too high. Zhou Yu replied in a mock-serious tone, controlling Scorpion. Are you still going to fight or not? A frustrated onlooker shouted. What's the rush? If you have the capability, come down and fight. Zhou Yu and Zhang Chulan shouted in unison. Afterward, Zhou Yu unexpectedly extended his hand towards Zhang Chulan, signaling for a handshake. Is this guy about to back out? Zhang Chulan thought, eyeing the puppet Scorpion before cautiously reaching out his hand, only to be immediately grasped by Scorpion's grip. Zhang Chulan, I admire your ability to reach the finals through all manner of underhanded tactics. Your thirst for victory is duly noted, Zhou Yu declared through Scorpion. Just as Zhang Chulan prepared to respond, Scorpion spoke again, this time in Zhang Chulan's own voice. How dare you approach me, Zhang Chulan, knowing full well your despicable nature. The match has already begun. Zhang Chulan's eyes widened in shock as he looked towards Zhou Yu, now standing in the spectator area rather than behind a wall. In the next instant, a powerful bolt of lightning erupted from Scorpion. Zhou Yu commanded Scorpion to unleash a lightning escape technique, then violently stumbled backward, simultaneously employing the technique of human control. He directed Zhang Chulan's hand toward the scroll at Scorpion's waist, intentionally refraining from resisting Zhang Chulan's energy. In that split second, Zhou Yu sustained severe injuries, and the strongest trump card, the puppet scroll, was seized, leaving the audience, including Zhang Chulan, in utter astonishment. Hey! Zhang Chulan glanced at the suddenly acquired puppet scroll in his hand, and the flying Scorpion, utterly bewildered. Billion, you are too despicable. No, Billion, you actually ambushed me. The arena erupted with shouts condemning Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan, you are disgusting. That young one merely wished to express respect through a handshake, and you resorted to ambush with lightning techniques. He is still but a child. Zhou Yu's true self shouted from the spectator area, as Zhou Yu's words echoed. Even those from the Celestial Master's estate were appalled by Zhang Chulan's despicable actions, casting disdainful glances in his direction. That wasn't me, Zhang Chulan quickly protested. But holding on to Zhou Yu's puppet scroll diminished the credibility of his defense. Brother, this is a bit awkward. Tianjin looked at the old Celestial Master, Zhang Zhuwei. This Zhang Chulan is no good, the hot-tempered Lu Jin declared vehemently. You all are truly something. If other young people cannot see it, that's one thing. But have you not realized that the lightning just now was not even a legitimate technique of the Five Thunders? The old Celestial Master remarked with a smile. This young man is quite interesting. Aside from puppetry, it seems he is no slouch in other techniques either. Even lightning techniques are within his grasp. A genius truly is a genius, capable of reaching the pinnacle in any discipline, the old Celestial Master said joyfully. But what is this young man's intent with such a display? Lu Jin questioned, intrigued by Zhang Zhuwei's words. Old Lu, I forgot to mention. He came to the Luotian Grand Ceremony for your tome, the Tongtian book. Both Chulan and I promised him that if he lost to Chulan, you would pass it on to him. Zhang Jiwei winked at Lu Jin. What? Zhang Jiwei, old bullnose. You used my belongings to buy someone off for a fixed match. Lu Jin exclaimed, his expression one of outrage directed at Zhang Jiwei. Don't be angry. Old Lu, it wasn't me who bought him off. He approached me with the proposal. I simply forgot to inform you. Zhang Jiwei replied with a smile. All right. Old bullnose. Was this all deliberate? What if I refuse? Lu Jin was both amused and exasperated. What a trivial matter. If you don't give it to him now, you will have to present it to Chulan tomorrow anyway. At worst, you can hand it over to that kid after you've awarded him, Zhang Jiwei remarked. You must be certain that I won't default on my word. Lu Jin retorted. How could I? We share a bond unlike any other, and besides, you are the illustrious Lu Jin. Spare me the flattery. I am hardly illustrious. Lu Jin said with a hint of melancholy. By the way, why does that kid, having turned himself into a puppet, still need the Tongtian Lu? Lu Jin inquired. Old Lu, look over there. That dark-skinned kid is also named Zhou. As for the puppet on the field, Zhang Jiwei pointed to Zhou and continued. Damn it. That little trickster. Lu Jin understood he had been played and glared at the puppet doppelganger on the ground, cursing. Zhou, can you continue the match? Zhao Huanjin, who was assigned as the judge, shouted at the fallen puppet doppelganger, while his gaze remained fixed on Zhou's side. Zhou, controlling the puppet doppelganger, struggled to rise. Its upper garment charred to ash from the recent electric shock, revealing its darkened puppet torso. Zhang Chulan, cough, I was careless. I never anticipated you could be so despicable. Zhou exclaimed through the puppet. Don't even start. You're slandering me. At that moment, Zhang Chulan realized that Zhou was behind it all. Cough. It is no wonder you are the heir of the Qi body lineage. I have no regrets in my career. No regrets, my foot. I haven't even attacked yet. Zhang Chulan shouted in despair. I recall that afternoon, running under the sunset. That was my lost youth. Enough with the strange thoughts. Come on, let us battle. Zhang Chulan yelled. Zhang Chulan, you have won. This time, the first prize of the Luotian Grand Ceremony belongs to you. Cough. Judge, I concede. With that, Zhou swiftly commanded the puppet doppelganger to flee the scene. I hereby declare, Zhang Chulan defeats Zhou. Zhang Chulan is the victor. Not fair. My money. Damn Zhang Chulan, perish. With Zhou's impeccable assistance, Zhang Chulan's fame successfully surpassed that of the original narrative. I am Zhang Chulan, an extraordinary individual. I never imagined that I would ultimately achieve first place in the Luotian Grand Ceremony. Yet, I cannot fathom why I am completely indifferent to winning. Chapter 40. The Acquisition of the Tongtian Lu Zhou. I detest you. Zhang Chulan bellowed as he was once again pursued by the crowd. As he fled, the puppet scroll he had discarded was whisked back into Zhou's hands, and beside the villagers of Bio, there appeared a figure strikingly resembling Sasuke. Xiaoyu, is your puppet doppelganger unharmed? Ma Xianhong inquired, gazing at the newly appeared Sasuke on behalf of Zhou. Indeed, this Sasuke is a transformation of the puppet doppelganger. Exactly. Xiaoyu, I just saw your puppet doppelganger get electrocuted. Lu Wukuai added. Xiaoyu, you can surely repair it, right? Fu Rong asked. Her eyes filled with concern for the puppet doppelganger. This is Ding Zihuan. Rest assured, it's fine. The earlier state was merely a transformation. My puppet doppelganger is completely unscathed, Zhou declared as he stored the puppet doppelganger, Scorpion. Humph. The lad knows how to act. Should I invest in your movie career? Lu Jin, who had arrived unnoticed, spoke to Zhou with evident irritation. Greetings, Elder Lu, the villagers of Bio respectfully acknowledged. You are all the Spratus friends. Why do you let him run amok without any restraint? Lu Jin unleashed his ire indiscriminately. Ha ha ha, old Lu, don't be so harsh. The youth simply enjoys showing off. There's nothing wrong with wanting to stand out, Zhang Jiwei interjected, pushing Tian Jinchong towards the crowd. Greetings, Master Tian, greetings, Elder. The villagers politely greeted while Lu Jin's temper flared. Humph, you are all in cahoots. Of course, you would defend him. This old man. Have been deceived by your collusion. Lu Jin snapped at Zhang Jiwei. The old master merely smiled and remained silent. After expressing his displeasure, Lu Jin pulled out a book from his robe and threw it forcefully at Zhou's face. Zhou did not flinch upon catching it. He wiped the blood from his nose and gazed at the book with exhilaration. The Tongtian Lu. Old Ma. Look. Zhou triumphantly raised the Tongtian Lu before Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong, equally excited, took the Tongtian Lu and prepared to flip through its pages. Ding Zihuan and Jin Yong nearby hastily nudged them. Thank you, Elder Lu. Thank you, Master Tian. Only after being reminded did Ma Xianhong and the intentionally ostentatious Zhou Yu express their gratitude to Lu Jin and the old master. Enough. I warn you. If you dare use the Tongtian Lu for any nefarious deeds, I will not spare you, Lu Jin said gruffly before turning to leave. Haha, rest assured. Old Lu means no harm towards you. He is merely upset with me, Zhang Jiwei replied with a smile. Fear not, Master Tian. We are grateful to Elder Lu. His granting us the Tongtian Lu is a blessing that will shape our future cultivation. We also appreciate your assistance, Ma Xianhong said politely. You deserve it. Zhou Yu helped me fulfill my wish, freeing me from worry. I owe him my thanks, the old master said candidly. Please, do not mention it. I cannot bear such weight. Zhou Yu hastily responded. Ha. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You all must be eager to return and study, the old master said as he prepared to escort Master Tian away. Wait, Master Tian, Elder Tian. If I told you I have a method to help Elder Tian stand again, would you be willing to try? Instantly, all eyes turned to Zhou Yu in shock. What are you saying, you brat? Xiao you cannot make such reckless claims. The villagers of Bio gasped as they stared at Zhou Yu. Youngster, I will be angered by such jokes. Zhang Zhuwei narrowed his eyes at Zhou Yu. The villagers felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a chasm. Master, I would never jest. The techniques I spoke of during the Luotian Grand Ceremony are indeed real. Zhou Yu, beads of sweat trickling down, quickly clarified. He understood that this was not the moment for such revelations, but having acquired the Tongtian Lu, he feared that they might soon depart. And if he did not speak now, he might miss his chance. After all, the day after tomorrow marked the full-scale assault on the mountain. And Elder Tian would fall into slumber that day. If he did not speak now, it would truly be the end. Zhou Yu had wrestled with the decision of whether to save him. Had he not visited the world of Naruto, he would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation. However, after 12 years in that realm, Zhou Yu had become somewhat unhinged, his temperament worn down. His decision to speak now was not solely out of goodwill. Other motives lingered beneath. Brother, do not be so serious. You are frightening the child, Tian Jinsheng interjected. His words dissipated the oppressive atmosphere, allowing Zhou Yu and his companions to breathe a sigh of relief. So this is the weight of the foremost figure in the extraordinary realm. The master of the Taoist Heavenly Masteress residence? The villagers of Bio would forever remember this moment. Zhou Yu, what you just mentioned is the secret technique known as the human puppet that you referred to at the Luotian Grand Ceremony, correct? Tian Jinzong gazed at Zhou Yu with a gentle expression. Indeed, Elder Tian, this technique truly exists, and there have been successful cases. Zhou Yu replied earnestly. Young Zhou, you mentioned a successful case. Was it you? The old master inquired. No, it was not. How can you prove it then? The old master continued to question. That person is a dear friend of mine, Zhou Yu stated seriously. As he spoke, Zhou Yu produced the scroll of the human puppet technique along with the experimental report from Scorpion's modifications. He began to reminisce about the time he was researching the possibilities of a giant puppet machine with Scorpion and Grandma Chio when Scorpion suddenly declared he would enter a period of seclusion. At that moment, Zhou Yu suspected Scorpion intended to take action against the third Kazekage and secretly monitored his movements daily, yet Scorpion never appeared. When Scorpion finally reemerged, he informed Zhou Yu that he had completed his own transformation into a human puppet and shared his entire experimental process with Zhou Yu, who had a fierce argument with Scorpion at that time. It was from that moment that Zhou Yu understood Scorpion's resolve for revenge and ceased his surveillance of the third Kazekage. Henceforth, he adopted the mindset of merely preventing Scorpion from being exposed while refraining from interference. The third Kazekage? Are you quite familiar with him? You may be a great shadow. But I, Zhou Yu, have always favored familial ties over righteousness. Zhou Yu had once contemplated undergoing a transformation into a human puppet himself, but was interrupted by Namikaze Minato's distinct actions before he could commence. Zhou Yu shook his head, snapping back to reality, and handed the scroll back to the old master. The old master opened the scroll and began to study it alongside Tian Jinzong. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to leave once we obtained the Tongtian Lu? Ma Xianhong and his group pulled Zhou Yu aside to interrogate him. This was also one of Zhou Yu's reasons for speaking up. What on earth are you up to? If you continue this way, we will inevitably come to ruin. Ma Xianhong exclaimed while tapping Zhou Yu's head. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yu hurriedly covered his head to prevent Ma Xianhong's antics. Please, listen to me. It's like this, so you quickly embellished the story of Tian Jinzong's master with fervor. Oh dear, Elder Tian is truly remarkable, Fu Rong and Lu Wukue said, visibly moved. The others echoed their sentiments. Xiaoyu, you must help Elder Tian, everyone urged. Rest assured, I am indeed working on it. Now we await the choices of the old master and Elder Tian, Zhou replied. Young Zhou, what are you whispering about over there? Come here. Chapter 41. The Luotian Grand Ceremony concludes. What is the matter? Have you finished? Zhou scampered over at the old master's call. We have finished. You were quite generous to share such a technique with us, the old master remarked as he returned the scroll to Zhou. In that case, you have imparted your teachings upon me, and I hold great admiration for Elder Tian, Zhou said. You've heard my story? Tian Jinzong asked curiously. It's written in your eyes, I assenti it? Yes. My grandmother once spoke of you, Zhou blurted. Enough, young Zhou. This technique is quite sinister yet magnificent. It is indeed a complete technique capable of achieving the effects you described. However, where is your friend now? The old master inquired. He is no longer in this world. Zhou replied. Has he passed away? Those who can master this technique should not meet such an easy fate, Tian Jinzong remarked with a hint of melancholy. While this technique can grant longevity, it still falls short of true immortality, the old master interjected. Indeed, he could have survived. He chose to surrender in light of his regrets. Zhou reflected upon Scorpion's demise from the original narrative. Longevity is not necessarily a blessing. For some, it is a curse, the old master mused. Elder Tian, do you require my assistance? Zhou asked with hopeful anticipation. Thank you, young Zhou, but I must decline. Tian Jinzong said, ruffling Zhou's hair gently. Why not? Zhou and his companions exclaimed in unison. Haha, I appreciate your good intentions. You are all wonderful children, but I am merely an old man nearing the end of my days, after so many years. Let me depart with dignity as a human being, Tian Jinzong said with a smile. Brother Jinzong, do not try to persuade me, he interrupted Zhang Zhuwei. Who is trying to persuade you? I merely wanted to say you looked quite impressive just now, the old master retorted. Elder Jinzong. Zhou and his companions gazed at Tian Jinzong with tears in their eyes. All right, children, let's leave it at that. You all should go rest now. Brother. We shall take our leave, Tian Jinzong said with flair. Wait, Elder Tian, I can customize a puppet prosthetic for you, allowing you to regain mobility. Zhou quickly interjected as he noticed the old master preparing to leave. That is acceptable. Come find me tomorrow. For now, return and rest. After the award ceremony concludes tomorrow, come to the master's residence, the old master decisively stated. Brother, you truly are. Tian Jinzong shook his head helplessly. Jinzong, who else could I be but your senior? A junior should listen to their elder, the old master quipped, pushing Tian Jinzong along cheerfully. The bond between the old master and Elder Jinzong was indeed enviable, Ma Xianhong remarked as he watched them depart. It's all right, old Ma, you have us now, and we will always be by your side, Zhou reassured Ma Xianhong, patting him on the back. It's your presence that gives me a headache, Ma Xianhong retorted, swatting Zhou's hand away. Master, it appears we cannot escape now, Jin Yong remarked. It's all someone's fault. We could have returned today? Lu Wukue kicked Zhou lightly. She started to miss her brother, wondering if he was eating well. Lost in thought, she nudged Zhou again. By the way, how did you come to know so many secrets? Chou Rang asked, pulling Zhou closer, curiosity written all over his face. My grandmother told me. Don't ask. It's just something my grandmother said. Zhou replied. How does your grandmother know such hidden matters? Does she know Elder Tian's secret? Chou Rang continued to press for answers. Enough. Let us head back. Everyone has their secrets, and there is no need to discuss them, Ma Xianhong interjected firmly. After a night had passed, Zhou, controlling his puppet doppelganger Scorpion, and Zhang Chulan went to the Luotian Grand Ceremony to receive their awards, while Zhou's true self awaited the old master and others at the master's residence with Ma Xianhong. Zhang Chulan, according to the prior arrangements, this Tantian Lu is yours. Lu Jin called Zhang Chulan forward. Thank you, Senior Lu, but I do not wish to accept it, Zhang Chulan replied, his eyelids twitching as he observed the children's book titled Three-Character Classic on the tray amidst the surrounding chatter. What? Not accepting? What is going on with Zhang Chulan? Would this billion resort to any tricks again? Instantly, the remaining bystanders began to murmur among themselves. Ah, Senior Lu, I have already suffered greatly due to an unfamiliar chi source. The Tongtian Lu is as renowned as the Qi source, considered a treasure by others, but for me, it is a nuisance. The greatest reward for me would be to return to Mount Longhu, Zhang Chulan remarked with a resigned smile. Lu Jin looked at Zhang Chulan with a somewhat speechless expression, as if to say, what are you pretending for? Hey, since the top candidate Zhang Chulan doesn't want it, let us pass it to the second place. How does that sound? No objections from anyone, right? The Grandmaster, standing behind, declared with conviction after glancing at the other 10 masters. Cut it out. Old cow nose. Are you implying that I can't take this Tongtian Lu back? Lu Jin retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Jiwei. It has to go to the younger generation anyway. Zhang Jiwei chuckled. All right. Let that little rascal Zhou hurry up and come here, Lu Jin said. Before long, Zhou's puppet, Scorpion, hurriedly made its way to Lu Jin. Senior Lu, did you call for me? Zhou spoke through the puppet, exuding flattery. Here, take this. Study it well when you get back. You youngsters need to learn properly. Lu Jin, irritated by Zhou's puppet, thrust the 3-character classic into the puppet's hands, speaking with annoyance. Enough. The grand ceremony has concluded. Let us depart. Lu Jin said curtly, as he left for the Tianshi mansion. Wang Ai and Lu Ci scrutinized the puppet Scorpion, lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, after finishing the concluding ceremony of the grand ceremony, the Grand Master finally returned to the Tianshi mansion, pushing Elder Tian along. Inside the Tianshi mansion, with the Grand Master absent, Lu Jin was addressing the standing Zhou, Zhang Chulan, and Zhang Lingyu, while Ma Xianhong flipped through the Tongtian Lu, occasionally chiming in during Lu Jin's reprimands of Zhou. Haha, old Lu is so keen on instructing the youth. The Grand Master jested upon entering and observing the 3 lined up. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou pushed Elder Tian and discreetly left this place of gossip. After measuring Elder Tian's health, Zhou found an excuse to make a swift exit. Xiaoyu, why do I feel like you are deliberately stalling for time? Ma Xianhong asked abruptly as he walked alongside Zhou. Chapter 42, The Full-Scale Assault on the Mountain. Hehe, you've caught me. It's true. It's just that it's such a rare opportunity to play outside. I can't help but want to extend my stay. Moreover, Mount Longhu is full of talented people, and the conversation here is delightful. I absolutely adore it. Zhou feigned shyness. This is a falsehood. Ma Xianhong's instincts were indeed correct. Zhou was deliberately delaying because he did not want to miss the upcoming full-scale assault on the mountain. This was also one of the reasons Zhou had suddenly revealed the secrets of the puppet technique yesterday. The forthcoming assault was the perfect opportunity for Zhou to gather materials, and he certainly did not want to leave at this moment. Only by doing so could he keep Ma Xianhong and the others with him, and in the ensuing chaos, even if they wished to remain uninvolved, it would be impossible. With Ma Xianhong and others around, Zhou's efficiency in collecting materials would greatly increase. There are still many matters in the village. We have been away for quite a while. Let's play for a couple more days before heading back, Ma Xianhong said, both helpless and somewhat indulgent. Absolutely, old Ma. You are truly kind. Zhou feigned happiness. The puppet prosthetic model you promised me will be handed over. You can install it directly later. Enjoy your time with Kuei, and Fu Rong these next couple of days. Ma Xianhong smiled at the cheerful Zhou, taking on the responsibility. I love you. Old Ma, how about we just forget about that 100,000 you lent me? Zhou clung to Ma Xianhong's leg. That is absolutely out of the question. The principal of the money you earned is all from me. You actually think you can evade that? Xiaoyu, this will ruin your credit. Ma Xianhong bellowed, forcefully pushing Zhou away. As night fell, the busy Master Ma continued to craft the puppet prosthetic for his troublesome sleeping child, Zhou, laboring diligently under the glow of the lamp, appearing extraordinarily noble. Meanwhile, sensing the impending storm, the Tianshi mansion began its patrol. Alas, I really didn't expect Billion to win, one of the Taoists patrolling the front mountain remarked. What kind of figure would that guy become as the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain? 2 Taoists were leisurely chatting as they patrolled, and though they were on duty, no one believed anyone would dare to cause trouble at Longhu Mountain, so they ambled about without a shred of vigilance. Suddenly, they noticed 3 figures standing in the woods ahead. You folks have come so stealthily to the front mountain. Did you lose your way down? Shall we guide you? They said warmly upon seeing the newcomers, mistakenly assuming they were lost. No need. Taoist, the grand ceremony has concluded, yet we find it unsatisfactory. One man wearing a cap exclaimed. In the next moment, a surge of chi erupted from the 3, their appearances morphing. We haven't even begun to play. They cackled ominously. You guys. In an instant, the two unsuspecting Taoists fell victim. Ha! Let the chaos begin. After today, everyone will remember us. We are the ones who breached the Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain. Set fire. Burn Longhu Mountain. Immediately, countless rogue figures emerged from various corners, launching assaults and wreaking havoc. In an instant, several places in Longhu Mountain erupted in flames. Many ordinary beings who had not managed to leave were caught in the turmoil. Wake up, everyone. There's trouble. The ever-alert Ma Xianhong heard the commotion and began to rouse everyone, who were already waking up, waiting for instructions at Ma Xianhong's door. It seems the rogue figures are causing chaos and attacking Longhu Mountain. Zhong Xiaolong, who had mastered the finger snap technique, relayed the information he had gathered. What should we do, master? Should we assist or flee? Qiu Rang inquired. Assist in extinguishing the flames. Ma Xianhong, shaken at the sight of the fiery chaos in Longhu Mountain, took a deep breath and commanded. Yes. With that, Ma Xianhong led everyone towards the turmoil. Ha! Let us go. Let us turn the Tianshi mansion upside down. What do you vile scoundrels intend to do? What do I intend to do? I don't know about the others, but for me, I am deeply enamored with destroying those cherished things, those that countless generations have labored to protect. Obliterated in an instant. A man with old-fashioned glasses and a center-parted hairstyle passionately proclaimed his ideology. This ancient temple, after all, will vanish sooner or later. Why not let me take it down? Really? Don't you advocate that the beauty of the moment is art? Just as the rogue was about to unleash an explosive energy bomb, Zhou interrupted him. Observing the incapacitated rogue, Zhou utilized the bracelet gifted by Ma Xianhong to capture him. Though somewhat weaker, your innate abilities and ideology remind me of someone. Congratulations. I shall make an exception and allow you to become one of my collectibles, Zhou murmured to himself, gazing at the bracelet. Taoist, we are here to assist you. Zhou smiled as he turned to look at the vigilant Taoist. As he spoke, Ma Xianhong and the others appeared beside Zhou, each carrying several unconscious individuals. Xiao Yu, use your bracelet to store them away. This way, they will remain unconscious for the time being, Ma Xianhong instructed, tossing a person at Zhou's feet. All right. Zhou exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Ma Xianhong's words, swiftly placing the unconscious individuals into the bracelet. The village chief is biased. He made a new magical artifact for Xiao Yu without considering us, Fu Rong teased, glancing at Zhou's bracelet. Hee, what can I say? With 3,000 beauties in the harem, I am favored by them all, Zhou replied playfully. With a decisive gesture, Ma Xianhong struck Zhou on the head, saying, Good things come to those who deserve them. When Zhou and his companions arrived at the next location, the grim scene before them left Ma Xianhong trembling with rage. How could they kill so wantonly? What do they regard life as? He exclaimed, glaring at the severed limbs strewn across the ground. This is the principle of quants. They advocate authenticity and spontaneity, believing that cultivation is not about restraint but indulgence. Ordinary villains kill and burn for the sake of cultivation, while some view it merely as entertainment. Jin Yong explained to Ma Xianhong, Everyone, do not hold back. If you encounter a quants practitioner, eliminate them without mercy, Ma Xianhong said darkly, pointing at a little girl impaled and hanging from a tree not far away. Immediately, the members of Bio village unleashed their full might, resulting in countless casualties among the quants practitioners. Damn it, who are these people? Why do my attacks have no effect? Some quants cannon fodder fell before Ma Xianhong and his companions, utterly confused by the fate that befell them. Remarkable. They wield their magical artifacts as if they were mere vegetables. Where did Zhou and his companions come from? Su Si, observing from the shadows, remarked with disdain. Let us take action. If we don't, the quants will be wiped out. Su Si communicated through his walkie-talkie. The next moment, several red flares shot into the sky. Chapter 43. The boy collecting corpses. At this moment, Zhou no longer needed to take action himself. He merely controlled his puppets to collect the bodies, flitting about like a joyful bee. I can't keep up. There are just too many. Is this the burden of happiness? Zhou exclaimed as he commanded his puppets to scurry around. At last, it feels like war. Bloodshed. Violence. Corpses everywhere. If only I could release some poison, Zhou blissfully proclaimed, as if in ecstasy. Those who have experienced war either develop an intense aversion to it or become fervent enthusiasts. No, this is not the ninja world. Besides, old Ma and the others are still around. Things are getting out of hand, and it could lead to our demise. Zhou chastised himself, slapping his cheeks to regain composure. The quality of materials here is mediocre. I hope my puppet clone Scorpion can gather more from the back mountain, Zoyu mused, glancing toward the rear mountain. If the commotion at the front mountain involved mere cannon fodder, then the elite creatures at the back mountain were of a far higher caliber. Meanwhile, the puppet clone Scorpion was rummaging through the back mountain, having already collected several decent materials. Unfortunately, the Quan's practitioners were too brutal. They either dismembered or poisoned their victims. The Taoists from the Heavenly Master's mansion, however, were considerate, leaving the bodies intact after dispatching the Quan's demons. As Scorpion collected materials, he couldn't help but sing a tune. A little girl collecting mushrooms, a puppet collecting corpses, one basket full. Just as Scorpion was enjoying the collection, someone suddenly leaped down from a tree, striking at him. Clang. A vermilion palm? Zoyu, using iron sand to block the ambush, recognized the residual vermilion powder and deduced the assailant's identity. It was the passerby who had once ambushed Zhang Lingyu and was swiftly killed in return. Ah, Zoyenshi, you have a keen eye? A short elderly man in an old military uniform clapped his hands, stepping forward. Yuan Tao. Zoyu recognized the man who was followed by a bumbling giant. Fortunately, a young man like you can recognize me, Yuan Tao said, smiling at Zoyu. Humph. Yuan, why are you wasting time talking to him? The one who had just ambushed Zoyu emerged, moving closer to Yuan Tao, ready to stand beside him. However, Yuan Tao swiftly commanded his 9-dragon child to strike, killing the ambusher on the spot. Yuan, have you lost your mind? Exclaimed a woman accompanying the deceased, her expression turning wary as she glared at Yuan Tao. Humph. Look closely. He was connected by threads, and is merely that young man's puppet. Yuan Tao snorted. The old fox was indeed difficult to deceive, but just then, the fallen figure abruptly rose and struck at Yuan Tao. Bang. Prepared for this, Yuan Tao easily deflected the blow, and the next moment, the 9-dragon child's Basya smashed down upon the corpse, obliterating its upper half into a pulp. TCH, how tiresome. Even our own people are so ruthless. They leave no intact corpses behind, reducing my materials. Zoyu, controlling the puppet clone Scorpion, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Zoyenshi, although I do not know what you intend to do with these corpses, your methods are indeed quite suitable for us Quan's practitioners. How about you share your treasures with us? I can ensure your inclusion in our ranks, Yuan Tao said with a grin. Treasure? Are you referring to my eternal human puppet secret technique or the heavenly passage talisman? Zoyu replied with a smile. Of course, I want both. Yuan Tao said greedily. Forget it. While I engage in deception, drug making, murder, and desecration of corpses, I still cannot align myself with you Quan's demons, Zoyu shrugged. Your words sound more like Quan's than mine. Alas, in this lawful society, if one desires to acquire abundant materials, there is but one method: black eat black. Scorpion greedily eyed the Quan's crowd. In that case, it seems we have no choice. Honestly, I prefer destroying you rather than dealing with geniuses like you, Yuan Tao retorted, directing the 9-dragon child's tide wind towards Zoyu with a flourish. Clang. Unlike his main body, the puppet clone Scorpion, utilizing the chakra core of the third wind shadow, had gained magnetic release. After Zoyu infused significant iron sand into the puppet, Scorpion could freely manipulate the iron sand, easily blocking various attacks. Zoyu enveloped the tide wind with iron sand and, in the next breath, transformed it into his magical artifact with his chi. What have you done? Why has my tide wind pearl lost its connection? Yuan Tao, who had been as stable as a rock, finally broke down. The tide wind, one of the 9 dragon children he had nurtured for a lifetime, had unexpectedly lost contact in an instant. He frantically questioned Zoyu. One can only say that you are indeed fortunate. I have recently become a blacksmith, so please allow me to borrow this orb for a while. With that, Zoyu directed the Tidewind Pearl to swiftly strike toward the oblivious woman nearby. The Tidewind Pearl, known for its unparalleled speed among the 9 dragons, instantly pierced through the woman. Impossible. The transformation and manipulation occurred in an instant. This cannot be happening. Yuan Tao, in utter despair, shouted at Zoyu. Fool. Yes. Yuan Tao bellowed, prompting the towering simpleton behind him to pull out a water gun and shoot at the puppet clone Scorpion. Zoyu, while using iron sand to block the water gun, simultaneously commanded the Tidewind Pearl to attack Yuan Tao. Fool. Swiftly, the Rabbit Lord. After the Tidewind Pearl was blocked by Yuan Tao's Chiwin's Pearl, Yuan Tao and the fool donned rabbit slippers and hurriedly fled into the forest. A familiar routine. As they attempted to lure Zhou toward the Forjiang Kuang, Yuan Tao quipped, preparing to follow. At that moment, Lu Jin finally arrived. So, why is that wretched puppet here again? Lu Jin alighted, gazing at the puppet clone scorpion. Master Lu, this place is too perilous. It would be prudent for your main body to remain with the others at the front mountain. Those who come from the rear mountain are either the 6 thieves of all nature or the level of the Forjiang Kuang. Caution is advisable. Zhou conversed with the puppet clone scorpion. Very well, young man, I see you intend to pursue. Are you not afraid of an ambush? Lu Jin remarked. Somewhat speechless at Zhou's caution. I am a puppet. What is there to fear? A valid point. Ultimately, Lu Jin decided to accompany the puppet clone scorpion in pursuit of Yuan Tao. Soon, they caught up with Yuan Tao, who had come to a halt in the forest. Chapter 44. As if an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Master Lu, why are you also meddling? Yuan Tao addressed Lu Jin. Yuan Tao, you are regressing. Resorting to ambushes against a mere junior. Lu Jin exclaimed in anger. Master Lu, with a talent like Zhou Yanshi, who can achieve the status of a master at such a young age and even create the art of immortality, employing any means is entirely justifiable. Yuan Tao shamelessly retorted. You speak nonsense. Lu Jin angrily rebuked. Master Lu, what troubles you? Zhou inquired, noticing Lu Jin's evident distress. Zhou, I warned you of an ambush. They have set a trap. Come forth, eternal awakening monk. Lu Jin announced loudly, activating the reverse birth triple layer. Good evening, Master Lu and young Master Zhou. A benign-looking, plump monk emerged from the shadows. Where are the other 3 of the Forjiang Kuang? Let them show themselves as well. Zhou addressed the appearing monk. Be cautious. Just as Zhou finished speaking, Lu Jin shouted and pulled Zhou back. Bang! A figure landed heavily where they had just been, creating a massive pit in the ground. Indeed, they are formidable opponents. The assailant was none other than Xinchong. Had it not been for old Master Lu's presence, I would not have wanted to emerge from hiding for such a wretched wooden puppet. Xiaohe also appeared atop a nearby tree. Bald donkey, just lingering there. Are you? Zhou, pay attention. I shall demonstrate for you. Fourfold Thunder Talisman. Lu Jin, who had been tormented by Gao Ning, suddenly shouted in fury. Drawing 4 thunder talismans in the air, 4 talismans appeared in front of him in succession. Just as the talismans were about to erupt, a pink aura, speckled with dots, flew in and neutralized the fourfold thunder talisman. Why is Master Lu so enraged? Dome slowly approached Gao Ning, speaking softly. My goodness. The Forjiang Kuang have all gathered. Young Zhou, you must leave. This matter is left to me. Lu Jin stated, his breath unsteady. I believe it is you. Master Lu, who should leave first? The puppet clone scorpion scratched its head. Do not be reckless, you insolent child. That bald donkey's ability, the 12 labors of emotion array, can influence the 12 meridians of those within, causing them to oscillate between positive and negative emotions. Ultimately, they fall into extreme emotions, leading to mental collapse. The corresponding organs will also suffer severe damage. Dome's ability can strip away one's willpower, rendering them weak. Coupled with Xiaohe's bone-scraping blade, you cannot withstand it. Let me handle this. You must leave now. Otherwise, when I go berserk, you will have no chance to escape. Lu Jin roared at the puppet clone scorpion. However, I am merely a puppet, devoid of meridians. You see, I am entirely unresponsive. Instantly, a crow flew overhead, creating an awkward atmosphere. This is disastrous. I had not anticipated this. I always thought the lack of response was due to most abilities being directed at Lu Jin. Gao Ning contemplated with a pause. I said this wretched mechanical puppet was pointless. Why did you insist on bringing me? Xiaohe grumbled. Good lad. I never expected that the 12 labors of emotion array could be circumvented in such a manner. Lu Jin snapped back to attention and joyfully patted the puppet clone scorpion. Therefore, Master Lu, you should assist the others. The 6 thieves of all nature and the 3 corpse Tujinfang are also in this rear mountain, and your juniors may not be able to withstand them. Zhou shrugged, controlling the puppet clone scorpion. Very well, young man, I leave this to you. Understanding that Gao Ning's abilities would not affect the puppet clone, Lu Jin realized that with Zhou's displayed prowess, defeating the 6 thieves of all nature would be no challenge, and thus he departed with ease. I have no interest in this wooden puppet. I shall pursue Lu Jin while you handle him. Xiaohe, seeing Lu Jin leave, found an excuse to depart in search of her beloved. Xiaohe. Upon seeing Xiaohe slip away, Xinchong couldn't help but call out. Cursed be this little vixen. Ever so flirtatious. Domei remarked, somewhat exasperated. Stay vigilant. This lad is still an innate anomaly. His ability is to control iron sand. Furthermore, he is suspected to be a blacksmith. He has taken my 9 dragons Tidewind Pearl. Yuan Tao recounted the abilities he had just tested from the puppet clone scorpion. What nonsense. A puppet master. An innate anomaly? And a blacksmith? Isn't he merely 15 years of age? Domei exclaimed, nearly losing her composure. All right, everyone, let us begin. If you manage to defeat me, you shall obtain the art of eternal puppetry and the celestial talisman. But do not blame me for using my numbers to overpower you, as you are the 6 thieves of all nature. Zhou took to the skies, spreading his iron sand wings. Quickly stop him. Realizing Zhou's intent as he took flight, Shinchong urgently shouted. In an instant, Shinchong, Domei, and Gao Ning concentrated their energies toward the puppet clone scorpion. Yuan Tao and the fool also produced water guns to shoot. Manipulation, human body puppet technique. The puppet clone scorpion released the corpse of the recently slain woman from its pouch, controlling her to shield against the attacks, and in an instant, the woman was obliterated. Flesh and blood splattered all over Shinchong and the others, while Yuan Tao, thanks to the Chaiwan's Pearl, narrowly escaped. The true purpose of the human body puppet technique is not to control living beings or corpses in combat, but rather to manipulate them into turning against their own companions, thereby shattering their morale. Zhou stated while retrieving the puppet scroll. We shall not succumb to such meaningless emotions. Gao Ning, wiping his face, said coldly. I understand. Yet it is the instinct of living beings to be unable to bear the sight of their kin transforming into something else before their very eyes. Observing those I have turned into instruments, you must inevitably feel a pang of sorrow for your own kind, no? My sincerest apologies. We are utterly devoid of such sentiments. At this moment, I am only aware of the fact that you have sullied my attire. Domei glared venomously at the puppet doppelganger, Scorpion. Ah, is that so? Well, that is splendid. The puppet doppelganger, Scorpion, offered a faint smile before unfurling a scroll, unleashing 300 puppets that soared forth, enveloping the sky in a dense formation. The colossal commotion was visible even to those on the front mountain. Look over there. A shapeshifter on the front mountain shouted, pointing towards the rear. Instantly, all activity ceased as everyone turned to behold the puppets in the sky, and what followed was the most astonishing spectacle of their lives. The puppet doppelganger, Scorpion, unfurled its wings and slowly revealed a mechanism within its chest. In the next moment, countless silver metallic threads ascended to connect with the puppets, while even more descended to link with the still intact corpses and the relatively weaker shapeshifters. Bathed in moonlight, those silver threads resembled the Milky Way cascading down to the earthly realm as the puppets, akin to celestial soldiers, surrounded their sovereign. At that moment, time stood still. It was as though an immortal had descended to the mortal plane. Chapter 45, The Puppet Immortal. That is, the puppet immortal, an enthusiastic novice employee exclaimed. Young man, do not speak so recklessly. An older employee promptly punched his apprentice to silence him, nervously surveying their surroundings. But master, he truly is magnificent. Is it too late for me to learn the art of puppetry? Beast, I shall cleanse our sect right now. The puppet immortal? At that moment, everyone regarded the puppet doppelganger, Scorpion, soaring in the rear with a complex mixture of emotions, and they unanimously accepted this title. Wow, the puppet immortal. Lu Wukue exclaimed dramatically to Zhou. Alas, life is truly as lonely as snow. Zhou feigned profundity. Are you pretending to be wise? Lu Wukue retorted, irritated. Quick, gather around. Do not allow him to divide the battlefield. Let us confront these puppets together. At this moment, Yuan Tao shouted to the group on the rear mountain. Instantly, Shinchong and his companions retreated, forming a protective circle back to back. I shall make it clear. In this current predicament, no one is to stab anyone in the back. Our collaboration offers a glimmer of hope. I will defend while you all focus on dismantling the puppets. Yuan Tao spoke earnestly to the group as the undead drew closer. 4. Isn't that one less? Shinchong asked, somewhat disgruntled. Hee. Handa is not merely a person. He is my creation, my greatest pride. I recognized his unparalleled talent for artifact crafting from a young age, and thus I dulled his mind, hypnotizing and controlling him daily until we became one in thought. He is now my living weapon. Yuan Tao grinned sinisterly. Then you truly deserve to perish. Shinchong retorted. All right, everyone, Time is of the essence, Zoyu interjected, noticing that approximately 40 to 50 corpses had gathered nearby. As he spoke, the horde of puppets suddenly dove towards the five. Clang. Crash. Instantly, countless swords and blades struck against the defense shield of the Chiwen Pearl. This was no mere sparring match. At this moment, every puppet was armed. The puppets relentlessly launched attacks in waves against Yuan Tao's artifact. In the distance, other puppets continuously fired steel pellets and shuriken. The chaos was truly overwhelming. In a matter of moments, the ground beneath the shapeshifters was strewn with various weapons and puppet remnants. Damn it! Hander, Yuan Tao, controlling other Zhelongzi to attack, noticed cracks appearing on the Chiwen Pearl and felt a pang of anguish, urgently calling out to Handa. In the next moment, Handa produced a large pot from his backpack, placing it above the group to replace the Chiwen Pearl for defense. Ah, cursed be it. These weapons are poisoned. Do Mei, the weakest in martial prowess, accidentally sustained an injury and immediately felt dizzy, unable to restrain her curses. Zoyu, witnessing the relentless assault on the black pot, grew increasingly agitated. He had already lost over 100 puppets, while the main body was under attack from the old master. The shapeshifters on the front mountain had begun to flee, and on the rear mountain, the casualties were mounting under Lu Jin's strike. If it weren't for Tu Junfang and the 6 thieves holding Lu Jin back, they would have fled long ago. A rabble of misfits. Zoyu, sensing the shapeshifters' reluctance to assist and instead pursuing their own bloody agendas, couldn't help but scold them. We cannot delay any longer. Gongqing is about to make a move. Zoyu thought, summoning all the puppets back. What? Zo, are you unable to proceed? Yuan Tao gasped, panting heavily. I have no time for your turn-based games. From now on, we shall focus on defense. I do not wish for you to be reduced to mere pulp, for your corpses are my assets. Zoyu coldly declared, observing the disarray among the group. Humph, such arrogance. He is already at his limit. Let us strike together. We shall seize his eternal puppetry and heavenly talisman. Yuan Tao sneered ominously. Humph. Zoyu snorted, positioning 30 puppets that had been attacking from a distance into formation before raising his hand towards the ground. Thousand-handed manipulation formation, true countless hands of puppetry. In the next moment, the seals on the puppets' arms were released. A surge of blue light emerged, and instantly, countless puppet arms surged forth. Once again, all eyes from Longhu Mountain turned towards the sky above the rear mountain, witnessing a torrent of puppet arms cascading downward like a 100-meter wave. Convey your chi to me. Yuan Tao, witnessing this spectacle, cried out hoarsely to the 3 who were now paralyzed with fear. The 3, recovering from their shock, hurriedly rolled and crawled behind Yuan Tao, transferring their chi to him. In the next instant, all of Yuan Tao's Zhelongzi shattered and merged into the Chiwen Pearl. Not enough. Still not enough. Handa, yes. Handa began furiously channeling chi into the black pot, sacrificing himself in the process. The pot expanded wildly, enveloping Yuan Tao and the others. Cut. Zoyu, observing this, commanded a portion of the puppet arms to hurl Handa's lifeless body away. The remaining puppet arms struck heavily against the black pot. In that instant, the world fell silent. Then, a tremendous roar echoed through the heavens. The very earth of Longhu Mountain trembled. This ruckus is far too loud, Zhang Jiwei murmured, glancing at Zoyu not far away. Little you, this is rather excessive, I assent it. The villagers of Bio looked on, dumbfounded, at the immense dust cloud rising from the rear mountain. Meanwhile, on the rear mountain, Tu Junfang covered his ears, shaking his head as he felt dizzy from the shock, gazing at the immense dust cloud with trepidation. Let us depart. Lord Lu has begun to lose control, and we cannot contend with this. The 4 madmen and Yuan Tao are likely lost as well. If we do not leave now, when that person is free, we shall meet our demise here, Tu Junfang, clutching his wounds, warned the remaining survivors. With that, he turned and left without a glance back. Withdraw. Having come this far, I have done my duty to that scoundrel Gongqing. Damn it, am I to face such a monster? What a joke. One of the 6 thieves, the red-haired rogue, cursed and followed suit. Seeing the prominent figures retreat, the remaining individuals hastily followed, leaving only Lu Jin behind, consumed by madness and destruction. At this moment, Zoyu, controlling the puppet avatar Scorpion, felt a pang of regret as he retracted the 1,000 hands manipulation, an S-rank ninjutsu that had cost him over 300 million taels of military funds to create. The damage sustained would require a substantial amount of money for repairs. With a heavy heart, Zhou directed Scorpion to search through the remnants of the puppets and severed limbs, hoping to salvage some of his investment. As the dust settled, the small grove that had stood there was now replaced by a massive crater, and the corpses that Zhou had forcibly controlled were reduced to mere fragments. Seeing that the large black pot had been shattered, Zhou's heart raced, and he hurried over to inspect it. To his relief, he found Yuan Tao and the others lying in the pit, barely clinging to life. Thank goodness, old man Yuan, you still have some worth, otherwise I would have suffered a significant loss. If such valuable materials had been destroyed, I would have lost 4 epic-level human puppets. Zhou remarked to the barely conscious Yuan Tao. Cough, so you collected corpses to turn them into puppets. You truly resemble the all-nature demonic beings, Yuan Tao rasped. Thank you for the compliment, Scorpion said with a sweet smile, enveloping Yuan Tao and the others in a purple mist that rendered them unconscious before stowing them away in the devouring bag. This way, he could keep them alive and transform them into living human puppets. Chapter 46. A bountiful harvest after securing the devouring bag. Zhou commanded the puppet avatar Scorpion to once again employ the sand iron wings and soar towards the Tianshi mansion. Along the way, he also collected the body of the foolish one, which, although slightly damaged from the forceful ejection, was still manageable. As Scorpion flew through the air, he noticed Yun and Shi chasing a figure wearing a conical hat. That must be Xue Fan. He seems rather formidable, Zhou mused. Just then, he saw she seemingly possessed, swinging a blade toward Xiao Xiao. Clang. What? Xiao Xiao, startled by the noise, turned around to see she with darkened eyes attacking him, only to be blocked by a wall of iron sand. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Xiao's brow as he quickly distanced himself from Shi, while Yun halted. Watching Shi in shock. What have you done? Yun angrily questioned Xue Fan. Without a word, Xue Fan turned and continued his escape, ignoring Yun entirely. How infuriating! Yun exclaimed, glancing at the controlled Shi and then at the fleeing Xue Fan. He's been possessed. Take care of him. I will pursue that scoundrel. Zhou, controlling the puppet avatar Scorpion from above, declared, I'll go after Xue Fan. Zhou, thank you. Xiao Xiao quickly replied. In no time, Zhou caught up with Xue Fan. Stop running. You cannot outrun wings with mere legs. Zhou positioned himself in front of Xue Fan. Wait. I'm just a grave weeper. You must have better targets than me, like Tu Junfang and his crew, Xue Fan lamented, wiping away blood in resignation. Apologies. But your luck has run out. I merely passed by, Scorpion shrugged. I'm so unfortunate. Why must I endure such misfortune? Xue Fan began to weep again. Suddenly, iron spikes erupted from beneath his feet, piercing through his legs, causing him to fall and clutch his wounds. Time is of the essence. We shall converse another time. With that, Scorpion threw a smoke bomb, enveloping Xue Fan in a cloud of toxins. Oh, what bad luck! Xue Fan managed to utter before losing consciousness. After securing Xue Fan, Zhou noticed Yun and Xiao Xiao had subdued Shi and approached them. Right. Yun. Senior Lu Jin has been ensnared by the 3 corpses and is now rampaging in the forest behind the mountain. I have urgent matters to attend to. So you must hurry to the front mountain to seek the old Tianshi. Zhou instructed Yun before taking off towards Tianjin's courtyard. What? Thank you, brother Zhou. Xiao Xiao, take care of Shi. I'm off. All right. Yun quickly thanked Zhou and instructed Xiao Xiao, who nodded in agreement. With that, Yun dashed towards the front mountain to seek the Tianshi's assistance. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Tian Lao, you little wretch. Is this how you depart? Is this all the courage you all-nature demonic beings possess? Ha! Tian Jinzhong, having had all his memories extracted, berated Gong Qing and Lu Liang in a fit of rage. Master, let us not linger. The commotion over there has ceased for a while. If we don't leave now, we may find ourselves in grave danger. Lu Liang, clutching the memories, urged Gong Qing anxiously, attempting to drag him away. You little wretch. If you have the guts, come and kill me. You all nature are nothing but a bunch of spineless beasts. You are all rootless scum. Tian Jinzhong continued to provoke. Second Grandmaster, is this truly necessary? You're losing your dignity like this, Gong Qing rebutted, shaking off Lu Liang's grasp to face Tian Jinzhong. What? Did I insult you, little wretch? Gong Qing retorted as Tian Jinzhong continued his tirade. Second Grandmaster, I understand you seek death with all your heart. Very well. I shall bear your life from this moment forth, Gong Qing proclaimed, bowing his head before Tian Jinzhong. With that, he produced a long needle, its golden glow shimmering as he approached Tian Jinzhong. Seeing Gong Qing make a move, Tian Jinzhong felt a sense of relief wash over him as he closed his eyes. Waiting for death. You bear it. Can you even shoulder such a burden? Go ahead. Boom. A mocking voice echoed from above. The next second, Scorpion crashed through the ceiling, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Gong Qing. Zoyu! Gong Qing exclaimed, barely dodging the blow, as he looked up in shock. Little Zhou? Tian Jinzhong, hearing the commotion, opened his eyes in astonishment at Scorpion. Oh, Elder Tian, what a coincidence. You're still awake. Scorpion politely greeted Tian Jinzhong. Lu Liang, quickly retreat. I know without you reminding me. Gong Qing shouted as he hastily exited the room, while Lu Liang had already fled the courtyard in a state of panic. Little Zhou, do not concern yourself with me. Go catch that little rascal from the Lu family. Do not let him escape. Tian Jinzhong urged Scorpion as Gong Qing and Lu Liang made their exit. Rest assured, they won't escape. With that, Zoyu dashed out, leaving several puppets to guard Tian Jinzhong. Emerging from the courtyard, Scorpion spotted Gong Qing and Lu Liang trying to break through a blockade formed by several of his puppets, desperately attempting to escape. As Zoyu approached, uncertain of which room belonged to Elder Tian, he had released the puppets in advance, surrounding the area and effectively trapping Gong Qing and Lu Liang. Curse it! His puppets are closing in on us. Lu Liang cursed, noticing the puppets advancing from a distance. With his martial skills lacking and relying solely on his soul technique to navigate the world, Lu Liang found himself struggling against the puppets. Were it not for Gong Qing casting a golden light spell at his side, he would have been subdued long ago. Split up. Whoever survives will decide who to pursue. Gong Qing shouted to Lu Liang. With that, he braved several puppet attacks, charging in one direction. Seeing this, Lu Liang mirrored his actions, fleeing in the opposite direction. Zoyu, observing the scene, directed the puppet avatar Scorpion to pursue Lu Liang while the other puppets chased after Gong Qing. One cannot deny that individuals of a certain disposition may not excel in various abilities, yet their prowess in evasion is indeed commendable. Zoyu, controlling the puppet clone Scorpio, found himself unable to catch up with the elusive Lu Liang. Observing this, Zoyu, disregarding martial ethics, activated the sand iron wings and took flight. Alas, what a stroke of bad luck. Upon turning back, Lu Liang, noticing the commotion, lamented his misfortune and hastened his escape. This was not merely Lu Liang's ill fate. Rather, it was a calculated choice by Zoyu, for as a puppet material, Lu Liang was far superior to Gong Qing. Furthermore, Zoyu was not solely acting for personal gain. As advised by Elder Tian, capturing the little scoundrel from the Lu family was a task he felt obliged to fulfill. The puppet clone Scorpio swiftly caught up with Lu Liang, delivering a piercing strike that incapacitated his leg, followed by the familiar routine of poisoning, inducing a trance. In the three-part series of the Devouring Sack, Zoyu began to fly back, only to realize that his puppets were unable to pursue Gong Qing, as they lacked the chi core for spatial transmission and could not stray too far from him. Recognizing that Gong Qing had escaped their grasp, Zoyu decided to return the puppets to safeguard Elder Tian's courtyard. Chapter 47. The Human Puppet Tian Jinzhong. Elder Tian, I have brought the person back. The puppet clone Scorpio announced as it entered the courtyard. It then released Lu Liang from the devouring sack, laying him on the ground. Inside, the puppet pushed Tian Jinzhong out of the house. Has that little beast Gong Qing fled? Tian Jinzhong, noticing that only Lu Liang was present, inferred Gong Qing's escape, but still looked at the puppet clone Scorpio with a glimmer of hope. I apologize, Elder Tian. They ran in separate directions, and my puppets cannot stray too far from me. Had you instructed me to capture him, I would have pursued him. The puppet clone Scorpio feigned remorse. In truth, he had little interest in apprehending Gong Qing. Capturing him would mean the end of the Heavenly Master's descent, thus depriving him of the opportunity to follow the old master and collect corpses. No worries, it's commendable that you captured him. Can you wake him? I have questions to ask, Tian Jinzhong said, despite feeling a bit disheartened. Of course, please wait a moment, Elder Tian. Zoyu began rummaging through the devouring sack for an antidote, as the number of corpses had become overwhelming. Elder Tian watched as the puppet clone Scorpio extracted various colorful potions, which made him involuntarily twitch. Xiaoyu, what are you? Tian Jinzhong began, hesitating to voice his concerns. Oh, as a puppet master, it's only natural to have some knowledge of poison making. Found it, Zoyu exclaimed, retrieving 2 vials from the assortment. He poured one vial over Lu Liang and made him drink from the other. Before long, Lu Liang began to stir. Awakening from his stupor. Lu family brat. Hand over the items. Tian Jinzhong exclaimed excitedly as Lu Liang regained consciousness. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Lu Liang painfully gazed down at his injured leg. I'm asking you a question. Are you just going to sulk in nostalgia? The puppet clone Scorpio admonished, striking Lu Liang's head and knocking his glasses askew. Elder, you have the wrong person, Lu Liang said with a smile, unfazed by the blow. What? Tian Jinzhong gasped in astonishment. Did you lose your voice? Speak up. Zhou Yu, thinking that Tian Jinzhong had heard clearly, struck Lu Liang again. Is there something wrong with you? Lu Liang thought, feeling disgruntled, yet he raised his voice to repeat, I'm innocent. The items you seek were taken by the acting leader, that scoundrel Gong Qing. Alas, this is disastrous. Tian Jinzhong murmured in a state of despair. You're nothing but a lackey. How come all the good things go to that little brat? Zhou Yu, witnessing the situation, struck Lu Liang on the head once more. Well done. Though he berated him, Zhou Yu felt elated. Having seen Lu Liang hand something to Gong Qing earlier without alerting Tian Jinzhong, as this would compel the old master to descend and eradicate the entire faction. In truth, Zhou Yu believed that the old master's descent was not solely for Elder Tian's vengeance, but also to protect a certain secret. He did not wish for that secret to be exposed and aimed to ensure Elder Tian had a dignified exit, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Zhou Yu's intentions were twofold: to facilitate the Heavenly Master's descent for personal gain, and to acknowledge that Elder Tian had already resigned himself to death. As long as Gong Qing, who knew the secret, remained alive, Elder Tian would surely persist in his quest to eliminate him. He would not rest until Gong Qing and that secret were dragged down to hell with him. All right, Xiaozhou, I leave this little beast in your care to deliver to the company. Elder Tian wearily instructed the puppet clone Scorpio. Elder, I can help you deal with Gong Qing. Zhou Yu, I can too. Lu Liang quickly pleaded, seeking to curry favor. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu was solely intent on transforming him into a puppet. He promptly knocked Lu Liang unconscious once more and administered poison to ensure he would not awaken soon, returning him to the devouring sack. Rest assured, I will handle this. Elder, the puppet clone Scorpio declared with righteous fervor. Yet whether the spoils would be kept for themselves or handed over to the company remained a matter understood only by those in the know. All tasks completed. Zhou Yu thought with excitement as he clutched the devouring sack. Zhou Yu, just as he was lost in reverie, Tian Jinzhong suddenly called out his name with utmost seriousness. Elder, do you have further instructions? Zhou Yu inquired, observing Tian Jinzhong's earnest demeanor. Zhou Yu, I ask you sincerely, can your human puppet transformation restore my strength? Tian Jinzhong asked with grave intent. Elder, it certainly can. Although your current body is crippled and your meridians severed, your qi remains intact. The core of the human puppet secret technique is the qi core, so your strength post-transformation will match your current level. Moreover, as the technique primarily relies on the qi core, you can continue to cultivate without the need for meridians. Zhou Yu explained seriously while controlling the puppet clone. Excellent. Then help me with the transformation now. I must personally eliminate that little beast Gong Qing. Tian Jinzhong said, brimming with enthusiasm. Isn't this a bit hasty? Shouldn't we wait for the Heavenly Master? Zhou Yu began hesitantly, but Tian Jinzhong interrupted directly. No, right now? I understand my senior brother. If he comes, he will not allow me to descend, but will take my place. However, I do not wish to entrust this task to anyone else. I must personally kill that little beast Gong Qing. Tian Jinzhong explained earnestly. Very well, I will oblige. But if the Heavenly Master decides to punish me, you must protect me, Zhou Yu said, feigning difficulty while secretly overjoyed. Ha! Fear not. If the time comes and my brother punishes you, I shall also punish Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Chulan for you, Tian Jinzhong humorously replied. Well, that's a fair trade. I'd be gaining 2 for 1. Zhou Yu cooperatively remarked. Shortly thereafter, he rendered old Tian unconscious and summoned the mobile puppet chamber to commence the transformation experiment. Before long, Zhou Yu, controlling the puppet avatar Scorpion, extracted a considerable amount of flesh and blood from Tian Jinzhong, successfully crafting the qi core. However, due to an inadvertent excess, he ended up creating 2 cores instead. After dismantling several puppets at the entrance to gather the necessary materials, he began to merge old Tian's remnants with the puppet materials using the divine mechanism refinement. With the enhancement of the divine mechanism refinement, A process that would typically require several days was completed in no time. The body was soon finished, prompting Zhou to initiate the final step, the soul-sealing imprint. Unlike human puppets, the transformation of a human puppet involves not merely extracting a fragment of the soul, but rather embedding the entire soul within. Thus, the sealing inherent to the human puppet technique was insufficient. The soul-sealing imprint had to be employed to retain self-awareness. Just as Zhou completed the final step and installed the chi core, a cold voice resonated from outside the mobile puppet chamber. "What have you done?" Bang! In the next moment, a large hole appeared in Zhou's mobile puppet chamber. Chapter 48. The conclusion. After a resounding crash, the venerable master appeared, accompanied by Lu Jin and Rongshan. Instantly, Zhou felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon him. The puppet avatar scorpion was immediately crushed to the ground by this imposing aura. "Not again," Zhou exclaimed in exasperation. "Xiaoyu, you better explain to me how you ended up here and what you've done, and summon your true form to me at once," Zhang Jiwei stated calmly. Yet his words were imbued with an undeniable authority. "This is a misunderstanding, old master. I came to help. If you could just let me up." "I can have old Tian explain," Zhou protested vociferously. "Zhang Jiwei," Lu Jin quietly interjected. Once the venerable master withdrew his oppressive aura, Zhou managed to regain control over the puppet avatar scorpion and rise from the ground. Upon standing, Zhou hurriedly commanded the puppet avatar scorpion to awaken Tian Jinzhong. "Is this successful?" Tian Jinzhong inquired, regaining consciousness shortly thereafter. Zhou sighed in relief. The pressure he had felt in that brief moment had been immense. "Old Tian, someone has been bullying me," Zhou wailed, gliding smoothly to his knees and clutching Tian Jinzhong's new legs in a dramatic display. Unfortunately, as a puppet, he could not shed tears, merely howling in anguish. Had Scorpion known that Zhou was utilizing his face for such antics, it likely would have led to an increase in his puppet army. The onlookers were left with a sense of incredulity at Zhou's shamelessness. "Uncle Master, I'm sorry. What on earth happened here? It's all my fault." Rongshan knelt on the ground, weeping. "Enough, Rongshan. This is not your fault. I was the one who sent you." Old Tian hastily reassured him. However, having just transformed into a puppet, he struggled to adapt to his newly regained limbs, almost stumbling as he tried to rise. "No need, Xiaoyu." Zhou quickly attempted to assist with controlling the puppet avatar scorpion, but Tian Jinzhong insisted. "Let me do it myself." Gradually, Tian Jinzhong began to move, soon finding his footing with the aid of qi. Old Tian approached Rongshan and, with trembling hands, lifted him up. Rongshan, dazed, was lifted and stared blankly at Tian Jinzhong. "Ha, brother. Old Lu, did you see that? I can finally stand again." Tian Jinzhong exclaimed with excitement. Although he had previously declined Zhou's transformation, the reality of it ignited his enthusiasm. What is going on?" "Old Tian, what is this situation?" Lu Jin asked, bewildered. Just moments prior, Zhang Jiwei had told him that Zhou's claims about eternal puppetry were mere bluster. Yet now Tian Jinzhong stood before him, revitalized as a puppet. "Old Lu, you left too early. I forgot to inform you. In any case, you can inquire about the details from Zhou later." "Junior brother, what transpired?" Zhang Jiwei asked, feeling somewhat guilty. "Old Bulls knows you," Lu Jin replied, exasperated. "Here's the situation. Just now, Tian Jinzhong began to recount the events of the evening, feeling liberated as he spoke of his concealed truths. However, he refrained from mentioning his prior encounter with Zhang Huai. "So, that is how it went. I asked Xiaoyu for assistance. Brother, this time I'm heading down the mountain to confront that scoundrel Gong Qing," Tian Jinzhong declared with indignation. "Xiaoyu, no, the scoundrel Gong Qing. I'll go and capture him. How can I trouble you to take action personally?" Rongshan interjected. "What? Rongshan, do you think I can't handle that scoundrel?" Tian Jinzhong retorted, looking at Rongshan. "Uncle Master, that is not what I meant." Rongshan hastily clarified. "Have you made your decision?" Zhang Jiwei asked Tian Jinzhong earnestly. "Brother, I implore you." Tian Jinzhong bowed his head. "I will accompany you. Tomorrow, let us meet at the training ground to see if you've regressed over the years, and also to witness our genius Zhou's secret of eternal life." Zhang Jiwei affirmed. "Oh, don't flatter me. I'm embarrassed." The puppet avatar scorpion feigned shyness. "You're blushing like a teapot. It seems we have much to clarify. Let us find a place to discuss," Lu Jin said, pulling the puppet avatar scorpion close. That is fine. But can we rescue my true form first?" The puppet avatar Scorpion replied awkwardly. Your true form? What happened to your true form? The three elders inquired in unison. Master, Master, are you there? We brought everything you asked for. A voice called out from outside, belonging to Zhang Chulan. As everyone exited, they discovered Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu accompanied by the people of Bio Village, with the latter group holding a tightly bound Zhou, gagged and restrained. It's them. Old Tian, you must stand up for me. This group has been bullying me. The puppet avatar Scorpion pointed at the leading Zhang Chulan. Huh, me? Zhang Chulan, bewildered, responded to the accusation. Ha, great. I just said if my brother strikes you, I'll help him strike those too. As he spoke, Tian Jinzhong radiated golden light and transformed it into a large hand, smiting Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu away. Master, Uncle Master, you've recovered? They exclaimed in unison. The people of Bio Village looked on in confusion at the restrained Zhou. What is going on? Didn't you say you turned old Tian into a human puppet? Ma Xianhong asked, puzzled. Ugh. Seeing Zhou's excitement, Ma Xianhong realized he had likely been quite profane. Moments ago, Zhou had abruptly proclaimed that he had transformed old Tian into a human puppet, prompting Ma Xianhong to instruct everyone to subdue Zhou, bringing Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu to find the venerable master and prevent Zhou's malevolent actions. However, it now seemed he had misunderstood, judging by the situation. It appeared old Tian had willingly accepted the transformation into a human puppet. Let me go already, Zhou exclaimed. Seeing that Ma Xianhong and his companions remained inactive, Zhou vented his frustration at the puppet avatar, Scorpion, with expletives. Upon noticing this, Ma Xianhong hurriedly instructed his companions to lower Zhou and untie the binding ropes, which had been crafted by Qiu Reng to restrain him, thus rendering Zhou unable to escape. It was utterly deranged and lawless. They did not even allow him to finish speaking before binding him. Are you all members of the underworld? Zhou vociferously accused, framing the situation from his own perspective. We are truly sorry for our mistakes. Ma Xianhong and the villagers of Baiyu Siyuan bowed deeply in apology. Old Ma, mark my words. This matter is far from over. Chapter 49. Once again, instantaneous victory. After Ma Xianhong had signed a series of unequal treaties, the events of the evening finally unfolded. The agreements stipulated that all materials required for Zhou's future crafting would be supplied by Ma Xianhong himself, who would also be responsible for the processing of certain components of Zhou's puppets, along with providing guidance in the crafting profession and sharing his research findings. Zhou, satisfied with the document bearing Ma Xianhong's seal, carefully stored it away and abruptly snatched the pen from Ma Xianhong's hand. What are you daydreaming about? The pen is mine too. Do not question why Zhou carried paper and pen. As a renowned puppeteer and craftsman, it is only natural to document sudden inspirations. Let us go. You should rest early. The old master has invited us to witness his extraordinary prowess against his disciple tomorrow, Zhou declared, rising and brushing off his attire as he addressed Ma Xianhong. The scene appeared harmonious, if one overlooked Ma Xianhong's tightly clenched fists. As Zhou nestled with his bracelet and the devouring bag to sleep, someone else found it impossible to slumber. In the courtyard, Tian Jinzhong, filled with restless energy, was experimenting with his new body, while Su Si was engaged in a phone conversation. Yes, leader, you are right to criticize me. I handled this matter rather clumsily. But rest assured, I will have a thorough discussion with that lad tomorrow. Ah, indeed, you are correct. I shall refrain from violence. Do you not know me? I, Su Si, am the epitome of reason and politeness. And what about this matter regarding Tian? Will you come personally? Su Si inquired. All right, no trouble at all. Please rest early as well, leader. At that moment, Su Si was nodding and bowing, his demeanor excessively obsequious. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply. Damn it. That little brat Zhou. Not a single truthful word. Showing off his treasures. He is toying with me. I shall see what he has to say tomorrow. And that Ma Xianhong. He seems like an honest man, yet his heart is dark. Su Si, having been harshly reprimanded by Zhao Fangxiu, vented his grievances against Zhou and Ma Xianhong. He pulled out a cigarette, taking long puffs to release his pent-up emotions. The day had already been hectic with the complete apprehension operations, and news from Zhang Chulan that Zhou had transformed Tian Jinzhong into a puppet, with Tian having fully recovered, only added to his frustration. When he reported this to the company, it was no surprise that Zhao Fangxiu had unleashed a torrent of criticism upon him. Enough, don't be angry anymore. Su San, who had just returned from the handover of apprehension duties, observed Su Si's temper. I am not angry, Su Si replied, exhaling smoke despondently. Then what is bothering you? Su Sen asked, puzzled. I am simply lamenting how my father never had such fortune. Just after his death, a technique for eternal life emerges. If only it had come a little sooner, just a bit. How wonderful that would be, Su Si exclaimed, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Upon hearing Su Si's words, Su Sen fell silent. Indeed, had it arrived sooner, their father and the baby would not have faced such fates. The two brothers remained in contemplative silence until the sky began to brighten, signaling the end of their reminiscing. Let us go. With dawn upon us, sleep is futile. We should head directly to the venue and await Zhang Chulan and the baby, Su San suggested, nudging his glasses and draping an arm over Su Si's shoulder. All right, let us go wait there. Damn it. When that little Zouyu arrives, I will surely find someone to break one of his arms, Su Si remarked, somewhat exaggeratedly. He is still just a child. A lesson will suffice, Su San advised as they walked together. Upon their arrival at the venue, the Heavenly Master's residents and Zhang Chulan's group had already gathered. I truly cannot comprehend how you, at such a young age, can remain in bed every day yet reach this level of cultivation, Qiu Rong commented, looking at Zouyu with disdain. You wouldn't understand. First, a modicum of talent is required, then one must simply exert effort, Zouyu mused, reflecting on his grueling training with Scorpion in the ninja realm and becoming somewhat indifferent after formulating a rough idea regarding his transmigration secret. Moreover, the world of one person below is not the feudalistic system of Naruto, where a single misstep could lead to the demise of one's entire family, emphasizing personal strength while willingly serving the powerful. Although one person below features extraordinary individuals, it fundamentally remains a modern harmonious legal society. Furthermore, in this nation of red ideology, Zouyu could even rebel and become a figure akin to Qin Shi Huang. Well, our puppet immortal is truly one of a kind, Qiu Rong remarked, visibly irritated. Puppet immortal, the immortal of wooden clay sculptures. Such a name is quite ironic, Zouyu replied nonchalantly. Do not be so modest. This is a compliment. You are the second person to bear the title immortal since the illustrious Da Ing immortal a century ago, Jin Yong remarked, patting Zouyu on the head. Stop touching my head. I won't grow taller, Zouyu protested. Moreover, the puppet immortal refers to my puppet avatar, Scorpion. It has no relation to me. I merely share the same name, Zouyu insisted, earnestly misleading them. Oh, is that so? Then would you like our company to promote you, to help you reclaim your title? A hint of menace lingered in the air as Zouyu noticed Su Si and the others looking at him with playful expressions. Oh, Brother Si, what a coincidence. Have you had breakfast yet? Zouyu greeted politely. Hee, quite the schemer, aren't you? Daring to play tricks on me, Su Si said, rubbing his fists. Hey, I am still a minor and should not be subjected to violence, Zouyu retorted shamelessly. Is that so? Uncle here is particularly fond of little friends. Su Si grinned menacingly. Little Yu has arrived. Tian Jinzhong and the old master approached Zouyu. Old master, Elder Tian, the others greeted hastily. Enough. There are no outsiders here. No need for such formality. Tian Jinzhong waved his hand. Let us not linger here. Everyone is quite busy, he directed at Su Si. Faced with Elder Tian's protective nature, Su Si had little to say. All right. Soon, Zhang Jiwei and Tian Jinzhong stood ready to begin. Junior brother, you go first, otherwise I fear you may miss your chance, Zhang Jiwei encouraged. Very well, brother. Take care, Tian Jinzhong replied without hesitation. The next moment, golden light manifested as a large hand reached towards Zhang Jiwei. Clang. The onlookers quickly covered their ears. The old master, enveloped in a layer of golden light, successfully blocked the attack. Junior brother, your mastery of the golden light spell has not improved over the years, Zhang Jiwei teased. Brother, can you guess why that is? Tian Jinzhong responded with a hint of helplessness. Junior brother, put in a bit more effort. I am still doing well, Zhang Jiwei remarked. All right, you said it. As Tian Jinzhong spoke, the golden light began to compress and condense, transforming into a golden whip that struck towards Zhang Jiwei. This was quite impressive, almost matching the prowess of old Lu. Zhang Jiwei effortlessly deflected Tian Jinzhong's attack and commented, whoosh. In the next moment, Tian Jinzhong's arm morphed into a launcher, spinning wildly as it fired steel pellets. Ah, Young Zhou has even set up a mechanism for you, Zhang Jiwei jested. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jiwei vanished from his position and reappeared before Tian Jinzong. With just one palm, the onlookers witnessed the old master shatter Tian's golden light with a single strike, dismantling even Tian's new body. Chapter 50. Parting is for the sake of future encounters quite fragile, young Zhou. Come take a look. Zhang Jiwei remarked nonchalantly at the remnants he had scattered. No need, senior brother, Tian Jinzong replied, slowly reassembling himself around his energy core. Interesting, Zhang Jiwei observed. Is this how old Lu felt back then? Senior brother, your strength is truly beyond sight, Tian Jinzong said with a hint of helplessness. No need to mention me so deliberately. This is Lu Jin. What do you mean by not seeing the end? Am I not right here? Zhang Jiwei playfully pointed to his head. However, with your current level, I am quite concerned about you descending the mountain. When the time comes, senior brother will take you down to sweep away all foes. Zhang Jiwei patted Tian Jinzong on the shoulder. Senior brother, spare me the sentimentality. Not descending the mountain together back, then, is my lifelong regret. I will not allow such a situation to occur again. Tian Jinzong attempted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Jiwei, who looked at him with utmost seriousness. From Zhang Jiwei's eyes, Tian Jinzong saw care and guilt, prompting him to nod heavily. As for whether others noticed, it was hard to say, for the old master's eyes were quite small. How is Tian Lao? Are you satisfied? If not, I offer after-sales service and can assist in upgrades. Zhou interjected with poor timing. Young Zhou, why do I feel the strength of my junior's puppet body differs from yours? You haven't cut corners, have you? The old master boldly questioned, interrupting the brotherly warmth. How could that be? Am I, Zhou, that kind of person? This puppet body of Tian Lao's was crafted from my own top-tier puppet. It is made from the finest materials. This is a fallacy. Zhou's puppets were all ordinary ones mass-produced for quantity and performance, merely relying on his refined skills to achieve control akin to magical artifacts, while Ma Xianhong's creations were far superior. The distinction between Zhou and Ma Xianhong lay in their philosophies. Ma Xianhong pursued the intelligent, civilian-friendly adaptation of his puppets, while Zhou's focus was on warfare, producing cheap, explosive puppets. The pinnacle of puppet research diverged greatly between the two. Ma Xianhong aimed to transplant human abilities into puppets, while Zhou, with his secret techniques, opted for a more straightforward approach. Why not simply turn a person into a puppet? This exemplifies the contrast between a peaceful world that reveres life and a chaotic one where death reigns supreme, where corpses litter the ground, just waiting to be repurposed. Zhou's puppet clone, Scorpion, was intricately crafted with independent abilities, capable of altering its appearance and voice, with resilience comparable to magical artifacts. Thus, the puppet clone Scorpion essentially functioned as a magical artifact puppet, equipped with Zhou's energy core and chakra core from the third generation of Wind Shadow. In contrast, Tian Lao was merely a standard human puppet transformation, with strength limited to that of the original. However, due to Zhou's refined craftsmanship, the energy core and puppet were seamlessly integrated, making its weaknesses less apparent and offering better protection. By the way, Tian Lao, I have also prepared a few additional puppet bodies for your use. If your main body is destroyed, you can transfer the core directly to these puppets, Zhou said, eagerly handing a scroll to Tian Jinzong. All right, how do I use this? Tian Jinzong inquired after receiving the scroll. Open it and directly input your energy. It's the Zhou modified scroll. Those who have used it all praise its efficacy. Zhou suddenly boasted. Haha, you rascal. Tian Jinzong chuckled at Zhou. Young Yu, would you like to join our Tianshi mansion? I wish to take you as my disciple. If you think I am unworthy, I can have my senior brother accept you instead. Knowing that after today, Zhou and the others would leave, Tian Jinzong asked with a hint of reluctance. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously glancing over at Ma Xianhong and the others waiting for him not far away. Lu Wukuei was discussing flight tickets with Fu Rong. Ding Zihuan was sneakily watching Fu Rong, and Zhong Xiaolong was playing with pebbles while listening to Jin Yong talk about his brother. Hailaza found Zhou looking in their direction and smiled, while Ma Xianhong and Xiu Jiang were studying the Tongtian talisman, and Zhang Kuan, who had little presence, lingered in the background. No, Tian Lao, I believe I have already found my organization, Zhou replied with a smile. Indeed, you have found a good family, Tian Jinzong said, glancing towards the people from Bio Village, who were also waiting for Zhou to return home. By the way, Tian Lao, when will you and the Tianshi descend the mountain to sweep away all foes? I will come cheer you on, Zhou asked. It may take some time. Today, the 10 lords and company have been urging my senior brother not to eradicate all foes. They are now rushing to Longhushan. We must settle matters with them before descending the mountain, Tian Jinzong replied. And what is your stance? My answer is simple. Everyone involved in this incident must die. Tian Jinzong declared resolutely. As expected, Tian Lao, because I survived, will do everything in my power to hunt down everyone who might know the secret. I am unsure whom Gongqing might reveal it to, so it is better to eliminate them all, since Tian Lao lacks the strength. The old master will naturally step in to assist him, as not protecting Tian Lao during the last descent has long been a source of regret for him. Zhou Yu contemplated as events unfolded according to his expectations. Tian Lao, I would appreciate it if you could store the bodies of those demonists from the All Shings in this scroll for me. Zhou Yu presented another scroll to Tian Jinzong. Tian Jinzong did not take it, but instead looked meaningfully at Zhou Yu. Young Yu, I have a good idea of why you wish to collect these bodies. And I want to admonish you. Most of the people from All Shings deserve this fate, but promise me you will never resort to indiscriminate killing for power. Tian Jinzong said earnestly. All right. Zhou Yu agreed after a rare moment of silence. Good child. Zhou Yu, upon receiving the scroll from Elder Tian, gently patted his head. Remarkably, Zhou Yu did not resist this time. All right. Hurry along. They have been waiting for you for a long while, Tian Jinzong remarked, glancing at the increasingly agitated Lu Wukue behind him. Goodbye, Grandpa Tian. Chapter 51. The temptation of returning to the village too slow, Xiaoyu. Do you realize we nearly missed the flight? Lu Wukue lamented from his seat on the plane, directing his frustration at Zhou Yu, who sat beside him wearing sunglasses with his eyes closed. Relax, queer. We have boarded now. Zhou Yu waved dismissively, still with his eyes shut. Hey, Xiaoyu. You're still wearing sunglasses? Are you secretly shedding tears? Fu Rong teased, casting a sly glance at Zhou Yu. Instantly, the villagers from Bio village leaned in curiously from all directions. Not at all. It was just too sunny earlier, and the lights on the plane are too bright. Zhou Yu quickly retorted, just as the cabin lights dimmed. Sir, I have adjusted the lighting for you, a flight attendant announced. The villagers leaned in even closer. With a huff, Zhou Yu buried his head in his clothing. All right, Xiaoyu, the first farewell is always difficult. But all of this is for the promise of a better reunion, Ma Xianhong consoled him. I just miss my grandmother a bit. And my grandfather on Earth, oh. And Brother Scorpion and Grandpa Hai Laozong, Zhou Yu silently added to himself. How wonderful. I wish I could think of them too, Ma Xianhong said, rubbing Zhou Yu's head, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Don't worry, old Ma. I will help you remember. Zhou Yu exclaimed brightly. Thank you. But I believe that by inviting Taoist Wang Yi or Zhuge Qing this time, I can certainly perfect my cultivation furnace. I will also recover my memories. Let us save your words for next time, Ma Xianhong replied with a smile. Oh no, you are overthinking it. Your furnace does not possess the ability to restore memories. You were toyed with by Chu Tong. It's still up to me to see if I can acquire the dual hand technique from LV Liang. Old Ma, what will you offer me in return for your debt? Zhou Yu silently scoffed. Then you should strive for it. He encouraged Ma Xianhong without dousing his enthusiasm. Soon, the plane took off, and when Zhou Yu and his companions landed at the Yuzhou airport in Lepanshui, it was already deep into the night. Do-do-lu-da-da, do-do-da-do-do-do-da. As soon as they disembarked, Ma Xianhong's phone began to ring incessantly, all calls from Bai Yuan. Hello, Elder Bai, what is it? Master, something has happened in the village. Brother Chiu, speeding is wrong. In the van, Lu Wukue gripped the armrest and seat tightly. Watching as Chiu Jiang pressed the accelerator to the floor, reaching a speed of 180 km/h, his heart racing with anxiety. Hold on tight. Ah, woohoo. Brother Chiu, accelerate. Chiu Jiang shouted, executing a beautiful drift around a corner. A chorus of cries erupted in the vehicle, except for Zhou Yu in the passenger seat, who appeared quite pleased. Master, let me drive next time, Jin Yong suggested, somewhat unsteady as he exited the vehicle at the village entrance. Agreed, chimed in the others. Wait, you all asked me to drive, and wasn't it fast enough? Chiu Jiang retorted obstinately. Exactly, Brother Chiu drives splendidly. You just managed to navigate the drainage ditch. Zhou Yu praised him. Among everyone I've met, your driving skills are unparalleled. I, Zhou Yu, hereby declare you the greatest driver in Bio village. That's because I nearly became a professional racer back in the day, if it weren't for that rainy night. Chiu Jiang said proudly in response to Zhou Yu's flattery. That guy is adept at cornering while accelerating. Xiaoyu, are you still fooling around with him? Fu Rong interjected, unimpressed. Humph, you all don't understand. It's easy to accelerate in a straight line. Speed in corners is what truly counts. Xiaojiang earnestly attempted to explain. Indeed, just pressing the gas in a straight line is easy. Even a dog could do it. Zhou nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu, you truly understand me. Brother Qiao, I understand you. They both moved to embrace one another. Huh, is that so? Then neither of you shall dine at my place again. Fu Rong said coldly. Nevertheless, Brother Qiao, that was somewhat dangerous earlier. Look at how it startled Rongjia. Are you all right? Do you need me to support you? Zhou swiftly dodged Xiaojiang's embrace and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, stepped forward to assist Fu Rong, appearing quite solicitous. Hey, Xiaoyu, what about your principles? Have you been bribed with a meal? Firstly, this is not just one meal, but many in the future. Secondly, principles? What are those? How much do they cost per pound? Would you like me to sell them all to you? Zhou replied with an innocent expression. At that moment, everyone noticed Bai Yuan waiting nearby, and Ma Xianhong, looking somewhat pale, approached him. Elder Bai, please tell us what has transpired? What happened to you all? Why do you look so pale? Bai Yuan inquired, concern etched on his face. Nothing serious. Please inform us about the village situation first, Ma Xianhong urged. Master, just last night, a villager secretly infiltrated the homes of those who possessed the sacred artifacts and stole 5 of them while you and Xiaojiang were away. This oversight was mine. I only discovered the theft when I visited Queer's brother today, who mentioned someone had entered Queer's room. Bai Yuan admitted with a hint of shame. What? Elder Bai? Is my brother all right? Lu Wukue asked anxiously upon hearing his brother's name. He is fine. I must return to check on him. Village chief, everyone. I'm going back. Lu Wukue interrupted, still uneasy. Go, but be careful and don't rush. Ma Xianhong nodded at Lu Wukue, whose face was pale. With that, Lu Wukue dashed home. What was that villager's name? Ma Xianhong continued to inquire. Zhou Dajuan. Master, I will go and bring him back. Xiaojiang stepped forward eagerly. No, I shall go personally. Xiaoyu, you were right. We should conduct background checks on new recruits. I do not wish such scum to ever set foot in our village again. Ma Xianhong's expression turned grave. Understood, master. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Let us take some rest. Ma Xianhong addressed the pale-faced crowd. Master, I am not tired. Xiaojiang, misinterpreting Ma Xianhong's concern for fatigue, replied, evoking a collective glare from the group. Zhou, ever perceptive, tugged at Xiaojiang to signal him to silence. Bai Yuan looked at the group with bemusement, pondering the complexity of their relationships, remarking on the vitality of the youth. Upon returning home, Zhou did not rest. The adrenaline from the earlier joyride still coursed through him. Excitedly, he took out all his gains from the Luotian Grand Ceremony, ready to begin his inventory work. Let the experiments begin, Zhou exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at the devouring pouch and bracelet. Chapter 52. The Dual Completeness Technique. Zhou first retrieved the notable characters from the original text, for infamous figures, namely Lei Yanpao Gao Ning, Chuanchang Dumei, Hui Jin Miao Shin Chong, and the practitioner of the Ming Soul Technique, known as the Dual Completeness Technique, Lu Liang. Additionally, there were the alchemists Yuan Tao and Han Danner, as well as the unfortunate Xue Fan, who wept over graves. Thanks to Zhou's exceptional skills in manipulation, these individuals were still clinging to life. After admiring his 7 trophies for a while, Zhou stored 6 of them back into his bracelet, leaving only Lu Liang behind. Do not let me down, Lu Liang. Zhou spoke to himself as he summoned the mobile puppet chamber and placed Lu Liang onto the experimental table, beginning to administer the antidote. While waiting for Lu Liang to awaken, Zhou busied himself by casually selecting a corpse to craft a human puppet, intending to demonstrate it to Lu Liang upon his revival. Before long, Lu Liang opened his eyes. Where am I? He squinted against the bright lights, instinctively surveying his surroundings. He attempted to rise, but found himself tightly bound, with only his head able to turn slightly. As he struggled, he noticed the table surrounded by various puppet limbs and weapons. I remember now. I was captured by that pervert Zhou. Oh, you're awake, Zhou said, leaning closer to Lu Liang. Who are you? Where's Zhou? Lu Liang inquired, scrutinizing the figure before him, black-haired, slightly long-haired, and seemingly frail, resembling a delicate young man. I am Zhou. Please wait. I'm rather busy at the moment, and conversing like this is somewhat inconvenient. Allow me to assist you in standing. With that, Zhou began to elevate the experimental table. Now, we can converse while I continue my work. Once the table was positioned, Zhou returned to his task of crafting the half-finished puppet. Lu Liang's pupils constricted as he recognized the figure in Zhou's hands. Ding Weikai, a traitor from the Quick Blade sect, notorious for his murderous rampages, who reveled in violating men and women before exterminating them, had been wanted for killing his master after defiling his brother's wife. Lu Liang had even been invited to assist him in dealing with the company. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Lu Liang exclaimed in a state of panic, witnessing Zhou's slow transformation of a human into a puppet. Shoo, it's night. Do keep your voice down, or you'll disturb the neighbors, Zhou replied gently. However, to Lu Liang, Zhou appeared as a devil from hell. In a frantic attempt, Lu Liang unleashed his energy, striving to break free from his restraints, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. That is futile. This experimental table is secured with seals I had specifically arranged with Juan and Grandma. Moreover, to ensure you won't resist later, I borrowed a binding rope from Brother Chiu, a high-grade artifact capable of suppressing one's strength. Zhou continued, crafting the puppet with a soft demeanor. The sight of the emerging puppet filled Lu Liang with mounting dread. Damn it, what should I do? Is there anyone who can save me? Please, anyone. Lu Liang desperately pleaded. Dual completeness technique. Yes, the dual completeness technique. According to Tian Jinzhong's memories, the Ming Soul technique is merely an incomplete form of the dual completeness technique. If I can awaken it, I can surely escape. Suddenly, Lu Liang grasped onto the idea of the dual completeness technique, like a lifeline, and fervently attempted to activate the Ming Soul technique, hoping to awaken the dual completeness technique and defeat Zhou. Seeing this, a smile crept across Zhou's face. This was precisely his intention in crafting the puppet before Lu Liang, to compel him into a frenzied self-rescue. In the original text, Lu Liang had awakened the dual completeness technique after a fierce will to survive, following the severing of his limbs and the removal of his tongue by Lu Xi. Zhou aimed to recreate that scenario. Now it's your turn, Zhou said after a while, noticing that Lu Liang still showed no signs of success. It's over, Lu Liang thought despairingly. He opened his eyes, gazing hopelessly at Zhou and the fully transformed puppet of Ding Weikai beside him. Zhou, wait, spare me. I can be your lackey. My Ming Soul technique is invaluable. I can assist you. Moreover, I know secrets about the Qi body source flow. I possess memories of Zhang Shilin. I even hold secrets of Zhang Chulan. That Feng Baobao is suspicious. She can attain immortality. In a bid for survival, Lu Liang hastily divulged every secret he thought might sway Zhou. Don't be foolish. If I kill you, your abilities will become mine. Observe. Zhou commanded the new puppet to utilize its former powers, a chilling energy enveloping it, as a blade formed in its grasp. The quick blade technique. No wonder you captured me. You can turn people into puppets and preserve their abilities. Lu Liang exclaimed in despair. The time has come. Zhou, controlling the puppet, swiftly struck at Lu Liang. A flash of the blade severed Lu Liang's limbs in an instant. The excruciating pain elicited a scream, yet the puppet clutched his throat, silencing him with its immense grip. In the next moment, the puppet pried open his mouth and forcefully extracted his tongue, sending him into unconsciousness from the agonizing torment. Zhou contemplated whether to help him staunch the bleeding, but was interrupted by a sudden, thunderous heartbeat. Lu Liang, who had momentarily fainted, jolted awake. By the Emperor, the Imperial Engine. Zhou couldn't help but scoff at the resounding heartbeat. In the next moment, a blue energy, signifying the Ming Soul technique, erupted from Lu Liang. His 7 orifices radiated a brilliant blue light. Illuminated by this glow, Zhou felt an unsettling shift within his own soul. Lu Liang, his eyes aglow with blue light, fixed a fierce gaze upon Zhou, his mouth moving as if attempting to articulate something. Gradually, red light began to intertwine with the blue, multiplying as the intensity increased. Lu Liang's severed limbs and tongue began to writhe and regenerate under the enveloping red light. As the crimson hue intensified, the speed of his healing accelerated. I cannot perish. I absolutely refuse to die here. Not in such a humiliating manner. With his tongue fully restored, Zhou finally discerned what Lu Liang was attempting to convey. As Lu Liang's limbs were completely restored, Zhou's expression morphed into one of triumph. Whoosh! 6 syringes emerged from the experimental table, piercing Lu Liang's body and injecting potent hallucinogenic anesthetics. Subsequently, the quick blade puppet swiftly sliced open Lu Liang's chest, extracting his heart. Observing Lu Liang still glowing, Zouyu commanded the puppet to behead him. Chapter 53. The 6 puppet clones gazing at the heart in the puppet's grip and the severed head rolling aside. Zouyu felt a pang of sympathy, for a living human puppet was far superior to a deceased one. However, the dual completeness technique was exceedingly resilient. Even after losing his heart, Lu Liang continued to emit light, only ceasing when his head was severed. Yet, Zouyu refrained from acting recklessly, waiting until he was certain that Lu Liang could not turn the tide before summoning the puppet clone, Scorpion. Then, controlling the puppet avatar Scorpion, he proceeded to craft the next human puppet, acting with utmost caution. Zouyu once again drew upon his own flesh and blood to forge the chi core, subsequently handing it over to his puppet avatar, while he retreated to a corner to weep, truly in pain. As the refinement of the divine mechanism progressed, Zouyu soon sensed a new connection. Suddenly, the crafted Lu Liang opened his eyes. The puppet avatar Scorpion also ceased its refinement. Is this the Trinity? How marvelous! Lu Liang, Zouyu, and the puppet avatar Scorpion spoke in unison. The refinement was successful. From now on, you shall be the puppet avatar. Please do not perish. Zouyu addressed the human puppet Lu Liang. He then commanded the puppet avatar to take on the appearance of Xie Jingzi. Protests. Why not maintain formation with Scorpion and choose a character? I should be called you. The puppet avatar protested. Protests are futile. Scorpion is special. Moreover, in front of outsiders, Scorpion assumes the identity of the original. The puppet sage Zouyu, replied the puppet avatar Scorpion. Proposal concluded. Self-entertainment is prohibited. Now, let us focus on the most important task, Zouyu declared decisively. With that, Zouyu directed the puppet avatar to perform the dual skill, and in the next moment, the puppet's left and right hands surged forth with red and blue chi. Soon, Zouyu himself and the puppet avatar Scorpion began to carefully sense, and after a minute, they also successfully executed the dual skill. Ha! It truly works. Zouyu exclaimed joyously upon successfully performing the dual skill. This 8 extraordinary techniques is no longer merely a simple martial art manual. It pertains to some authority within the cosmos. Zouyu reflected on the dual skill and divine mechanism. So, do we now hold Lu Liang's title? The puppet avatar queried. Will the account be banned for theft? The puppet avatar Scorpion wondered. What nonsense. If it's not closed, then it's open. I earned this title through my strength. Why would they ban me? Zouyu scoffed. Alas, I wonder if mastering the 8 extraordinary techniques will lead to ascension or demise. Zouyu sighed. Speaking of ascension, does one die or truly become an immortal? Oh dear. The puppet avatars chimed in. Slap. Is that something I should be contemplating? Let us finish crafting the puppets first. Zouyu chided himself. With that, Zouyu summoned Gao Ning and others to commence a new round of creation. That night, according to Qiuzhang's recollection, an eerie sound echoed throughout the night, chilling and relentless, yet nothing could be seen. It was later dubbed the Night of Bio Village's strange tales. Though when shared with others, few believed it. Finally, it was complete. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Zouyu was still brimming with energy. He gazed upon his masterpiece. The Zouyu version of Pain's 6 paths. They were Heavenly Path Shinchong, Hell Path Han Danner, Human Path Shui Fan, Azura Path Yuan Tao, Hungry Ghost Path Do Mei, Animal Path Gao Ning. Zouyu's adolescent spirit ignited with fervor. Immediately, he manipulated the 6-path puppet avatars to alter their appearances. And soon Pain's 6 paths stood before him. Pain has arrived. I am a god. Kamida. Zouyu commanded the 6 paths of Pain, striking poses and proclaiming. Shinchong was designated as the heavenly path due to his abilities being crucial to Zouyu's forthcoming enhancement, while Han Danner excelled in artifact crafting, complementing the divine mechanism for rapid artifact refinement and puppet repair. Shui Fan and the human path both wielded soul-based abilities. Yuan Tao, as an artifact master, could specialize in crafting artifacts to better unleash the Azura Path's offensive capabilities. The Hungry Ghost Path could absorb chakra, while Do Mei's abilities could weaken others, even corroding chi, thus serving as a form of debilitating capability. Gao Ning's 12 labors of emotion could manipulate feelings, akin to controlling summoning beasts. After all, summoning formations are still formations. Zouyu surveyed his arrangement with satisfaction. Truly, I am remarkable, Zouyu declared proudly. To be honest, the first time controlling Pain's 6 paths was somewhat disorienting, as suddenly possessing 7 perspectives was a bit overwhelming. However, Zouyu quickly adjusted, and alongside the puppet avatar Scorpion and Please Do Not Die, He engaged in a game of black and white, training his multitasking abilities. Yet, even while entertaining himself, Zoyu couldn't resist the urge to play tricks, deliberately allowing the other puppet avatars to lose. Xiaoyu, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. Just as Zoyu was engrossed in play, Xiaozhang's voice called from outside. Zoyu glanced at the time and realized it was already past 11. He directed the human path avatar beside the door to open it, allowing Xiaojiang to enter. Xiaoyu, so many new puppets. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Upon entering, Xiaojiang noticed the 7 new puppets and inquired. Oops, I accidentally pulled an all-nighter. Zoyu replied playfully. Xiaoyu, staying up late is detrimental to your health. You must not keep such irregular hours. You're still young, and you still wish to grow taller. Xiaojiang advised earnestly. I know staying up late is bad for my health, which is why I choose to stay up all night. Zoyu responded nonchalantly. Knock. Enough with your twisted logic. Xiaojiang lightly smacked Zoyu's head with mild annoyance. Let us go. Time for breakfast. After we eat. I still need to find the master, Xiaojiang said, pulling the head holding Zoyu along. Zoyu hurriedly commanded the puppet avatars to follow. Wait, why are you bringing them along just for a meal? Xiaojiang questioned Zoyu, eyeing the accompanying puppet avatars. They're cool. Master Xiaojiang, good morning. Villagers greeted Zoyu and Xiaojiang along the way. How did you know I made new puppets? Indeed, they are my new puppet avatars, Zoyu replied, somewhat nonsensically. To the villagers' greetings. Master Zoyu, Master Xiaojiang, have you eaten yet? Would you like to come eat at my place? Indeed, these are my newly researched puppets. Rest assured, it won't be long before I can mass-produce puppets and provide each of you with a few. Knock. Sorry for the trouble, Xiaojiang. Unable to bear Zoyu's incessant boasting, gave him another tap on the head and pressed him to apologize to everyone. Brother Xiaojiang, you just acknowledged the coolness of my puppets, so why are you hitting me now? Zoyu complained, rubbing the bump on his head. I didn't ask you to boast to everyone. Besides, who told you to control those puppets to strike those strange poses? There are plenty of ordinary people in the village. They think you're showing off, Xiaojiang explained irritably. Chapter 54, Combined Puppets Sister Rome. Your cooking is truly delicious. Zoyu praised while heaping rice onto his plate. It's not as exaggerated as you say, slow down. You're eating like a starving ghost reincarnated, Fu Rong remarked, serving him a bowl of soup as she watched him choke. Phew, there's no choice. The food I had for the past decade or so was truly subpar, Zoyu said, drinking the soup to wash it down. After finishing his meal, Zoyu prepared to return to continue crafting the human puppet, but Xiaojiang held him back. Xiaoyu, I beg you, come with me to find the master. Xiaojiang pleaded. I want to go. Oh, come on, good brother. I'm begging you. If you don't go, I want to be able to get this done. Xiaojiang pulled Zoyu, beseeching him. Brother Xiaojiang, you're asking me to help you with something, but want to even call me foster father. Zoyu feigned sorrow. Knock. Do not make a fuss. I genuinely require your assistance, Cho Rang remarked, gently tapping Zoyu's head. Brother Cho, I am aware of your intentions. You wish to accompany the leader to pursue the traitor, yet he rejected you yesterday. Why did you sneak off to see him again? Zoyu replied, holding his head. Precisely. I thought, since the leader favors you, you could express your desire to join him, and then I could tag along as well. Cho Rang said, absolutely not. Bai Lao stated it was his oversight to go, and the leader specifically named Xiao Long to accompany him. Chasing a traitor, even with a magical artifact, is futile. There is no need for so many to confront an unknowledgeable woman. Zoyu retorted, engaged in a tug-of-war with Cho Rang. Given the circumstances, you might as well capture her yourself. It could serve as a form of venting, Cho Rang suggested. Certainly not. That is my family's territory. What if she pleads for mercy? I detest such situations, Zoyu firmly refused. I'm not criticizing you, but there are already many going. You cannot be alone with old Ma, and besides, the village needs your presence to maintain morale. Who will tend to that if you leave? Zoyu candidly pointed out. What do you know? I haven't acted alongside the leader for quite some time. I feel as though I am losing him. Cho Rang lamented, covering his face in despair. Well, good luck with that. I have many matters to attend to, so I shall return to my seclusion. By the way, when you see the leader, could you kindly remind him about the materials he promised me? It's rather urgent. Zoyu seized the opportunity to escape from Cho Rang and dashed away. Phew, indeed. The entanglements of infatuated individuals are the most vexing. Zoyu sighed in relief as he finally reached home. After arranging instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and other supplies, Zoyu hung a sign at the door reading Do Not Disturb, seclusion in progress to prevent interruptions. Once everything was set, Zhou returned to the puppet chamber and began counting the corpses he possessed, 376 in total. Faced with such a considerable task, Zhou decisively commenced work with his puppet clones, transforming each one into human puppets. Thanks to the assistance of divine mechanism and dual skill, Zhou could complete a human puppet in just an hour. However, with the increased quantity, it still took him 3 days to finish this stage. After 3 days, Zhou, weary yet determined, began testing the abilities of each human puppet, ultimately selecting 60 with comparatively strong powers and similar abilities. He first singled out the one who advocated instantaneous beauty, whose innate ability allowed him to condense chi into explosive thunderballs. Unfortunately, his strength was limited, as he could only conjure 3 thunderballs due to a lack of chi and insufficient training. Zhou also selected the puppets with lightning abilities. Regrettably, such powers were rare. With only 6 available, Zhou combined the chi cores of the other 5 puppets with that of the artist, alongside his own, ensuring an ample supply of chi. However, their overall strength remained somewhat lacking, with only one capable of releasing an attack akin to a youthful version of a palm thunder strike. The others merely infused their chi with a hint of lightning, which could only augment their punches and weapons. Contemplating further, Zhou retrieved his first collectible, the lightning puppet, and fused its chakra core into the mix. This level is worthy of my puppet clone, he nodded in approval. With the addition of the lightning puppet, capable of utilizing lightning chakra mode, this clone now boasted high attack, defense, and speed. Such adversaries were precisely those Zhou had previously despised, and now he had unwittingly become one himself. Do you prefer the name Lightning General or Lightning Sage for your puppet form? Zhou inquired of the new puppet clone. Neither is particularly appealing, but if I must choose, I would opt for Lightning General, the puppet clone replied. How dull. Very well, from now on. You shall be known as Lightning General. Now, go stand in line over there, Zhou said, transforming the puppet clone into the appearance of Lightning General, amusing himself in the process. Next, Zhou began selecting all the fire element puppets. It was noteworthy that fire was a relatively common ability among the extraordinary. Out of the 60, 31 were fire element puppets, with 30 being innate and only 1, a traitor from the fire virtue sect, being acquired later. Zhou commenced crafting them into combined puppets, but upon completion, he realized a significant issue. The abundance of chi cores created an excessively large range, making it easy for any attack to strike the chi core's position. After some contemplation, he decided to first reduce the size of the chi cores and then enlarge the puppet clones. Thus, he set to work, with himself focusing on refining the chi cores while the puppet clones handled the crafting of the puppet forms. Before long, a 2-meter-tall puppet clone was completed. Zhou ensured that the puppet's arms and legs had reserved ports for jet propulsion, and the chest housed 3 scroll storage slots for fuel, enabling flight and enhanced firepower for attacks. Henceforth, you shall be known as Puppet Clone Ace, he declared, controlling the puppet clone to take on the appearance of Ace. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem right, Puppet Clone Ace said, looking doubtfully at the red and white stripes adorning its form. Fool, you are Ace the Fire Fist, not Ace the Sage, the other puppet clone scolded. Oh, I was merely trying to lighten the mood, Zhou remarked. Honestly, I think this Ace looks quite impressive. Puppet Clone Ace replied. That's unacceptable. Why should you get to be Ultraman? Change back immediately, the puppet clones shouted. Fine, even at 2 meters tall. I'd rather be Ace than not, Puppet Clone Ace grumbled, albeit eventually transforming back to Ace's form, bringing a sense of calm to the group. Now, for the main event, Zhou proclaimed, producing Tian Jin's chi core. Instantly, all the puppet clones turned their attention to him with utmost seriousness. During the modification of Elder Tian, Zhou had crafted an extra chi core specifically for this moment. He combined his own chi core with Tian Jin's and integrated the remaining 23 robust human puppet chi cores into the creation. Since acquiring dual skill, the process of crafting his chi core had become significantly less troublesome. No longer did he need to self-harm, as he could now directly separate and heal. With the puppet clone successfully crafted, Zhou promptly commanded it to utilize the Golden Light spell. In an instant, golden light illuminated the puppet chamber. Subsequently, Zhou and the other puppet clones also successfully cast the Golden Light spell. Haha, I told you, where there's a policy above, there's a countermeasure below. The Golden Light spell has indeed succeeded, Zhou exclaimed, laughter resonating throughout the puppet chamber alongside the puppet clones. I wonder if the old celestial master will be displeased when he finds out, Zoyu mused after his laughter subsided. That is unlikely. Besides, Elder Tian will surely protect you, puppet clone Scorpion suggested. Hard to say. If Elder Tian discovers we acquired this through him, he might abandon us. Then, after the old celestial master punishes you, he might take his own life to accompany you, puppet clone Tiandao speculated. Zoyu pondered the nature of Elder Tian and realized this possibility was indeed plausible. He then resolved that when using the golden light spell, he must ensure all witnesses remain silent. Taking a deep breath, Zoyu stated, "For now, let's set aside our concerns. Henceforth, you shall embody the Susanoo of the puppet doppelganger." With that, he manipulated the puppet doppelganger to transform into the form of Susanoo from Akame Kill. "Now, let us venture outside to test our creative endeavors," Zoyu declared. He then retracted the other puppets and guided the doppelgangers out of the room. In the courtyard, Zoyu and the puppet doppelgangers activated their sand iron wings and soared towards the back mountain. "Here we are, it's deserted. Go ahead and give it a try, Susanoo," Zoyu instructed the puppet doppelganger. "No problem," Susanoo responded, initiating the golden light spell and manipulating its form. Under Zoyu's guidance, the golden light morphed into skeletal shapes, gradually evolving into a figure resembling a 3 to 4 meter tall skeleton. Indeed, Zoyu was attempting to harness the ultimate power of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan to dismantle the Susanoo itself. Essentially, Susanoo is an immense reservoir of chakra shaped by ocular techniques, and the golden light spell possesses formidable defensive capabilities, allowing for form manipulation. As long as there is sufficient chi and meticulous control, it can indeed manifest Susanoo. The puppet doppelganger had just utilized the first form of Susanoo and was now striving to transition into its second form, but it encountered difficulties. Observing this, Zoyu began to channel his chi through the chi core within the puppet doppelganger Susanoo, simultaneously activating all 24 chi cores within Susanoo. The golden light emanating from Susanoo surged dramatically, and at last, the second form of Susanoo was achieved. "Alas, this is the limit of my transformation," the puppet doppelganger Susanoo panted. "Why are you, a mere puppet, panting?" the puppet doppelganger Scorpion remarked. "It's merely for theatrics. Otherwise, how could I convey my limitations?" Susanoo replied earnestly. "Now, it is your turn, Tiandao," Zoyu said, directing his attention to the puppet doppelganger Tiandao. Tiandao, originally Shinchong, possessed an innate ability known as usury, allowing him to forge contracts with individuals. The contractors could absorb the chi of others by killing them. However, a portion of the chi absorbed would be remitted to Shinchong, and as the number of kills increased, this proportion would gradually escalate. When the contractor's ability to acquire chi diminished, their sanity would begin to erode. Zoyu recognized this capability as a valuable asset, which is why he chose Tiandao. "Very well, release the human puppets," Tiandao instructed. Zoyu then retrieved the human puppets from his bracelet and commanded Tiandao to establish contracts with them. Subsequently, he directed the human puppets to willingly transfer their chi to Tiandao through the contracts. The puppet doppelgangers, equipped with Zoyu's chi cores, could facilitate chi transfer among themselves. However, the human puppets lacked this capability, necessitating Tiandao to serve as an intermediary. As for why not all human puppets were converted into doppelgangers, aside from their insufficient skill levels, the essence of the doppelgangers still hinged on Zoyu's control. Their actions would still consume his chi, so Zoyu would refrain from using his chi directly, as he relied on the chi cores of the doppelgangers to function, or else he would be overwhelmed. After all, Zoyu had only been refining his chi for a few months and lacked the necessary reserves to control the doppelgangers. Currently, managing 8 doppelgangers was already quite taxing for him. Nevertheless, with the golden light spell, Zoyu was confident he would soon enhance his abilities. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of chi erupted from the puppet doppelganger Tiandao. The cultivation of over 300 human puppets converged upon Tiandao, felt even by those far away in Bio village. The likes of Qiu Liang and others hastily convened at the village entrance. With the exception of Ma Xianhong and Bai Yuan, who had departed to pursue the traders, while the rest hurried towards the back mountain where Zoyu was situated. "Ready," Tiandao declared, his expression stoic, as he transferred all the chi to Susanoo. What a facade! Who doesn't he know that the original is just a whimsical, delusional being? Does he truly believe himself to be pain? The puppet doppelganger Raiden remarked. "You don't understand. Today I shall play the role to the fullest, even if it leads to my demise at the hands of Susanoo. Tiandao asserted resolutely. You're like a phantom, so you quipped. Meanwhile, the puppet doppelganger Susanoo unleashed another surge of power, and soon a colossal, golden-armored deity towering 50 meters emerged. The fourth form of Susanoo. Is this all there is? It doesn't even match a complete Susanoo, the puppet doppelganger scorpion commented. There's no helping it. Even this fourth form of Susanoo is incomplete. It should ideally reach 60 meters. After all, our golden light spell is merely at the level of an early-stage Tian Lao, and our chi is insufficient to force it into full form, the puppet doppelganger Susanoo explained. It seems we still require the assistance of a fully-fledged Yukai to aid our training, Zoyu remarked. Indeed, now that we have Tiandao, our return on investment is higher. Using his usury contracts, the human puppets can kill to acquire a portion of chi, and their corpses can be transformed into new human puppets, serving as hidden energy reserves. The puppet doppelganger scorpion elaborated. Moreover, the human puppets will not be affected by the mental degradation caused by usury. For what sense of reason do puppets possess? Highly efficient, high returns, added the puppet doppelganger Susanoo. And it's not just fully fledged Yukai, there are remnants of the Kusanagi ninja clan in the northeast. The puppet doppelganger please don't die reminded. Suddenly, Zoyu proposed a shocking idea. What do you think about us slaughtering the island of Japan? Chapter 56. The problematic child Zoyu, what do you think about us slaughtering the island of Japan? Hiss. It's not impossible. Let us devise a plan. We might not be able to win at present. It's not a matter of whether we can win. It's a foregone conclusion, brother. The doppelgangers chimed in excitedly. Just contemplating it for now. We'll seek an opportunity, not rush into action, Zoyu shrugged. By the way, aren't you tired? Put that away, Zoyu said, glancing at the golden armored deity behind the puppet doppelganger Susanoo. I'm fine. As a puppet, I feel no fatigue, Susanoo responded. I'm exhausted. Is that enough? Zoyu shouted. He then commanded the puppet doppelganger Susanoo and Tiandao to halt and retracted the hidden energy reserves on their backs. They then activated their sand iron wings and flew back. As Zoyu departed, Xiao Liang and the others emerged from the nearby woods. Has Xiaoyu already reached this level? Haji Shigai marveled at the site where Susanoo had just been. That kid has left us far behind. Ding Zihuan sighed. How did that golden armored deity manage to materialize? Xiao Liang inquired. It appears to be the golden light spell, Zhang Kuan suggested. The towering figure we just witnessed was the golden light spell. Xiao Liang exclaimed incredulously. This is true genius. They consistently push the boundaries of the known and forge unprecedented paths, Zhang Kuan lamented with a wry smile. I am increasingly concerned about Xiaoyu. His condition appears to be deteriorating. His puppets are entirely under his control. Previously, he only had one, engaging in a dialogue with himself, but now he has 8. You all witnessed how he was just managing 8 puppet avatars in conversation. With himself included, that makes 9, and each exhibits a distinct tone and personality. If this continues, I fear he may succumb to schizophrenia, Fu Rong expressed worriedly as she gazed in the direction Xiaoyu had flown off. The leader, when delivering materials to Xiaoyu, observed him playing with his puppets and shared this concern, but upon consulting Elder Bai, he learned that such situations typically stem from psychological issues, which he is unable to treat. Xiao Rang added, Xiaoyu has always been exceptionally gifted, yet he has endured relentless persecution alongside his grandmother, fleeing to Japan. Upon finally returning, he found himself alone after her passing, which explains his current state. Jin Yong expressed sympathy. Rest assured, I will take him out more often. When the time comes, I will have Sister Kuei help him emerge from the shadows. Lu Wukuei declared resolutely. Excellent. I leave him in your capable hands, Kuei. The group encouraged Lu Wukuei with thumbs up. Of course, it would also be beneficial to take him to see a psychologist if the opportunity arises, Fu Rong added. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the discussions among Xiao Rang and the others, who were preparing a comprehensive plan to assist Xiaoyu in overcoming his psychological barriers and achieving holistic development, a plan humorously dubbed Rescue Little Soldier Xiaoyu. Strangely, where have the others gone? Upon returning to the village, eager to share the joy of his newfound puppets, he discovered that Xiao Rang and the others were nowhere to be found. Surely they wouldn't be organizing some team-building activity without me? But wait, Old Ma hasn't returned to the village either. Xiaoyu cautiously meandered through the village with his puppets, mindful to keep them hidden from the villagers as Xiao Rang had advised. Initially, Xiaoyu intended to use his perception abilities to locate them, but just as he activated it, he heard Xiao Hong's voice, which he deemed inappropriate to listen to. Adhering to the principle of not looking or listening to what is improper, he resolutely deactivated his perception and began his search through the village. Unfortunately, it seemed that today would not be the day for him to share the delight of his new puppets. Xiaoyu had been troubled for the past week. Not due to his performance. Rather, it was the incessant harassment from Qiu Rang and the others, who seemed to have their own peculiar agenda. For instance, before him stood Fu Rong, fervently extolling the virtues of a gaming console, while Lu Wukuei played the supportive role beside her. No, Sister Rong. What is going on with you all lately? Why do you keep orbiting around me? Xiaoyu interrupted, taking the gaming console from Fu Rong. Huh, really? I just happened to pass by with this gaming console, and since Kuei mentioned she doesn't like to play, I thought I might as well give it to you. Fu Rong replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Yes, we merely happened to cross paths with you, Xiaoyu. Don't overthink it, Lu Wukuei chimed in. Are you serious? This is my home, and the direction you all came from is the opposite of mine. I reside in the east, while you are in the west. How did you manage to wander into my courtyard? Xiaoyu turned to ensure he was indeed sitting in his own yard, then fixed Fu Rong and Lu Wukuei with a skeptical glare. The two, caught off guard, quickly averted their gazes. This week alone, counting this gaming console, I have received my 36th gift from you all. Each day, you seem to find a new excuse to inundate me with presents. My cabinet is nearly overflowing. Xiaoyu lamented, raising the gaming console in exasperation. And Sister Kuei, this marks our 23rd meeting this week. You have invited me to practice with you 13 times and asked me to join you for leisure 7 times, while you and Sister Rong have appeared together 3 times. Sister Rong, you rarely venture out of the village, yet you have invited me to shop 3 times. Even Brother Qiu Rang has been dragging me into practice sessions the moment I awaken. Brother Jin Yong has taken me to a bar for drinks twice. And Brother Zhang Kuan has suddenly started seeking me out for training, while even the taciturn Zi Huan has taken me out a few times. Not to mention that Haru Shigai whimsically invited me to go horseback riding to chase the sunset. What on earth is going on? Am I your electronic pet? Xiaoyu exclaimed in one breath. Fu Rong stammered, unsure of how to respond. Come on, we're just concerned about you. Lu Wukuei interjected. Concern about me? What exactly is wrong with me? Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to probe further. Well, Lu Wukuei hesitated, but Fu Rong quickly covered his mouth. It's nothing. Let's leave it at that for today. Remember to enjoy the gaming console, Xiaoyu. With that, Fu Rong hastily pulled Lu Wukuei away from the courtyard. Phew, that was close to being exposed. After exiting Xiaoyu's courtyard and making their way to Qiu Rang's home, Fu Rong let out a sigh of relief. How could you all be so careless? Xiaoyu nearly discovered everything. At that moment, the villagers of Bo quietly emerged from Qiu Rang's home, and he spoke up. Careless? Please, it was your sudden suspicious behavior. Fu Rong retorted. I was merely thinking that perhaps drinking could alleviate his mood. Jin Yong defended himself. Sigh. What do we do now? The group sighed collectively. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's head emerged over the fence of Qiu Rang's courtyard. Although I don't know what you all are up to, I must still thank you. Chapter 57. The Abduction of a Girl by Ma Xianhong. Xiaoyu? What are you doing here? The villagers of Bo exclaimed in unison. Come on, they ran in front of me. I'm not blind. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Wait. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Fu Rong and Lu Wukuei. Hee. As expected of Xiaoyu, truly astute. They exclaimed exaggeratedly, attempting to feign innocence. Honestly, I am exasperated with you all. Qiu Rang sighed. With all of you present, how could the village not thrive? So you all believe that my penchant for conversing with my puppets indicates the onset of schizophrenia, which is why you harass me daily. Xiaoyu looked at the assembled group, uncertain. The group nodded in unison. Pray, it is you who are unwell. I merely enjoy banter and often converse with myself. Speaking with puppets merely adds an element of amusement and allows me to hone my concentration control, enabling multitasking. Just as the former puppet masters would travel to perform puppet shows to maintain their skills, my dialogues with puppets are fundamentally a part of my training. Xiaoyu explained, somewhat exasperated by their misunderstanding. So you are fine, they exclaimed in relief. Of course, if you were to find me a psychologist, perhaps he would struggle to argue with me. And who informed you that I was unwell? Xiaoyu asked sternly. It was him. The crowd exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed at Qiu Rang, declaring. Zhou immediately fixed a death stare on Qiu Rang. Hey, Not you guys. Xiao Yu. Let me explain. That day, the sect leader saw you playing with the puppet alone and then asked Old Bai. Old Bai said your situation was a psychological issue. And that is how it got out. It's definitely not me. Xiao Yu, you know me. I'm just a toolmaker. How would I understand such things? It's all the sect leader's fault. Qiu Rang decisively betrayed Ma Xianhong, stating. Zhou was about to speak when a voice and 3 suppressed chuckles echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Everything is my fault. The crowd quickly turned around to see Ma Xianhong, dressed in black training attire, appearing at the courtyard entrance. Behind him, suppressing laughter, were Bai Yuan, Zhong Xiaolong, and Guo Liang, sect leader. The crowd joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Ma Xianhong, except for Qiu Rang. At that moment, upon seeing Ma Xianhong's return and hearing his betrayal, Qiu Rang felt his spirits plummet. His life turned bleak, akin to a defeated hound kneeling on the ground. Sect leader, please let me explain. He shouted. What are you all playing at? Ma Xianhong asked, puzzled. Subsequently, the crowd chimed in, embellishing the events of the recent period. So it was merely a form of cultivation. Old Bai, I told you, Xiao Yu is not that kind of fragile person. Ma Xianhong said with a hint of embarrassment after listening. No relation to me, Old Bai replied, observing Ma Xianhong and the others standing as if punished for a mistake. All right, I'll head back to take a shower and then settle things. Ma Xianhong, feeling awkward, hurriedly escaped, nearly tripping over his own toes. Well, I shall take my leave as well. Seeing Ma Xianhong flee, Bai Yuan, responsible for the diagnosis, promptly said, swiftly exiting with a speed uncharacteristic of an elder. Haha, I didn't expect you all to have such a fulfilling half-month away. Zhong Xiaolong remarked, looking at Zhou Yu and the others with a smile. Don't mention us. How did your trip go, Xiaolong? Did you catch that traitor? Qiu Rang shifted the topic. Of course, we caught her, but she was already dead. Moreover, we encountered someone with quite a story, Zhong Xiaolong replied. TCH, the sect leader is too kind. In my opinion, she should have been brought back for a thorough questioning. Qiu Rang said, visibly displeased. It wasn't the sect leader who acted, it was that person I mentioned, Zhong Xiaolong clarified. Someone capable of killing from your ranks. That person must be extraordinary, Zhou Yu remarked, feigning surprise as he already knew who it was. Indeed, that girl was formidable. Had it not been for the sect leader's magical artifact restraining her, it would have been challenging to deal with. You didn't see it. That traitor was killed in an instant. Not even the sect leader could save her. Zhong Xiaolong vividly recounted. All right, today the crops in the village are nearly ripe. And the harvest is slow. Let us go help out, Ding Zihuan said, observing the group starting to boast among themselves. No problem. Just watch me. I can single-handedly match the entire village. Zhou Yu proclaimed, thumping his chest. Then it's all up to you, Xiao Yu. Let us set off. Today's mission to rescue the little soldier Zhou Yu is set for harvesting crops. Onward. Fu Rong called out. Oh, let us go. The group cheerfully echoed. And they all dashed towards the fields, a moment filled with joy. As the sun set, Ma Xianhong was glancing displeased at the green-eyed, somewhat naive girl before him. Chinduo, right? Now that we've clarified everything, are you still not leaving? Are you waiting for me to throw you a farewell party? Ma Xianhong said, somewhat irritated. Leave? Where to? Chinduo asked, looking innocently bewildered. Oh, you're trying to trick me, Ma Xianhong exclaimed, covering his face in exasperation. Someone will come to pick me up. Chinduo replied seriously, reaching for the communicator on her ear, only to find it missing. If you were looking for the communicator, I'm sorry. It broke during our fight, and I found a locator in your body, which I've removed. Ma Xianhong pulled out a small device from his pants. So, I'm afraid no one will be coming for you. He shrugged. Chinduo tilted her head, staring blankly at Ma Xianhong without speaking. Let us go? I'll take you out. With that, Ma Xianhong turned and walked towards the village entrance, guiding Chinduo along. As they walked, Chinduo curiously observed her surroundings and spotted Zhou Yu and the others working in the fields. Xiao Yu, I told you to cut the wheat. Not to control your puppet to slash wildly. Cut it from the roots. And don't secretly control the puppet to throw mud. I saw that. Qiu Rang yelled at Zhou Yu, who was creating chaos instead of helping. Ha! Xiao Yu, take this. Just as Qiu Rang finished speaking, Lu Wukue attacked Zhou Yu. Seeing this, Zhou Yu began to counterattack. Suddenly, the field turned into a chaotic battleground. Qiu Rang was also hit several times and began to retaliate, with Zhong Xiaolong achieving the best results, followed closely by Zhou Yu, who relied on the advantage of puppet numbers. Among them, only Ding Zihuan and Zhang Kuan worked diligently. Observing the chaotic scene, Ma Xianhong felt somewhat embarrassed and glanced at Chinduo, wanting to explain that they weren't usually like this, but upon turning back, he found Chinduo gazing at Zhou Yu and the others with admiration. Chapter 58. Chinduo. Before long, Ma Xianhong brought Chinduo to the village entrance. Alright, from here, just follow this road straight to exit the village. There's a bus over there to the city, Ma Xianhong instructed, pointing down a path. After saying this, he turned to head back to deal with Zhou Yu and the others. Where should I go? Chinduo stood dazed, watching Ma Xianhong walk away, unable to resist asking him. You can go wherever you wish. That is your freedom, and no one is stopping you, Ma Xianhong replied, stopping to look back at Chinduo. With that, he departed. Ma Xianhong's words seemed to awaken Chinduo. She gazed at the sunset, the distant mountains, the twilight sky, and the road she had just walked, with fields on either side. She had never felt as free as she did at that moment. You all, what are you doing? I told you to harvest the crops, and what are you up to? Hearing Ma Xianhong's furious shouts, Chinduo felt as if something had clicked within her, and she turned to look at the road leading back to the village and the little dog that had somehow appeared at her feet. Ha! Old Ma, take this. In response to Ma Xianhong's outburst, mud was thrown at him by Zhou Yu. You all, I'm furious. Ma Xianhong instantly lost his temper and decisively joined the fray, leading the charge against Zhou Yu. Soon, as night fell, the villainous Zhou Yu faced the sharpshooter Zhong Xiaolong and the ruthless village chief, Ma Xianhong, quickly meeting defeat, with himself and his puppets being vanquished and reduced to mud. After another wash following the night's chaos, Ma Xianhong was informed that Chinduo was still waiting at the village entrance. With a hint of exasperation, he made his way back there once more. Oh, where's the unyielding village chief Ma off to now? Ma Xianhong spotted Zhou Yu squatting by the road, shaking mud off his clothes and shoes. Mud clung to the clothing, so it was discarded. Why stir about on the road at this late hour? Ma Xianhong, observing the obstruction caused by Zhou Yu, spoke with irritation. You spendthrift. Do you not understand the value of frugality? With a village head like you, our Bo village is destined for ruin. I toil daily to save a penny, while you squander without restraint. Alas, do you even comprehend the sacrifices I have made for this family? Zhou Yu retorted, spouting nonsense. I'll buy it for you, Ma Xianhong interjected, decisively ending the debate. Why didn't you say so earlier? Old Ma, where are you headed? Shall I accompany you? Zhou Yu tossed his clothing aside. Truly, he possessed no sense of decorum. Leading Zhou Yu to the village entrance, Ma Xianhong caught sight of Chinduo, who was gazing intently at Bo village. Is that the girl Xiaolong spoke of? What have you done to her, old Ma? Now she is clinging to you. Isn't she? Zhou Yu remarked. Slap. One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. If you can't speak wisely, best remain silent. Ma Xianhong delivered a sharp slap to the back of Zhou Yu's head, his annoyance palpable. You are the one truly clinging to me. Come back with me. You haven't tea eaten in 2 days. Ma Xianhong approached Chinduo. Wonderful. I didn't expect a late-night snack. Zhou Yu exclaimed happily. Not for you. Ma Xianhong replied curtly. Hello, I am Zhou Yu. What is your name? Would you like to add me as a friend? Zhou Yu shamelessly leaned toward Chinduo. Hello, I am Chinduo. And village head Ma is a good person, Chinduo said, her face reddening as she nervously glanced at Zhou Yu. Oh, old Ma, congratulations. You've gained another good person card. Zhou Yu teased. Slap. Ma Xianhong delivered another light blow to Zhou Yu's head. Let us go, he said, turning to lead the way. Come on, Chinduo. Old Ma is just shy. By the way, I must tell you, Sister Rong's cooking is exquisite. Zhou Yu continued, oblivious to his punishment. Ma Xianhong, glancing back at Zhou Yu, who was incessantly chattering with Chinduo, clenched his fists. The desire to reprimand was unmistakable. Huh. Sister Rong, we have arrived. Zhou Yu kicked open the door, shouting. Bang. How many times must I tell you? Do not kick my door. Fu Rong reprimanded Zhou Yu lightly. Who taught you a lesson? She inquired, noticing the bump on his head. Humph. That wretched Ma Xianhong. Just wait. I'll remember this grudge. I am but weak now, but I shall grow strong. For now, I shall endure and await the right moment. Zhou Yu proclaimed dramatically. Sister Rong, how about this? V me 50. And I shall share my revenge plan. He added, channeling the spirit of historical figures. Bang. Soon, Zhou Yu's grand scheme for revenge was interrupted by Ma Xianhong's arrival. Ha ha. Fu Rong laughed at Zhou Yu's antics. Apologies for the disturbance at this late hour, Ma Xianhong addressed Fu Rong. It's no trouble at all, master, she replied, gently touching the bump on Zhou Yu's head. Chen Duo observed the interaction, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. Come in, Chen Duo. Make yourself comfortable. Here, sit. Zhou Yu urged, pulling Chen Duo to the table while he and Fu Rong retrieved dishes. All right, now let us hear your story. I am quite curious about the past that shaped you into such a unique individual, Ma Xianhong said once they were seated. Old Ma, you are in the wrong here. It is said that one should not speak while eating, and you have deprived her of food for 2 days. What can't wait until after the meal? Zhou Yu argued. Come, Chen Duo, don't mind him. Let us eat. Sister Rong, you must eat too. Zhou Yu insisted, fervently serving food to Chen Duo and Fu Rong. Originally, the conversation was between only Ma Xianhong and Chen Duo, but with Zhou Yu's intrusion, even Fu Rong was drawn into the fray. Village head, please eat first, Fu Rong offered, attempting to soothe Ma Xianhong, who was visibly tense. Yes, old Ma. You should eat too, Zhou Yu added, nervously serving Ma Xianhong a piece of meat. Ma Xianhong glanced at the solitary piece of meat in his bowl, then at Chen Duo's overflowing bowl, and finally at Zhou Yu's heaping portions, his fists tightening further. Though Fu Rong had no meat in her bowl, it was simply because she had not intended to eat that evening. Zhou Yu had insisted she join them. Would you like some? Chen Duo, noticing Ma Xianhong's discomfort, hesitantly offered her bowl to him. Observing Zhou Yu and then Chen Duo, Ma Xianhong felt an odd sense of envy akin to that of a parent witnessing another's child. Soon, the meal concluded, and Zhou Yu had indeed gotten what he desired. Now, let us begin your story, Ma Xianhong prompted. Master, we have arrived. The group of Qiu Rang and others entered at that moment. What brings you here? Ma Xianhong inquired. Didn't Ti Xiaoyu say there were tales to be heard? You invited us, right? Qiu Rang replied. Hearing this, everyone turned to Zhou Yu, who sheepishly averted his gaze. Chapter 59. Facing choices. I apologize for the trouble, Zhou Yu said to Chen Duo after receiving a reprimand. It's quite all right. My story is simple, just this and that, Chen Duo replied, shaking her head before recounting her past, which extended into a lengthy narrative. Essentially, I used to assist the Medicine Immortal Society in creating poisons. And now I am working for Uncle Liao, she concluded. The villagers of Bio, upon hearing Chen Duo's tale, wore solemn expressions. However, Uncle Liao is different from the Medicine Immortal Society. He always has my best interests at heart, Chen Duo added, noticing their reactions and defending Uncle Liao. Haha, Ma Xianhong chuckled at her words. Indeed, one might study you while simultaneously teaching you to kill, truly for your benefit. Follow me, Ma Xianhong said ominously. Rising to his feet, stepping outside, he led Chen Duo and the others to a tree adorned with a collar. This is the collar you wore before. You are fortunate. If you can remove it, watch closely, he said, producing a remote control and pressing a button. As he did so, the collar began to hum and emit a blue light. Instantly, the spot where the collar was affixed on the tree snapped with a crisp sound, and the entire tree fell neatly apart. Chen Duo stood in silence, witnessing the spectacle. If you truly have nowhere else to go, you may stay and assist me. I have examined your condition. If my creation is completed, healing may not be impossible, Ma Xianhong offered. Me? Stay here? Is that permissible? Chen Duo asked, her expression blank. I'm not asking if you can stay. I'm inquiring if you wish to stay, Ma Xianhong clarified. However, I would cause trouble elsewhere. I would endanger others, Chen Duo stated. Oh, what trouble could arise? Old Ma has already examined your condition. He will take responsibility for you. Moreover, what the company can accomplish, we can as well. In fact, we may even surpass them. So you broke the heavy atmosphere. Indeed. Chen Duo, do not worry, we will support you, Lu Wukuei added. Absolutely. With the master, myself, and Xiao Yu. The three of us, as craftsmen, how could we possibly fall short? Qiu Rang chimed in. Chen Duo, if you wish to stay, no one can force you. We will all protect you, Fu Rong said emotionally, wiping her tears. Indeed. Others echoed in agreement. Chen Duo stared blankly at everyone, as if something deep within her was being awakened. Rest assured, we can create a livable environment for you. You need not worry about that. I simply ask if you wish to stay, or if you desire to return to that dark fortress. It all hinges on your will. If you wish to remain, we welcome you. If you wish to go back, I can contact Liao Zhong to fetch you right now, Ma Xianhong said as he led Chen Duo. After he spoke, everyone turned to Chen Duo, who remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. I do not want to go back there again, Chen Duo stammered. Yet her resolve was unwavering. Hooray! Welcome, Chen Duo. Immediately, Zhou Yu and the others cheered. Yet, I still wish to see Uncle Liao, Chinduo suddenly said. Is that really necessary? He won't let you leave. Ma Xianhong frowned. Yes, Chinduo, perhaps we should not go. The others also urged. Uncle Liao always means well for me. He shouldn't be too harsh. I genuinely just want to see him again, Chinduo replied. As long as you are willing. We will arrange it for you right away. Ma Xianhong, seeing her determination, handed the collar to Chinduo. Could you help me put it on? Chinduo asked, examining the collar. Do you not realize what this is? Ma Xianhong sighed in exasperation. Could you help me put it on? Chinduo repeated before Ma Xianhong could finish his thought. Forget it, if it pleases you. With that, Ma Xianhong took the collar from Chinduo and fastened it around her neck. I truly cannot comprehend your thought process, he remarked while securing the collar. I am uncertain myself, which is why I wish to confirm, Chinduo replied. Oh, how sticky and gooey. Zhou Yu and the others observed from the sidelines. Their expressions somewhat superfluous as they watched the intimate interaction between Ma Xianhong and Chinduo. Hey, what is that expression on your faces? Ma Xianhong turned back to the noisy group, roaring. Chinduo's face reddened under the teasing. What? You're blushing like a bubble teapot. Seeing the situation worsen, Ma Xianhong felt overwhelmed. Soon, he led the group to a dilapidated building. All right, wait here. I have already informed Liao Zhong that he is on his way. We will head upstairs to wait for you. If you need anything, just call us. Ma Xianhong, now dressed differently, instructed Chinduo. Okay, Chinduo nodded, gazing into the distance. After that, Ma Xianhong took the others upstairs, leaving the space for Chinduo. Before long, a van sped over. Ha! Chinduo, how wonderful. Are you all right? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? I was nearly frantic these past few days. Liao Zhong exclaimed, rushing toward Chinduo after exiting the vehicle. Come, let us go back. We are going home. He stepped forward to take Chinduo's hand, attempting to lead her away. Uncle Liao, can I not go back? Chinduo stood her ground. Liao Zhong was taken aback, staring blankly at Chinduo, until the sound of his communicator jolted him back to the present. What nonsense are you speaking? Not going back. Liao Zhong patted Chinduo's head. Chinduo remained silent, gazing resolutely at him, and they fell into a silence. Uncle Liao, I slap. Before Chinduo could finish her thought, Liao Zhong struck her face, interrupting her. Come with me. After hitting her, Liao Zhong seized Chinduo, intent on dragging her away. Shut your mouth. You are not permitted to utter another word. Chinduo attempted to speak, but Liao Zhong roared, cutting her off. Uncle Liao, I do not want to go back. Chinduo's lips bled, yet she still spoke. You'd better shut up. Can't you understand what I am saying? Liao Zhong shouted in despair, turning back to Chinduo. Liao Zhong, take action. At that moment, a cold command from the board echoed through Liao Zhong's communicator. Everyone, this is not how it is. This girl is ill. Indeed, she is unwell. Do not take her seriously. I will take her back immediately. Liao Zhong exclaimed frantically into the communicator. Uncle Liao, I do not wish to return. And someone mentioned they could cure my condition. What someone said? Who said that? It does not matter who said it. The important thing is this. Now do not try to distract me. The priority is to come with me. We must return first. Liao Zhong bellowed, interrupting her. Uncle Liao, you are right. What matters is not those people, whether it be the company or the Dark Fortress. None of it holds significance. For me, the only thing that matters is you. Chapter 60. Tragedy. Before Chinduo could finish her sentence, Liao Zhong swiftly moved behind her and struck her neck, attempting to render her unconscious. Caught off guard, Chinduo could only turn her neck to withstand the blow. Instantly, she was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. How despicable. They have already resorted to violence. Master. Chinduo offered no resistance. Should we go down and assist her? Everyone from Bio village had arrived. And the perceptive Zhong Xiaolong sensed the situation below and anxiously said to Ma Xianhong. The others also looked at Ma Xianhong with concern. Do not panic. Her lack of a plea for help indicates she still has confidence. Let us wait a moment. After all, this is her farewell, Ma Xianhong contemplated. However, from their dialogue, it is evident that the company is eavesdropping on everything here. I fear they will compel Liao Zhong to take action, Zhong Xiaolong said. Do not worry. The collar on Chinduo has been tampered with by me. Their control is ineffective. If Liao Zhong presses it, my remote will respond. Without that collar, Liao Zhong may not even be Chinduo's match, Ma Xianhong revealed, producing the remote he had just mentioned. Something feels amiss. At that moment, so you spoke up. Everyone turned to her. Sister Rome, do you sense that something is off about this situation? Zhou asked Fu Rong. It does seem a bit strange. Fu Rong replied thoughtfully. What are you all talking about? Stop playing coy, Qiu Rang said, somewhat impatiently. So, you do not understand women, do you? Zhou remarked to the group. Chen Duo appears to be seeking death. Fu Rong interjected. What? The others were astonished. The Gu Tong has developed ulterior motives. She can no longer be of use to us. Liao Zhong, take action. At that moment, Liao Zhong's communicator emitted a chilling directive from the board. Upon hearing this, Liao Zhong trembled in despair as he pulled out the remote for the collar. Chen Duo, do not force my hand. Do you understand what this is? Quickly say you want to come back with me. Hurry up. Liao Zhong cried out in anguish, gripping the remote tightly. Yet, at that moment, Chen Duo smiled. Uncle Liao, I was right to come. I am happy, happier than I have ever been. Chen Duo laughed joyfully, her radiant smile illuminating the surroundings. What are you saying? Just honestly say you'll come back with me. Liao Zhong was momentarily taken aback by Chen Duo's smile, but then continued to roar, Uncle Liao, let me go. No way. Then you can come with me. I said no. Liao Zhong's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he shouted. Chen Duo gazed at him, then proposed. How about this, Uncle Liao? You escort me home. Aware that she could not alter Liao Zhong's mindset, she stepped forward and hugged him. As she spoke, she kissed Liao Zhong. What are you doing, girl? Liao Zhong abruptly pushed her away, shouting. Chen Duo remained silent, simply watching him. When suddenly Liao Zhong coughed up blood, clutching his abdomen and collapsing against the wall. It's the primal poison. Chen Duo softly approached Liao Zhong. She crouched down and lifted the hand that held the remote control. Come on, Uncle Liao, take me home, she stated resolutely. The primal poison thrived on Chen Duo's energy. Only by killing her could it cease. Indeed, Chen Duo was forcing Liao Zhong to take her life, observed Ma Xianhong, who had been watching closely. But why wouldn't Liao Zhong take action? Qiu Rang asked, puzzled. No sooner had he spoken than the remote control in Ma Xianhong's hand lit up. It seemed he had pressed the button after all. Lu Wakue exclaimed in anger. That's not right. Liao Zhong didn't press it. But why did the master's remote light up? Lu Wakue queried, perplexed. There must be another remote control from the board of directors, and judging by Liao Zhong's reaction, he likely doesn't know about it. How rich a guest. Sigh, haven't you all realized yet? Liao Zhong is just an old bachelor who lacks understanding of women's hearts. He is undeniably kind and genuinely cares for Chen Duo. But his way of expressing love is misguided. Fu Rong shook her head. Is Liao Zhong really willing to die rather than harm Chen Duo for his own salvation? Qiu Rang was astonished. I relinquished my freedom, risking death just to see you again, because you matter more to me than my freedom or life. I need not search far and wide. Happiness lies in your hands. Please give it to me. This encapsulated Chen Duo's feelings at that moment, Fu Rong explained. Yet, it was evident that Liao Zhong remained oblivious to his blunders. Many men, despite their partners being perfect in every way, pour their hearts out and mistakenly believe that this is what the other desires. Ultimately, such misunderstandings only magnify the conflict between them, observed Zhou Yu. Indeed, Xiao Yu is correct. Liao Zhong has not treated Chen Duo poorly. He has shown care, love, and given all he could think of, even his life now. However, he overlooks the fact that Chen Duo has never been given a choice. Or rather, he fails to respect her choices. Master, you were fortunate to win this time. You inadvertently provided her with what she yearned for most. Chen Duo's visit to Liao Zhong signifies her desire for him to acknowledge her choices. Had Liao Zhong understood women even a little, Chen Duo would have willingly followed him. Fu Rong elucidated. Let us descend. Otherwise, the tragedy will be irreversible. Zhou Yu stated as she moved downward. Meanwhile, Liao Zhong released Chen Duo's hand, dropping the remote and destroying the communicator. Chen Duo, do not give up. Is this the taste of the poison residing within you? All along, you have endured this to survive. I understand. Your life has been tumultuous, and you wish to escape. I comprehend, but that would ruin everything. Hold on, I will accompany you. I understand your desire for freedom, and I will help you find those who can heal you. Liao Zhong said, looking at Chen Duo with deep compassion. Upon hearing his words, Chen Duo helplessly closed her eyes. Uncle Liao, it turns out you understand nothing. In the dark fortress, you taught me various things, saying I learned quickly and praising my intelligence. Was that all a deception? If not, then why treat me as a fool now? Why do you assume I am foolish enough to desire a normal life? Even if you can heal my body, can you make my mind normal? Can you provide me with a so-called normal past? I have never cared for those things, For me, happiness is quite simple. Chen Duo pointed to her head and then touched her heart, leaning in to whisper something in Liao Zhong's ear. Upon hearing her words, Liao Zhong was left in stunned silence. Ah, Chen Duo and Uncle Liao, I apologize for interrupting your farewell, but if we do not exit now, the tragedy will become irreparable. May I take over? Chapter 61, Healing Lu Hongzhong. Zhou Yu, accompanied by the puppet clone, approached Chen Duo from behind. Why did you come down? I haven't finished yet. Chen Duo pouted as she turned to Zhou Yu. I am here to offer you a choice. I seem to have forgotten to mention that I have confidence in healing your body, as well as for old Ma and Queer's brother. Zhou Yu scratched his head, addressing Chen Duo and the others who followed Ma Xianhong. What did you say? Xiao Yu, are you serious? The others, especially Lu Wukue, were visibly excited as he grabbed Zhou Yu, shouting, I can do it. I have acquired one of the 8 unique techniques, the dual completion technique. There is no problem. However, Queer's uncle is on the verge of death. Let me save him first, and I'll explain everything later, Zhou Yu replied hastily. Chen Duo, you can choose to let me save that uncle right now, allowing him to live and accompany you for treatment, so you can recover and go shopping, watch movies, and have fun with us. Or you can choose to ignore him and let him die. What is your decision? Zhou Yu inquired. Then save him. Chen Duo thought for a moment, looking at Zhou Yu with a somewhat pouty expression. Upon her words, Zhou Yu controlled the puppet clone and approached Liao Zhong, who was now barely conscious and gazing at the puppet. Damn it. If you're going to save me, do it quickly. Liao Zhong forced out a pained voice. Hearing this, the puppet clone raised its left hand, emitting a red glow that enveloped Liao Zhong. The crimson energy swiftly navigated through Liao Zhong's body, and in no time, the primal poison was extracted. Subsequently, the red energy began to astonishingly repair the damage inflicted by the primal poison on Liao Zhong's lower, middle, and upper dantians. Moments later, Liao Zhong, who had previously had bloodshot eyes, regained clarity and fully restored his health. All right, done. Zhou Yu retracted the puppet clone. Is that it? Liao Zhong, amazed, touched his body. Humph. Who are you really? Chen Duo, come here. After regaining his strength, Liao Zhong stood up, warily eyeing Zhou Yu and the others. However, Chen Duo ignored Liao Zhong and stood with Ma Xianhong and the others. In the face of Liao Zhong's inquiry, Zhou Yu confidently began to chant. Since you have sincerely asked, thus, we benevolently inform you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To safeguard the peace of the world. I, Zhou Yu. Upon finishing, Zhou Yu turned to the villagers of Bayou Village, but it was evident that none of them wished to pay him any heed. Chen Duo regarded Zhou Yu with a hint of eagerness, yet seeing that Ma Xianhong and the others remained indifferent, she too adopted their stance, folding her arms and calmly observing Zhou Yu. Must you insist on speaking until the end, knowing full well they would not cooperate? Could you not utter something that could be resolved by a single individual? Observing Zhou Yu still striking poses and casting furtive glances at the crowd, Liao Zhong could no longer restrain himself. Very well. Remember this. I am merely a passing masked rider. Zhou Yu shifted his stance and declared. Bang. Ma Xianhong decisively stepped forward and struck Zhou Yu on the head. Liao Zhong, Chen Duo, we shall take her with us. It is not safe for her to remain with you. You may not be aware, but there is also a remote control at the board of that collar company. And they have just pressed it. Had I not modified that artifact, Chen Duo would already be dead, Ma Xianhong stated to Liao Zhong. What? Liao Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. Once you have dealt with the company, you may come to Bayou Village to find her. I believe with your abilities. You can locate us. Let us depart, Ma Xianhong said before turning to leave. Wait, I shall go with you. Liao Zhong quickly interjected as Ma Xianhong led the group away. The others turned to look at him. Are you not going back to the company to clarify matters? Ma Xianhong inquired. It does not matter. In their eyes, I have already perished. Chen Duo, I am sorry. I have chosen to follow you now, Liao Zhong said. Gazing at Chen Duo, is that acceptable? Chen Duo asked Ma Xianhong. We have agreed that as long as you desire, we shall support you. Ma Xianhong replied to Chen Duo. Then welcome aboard, Uncle Liao. Chen Duo smiled at Liao Zhong. Woo-woo. Chen Duo. Liao Zhong finally could no longer hold back his tears as he looked at Chen Duo. Soon, Ma Xianhong brought everyone back to Bayou Village. This time driving Jin Yang's car. After settling Liao Zhong and the others, they wasted no time and began the trial of Zhou Yu. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Bold Zhou Yu, do not delay in revealing the truth. Qiu Liang spoke with a Beijing accent. Observing everyone fixating on Zhou Yu, Chen Duo mimicked their glare. Huh. Confess for leniency, serve time, resist for severity, return home for the new year. Zoyu was still being cheeky at that moment. Xiaoyu, can you truly heal my brother? At that moment, Lu Wukue looked at Zoyu with moist eyes full of anticipation. Yes, Sister Kue, you need not worry. This dual perfection hand is one of the 8 marvelous techniques. The red hand and blue hand represent the dual cultivation of life. The red hand can modify the body, while the blue hand can alter the soul. Both your brother and Chin Duo can be healed, and even old Ma's amnesia can be restored, Zoyu stated earnestly. Wonderful. I will go fetch my brother right away. With that, Lu Wukue dashed home. Xiaoyu, can you truly heal my amnesia? Ma Xianhong asked, trembling slightly. Of course. Whether your amnesia stems from a head injury or a soul issue, the dual perfection hand can repair it, Zoyu nodded. I just fear that fellow Chu Tong may have left some hidden tricks. Zoyu thought, casting a glance at Ma Xianhong. Can I also be healed through this? The other party, Chin Duo, inquired. Absolutely. Though you have options, I have 3 methods to heal you, Zoyu replied. So many? Chin Duo exclaimed with excitement. Naturally. Standing before you is the Grandmaster of Puppet Dao, the leader of the mechanical deity sect, the progenitor of the immortal puppets. The creator of the secret art of 100 machines, the possessor of the 8 marvelous techniques, the master of the dual perfection hand, the bearer of the celestial talisman, the one who opens the door to truth, the puppet immortal Zoyu, surpassing all previous puppeteers. Zoyu struck a pose, reminiscent of a character from JoJo. Young maiden, will you choose to accept the treatment of the dual perfection hand, but lose your ability to use poison, or choose to become an immortal puppet, losing your worries? Or opt for the evolution of the refinement furnace, though you may not know how long the healing will take? Zoyu raised his head and spread his arms. Hee, divine river. Chin Duo stared blankly at Zoyu. You have seen 10,000 cold jokes too. Yes, during my time in the Dark Fortress. Uncle Liao and the others often showed me the animation. Is 10 cold considered a human anime? Did they really show you this? So what is your choice? Zoyu teased Liao Zhong before asking Chin Duo. I do not know. This is my first time having so many choices. I feel so happy today, constantly smiling. My heart is full, Chin Duo said, her face slightly flushed as she spoke to Zoyu. It is fine. You may take your time to decide. I am not in a hurry, Zoyu replied nonchalantly. Xiaoyu, I have brought my brother. Chapter 62. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia unveil the truth. Soon, Lu Wukue returned carrying Lu Hongzhong on her back. Apologies for troubling everyone so late. I had initially planned to discuss it with Kuei tomorrow, but she insisted on carrying me here without a word. Lu Hongzhong, once seated with Kuei-er's assistance, immediately began with his apologies. It is no trouble, Brother Hongzhong. I merely said you were too distant. I am also a practitioner of sitting forgetting Dao, so there is no need to hide it from me. Zoyu said to Lu Hongzhong. I am sorry, Xiaoyu, but could you refrain from saying such strange things every time we meet? I am truly not a practitioner of sitting forgetting Dao, nor do I deceive. Lu Hongzhong shook his head in resignation. Brother Hongzhong, stop playing around. Zoyu stepped forward and took Lu Hongzhong's hand. It is because this fellow Zoyu becomes eccentric every time he sees Lu Hongzhong that Lu Hongzhong often feels embarrassed to socialize. Hence, Lu Wukue cannot stand him. Xiaoyu, Lu Hongzhong called out helplessly. All right, I shall treat the elder now. The fate of the patient rests in my hands. Watch me as I achieve a miraculous breakthrough. Zoyu released Lu Hongzhong, summoning his puppet avatar, Please Do Not Die. The puppet avatar then utilized the dual perfection hand to examine Lu Hongzhong. Enveloped in the dual energies of red and blue, Lu Hongzhong soon fainted. After sensing Lu Hongzhong's condition for a moment, under Zoyu's guidance, a jelly-like green creature began to crawl and move on Lu Hongzhong's body. It is that thing that has been harming my brother. Lu Wukue exclaimed in anger upon witnessing the scene. However, at that moment, the puppet avatar, Please Do Not Die, halted. Xiaoyu, what is wrong? Why have you stopped? Lu Wukue asked anxiously. Do not worry, Kuei-er. Your brother's condition is not so simple, Fu Rong reassured her. Kuei-er, do not fret. This is not an illness, but rather a guardian spirit similar to yours. It has mutated, and your brother's body could not sustain it, resulting in its malignant transformation, Zoyu explained. Indeed, when I was examining Hongzhong, I discovered that this entity had been unconsciously absorbing his energy. However, since Hongzhong's energy was insufficient, it began to siphon his essence and spirit, leading to damage to his life force, Bai Yuan added. So, does this mean my refinement furnace can also heal Hongzhong? Ma Xianhong inquired. It certainly can. Hence I must say you are truly a genius, Zhou praised. All right, Sister Kuei, come here and let my puppet clone observe your 5 directions revelation. If I am not mistaken, healing Boss Hongzhong will not only restore his normalcy, but also transform him into a genius of qi refinement. Zhou stated to Lu Wukuei. Good. With that, Lu Wukuei approached Qing Junwu Si. Sister Kuei, I must warn you that I may need to examine your soul. As your guardian spirit is fundamentally a mutation of the soul, Zhou reminded her. Then hurry up. No need for unnecessary chatter. Lu Wukuei replied eagerly. All right. With that, Qing Junwu Si began his work. The red and blue hands activated simultaneously, enveloping Lu Wukuei in a swirl of crimson and azure energy. During this process, Zhou witnessed the youthful Lu Wukuei caring for his ailing brother, enduring hardships and wandering until he finally met Ma Xianhong and arrived at Bio village. All right, now let's take a good rest, Qing Junwu Si said after a while, observing Lu Wukuei, who had lost consciousness. Rongjia, please take care of Kor, Zhou instructed. Fu Rong embraced Lu Wukuei in agreement. How is it, Xiaoyu? Everything all right? Ma Xianhong inquired of Zhou. All good, now just watch closely, Zhou replied confidently. Zhou then commanded the puppet clone, Qing Junwu Si, to return to Lu Hongzhong and once again initiated the dual completeness technique. This time, under its influence, the malevolent guardian spirit re-emerged, and Lu Hongzhong's qi began to surge uncontrollably. Qing Junwu Si continuously adjusted Lu Hongzhong's body with the dual completeness technique. And as his body and soul were gradually restored, the malevolent guardian spirit began to transform. Its once gelatinous form started to take shape, revealing colors beyond just green. However, at that moment, the qi of the puppet clone, Qing Junwu Si, was suddenly being voraciously absorbed. Damn it! Zhou exclaimed furiously, channeling his own qi into the core while hastily summoning the heavenly way to utilize the hidden energy from his back. With the infusion of the heavenly way and the qi from over 300 puppets, Lu Hongzhong's guardian spirit began to take a more complete form. 12 heavy masks emerged, surrounding Lu Hongzhong, 6 male and 6 female, symbolizing the balance of yin and yang. Is this the 6 Ding and 6 Jia? Bai Yuan gasped in astonishment. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia? No wonder Hongzhong couldn't hold on. This is even more formidable than Kuei-er's 5 directions revelation. If Xiaoyu can help Hongzhong awaken successfully, does that imply that the child's fate can be mass-produced? Ma Xianhong mused, stroking his chin. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Ma, quickly bring out your thief-swallowing beast. My qi is insufficient. Zhou instructed Ma Xianhong while summoning the rest of his puppet clones to channel qi into Qing Junwu Si. At that moment, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia were becoming increasingly complete, with their bodies nearly fully formed. Thus Zhou's qi was running low. Ma Xianhong hastily retrieved the thief-swallowing beast and inserted the qi-transmitting needle into Zhou's spine. Ah, what are you doing? Zhou exclaimed, looking at Ma Xianhong in confusion. Weren't you the one who asked me to use the thief-swallowing beast? Ma Xianhong replied, puzzled. Not like that. You should insert it into my puppet clone. Why are you inserting it into me? Zhou retorted, wearing a comical expression. Oh, it can be done this way too. I see now. Ma Xianhong quickly withdrew the needle. Ah, Zhou cried out in pain once more. With the addition of the thief-swallowing beast and Ma Xianhong's qi, along with the qi from all of Zhou's puppets, Lu Hongzhong's 6 Ding and 6 Jia were finally completed. Observing the fully formed 6 Ding and 6 Jia in the air, everyone was filled with excitement. As this marked the first artificially perfected child's fate, and indeed the so-called deity appeared before them. As the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gradually merged into Lu Hongzhong's body, Zhou and the others finally sighed in relief. Well, Hongzhong is restored now, and who knows, he might even surpass Sister Kor, Zhou said with ease. It seems we have gained another formidable talent in Bio village, Ma Xianhong joyfully remarked. And Shinduo, that makes 2, Zhou replied. How do you know I wasn't counting Shinduo? I meant that we have added another one on top of Shinduo. Ma Xianhong playfully countered. Old Ma, since we are at it, why not treat you as well? Chapter 63. The Fear of Dual Completeness Technique from Ma Xianhong. Old Ma, since we are at it, why not treat you as well? Zhou said to Ma Xianhong earnestly. Can you still hold on? I am not in a hurry for now. Perhaps you should rest today, and we can discuss it later, Ma Xianhong asked with concern, having witnessed Zhou's considerable exhaustion. I'm fine. Let me first check what the issue is. If it's a head injury, we can treat it now. If it's a matter of the soul, it may be more complicated. Zhou responded. Then go ahead, Ma Xianhong nodded. With a nod from Ma Xianhong, Zhou directed the puppet clone, Qing Junwu Si, to perform the dual completeness technique with red and blue hands extended towards Ma Xianhong. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Ma Xianhong began to tremble uncontrollably at the sight of the dual completeness technique, instinctively retreating. Zhou noticed and urged Qing Junwu Si to approach Ma Xianhong once more, but a flash of blue energy suddenly flickered in Ma Xianhong's eyes, causing him to forcefully push away the hands of the puppet clone. That's enough. I trust my refinement furnace can heal me. Ma Xianhong gasped. Old Ma, why? Haven't you always wanted to recover your memories? I could help you now. Why wait for the refinement furnace? Especially since we don't know how long it will take to perfect it? Zhou narrowed his eyes. Indeed, master. Wouldn't it be better to recover your memories sooner rather than later? Qiu Liang expressed his confusion. Village chief, Xiao Yu. Enough. I said enough. I have stated that I want to perfect the refinement furnace. Only the refinement furnace can restore my memories. Indeed, only the refinement furnace can. I will complete it. Ma Xianhong roared, interrupting everyone, then clutched his head in agony. Master, are you all right? The others rushed forward, concerned for Ma Xianhong's distress. I am fine, don't worry. Guo Liang and the others have reported that someone has targeted Wang Yidao's family, and they have been of great assistance. Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing have promised to visit after they finish their business in Beijing. The perfection of the refinement furnace will be swift. I will surely complete it and recover my memories. Ma Xianhong insisted, shaking off Zhou Yu's support as if speaking to himself or reassuring the others. Afterward, he departed on his own. What on earth happened? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Qiu Liang remarked in confusion, watching Ma Xianhong leave. Perhaps he is just exhausted. All right, that will be all for today. We should also return to rest early, especially you, Xiao Yu. You've worked hard, Fu Rong said. All right then, let us go. Xiao Yu, Qiu Liang urged, pulling Zhou Yu, who had been motionless. Come back. Qiu Liang, you and I will escort Kuei and Hongzhong home. Fu Rong instructed Qiu Liang. Why? There are so many people here. Let Zihuan accompany you. Qiu Liang protested. Exactly. Fu Rong, I will accompany you. No need. Only Qiu Liang is sufficient. Ding Zihuan joyfully watched as Qiu Rang hurriedly assured Fu Rong, but unfortunately, Fu Rong interrupted directly. Oh, fine. If you're tired, Xiao Yu, you can go back first. I'll make another trip, Qiu Rang said, patting Zhou Yu. All right, I'll head back now, Zhou Yu replied expressionlessly, retracting his puppet clone and leaving in silence. Sigh. Didn't Xiao Yu realize I wanted him to stay with me? Qiu Rang remarked, watching Zhou Yu depart. It seems that from the very beginning, Xiao Yu and the master have been off emotionally. Haji Shigai scratched his head and said, could there really be something wrong? Zhong Xiaolong expressed his concern. Surely not. Should we go find Xiao Yu and ask? Qiu Rang pondered uncertainly. Let us leave it for today. Xiao Yu has had a tough time. We can ask him tomorrow. Jin Yong suggested. All right. Afterward, they parted ways, with Qiu Rang carrying Lu Hongzhong and Fu Rong back, and Zhong Xiaolong following Ding Zihuan, who was comforting him after his recent rejection. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had returned to his small courtyard, looking at his home as if peering through it to see the Ma Xianhong family behind. Chu Tong, you're quite something. Although I suspected you would leave a back door, I never imagined you would be so ruthless. If old Ma dared to use other means to restore his memory, it would trigger a forced brainwashing to perfect the creation of the cultivation furnace. Zhou Yu thought angrily, gazing in the direction of Ma Xianhong's house. He circled to the back and saw the dark Ma Xianhong house. Realizing that Ma Xianhong had not returned but had gone to the studio to tinker with the cultivation furnace. Chu Tong's dual-hand technique is far superior to mine. Just now, old Ma clearly had no memory of the dual-hand technique, yet he instinctively felt fear. How many forced modifications and manipulations would it take for old Ma to engrave that fear into his very bones? Zhou Yu's gaze turned cold as he spoke softly. Taking a deep breath to ease his mind, Zhou Yu returned home and lay down on his bed, contemplating his next steps. Given Ma Xianhong's current state, the only way to help him recover was to control him forcefully, but with Chu Tong's backup plan, old Ma would undoubtedly go berserk. With my strength, I fear I won't be able to control him without causing harm. I need to call upon others, but even if we all join forces, the destruction caused by old Ma's rampage would be significant, and with too many people, we might hinder ourselves and risk old Ma escaping. Zhou Yu pondered in frustration. What Why are there so few sealing techniques in the sand-hidden village? Otherwise, I could just learn a sealing barrier technique and be free from worries. Zoyu buried his head in the pillow to vent. Even the second Hokage should have developed ninjutsu instead of focusing on puppet techniques. Clearly, the old man Minzo could have developed something. The only magnetic release technique was stolen from Shoha. Zoyu complained, covering his face with the pillow. It's all that oblivious, naive Bluffing Shuiman's fault. Everything is because of Bluffing Shuiman. Zoyu concluded with frustration. Lost in thought, Zoyu gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zoyu unexpectedly woke up early but remained in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he bolted upright. Right. Senior Jia taught us that for dealing with someone like Old Ma, who relies on magical artifacts, we can simply steal his weapons. Zoyu exclaimed excitedly, his mind racing. In ancient times, Hucheer drunkenly stole Jian Wei's double sabers. Today, I, Zoyu, will cleverly borrow Ma Xianhong's artifacts. But I can't do it all at once. Or he definitely suspects something. I need to find others. With that, Zoyu summoned his puppet clones to call everyone. Soon, everyone gathered, including Chen Duo and the recently recovered Lu Hongzhou. Everyone, I love war. Oh no, that's the wrong line. Everyone, I have a significant discovery to share, Zoyu announced, his expression serious. Chen Duo tilted her head, finding his demeanor oddly familiar. Is it about the master, Xiaoyu? Zhong Xiaolong inquired. Indeed, Old Ma's issues are quite serious, Zoyu affirmed with a nod. We noticed yesterday that both you and the master seemed off. We intended to ask you today, but your puppet clones came to summon us instead, Xiao Rang explained. Get to the point. Is it that the master's amnesia can't be cured? Or is there something else going on? Zhang Kuan asked urgently. Before that, may I ask everyone, when you first met Ma Xianhong, was he already amnesiac? Zoyu sought to convey the gravity of the situation to persuade them to act against Old Ma. Correct. I believe I was the first to encounter the master. And he was already amnesiac at that time, Bai Yuan replied. Then, Xiao Rang, can you tell me approximately when Old Ma started working on that cultivation furnace? Zoyu continued his inquiry. This current furnace was crafted during the establishment of Bio Village, but with everyone's involvement, the master has improved it several times. However, he must have researched it even before that, as his blueprints were quite comprehensive, Xiao Rang recalled. The master smashed the furnace and modified it when I joined. And the main structure is still from that redesign, Jin Yong added. Then, Xiao Rang, since you have been cultivating for longer than I have, I must ask, have you noticed any memory restoration effects from the furnace? Zoyu pressed further. Well, it seems not. The primary function of the cultivation furnace is to transform ordinary people into extraordinary beings, along with enhancement and evolution. It lacks healing capabilities, Xiao Rang replied, a hint of disbelief in his voice. That's right. While the transformation of ordinary people is one of Old Ma's goals, he primarily created the cultivation furnace to recover his memory, yet he has completely lost sight of that, focusing instead on changing ordinary people and forgetting about himself. Zoyu feigned excitement. In fact, there is some healing effect. Recently, a brother named Zhao Nian fell into a deep state and couldn't wake up. The master used the cultivation furnace to allow me to enter that person's spiritual world, so perhaps it could help restore memories? Bai Yuan suddenly interjected. Was he cured? Zoyu, familiar with the plot, questioned. Not really. It was due to my insufficient means. The master said if a mage were to operate the furnace, it should allow that person to mimic the energy flow of the operator and thus awaken, Bai Yuan elaborated. That is pointless. The fact that he can enter the inner landscape indicates that his energy flow is functioning correctly. The reason he can't awaken is likely due to his inadequate training, becoming trapped in a state of greedy meditation. Zoyu shook his head. Well, Xiaoyu, your reasoning is sound, but what is this greedy meditation state? Bai Yuan pondered, nodding thoughtfully. In simple terms, it's daydreaming. The inner landscape is a fascinating place. Those who enter it often feel an illusion of omnipotence. Unless one undergoes specialized training, an ordinary person would be unable to resist becoming trapped and unable to escape, which is what greedy meditation is, Zoyu explained. Indeed, that Zhao Nian brother is a latecomer. Given that, the cultivation furnace still lacks healing effects, Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. So, has the master forgotten that he is amnesiac? Xiao Rang summarized. No, Old Ma has not forgotten his memories at all. Someone has tampered with him, Zoyu declared solemnly. What? As the crowd rose in astonishment, Chen Duo hastily joined them. Xiaoyu, Are you suggesting that the Master's amnesia is artificially induced and connected to the cultivation furnace? Xiao Rang inquired, his voice trembling with excitement. Yesterday, while treating old Ma, I sensed something was amiss. He instinctively recoiled at my duality technique. And when his demeanor shifted so abruptly, I distinctly felt his soul twist. Zhou gestured for everyone to sit and continued, reflecting on that moment. Ma Xianhong did indeed display signs of retreat, and his sudden change in attitude seemed accompanied by considerable agony. Later, when I went to assist old Ma at the airport, I confirmed that someone had tampered with his soul. That individual must also possess the duality technique, and their cultivation level surpasses mine. If old Ma ever contemplates curing his amnesia, it will trigger recollections of the cultivation furnace, leading to a relentless brainwashing. Despicable. Xiaoyu, do you have a way to heal the master? Xiao Rang exclaimed, filled with ire. Yes, but I need to ascertain who is manipulating old Ma to construct the cultivation furnace. Initially, I was astounded by the furnace's effects, and it now appears that the puppet master deliberately thrust old Ma into the limelight to serve as a scapegoat. Moreover, they intend for old Ma to expend himself in crafting the furnace, only to be discarded later. Bai Lao, when you first encountered old Ma, do you know if he had interactions with anyone besides the villagers? Zhou asked solemnly. The master seems to have a sister, although we've never met her. The master seldom mentions her. He always initiates their meetings. However, Guo Liang should have seen her, as he has known the master longer and often assists him. Bai Yuan pondered briefly and replied, a sister? We lack the time to investigate her now. With Guo Liang absent from the village, I propose a plan. We first subdue the master, then I will forcefully treat him. The company is already monitoring us, and if we delay, old Ma might get sold, and we would be doomed. Zhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Subduing the master? That might prove challenging. Can't we treat him directly? Ha Riza scratched his head in confusion. That individual has left a contingency plan. Forcibly treating old Ma would certainly provoke a violent backlash. Rest assured, we can devise a strategy. Zhou flashed a smile reminiscent of Tai Go. Although old Ma is formidable, his combat system primarily relies on magical artifacts. If we can deceive him into relinquishing his artifacts, we can then guide him away from his workshop. Xiao Rang, I need you to approach old Ma today and tell him you wish to study new defensive artifacts to combat me. Ask to borrow the 3 treasure beads, the Wudo armor, and the Lioha pearl for reference. Meanwhile, I will visit him tomorrow at a staggered time to avoid suspicion and reclaim my secret technique, the 10-beast combat puppet, while also borrowing the thieving beast and the empty cry. Zhou swiftly laid out the initial plan. What about the soul-holding bell and the black and white puppets? Zhong Xiaolong inquired. You can handle the soul-holding bell. Xiaolong, find some strong adhesive or something that can bind it. As for the black and white puppets, I'll bring old Ma something new, and he will upgrade and restrain them himself. As for the flower, well, ask Brother Jin Yong if there are any others guarding the cultivation furnace besides him. Zhou concluded. Chapter 65. Strategizing to determine the future after Zhou and the others finalized their plans. Xiao Rang proceeded to borrow the artifacts as agreed. Upon witnessing Xiao Rang's success, Zhou set off to deliver treasures to Ma Xianhong. Bang! Old Ma, come and see this magnificent treasure. Zhou boldly kicked open the door and called out. You rascal! How many times must I tell you to knock? And do you lack hands? Must you kick the door? Ma Xianhong bellowed at Zhou. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Zhou waved dismissively. Humph. You wouldn't understand the value of household matters if you weren't in charge. Ma Xianhong retorted. Then why not let me be the village head? I wouldn't mind, Zhou boldly suggested. As long as I live, you remain the prince. Ma Xianhong looked down at Zhou with a commanding gaze. I seek to conquer the world. Who dares to challenge me? Zhou and Ma Xianhong engaged in a playful exchange, embodying their roles as emperors. It must be said, ever since meeting Zhou, Ma Xianhong had become increasingly flamboyant. Enough of the games. What do you want from me? Ma Xianhong, noticing Zhou's brazen demeanor, asked directly. I wish to show you my newly developed puppet, a fusion-type puppet. Zhou summoned the puppet clone, Ace, to present to Ma Xianhong. Tada! Behold the newly improved puppet clone. One machine surpasses 6. Zhou whimsically introduced, as the puppet clone Ace struck a pose. What is this? Xiao, trust me. You will grow taller in the future. We need not deceive ourselves with puppets. Ma Xianhong said, grasping Zhou's shoulders as he gazed at the towering puppet clone. What are you talking about? Please, take a moment to observe before speaking. Zhou, feeling insulted, brushed Ma Xianhong's hand away. Hee. Ma Xianhong, unfazed by Zhou Yu's retaliation, chuckled and began examining the puppet clone ace. I see. You have combined multiple chi cores to enlarge the puppet clone. Assembling cores of similar capabilities? After a moment of contemplation, Ma Xianhong grasped Zhou Yu's concept. Precisely. This way, we achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts. This puppet clone is likely the strongest among all my puppets in terms of offense. Zhou Yu stood proudly, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. So you came merely to show off? Ma Xianhong inquired, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Zhou Yu, as if ready to toss him out at the slightest provocation. Is this really so hard to comprehend? Your black and white puppets also refine others' chi into cores, don't they? You could combine and upgrade them as well. Imagine if you refined multiple copies of Sister Rong's ability and combined them. One strike could unleash 100-meter sword energy. At that point, you could claim that among the world's sword immortals, 300,000 bow before you. Zhou Yu, noticing Ma Xianhong's displeased expression, refrained from further boasting and candidly shared his thoughts. Enough with the nonsense. Black and white puppets are merely ordinary puppets and cannot withstand such immense chi outputs. The reason your puppet clone can function is that you have refined it into a magical artifact, enabling it to endure such energy. Ma Xianhong shook his head. You see, you've already articulated the solution. Since the black and white puppets cannot endure, simply refine them into magical artifacts. What is the issue? Zhou Yu shrugged. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Can my puppets compare to yours? Your puppets are fundamentally marionettes, while mine are fully automated, intelligent, integrated mechanical puppets. Furthermore, you know how significant the burden of chi is for the flower. Who besides Jin Yong in the village can support that? Even if we could refine the black and white puppets into magical artifacts, it would be immensely challenging, and even if we succeeded, they wouldn't be usable. I can't rely solely on the black and white puppets in the future, can I? Otherwise, do you think I pursue puppet automation for no reason? My puppets resemble modern robots far more than yours. At present, I am unable to forge an entire puppet into a magical artifact in one go. So your intentions are commendable, but do not act just yet. Ma Xianhong poked Zhou Yu's forehead with his finger, speaking in one breath. Look who stands before you. I am the contemporary grandmaster of puppet arts. Allow me to introduce you to my latest invention. With that, Zhou Yu produced 3 puppets, each as tall as himself, from his storage pouch. In the next moment, 3 fully metallic mechanical puppets appeared before Ma Xianhong. What is this? Ding ding ding. This is the all-new ultimate mechanical assembly and disassembly mass production puppet. Zhou Dola, Yu declared proudly. What an absurd name. Your naming style is quite dull. And who do you think you are, a mechanical cat? Ma Xianhong retorted. When did you start researching mechanical puppets? Ma Xianhong scrutinized the mechanical puppets as he inquired. What mechanical puppets? This is the all-new ultimate mechanical assembly and disassembly mass production puppet. Zhou Yu interrupted Ma Xianhong earnestly. I think it should be called a mechanical puppet. What do you think? Ma Xianhong placed his hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder, his expression filled with exasperation. Ahem, indeed, it is a mechanical puppet. Zhou Yu replied sheepishly. It turns out this mechanical puppet is, in fact, a magical artifact. But that can't be right. Even if your skills in puppetry surpass mine, it is impossible to refine such a large, fully metallic puppet into a magical artifact, right? Do you possess that much energy? Can you even afford it? Or is it that this puppet is merely metallic on the outside and hollow within? No, it's solid. Ma Xianhong began to examine the mechanical puppet closely, muttering to himself. It's quite simple. The secret lies within the name of the puppet. Assembly and disassembly. That is the key. You, I, and Xiao Rang have always aspired to create a giant mech. But even combined, we were unable to directly refine large materials into magical artifacts. Thus, I later devised a compromise. As he spoke, Zhou Yu controlled the 3 puppets to disassemble, causing various components to scatter across the floor, leaving only 108 fist-sized metallic spheres suspended in the air. There is no need to refine the mech as a single entity like other magical artifacts. We can entirely separate and refine it like an assembly line. Then create small artifacts that can assemble the materials together. With that, Zhou Yu directed the 108 spheres to release energy, connecting with the materials on the ground. In the next second, a 6-meter-tall puppet materialized in Ma Xianhong's workshop. Bang! Okay. The ceiling of Ma Xianhong's workshop was breached by Zhou Yu's puppet. However, Ma Xianhong was undeterred, gazing eagerly at the mechanical puppet before him. Well then, I shall take my leave, and you can continue your research at your own pace. Half an hour later, after patching up the roof, Zhou Yu noticed that Ma Xianhong had already disassembled his all-new ultimate mechanical assembly and disassembly mass-production puppet. And the black and white puppet had also been taken out for disassembly before he left, feeling relieved. The plan is a success. My strategies are without flaw. Why worry about minor setbacks? Chapter 66. The time has come. Today we march. The next day, timing his entrance, Zhou Yu once again kicked open the door to Ma Xianhong's workshop. You rascal! I told you not to kick the door. Ma Xianhong scolded without turning his head. Old Ma, you didn't tell me yesterday that you lent the magical artifacts to Qiu Rang for research. I was taught a lesson this morning while sparring with him. Zhou Yu immediately began complaining as he entered, turning the tables on Ma Xianhong. Is there something you need? If it's just to complain, finish up and get lost. Ma Xianhong continued his study of the mechanical puppet and the new black and white puppet, not even glancing at Zhou Yu. Return my secret technique, the 10-beast duel. Also, lend me your thief-devouring beast and empty crying roar for a moment. I need to settle the score, Zhou Yu said, hands on his hips. Get lost. Your puppets are over there. Go assemble them yourself. Ma Xianhong tossed a storage pouch to Zhou Yu and pointed toward a corner. Ma Xianhong, you jerk. Zhou Yu caught the storage pouch and followed Ma Xianhong's drew towards his puppets, only to see the 10-beast duel in a bizarre assemblage in the corner, causing him to curse internally, observing the hand of the heavenly maiden pressed atop the head of the golden snake. The bodies of the azure dragon and the black tortoise fused together, and even more absurdly, the southern and northern dippers were disassembled and affixed onto the grim reaper. I shall remember this grievance, Zhou Yu thought as he stored the 10-beast duel. With his objective achieved, Zhou Yu suppressed the urge to curse and quickly left to meet up with Qiu Rang and the others. Zhou Yu and Qiu Rang gathered all of Ma Xianhong's magical artifacts and piled them up for inspection. The group fell silent as they beheld the soul-confounding bell, the flying insect, and a dozen other artifacts among the pile. Little Yu, did you not say you would leave a few for the leader? Why did you bring them all? Did the leader not raise any suspicions? Jin Yong inquired, looking at Zhou Yu. Ah well, it seems I may have placed the bait a bit too heavily yesterday, or perhaps I overestimated old Ma's vigilance. Zhou Yu scratched his head. Then, was the strong adhesive I prepared a waste? Zhong Xiaolong took out a pack of powerful glue. Ahem, no big deal. Humph. Ma Xianhong is too self-satisfied, which gives me the opportunity to execute my plan, Zhou Yu said, rubbing his nose. Next, I will lead the leader to the back mountain, Jin Yong declared. All right, it's in your hands, brother Jin Yong. We will head to the back mountain to lie in wait. Zhou Yu nodded. After Zhou Yu repacked Ma Xianhong's magical artifacts into the storage pouch, the group set off toward the location where Zhou Yu had previously controlled Susanoo to summon the golden armored god general. Jin Yong, watching the time, departed for Ma Xianhong's workshop half an hour after Zhou Yu and the others had left. Leader, it's bad. Little Yu is fighting someone in the back mountain. Jin Yong rushed into Ma Xianhong's workshop, shouting in panic. What? Who is it? How did they enter the village without anyone noticing? Ma Xianhong exclaimed in shock, quickly inquiring. I don't know. Qiu Rang has already gone to check, but the commotion seems quite large, so I hurried to inform you. Jin Yong continued. Damn it. Of all times. Jin Yong, let's go. Ma Xianhong scolded, frowning at the disassembled black and white puppet, and rushed outside. Concerned for Zhou Yu, Ma Xianhong hastily made his way toward the back mountain, where Zhou Yu was beginning to implement his plan to capture Ma Xianhong. Everyone shortly. I will control my puppet clones to impersonate me in a mock battle, and we will hide in the shadows, waiting for old Ma to approach, and then throw this at him. With that, Zhou Yu produced several toxic smoke bombs and distributed them among the group. Little Yu, what is this? Qiu Rang asked, holding a small purple ball-like smoke bomb, examining it with curiosity. Oh, this? It's just a toxic smoke bomb. Zhou Yu replied casually while summoning his puppet clones. What? What? Qiu Rang nearly dropped the toxic smoke bomb, staring in disbelief. The others looked at Zhou Yu with expressions that seemed to question whether Ma Xianhong truly deserved such a fate. Little Yu, is it really necessary to go this far for the village chief? Fu Rong cautiously remarked, holding the toxic smoke bomb. Rest assured, it's merely a smoke bomb with some hallucinogenic effects. It won't be too serious. Xiaolong, do you have any more? Zhou Yu smiled gently to reassure everyone, though there was a hint of concern as he pulled out a few items and handed them to Zhong Xiaolong. That's fine. Will you throw these at the leader when the time comes? The crowd sighed in relief before asking again. No need, just throw them around him. As they say, when impoverished, strike precisely. When affluent, blanket the area with firepower. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. When you throw them, Xiaolong, you can scatter them a bit. I want to see how old Ma will evade the thick smoke that will engulf the mountains. Zhou said with a sly grin. The crowd shivered at his words, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Hey, why are you all stepping back? Zhou remarked at the retreating figures. Oh, it's just that the atmosphere was a bit ominous. One replied, what nonsense. I'm infamously sunny, using only white masks. Zhou retorted defiantly. All right, everyone, disperse and find a good hiding spot. Chinduo, where would you like to hide? You can choose first, Fu Rong said to Chinduo. I want to hide over there. Chinduo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed towards Zhou's direction. Good choice. Zhou gave her a thumbs up. Once everyone had hidden, Zhou controlled his puppet clone, Scorpion, to take on his appearance and began a mock duel with his puppet clone, Susanoo. Before long, Ma Xianhong arrived on the scene, prompting Zhou to command his puppet clone Susanoo to unleash the golden light spell, manifesting the second form of Susanoo. A 5-meter-tall half-figure of gold appeared behind Susanoo, relentlessly attacking the puppet clone Scorpion, transformed into Zhou. Upon arrival, Ma Xianhong was greeted by a battlefield strewn with puppet remains, which Zhou had strategically disassembled for effect, and a Zhou who was desperately dodging attacks. Damn it! Who is this guy? How can he so swiftly dismantle Xiaoyu's puppets? Where are they? Ma Xianhong watched from the shadows, anxiously observing Zhou while quietly questioning Jin Yong. I don't know. I've never seen this person before, nor have I heard of such skills in the martial world. Perhaps the enemies got here before us, and we can't see them now because others are blocking their way, Jin Yong replied gravely. Seeing that Ma Xianhong remained hidden, Zhou lightly nudged the puppet clone Scorpion and intentionally kicked up a cloud of dust. Damn, my treasures aren't here. No matter. Jin Yong, we charge. Sensing something was amiss, Ma Xianhong rushed out, yet he discovered that Jin Yong had not followed him. To seize the world. The moment has come. Today we rise. With Zhou's rallying cry, the crowd began to hurl smoke bombs towards Ma Xianhong's position. Cursed ambush. Jin Yong, flee. Although Ma Xianhong sensed something was off with Jin Yong, he shouted nonetheless. Despicable. This smoke is toxic. After inhaling a few breaths of the smoke, Ma Xianhong felt dizzy and quickly held his breath, enveloping himself in qi as he retreated towards the puppet clone Scorpion. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Be careful. The smoke is poisonous. Ma Xianhong called out as he approached the puppet clone Scorpion. Old Ma, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just go. The puppet clone Scorpion heroically replied. What foolishness. Quickly give me my treasures. I'll take you out. Ma Xianhong insisted, grabbing the puppet clone Scorpion. All right, hold on tight. The puppet clone Scorpion, taking on Zhou's form, flashed a sinister smile, and in the next moment, a mechanism on its chest opened, releasing threads that ensnared Ma Xianhong. What? Xiaoyu? As Ma Xianhong began to speak, Zhou swiftly controlled the puppet clone Scorpion to cover his mouth, preventing any further inquiries. Qiujiang. Bai Lao, let us go? Sensing that Ma Xianhong was frantically trying to seize control of the puppet strings, Zhou shouted. Coming. In the next moment, Qiujiang's binding ropes ensnared the now mummified Ma Xianhong, while Bai Yuan quickly sealed Ma Xianhong's qi with a ghostly needle. Deprived of qi, and having inhaled a significant amount of smoke, Ma Xianhong promptly fainted. The battle plan was a resounding success. Watching Ma Xianhong collapse, Zhou and the puppet clone Scorpion exchanged a triumphant high five. If I can't be the village chief of Shine Village, being the chief of Bo Village isn't so bad. The puppet clone Susanoo chimed in. Indeed, if Ma Xianhong can achieve this, why can't I? This Bo Village may very well bear the surname Zhou. The puppet clone Scorpion added in agreement. Seeing that Ma Xianhong had been subdued, the others gathered around. Do you think the leader will kill us once he wakes up? Jin Yong pondered, feeling somewhat guilty about their recent actions. Not likely, the mastermind is still over there. Relishing his triumph, Fu Rong pointed at Zhou, who was still indulging in his moment of glory. Heroes, such as I, will always reap rewards from their calculations. Ha ha. As Zhou reveled in his own exhilaration, the others began pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Noticing this, Chinduo, though somewhat puzzled, pulled out her phone to take several pictures. Remembering what Uncle Liao had instructed, to applaud when one agrees with someone, she abruptly started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. Immediately, everyone, including Zhou, fell silent, and turned to look at Chen Duo, who felt her face flush under their gaze. Uncle Liao said to applaud to encourage. Chen Duo said shyly, "What on earth has that old man taught you?" Fu Rong teased. "Ahem. All right, let us proceed with the surgery on old Ma." Zhou, flustered by the unexpected applause, scratched his nose awkwardly. Zhou then summoned his puppet clone, "Please don't die," as he carefully tore away the bandages from Ma Xianhong's head and began using double harmony to heal him. In no time, the red and blue qi enveloped Ma Xianhong. Under the treatment of double harmony, the wound on Ma Xianhong's forehead began to heal rapidly, yet Zhou furrowed his brow. He sensed that the energy emanating from the wound was akin to that of the core within the refinement furnace. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Is the leader's condition complicated?" Xiao Jiang, noticing Zhou's troubled expression, asked with concern. There is some trouble. Someone has left a backup within old Ma's soul, Zhou replied, deliberately avoiding mentioning the refinement furnace. "Damn it. If I find out who has harmed the leader, I want to spare them," Xiao Jiang declared furiously. Zhou ceased to ponder other matters and began to channel all his energy into healing Ma Xianhong with double harmony. The blue qi surged wildly through Ma Xianhong's body. Gradually, Zhou began to glimpse Ma Xianhong's memories. The first image to surface was of Chu Tong, who, in Ma Xianhong's current recollections, held the utmost importance, appearing repeatedly. Astonishingly, Zhou himself also featured prominently. Within Ma Xianhong's memories, Chu Tong was shown repeatedly altering Ma Xianhong's soul. Whenever Ma Xianhong began to form his own thoughts or took actions contrary to Chu Tong's wishes, she would utilize double harmony to manipulate him, reshaping his very essence. As Zhou delved deeper, he saw a young Ma Xianhong. And just as he was about to continue repairing Ma Xianhong's soul, a surge of energy erupted from within, beginning to resist Zhou's double harmony. "Damn it. Just now, I saw Ma Xianhong causing trouble in my childhood memories. Chu Tong, just wait for me." Zhou, who was pulled out from Ma Xianhong's recollections, expressed his displeasure. Subsequently, Zhou began to manipulate his puppet clone, "Please do not die," to fully combat the qi left by Chu Tong in Ma Xianhong's soul. Just as Zhou was on the verge of devouring Chu Tong's qi entirely, Ma Xianhong let out a dreadful scream. "Xiaoyu, what is happening?" The others, seeing this, frantically inquired of Zhou. "Damn, that woman left a hidden hand that is tearing apart old Ma's soul. She wants to kill him." Zhou rushed forward to cast his dual completion technique, but due to its peak usage, he could only barely stabilize Ma Xianhong's soul. Thus, Zhou summoned all his puppet clones and initiated the dual completion technique simultaneously, which finally steadied Ma Xianhong's soul. At the same time, the puppet clone "Please do not die" succeeded in completely devouring Chu Tong's qi. With Chu Tong's disruption eliminated, Zhou quickly repaired Ma Xianhong's soul. Upon seeing Ma Xianhong fully restored, Zhou expelled the tranquilizer from his body and ceased the dual completion technique. Once he stopped, Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of relief. While he had executed the dual completion technique at its peak, he had the unsettling feeling of being watched by something terrifying. After Zhou and Xiao Rang retracted their strings and binding ropes, Bai Yuan pricked Ma Xianhong's qi with a needle, and it was restored. With the tranquilizer gone, Ma Xianhong soon awoke. "Congratulations, the operation was a success. You are now a girl." Zhou, feigning seriousness, addressed the lying Ma Xianhong as he opened his eyes. "Xiaoyu, thank you." This time, Ma Xianhong did not take offense at Zhou's jest, but responded gently. "Boring." Seeing Ma Xianhong's lack of reaction, Zhou pouted. "Master, are you back to normal?" Xiao Rang and the others looked at Ma Xianhong with concern. "Thank you, everyone. I have recalled everything." Ma Xianhong got up from the ground and smiled at the crowd. "Yay!" Everyone cheered. Chapter 68. The Coming Storm. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yaoxing Society, Chu Tong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "President, what is wrong?" Jiang Lu hurriedly approached to check on her. I'm fine. It seems my brother has grown stronger. Indeed, I shouldn't have let him go to deal with Bayou Village." Chu Tong declined Jiang Lu's assistance, chuckling lightly. "Cough, Jiang Lu, I might trouble you to run an errand. It seems my brother will not be bringing back that old woman, Mei Jinfeng." Chu Tong wiped her mouth clean of blood and looked up at Jiang Lu. "Are you really okay?" Jiang Lu asked worriedly, noticing the blood streaming from Chu Tong's orifices. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You should prepare. Guizhou is still a bit far, and my brother might send someone to stop us, so we need to hurry." Chu Tong wiped the blood and used the dual completion technique to heal herself while instructing Jiang Lu. I'm setting off now. A glimmer of blue light flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes as he resolutely replied. Take Luogua and Enzai with you. Chu Tong said coldly. Understood. Jiang Lu left promptly. I told you not to let Ma Xianhong leave. At that moment, a figure appeared from behind and spoke to Chu Tong. There was no other choice. Keeping him confined was not feasible. His resistance has grown increasingly frequent, and the progress on the cultivation furnace has stagnated since he completed the first generation and was attacked by the core. In contrast, since letting him go, the cultivation furnace has been updated 5 times in just a few years and has become increasingly perfected, and his resistance has diminished. I only needed to stabilize it every few months. Yet who would have thought it would suddenly go out of control just a month after stabilizing? Chu Tong rubbed her forehead in frustration. Sigh. Chai Lao, please gather everyone. We need to head to Bayou Village to see if my brother has truly grown stronger or if there is someone behind him guiding him. Chu Tong instructed Chai Yin behind her. Should we call everyone? Chai Yin asked. No, the Yaoxing Society's members are too conspicuous. Let us notify the scattered individuals and the hidden disciples from various sects instead. Chu Tong contemplated before responding. After receiving the order, Chai Yin left, and the office was left with Chu Tong, who was examining the information on the people of Bayou Village. Zouyu, that puppet immortal? Could it be that this time you orchestrated this good deed? Chu Tong murmured to herself, gazing at Zouyu's unblemished past shown on a single sheet of paper. At the headquarters of Everywhere Connect, Zhao Fengshu announced, everyone, Liao Zhong is dead. His temporary worker, the goo poison holy child Chen Duo, has betrayed us and committed murder. He dropped this bombshell in the meeting room filled with regional leaders. What? Instantly, everyone stared in shock at Zhao Fengshu. The incident occurred in Guizhou. The subsequent pursuit of Chen Duo will be carried out by the temporary workers from each region, regardless of whether he lives or dies. Zhao Fengshu continued without acknowledging the crowd's astonishment. Director Zhao, these temporary workers from each region have never. All right, that's enough. Here is the information for you to take back and review. Notify your temporary workers as soon as possible. The rest is up to you to coordinate. Su Si attempted to speak further, but Zhao Fengshu interrupted him directly. After leaving the meeting room, Su Si immediately called Zhang Chulan, ignoring Ren Fei entirely. Damn it. Zhang Chulan, are you busy with things in Beijing? If it's almost done, why aren't you bringing the baby back? Are you dazzled by the glamorous world? Hurry back. Something has happened. At this moment, the people of Bayou Village were simply celebrating on the back mountain and sharing stories of Ma Xianhong's past before preparing to return. Mainly picking up the remnants of Zouyu's puppets and clearing the lingering mist to prevent it from blowing into Bayou Village. Or else the whole village would have to sleep for 2 days. From now on, according to the Longhu Mountain Treaty we signed, you are my black slave. Ha ha ha. Now, you shall work for me. On the way back to the village, Zouyu said to Ma Xianhong. Thud. Xiaoyu, don't be too presumptuous. It's of no use. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Ma Xianhong lightly tapped Zouyu's head. Today's events were all planned by Xiaoyu alone. It has nothing to do with us. The others chimed in unison. Damn, you guys are so ungrateful. Zouyu pointed at the crowd in accusation. All right, enough of the games. Xiaoyu, you've seen my memories. What do you think we should do now? Ma Xianhong pinched Zouyu's face. What to do? Of course, we must make a grand event. Old Ma, you were so adorable as a child. Rest assured. I will make sure the whole world knows about it. I'll draw it as soon as we get back. Zouyu said recklessly. In the next moment, Ma Xianhong smiled while pinching Zouyu's face, turning it into a tug of war. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Old Ma, I was wrong. Please let me go. Zouyu pleaded. Chu Tong called me yesterday, asking me to capture an old woman named Mei Jinfeng. Do you think this is an opportunity to lure her in and eliminate her? Ma Xianhong said solemnly after releasing Zouyu. That is probably not going to work. Chu Tong likely won come. Once I dealt with her chi from you, she should have realized. Seeing the murderous intent in Ma Xianhong's eyes, Zouyu shook his head. She truly values you. That chi contains a part of her soul. She should have already discovered that you have broken free from her control and one come to meet you alone. Zouyu spoke earnestly. Indeed, she truly values me. Ma Xianhong said through gritted teeth. Master, according to what you and Xiaoyu have said, that Chu Tong has nearly taken control of the entire Yaoxing Society, including hundreds of extraordinary individuals and even masters from various sects, such as Chai Yin and Tao Shangong. It feels as though we cannot contend with them. Said by Yuan with a hint of worry. Chai Yin, I shall personally slay him. Ma Xianhong's expression darkened at the mention of Chai Yan. It was he who killed my mother right before my eyes. He captured her and handed her over to that demon, Chu Tong, who tormented me for over a decade. Rest assured, Bai Lao, although there may appear to be many opponents, I am a puppeteer, the most formidable grandmaster of puppet arts. In terms of quantity, I can make them weep. Zhou comforted by Yuan. By the way, Xiaoyu, how many puppets can you control simultaneously now? Qiu Rang asked curiously. Including the hidden energy sources on my back, I should be able to control over 1,000 puppets, but I cannot manage them with precision. For delicate control, it's best to keep it around 500, Zhou pondered before responding. Over 1,000. Does that mean you could sweep through the realm of extraordinary beings alone? Qiu Rang exclaimed, disregarding Zhou's subsequent words in his excitement. Impossible. Xiaoyu's mass-produced puppets can only deal with those who have recently begun refining their energy, and as Xiaoyu mentioned, she cannot manipulate them with precision. If they are scattered, she may struggle to defeat even a novice, Zhang Kuan explained, shaking his head. Qiu Rang realized it was not feasible. The cost of each puppet crafted by Xiaoyu, considering all the materials used, exceeds 10,000. To create over 1,000, you would have to sell the village chief and yourself. Fu Rong calculated. Is it really that expensive? Qiu Rang exclaimed, astonished. Approximately, yes. So old Ma, you must work hard. You promised to be responsible for all my materials. Oh, and upon returning, I will need you to craft a magical artifact that allows me to control all my puppets simultaneously, Zhou insisted, pulling Ma Xianhong along with an air of entitlement. Why don't you let this village chief take care of it? Ma Xianhong replied irritably. I would not refuse, but even if I become the village chief, you are still responsible for these costs, per the Longhu Mountain Agreement. Henceforth, all materials I require will be provided by you, Zhou shamelessly retorted. In the end, Pai Guai Zhou got what he wanted, receiving a beating from Ma Xianhong, who then arranged for him to fetch Grandma Mei Jinfeng. Although Ma Xianhong was unaware of Chu Tong's intentions for capturing Grandma Mei, he was determined not to let her have her way. After a brief rest, the next day, Zhou set out early with Chen Duo to find Grandma Jinfeng. So, uncle, why are you following us? Zhou remarked, glancing at Liao Zhong. Ever since Liao Zhong accompanied Chen Duo to Baiyu Village, after Ma Xianhong rejected his suggestion to call the company, he had been dutifully staying at home, transforming into a domestic chef, preparing various delicacies for Chen Duo each day. Of course, why would you bring my little duo along to find someone without me? Who knows what your intentions are? Liao Zhong glared at Zhou, displeased. I believe, uncle, you want to get in touch with the company, right? Zhou said with a smirk. Liao Shu is not that kind of person, Chen Duo replied earnestly, looking at Zhou. Did you hear that, kid? My little duo said I'm not that kind of person, Liao Zhong declared triumphantly. Seeing Liao Zhong's smug demeanor, Zhou felt irritated. What a joke. Am I someone you can bully? So, Chen Duo, what kind of person do you think I am? Zhou asked, leaning playfully towards Chen Duo. Kid, get away from my little duo, Liao Zhong roared, nearly furious at Zhou for getting too close to Chen Duo. Well, Xiaoyu is a very interesting person, full of joy and capable of bringing happiness to others. Moreover, he is knowledgeable, having seen many anime and films. He can do whatever he desires, has found a family, saved Uncle Liao, and even healed me. He eats a lot, talks to me, and treats me to ice cream, although it was ultimately paid for by village chief Ma. But Xiaoyu is a good person. Chen Duo, feeling shy at the proximity, retreated slightly and looked at Zhou earnestly. Then, Chen Duo, do you enjoy spending time with me? Zhou asked, finding Chen Duo's flushed face even more amusing, and teasingly rubbed her cheek. Ah, you brat, I'll get you for that, Liao Zhong exclaimed, furious at Zhou's audacity to mess with Chen Duo's face. I like him because Xiaoyu is like me. We both arrived in this world later. Yet, you found a home, and while I've found one now too. Xiaoyu is more impressive because you helped me find my home. Chen Duo did not shy away from Zhou's touch, but smiled at him after glancing at the irate Liao Zhong. Hearing Chen Duo's words, Zhou was momentarily taken aback and then looked at the happily smiling Chen Duo, feeling a lump in his throat for the first time. Honestly, you all seem so effortlessly strong, like monsters. Zhou rubbed his nose and stepped back. Kid, what do you mean by that? Don't think that just because you saved me, I won't dare to hit you, Liao Zhong retorted, annoyed at Zhou's comment about Chen Duo being a monster. It's the yellow ape, right? Chen Duo said with a glimmer in her eyes. Correct. Zhou gave Chen Duo a thumbs up in encouragement. Kid, I'm talking to you, Liao Zhong shouted. Please, uncle, we are in the street. Look around. Everyone is watching you. Zhou said helplessly to Liao Zhong. Realizing that passers-by were eyeing him warily, with some even preparing to call for help, Liao Zhong noticed how he, with his fierce appearance, gold tooth, and a frightening scar on his face, looked suspicious as he glared at a seemingly gentle and delicate boy. I apologize, everyone. This is my father-in-law. So he acts this way towards me. Duo, that's your father, right? Zhou addressed the crowd while holding Chun Duo's hand. Who is your father-in-law? And Duo is not someone you can call. Liao Zhong bellowed. Indeed, he is my father, Chun Duo replied earnestly. Oh, I see. So he is your father-in-law. No wonder. Today's children are indeed precocious. Brother, relax. It's normal for girls to fall in love as they grow up. Although this boy seems a bit delicate, he is clearly polite and well-mannered. Instantly, the onlookers understood and began to disperse, some even offering advice to Liao Zhong. After the farce concluded, Zhou quickly arrived at Boss Wan's lamb noodle shop. Hello, Boss Wan. Wishing you prosperous business. We would like 3 bowls of noodles, and by the way, could you tell us where Grandma Jean Feng lives? Zhou greeted Boss Wan with familiarity. Who are you? Boss Wan asked, eyeing Liao Zhong warily. It's me. Boss Wan. Last time I came here with Grandma Jean Feng for noodles, and you forgot to collect payment. I brought it today while also looking for her. She has moved, and I believe you know her new address, Zhou explained. Zhou handed over 60 yuan to Boss Wan, subtly prompting him to recall the memories altered by Zhou previously. That doesn't add up, Boss Wan instinctively remarked. You ordered 4 bowls last time, and now you want 3 bowls for 70 yuan. There is still a 10 yuan shortfall. Zhou pondered for a moment before responding, that's not a problem. I didn't charge for that bowl given to Grandma, and it was I who provided it. He then handed over an additional 10 yuan. This is the address. I'll start cooking the noodles for you. Boss Wan jotted down the address for Zhou and added. After finishing their noodles, Zhou and his companions quickly followed the address to their destination. Back then, Ma Xianhong mocked me for being directionally challenged. Huh, what a joke. How could I be lost when I found it? Zhou exclaimed, recalling the lack of reference points in the village, where paths meandered through the mountains. Devoid of main roads, navigating these hills can be bewildering. I don't understand how I ended up back uphill after descending. It's only natural to get lost the first time. Even navigation systems falter occasionally, Zhou declared, hands on his hips, standing at the entrance. Chapter 70. Do not blame me for being devious, who is there? Laughing so loudly at someone's doorstep in broad daylight. Just as Zhou reveled in his triumph, the door of the small wooden house swung open, and Grandma Jean Feng emerged. Ah, Grandma, long time no see. Have you eaten? Zhou's laughter abruptly ceased as he greeted her. Oh, it's you, young lad. What brings you to this remote place? Grandma Jean Feng inquired, eyeing Zhou. I've come to bring you some noodles, Zhou replied, presenting the lamb noodles he had brought. Ah, so you went to Boss Wan to find my location. How did it go, young man? Did you pay this time? Grandma Jean Feng teased as she accepted the noodles without hesitation. Of course, I paid for my purchases. Rest assured, I settled last time's bill as well, Zhou said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Come inside. I'll eat these noodles first. Or they won't taste good if left too long. She invited Zhou into her home. Zhou, along with Chun Duo and Liao Zhong, followed her inside. You've come for something, haven't you? Grandma Jean Feng asked while placing the noodles into a bowl. Please, enjoy your meal first, and we can chat afterwards. Zhou smiled at her. Very well, she replied, proceeding to enjoy her noodles. The room soon filled with the sound of slurping noodles. Chun Duo patiently stood by, while Liao Zhong alternated glances between Grandma Jean Feng and Zhou, trying to communicate silently. Zhou, however, ignored Liao Zhong and began to observe the room's simple decor. The room was quite modest, lacking much furniture. Apart from the chair Grandma Jean Feng occupied, there was only a dusty long bench. The only electrical appliance present was a television, along with a ceiling light. The interior was indeed reminiscent of the phrased bare walls, yet adorned with floral decorations that Zhou instantly recognized as gifts from the devoted admirer, Xia Luqing. All right, young man, tell me, what brings you to seek me out? Grandma Jean Feng inquired after finishing her meal and wiping her mouth. Hee, Grandma, I've come to warn you, Zhou said, quickly stepping forward to help her tidy up. We've learned that a group of nefarious individuals is planning to capture you. Coincidentally, their leader has a grudge against our village chief, so the chief hopes you can come to our village for a couple of days. This way, we can thwart their plans, and who knows, they might even show up in the village. Moreover, I genuinely care for your safety. Those people are quite malicious. Zhou Yu concluded, having tidied up, and then earnestly invited her to visit his village. Good child, you've only met me twice, yet you worry so much for me? Grandma Jinfeng chuckled at Zhou Yu. You are a commendable elder, and I have always respected my elders. Besides, I believe in fate. You are the first extraordinary person I've interacted with, and you've offered me guidance, so I feel compelled to repay you in some way. Zhou Yu replied with a smile. You must have done your homework before approaching me. I am quite the notorious figure, and you still wish to assist me? Grandma Jinfeng continued. Indeed, the infamous elder Mei Jinfeng, once a follower of the rootless, and the object of Xia Liuqing's unrequited affections, Zhou Yu remarked effortlessly. Haha, Brother Xia is indeed quite bothersome. You still want to help me? Grandma Jinfeng said, though her smile revealed her pleasure. I am indifferent by nature. As you likely discerned when we first met, I am true to my essence and act according to my whims. Those who have encountered me within my circle often commend my potential, Zhou Yu shrugged. That much is evident. After all, who would control others over a meal without paying? Do you wish to join my circle? If you do, I could certainly recommend you. I've gained a bit of influence over the years, Grandma Jinfeng suggested. Observing Zhou Yu's carefree demeanor, let us not entertain that thought. My circle has offended Longhu Mountain, and your sect's leader nearly killed the elder Tian Jinzong. The Celestial Master and Elder Tian will descend the mountain soon to eliminate us, and only the 10 lords and their company are left stalling the inevitable. Otherwise, my circle would have perished long ago. Joining now would be akin to seeking refuge with the Nationalist Party, just as the new China is established. It's like searching for death in a latrine, Zhou Yu expressed, raising his hands in resignation to indicate his unwillingness to join. Who would have thought that Gong Qing was audacious enough to act so boldly? When he told me, I assumed they were merely causing a ruckus, Grandma Jinfeng laughed. Clearly aware of the implications of nearly killing Tian Jinzong. Then perhaps it's best you don't involve yourself, as joining my circle now would indeed lead to ruin. However, you should leave. I, being of advanced age, prefer not to venture out anymore. Grandma Jinfeng shook her head. Please, Grandma, our village isn't far from here. We are neighbors in Shuicheng, merely separated by 7 or 8 mountains, Zhou Yu quickly interjected. Moreover, those villains are coming specifically for you. It won't be as simple as refusing to go. Their methods are ruthless. Zhou Yu continued to sound the alarm. I still refuse. I have no desire to take that trip. Grandma Jinfeng shook her head again, seemingly unconvinced by Zhou Yu's warnings, as she was a seasoned elder of the circle, unlikely to be frightened away so easily. Alas, this is my greatest frustration. Why do elders often disregard my words simply because of my youth? Grandma Jinfeng, you are just like the late Grandma Qiandai, Zhou Yu sighed. I'm sorry, dear child, you're a good boy, but let us leave it at that. Grandma Jinfeng patted Zhou Yu on the head. How frustrating. After all this talking, I still need to resort to this, Zhou Yu muttered, crushing a pill in his hand. What do you mean by that? Grandma Jinfeng began to inquire, but as a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Grandma, be cautious with the puppet master-esque concoctions. Don't consume them recklessly. Zhou Yu took out the bracelet and slowly spoke to Mei Jinfeng. You despicable scoundrel. Xiaoduo, never accept anything from this rascal again. After watching the scene for a while, Liao Zhong reprimanded Zhou Yu. What are you talking about? I am only doing this for her good. Otherwise, if someone else captures her, they will not be as gentle. Zhou Yu retorted. Moreover, if she were to visit with me, it would not be like this. I have exhausted all my words, yet she remains obstinate, leaving me no choice but to resort to this tactic. But Xiao Yu, you initially added poison to the powder, although it only activates when the pill is crushed and mixed. Your intention was clearly to incapacitate Grandma Jinfeng from the start. Chen Duo chimed in, tilting her head. Duo, you're still young and do not understand the treachery of human hearts. When you reach my age, you will comprehend. Zhou Yu waved his hand, attempting to maintain his dignity. Xiao Yu, you are the younger one. You should say, when you reach my age. Instead, Chen Duo replied earnestly. No, you just need to work hard and strive for an early reincarnation to catch up with me, Zhou Yu said playfully. Bang! Xiao Yu, you can't do this, Chen Duo exclaimed, mimicking Ma Xianhong and playfully tapping Zhou Yu's head. Instantly, her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something delightful. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Duo seemed to have activated a peculiar switch, excitedly tapping Zhou Yu's head. Duo, if you keep this up, I might just stop playing with you. Seeing Chen Duo getting carried away, Zhou quickly covered his head and ran away. Chen Duo watched Zhou flee without pursuing him, her eyes glimmering as she examined her hand that had tapped Zhou's head. The sensation is delightful. No wonder everyone enjoys tapping Xiaoyu's head. Who said everyone likes it? I certainly do not. Zhou shouted loudly. Recalling that everyone also enjoyed pinching Zhou's cheeks, Chen Duo immediately turned her gaze toward him. I warn you, if you come closer, I will call out. Zhou trembled as he looked at Chen Duo's eager expression. Excuse me, may I ask if Granny Mei Jinfeng is home? Just as Zhou and Chen Duo were having fun, a voice called from outside. Seriously? What terrible luck to encounter them now. Zhou grumbled upon hearing the commotion outside. What should we do? Chen Duo asked Zhou. Watch me, Zhou said excitedly, summoning a puppet clone, the Thunder General, and transforming into Granny Jinfeng's appearance. Granny Jinfeng, we have come to seek your assistance. Please, could you come out and meet us? Outside. Jiang Lu called again upon hearing movement inside. Seeing this, Zhou controlled the puppet clone, resembling Granny Jinfeng, to open the door and step outside. How many years has it been? I never expected anyone to visit this old woman. Zhou mimicked Granny Jinfeng's tone. Granny Jinfeng, our master has some inquiries for you. Could you kindly accompany us? Jiang Lu and the others from the Lu family bowed to the puppet clone. Suddenly, Zhou had a clever idea. Come, Duo. I will wake Granny Jinfeng, and you use your goo to seal her chi. Zhou whispered to Chen Duo. Brat, keep your distance from Duo. Liao Zhong said with a fierce expression, reaching out to shove Zhou. Why would you wake her up after having incapacitated her? Chen Duo asked curiously. Hee, doesn't Granny Jinfeng not trust me? Now that the main person has arrived, once we wake her and she sees how these people treat the puppet clone, she will believe me, and then she will willingly come with us. Zhou placed his left hand on his chest, feigning a gesture of fanning himself, looking profound. Brat, the people outside are clearly more sincere than you. You just incapacitated her, and once she wakes up and sees the polite crowd outside and the sinister you, she might just leave with them, Liao Zhong remarked. Not a problem, I can give them a little push. I will provoke them into attacking the puppet clone. Zhou replied, releasing Granny Jinfeng from the bracelet and feeding her the antidote, while simultaneously controlling the puppet clone to start performing. Could it be? The Qing dynasty has fallen for so many years, and yet there are still servants? Didn't they inform you about the liberation? Or perhaps your master is a woman. Are you all just her sycophants? In this day and age, even dogs can come to invite people? Zhou, controlling the puppet clone, began to unleash his mocking. Granny, we sincerely invite you. Do not force me to take action. Jiang Lu's face darkened. Ah, you're getting anxious. Could it be that I struck a nerve? You are indeed your master's sycophants? She wouldn't make you grovel, would she? While you are here fulfilling your master's tasks, she might be dining with other men. Zhou continued to taunt. Granny, don't make us be impolite. Jiang Lu warned as their chi surged. Lies cannot harm. Only the truth is a sharp blade. Your master doesn't wish to ask me how to train dogs, does she? Have her kneel thrice and bow 9 times. And I shall gift her my 60 years of expertise in training sycophants. As for you, you aren't even worthy of conversing with me. Get lost. The puppet clone retorted. You're seeking death. With that, Zaihu suddenly threw a lump of clay at the puppet clone. The clay transformed into a bird midair, attacking the puppet clone. This was his innate ability to manipulate clay. Look at you, getting anxious again. The puppet clone easily dodged the attack and continued to mock. Meanwhile, the Lu family suddenly found their vision darkening as dozens of malevolent spirits lunged at the puppet clone. Thunder armor. Instantly, lightning surged from the puppet clone, forming a suit of armor, causing the evil spirits to shriek in agony. Damn it. Of all things, it had to be a lightning ability that counters mine. Lu Guojia cursed as he watched his carefully nurtured spirits being electrocuted. Watch me, Zaihu commanded, manipulating the clay to form a pack of wolves charging at the puppet clone. Inside, Granny Jinfeng was awakening with Zhou's assistance. Granny, see? I told you I was here to help. Look at how fierce that group outside is. Zhou said to Granny Jinfeng. Brat, those two outside, while formidable, I can handle myself. Mei Jinfeng replied, unimpressed. Oh, come on, Granny, you're of advanced age. Don't be so stubborn. Besides, the strongest one hasn't even made a move yet, Zhou said, smiling ingratiatingly. With your poisoning tactics, how can I tell if you are here to help or harm me? Granny Jinfeng turned her head away. Isn't it because I have exhausted all my words? Yet you still don't believe me? That's why I resorted to this tactic. Besides, you said you are all-encompassing in the martial world. There are no rules against dealing with the all-encompassing, and that is one reason I avoid mixing with them. After all, against the all-encompassing, any means are permissible, and I can act without restraint as long as I target the all-encompassing. Zoyu remarked with a clever expression, you possess quite a logical mind. Granny Jean Feng looked at Zoyu, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Xiaoyu is truly clever, Chen Duo affirmed, mimicking Zoyu by giving a thumbs up. Despicable scoundrel. This was Liao Zhong. Outside, Jiang Lu furrowed his brow as he observed the lightning-imbued puppet expertly evading attacks from Enzaihu and Lu Guojia. The agility displayed by Granny Jean Feng was astonishing, seemingly mocking them. Enzaihu, come assist me. Jiang Lu called out to Enzaihu, who was struggling to subdue the puppet. All right. Enzaihu eagerly rushed to Jiang Lu's side. Although Zoyu was uncertain of their intentions, his instinct urged him to control the puppet and intervene. Don't even think about it. Lu Guojia commanded his malevolent spirits to unleash flames to obstruct the puppet, while other spirits collaborated to summon fierce winds, intensifying the blaze. My 5-element spirit is not limited to possession and evil spirit forms. My treasures can wield spells. Lu Guojia cackled, sending more water orbs, earth spikes, and wooden vines towards the puppet. While these assaults might not penetrate the lightning armor's defense, they would still ensnare the puppet. Meanwhile, Enzaihu handed Jiang Lu a clump of clay, into which Jiang Lu infused his crimson chi before tossing it towards the puppet. In midair, the clay transformed into a bird, soaring towards the puppet. Zoyu frowned upon seeing the approaching figure. Recalling that Jiang Lu was a character depicted in the original narrative, Zoyu commanded the puppet, General Lightning, to fully activate its armor while retreating. With a thunderous shout, Jiang Lu's clay bird suddenly exploded upon reaching the puppet. As the smoke dissipated, the puppet, shielded by its armor, remained unscathed, while a small crater formed where the bird had detonated. Is that Jiang Lu? Liao Zhong exclaimed upon witnessing this ability. Uncle, do you know him? Zoyu inquired curiously. Yes, he is a natural anomaly. He awakened his powers around the age of 19, capable of generating high heat and pressure to create explosions. His abilities are linked to his emotions, causing numerous incidents upon awakening. Fearing he might harm others, he wandered into the wilderness. It took our organization considerable time to locate him and eventually brought him to the Dark Fortress, where he trained for a few years before departing 2 years ago. We all refer to him as Liuzi, Liao Zhong explained to Zoyu. As Zoyu observed Jiang Lu collaborating with Enzaihu to create explosive clay, he recalled the character from the original story who, alongside Chai Yin and Xiao Xiao, attempted to assassinate Zhang Chulan, only to be discarded by Chu Tong and shattered by Chai Yin. It seems my artistic duo has assembled, Zoyu exclaimed with fervor, gazing at Jiang Lu and Enzaihu. The other one resembles Lord Jiao Du quite a bit. My collection from the Xiao series appears promising. Zoyu's excitement grew as he glanced at Lu Guojia, who manipulated evil spirits to cast spells, licking his lips in anticipation. Granny, it's not too late to surrender and come with us, Jiang Lu declared to the puppet resembling Granny Jean Feng. Observing the challenging battle waged by Enzaihu against 30 explosive clay wolves and 20 explosive clay birds. Just you lot? Please, despite the ongoing fight, you haven't even breached my defenses. Look at me, not a bead of sweat on my brow, while you're all panting. If you weren't all ranged attackers, I wouldn't have even exerted my full strength. Otherwise, you'd be finished by now. It's clear who should be surrendering. Zoyu taunted, controlling the puppet. General Lightning, you brat. Don't you dare flaunt your talisman in front of me with such humiliating expressions. Granny Jean Feng retorted angrily at Zoyu. Granny, you have sharp eyes. Zoyu scratched his head, complimenting her. In Mei Jean Feng's eyes, the puppet outside was merely a cold vessel, radiating the same chi as Zoyu, dazzlingly warm like the sun, yet concealing a violent tempest within. Is this technique crafted from divine ingenuity? Are you a descendant of Ma Ben? Mei Jean Feng inquired, scrutinizing Zoyu. Yes and no, Zoyu replied playfully. Bang. Answer me properly. Granny Jean Feng tapped Zoyu's head in annoyance. I have answered. I am proficient in divine ingenuity, yet I am not a descendant of Lord Ma. Rather, I am a treasure of his lineage, Zoyu defended, cradling his head in feigned grievance. Granny, you must not perish. It would complicate matters for us. Outside, Jiang Lu growled ominously. With that, the explosive clay creatures surged towards the puppet, while Jiang Lu and his companions hastily retreated. This is troublesome. We must flee, Zhou Yu exclaimed, seizing Granny Jin Feng and crashing through the wooden walls into the forest, with Chun Duo and Liao Zhong swiftly following suit. Take flight. Feeling the violent chi behind them, Zhou Yu summoned the puppet, General Lightning, back to him, shouting in excitement. Boom. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted in the clearing before Mei Jin's home, followed by a tremendous roar as Granny Jin Feng's house soared into the sky. The deafening explosion plunged the world into silence, leaving only a disorienting ringing in their ears. At the foot of the mountain, an elderly man in a baseball cap was picking flowers by the roadside. Upon hearing the explosion, he abruptly looked up towards the source of the billowing black smoke. What is that? Jin Feng. This man was none other than the formidable Su Luqing. How dare they attack Jin Feng? Wait for me, Jin Feng. Su Liuqing's chi surged wildly as he donned a colorful glove, transforming his face into a black and white mask. I'm coming, Jin Feng. His chi coalesced into two flail whips, his figure morphing into a dark version of Wei Qi Gong, with a horse of chi emerging beneath him, galloping swiftly up the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu emerged from behind the trees, enraptured by the scorched earth created by the explosion and the trees toppled by the blast's pressure. Art. Such exquisite art. Indeed. Only this transient beauty can rival eternal beauty. Elegance. It is truly exquisite. Utterly elegant, Zhou Yu exclaimed, as if possessed, shouting towards the explosion site. Is this brat always this eccentric? Mei Jin Feng asked Chen Duo and Liao Zhong, pointing at Zhou Yu. Yes, just a bit eccentric. You'll get used to it. Liao Zhong seized the opportunity to disparage Zhou Yu. Xiao Yu merely finds joy in this. It brings him happiness. And seeing him happy brings us joy, which is why he behaves this way, Chen Duo remarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhou Yu. We should consider taking this child and that lad to see a doctor, Mei Jin Feng suggested to Liao Zhong, pointing at Chen Duo. Chen Duo shot an indignant look at Granny Jin Feng. At this moment, Jiang Lu and his companions were approaching Zhou Yu and the others from across the way. It is no wonder that my grandmother is reluctant to accompany us. It turns out that the people from Bio village are instigating trouble, especially you, the puppet immortal. Zhou Yu, Jiang Lu remarked, observing the still ailing Zhou Yu. Grandmother, they are not virtuous either. It is far better to stay with us than to go with them. They are nothing but a group of lunatics aiming for rebellion. Jiang Lu, disregarding Zhou Yu, directly spoke to Granny Jin Feng. With me around, Jin Feng need not follow anyone. Suddenly, a resonant, powerful voice in the tone of Peking opera echoed from behind them. It was none other than Xia Luqing. With a thundering sound, Xia Luqing galloped forth, conjuring a 5-meter-high statue of the gatekeeper, Wei Qi Gong, which then struck Zaihu with a mighty blow. Instantly, Zaihu was sent flying beside Zhou Yu, rendered silent. I am grateful to the top brother for providing such fine material. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou Yu skillfully restored Zaihu's distorted hands, due to the impact, and stowed him into a bracelet, excitedly calling out to Xia Luqing. Jin Feng, are you alright? I am late. Xia Luqing, having dismounted from his ethereal steed, quickly dissipated the energy and transformed from the visage of Wei Qigong back into an old man, albeit with the face paint and cudgel still intact. Brother Xia, it is commendable that at your age, you still utilize the second stage of the divine mask. Mei Jin Feng remarked, gazing at Xia Luqing. For your safety, I will not hesitate. Rest assured, with me here, no one can take you away. Upon hearing Mei Jin Feng's concern, Xia Luqing became visibly excited. Such a high level of professionalism. First neglecting oneself to show care for a backup, truly admirable. Remember this. Dodo, you should take note. At this moment, Zhou Yu interrupted the atmosphere, inquiring, who is this young man? Should we eliminate him as well? Xia Luqing directly questioned Mei Jin Feng about Zhou Yu. Hey, that's excessive. I have not even begun with personal attacks, and you are already contemplating violence. Zhou Yu retorted defensively. It is the ferocious Xia Luqing. If the matter cannot proceed, we must flee quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, having identified the newcomer, decisively stated, retreating to a distance of 100 meters. Grandmother, you all continue your discussion. I shall go capture someone. Dodo, ensure Uncle Liao's safety. Seeing this, Zhou Yu hastily exclaimed, then pursued Jiang Lu and the others. Hey, what is this? Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. Now you dare to flee? Zhou Yu taunted while chasing after them. However, Jiang Lu and his companions paid no heed and continued to accelerate. TCH, they are nothing but a group of emotionless puppets. Utterly dull. Zhou grumbled. You are all dogs of Chu Tong, right? Since you are all puppets, why not serve as my puppets? I assure you, the treatment will be far superior to that of Chu Tong. This is a splendid opportunity to become the future puppet immortal with great power. You must know that the prestigious seat in the puppet mountain and sea is not easily attained, while the other immortal's domain is already overcrowded. Noticing no response from Zhang Lu and his group, Zhou shouted again. Yet, Zhang Lu and his companions kept running, prompting Zhou to abandon his puppet division and unleash the Thunder General, instantly pursuing them with lightning speed. The Thunder General condensed a ball of lightning and struck it heavily upon the passing Zaihu. The ensuing cries of agony echoed as the intense electric current rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, Zhou commanded the Thunder General to hurl the lightning ball towards Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, perceiving the incoming lightning sphere, unleashed a red energy explosion beneath his feet, propelling himself away and narrowly evading the strike. With a series of explosive boosts, Jiang Lu swiftly distanced himself from Zhou. TCH, abandoning your companion so easily. How twisted, Zhou remarked as he collected Zaihu into his bracelet. But can you truly escape? He summoned the scorpion puppet and soared into the air using the sand iron wings. Run. You think you can outrun me? Zhou mocked as he hovered above Jiang Lu. How infuriating. Jiang Lu, witnessing this, gathered red energy into a sphere and aimed it at the airborne Zhou. Oh, no wonder you collaborated with that clay doll. Your energy merely causes explosions, yet its essence remains energy, hence its slower propagation speed. Zhou effortlessly encased the approaching red energy with iron sand to prevent it from detonating. How infuriating. I have been utterly outmatched. I cannot fall into the hands of the Bio village people. They can assist the horse Immortal Hong in shedding his master, and they could control me as well. I must not betray my master, Jiang Lu thought, glancing at Zhou hovering above. In a flash, Jiang Lu altered his course, charging towards Zhou. As a puppet master, how dare you expose your true self to confront me directly? If I cannot deal with your puppets, I shall simply confront you instead. Farewell. Jiang Lu propelled himself forward, channeling red energy in a fierce shout. Why do you all prefer to confront my true form? None adhere to martial ethics. But now, I have no weaknesses to exploit. As Zhou unleashed a radiant golden aura, it coalesced into a massive skeletal arm, capturing Jiang Lu with a firm grip. Do you think you are Hokage? You think you can escape? Even if you were, you could not defeat me. Zhou exerted pressure on Jiang Lu with the golden light. Cough, cough. Ha ha. We shall perish together. Despite the internal damage and blood he coughed up, Jiang Lu did not plead for mercy nor scream in agony. Instead, he laughed maniacally, roaring at Zhou. As he spoke, red light began to emanate from Jiang Lu, his hair falling wildly as he transformed into a colossal explosive device. He had planned to self-destruct from the very beginning, taking Zhou along with him. Why do you bomb enthusiasts always resort to self-detonation at the slightest provocation? You are now my puppet material. I will not allow you to die. Zhou invoked the duality hand to restore Jiang Lu while simultaneously altering his soul, rendering him unconscious. What is this? So it was you. Jiang Lu recognized the familiar duality hand, wishing to speak, but alas, he had no chance. His soul forcibly altered. He slumped into a stupor. Oh, the use quality of sleep is exceptional. He merely collapses into slumber. Zhou stowed Jiang Lu into his bracelet. After securing his puppet division, Zhou cheerfully whistled as he made his way back, soon spotting Chen Duo waving from a distance. Is Xiaoyu all right? Chen Duo, having just learned, hurriedly approached Zhou with concern. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Who do you think I am? You are remarkably quick to learn, Dodo? Zhou praised Chen Duo with a thumbs up. Grandmother, how about it? Now that your home is gone, why not come spend a couple of days in our village? All utilities are complimentary, no accommodation fees, 3 meals a day included, and a dedicated companion for entertainment. It is the essential choice for a home getaway. After interacting with Chen Duo for a while, Zhou, under Liao Zhong's scrutinizing gaze, made his way to promote his offer to Granny Jean Feng. Youngster, do not think that by assisting Jean Feng, you can force her to leave with you. If she is unwilling, I will deal with you. Jean Feng is destined to follow me. Jean Feng, all those things this brat mentioned, I can provide too. Come with me. Xia Luqing suddenly intervened, blocking Zhou's path, extending his hand towards Granny Jean Feng. Unfortunately, Just as he touched her, a slap came flying towards him. Smack! Xiao Luqing, you old scoundrel. What do you think you were doing? Grandma Jean Feng delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Luqing's aging face, bellowing, let us go. To your village. As she spoke, she approached Zhou Yu and added, come on. Wait. Jean Feng, I was wrong. It was just that the conversation became too intense. Xiao Luqing hastily pleaded. Get lost. How shameless. Don't come looking for me again. Grandma Jean Feng retorted with irritation. Alas, Jean Feng, please let me explain. It's been so long since I last saw you. Xiao Luqing trotted over to Mei Jean Feng, attempting to placate her. I want to listen. I want to listen. Let us go. Mei Jean Feng declared, covering her ears like a petulant child, while instructing Zhou Yu to lead the way. Thus, the group descended the mountain without a care for the recently disturbed forest. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and realizing it was already 4 p.m., Zhou Yu decided to take Chun Duo and the others for a stroll before dining out and returning home. A peculiar ensemble emerged as Zhou Yu guided the dazed Chun Duo through the streets, while Liao Zhong kept a watchful eye on Zhou Yu from behind. And Xiao Luqing endeavored to charm Mei Jean Feng. The five, seemingly unrelated, engaged in a shared outing. We should leave this place. It's not safe for Duo in crowded areas, and someone has been following us. Liao Zhong expressed his concern to Zhou Yu. Relax, uncle. With me around. Duo's poison won't flare up. Besides, hasn't she mentioned that she can now control the primitive poison? Zhou Yu responded with difficulty, laden with items. The person trailing us isn't one of yours, is he? I assumed you were indifferent because you knew him. Should I intervene? Xiao Luqing chuckled. Humph. I advise against that. That individual is likely associated with the company or a contact of theirs. Eliminating him could lead to complications, Liao Zhong replied, visibly displeased with Xiao Luqing. Ah, I thought you looked familiar. Liao Zhong, the person in charge of Lu Nan. I never expected to see you here mingling with other extraordinary beings, Xiao Luqing remarked with a smile at Liao Zhong, who was obscured by a cap. What is the matter? Is a company head not allowed to accompany his daughter for some leisure? Liao Zhong retorted, annoyed. Let them follow us if they wish. We're bound to cross paths eventually. Let us finish our meal and head back, Zhou Yu suggested, clutching an ice cream cone, cotton candy, balloons, stuffed toys, and an assortment of other items. After enjoying a meal in Water City, the group began their journey home. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Zhou Yu spotted Ma Xianhong waiting and called for his assistance. Why didn't you just put everything in your bracelet? Ma Xianhong asked, bemused as he took the items from Zhou Yu. What do you know? That's the joy of shopping. If I had empty hands, what fun would that be? The pleasure of shopping isn't just about spending money. It's also about carrying a bunch of things and relishing the gazes of others, Zhou Yu exclaimed, shaking her hands. How does it go? I'm not delighted because you gifted me flowers, but rather because you adorned yourself splendidly and traversed amidst envious glances. Duo, don't you agree? Zhou Yu turned to Chun Duo for affirmation. Yes, that feeling is wonderful. Chun Duo smiled in agreement. We're at the village entrance. Who has left to see? You guys are something else. Ma Xianhong remarked with exasperation. All right, don't be jealous. I bought you a gift too. Zhou Yu waved 2 shopping bags in front of Ma Xianhong. Who is jealous? I'm not. Ma Xianhong exclaimed, blushing and flustered. Enough of that. Thank you for coming to pick us up. Let us head back, Zhou Yu said, patting Ma Xianhong. Chun Duo watched their playful interaction with a knowing smile, sensing a special bond between Zhou Yu and the village chief. Who is here to pick you up? I'm just waiting for someone, Ma Xianhong replied, somewhat irritated. What? Not waiting for me? Then your gift is gone. Zhou Yu huffed. Can we not argue? Is this the esteemed Grandma Jean Feng? And who is this old gentleman? Ma Xianhong inquired politely, glancing at Grandma Jean Feng. Are you the descendant of Ma Ben, as mentioned by the young Zhou? Grandma Jean Feng looked up at Ma Xianhong and asked. Indeed, I am Ma Xianhong, the village chief of Bayou Village. It's a pleasure to meet you. Grandma Jean Feng, Ma Xianhong bowed respectfully. Quite handsome and tall, Grandma Jean Feng nodded in approval. Hey, Ma, I might be intruding on you for the next few days. Xiao Luqing chuckled from the side. Ma Xianhong did not respond, but turned his gaze to Zhou Yu. Why are you looking at me? You're the village chief. It's your call, Zhou Yu feigned ignorance. Don't provoke me, or I might curse you, Ma Xianhong warned calmly. Cough. This is the renowned Xiao Luqing, an old master of extreme nature. Pay him no mind. He is merely Grandma Jean Feng's sycophant, often found wherever she is, Zhou Yu stated candidly. Humph. You've gone too far, kid. Don't think I want to retaliate, Xiao Luqing grumbled. Well, what do you think, Ma? knowing we are of extreme nature. Will you still extend an invitation to us? Grandma Jean Feng inquired with a smile. I still hope you'll stay. Otherwise, that woman Chu Tong won't spare you. Neither Xia nor I can contend with her, Ma Xianhong replied respectfully. Indeed, a fine young man. You surpass the young Zhou by leagues. That fellow acts as if he is gravely ill. You should take him and that girl over there to see something worthwhile, Grandma Jean Feng remarked, scrutinizing the courteous Ma Xianhong while chastising Zhou Yu. I'm not boasting. I am the best doctor, Zhou Yu declared proudly, hands on hips. What on earth are you so proud of? The others commented, rolling their eyes at Zhou Yu's boastfulness. Wow, what a lively gathering. Just as they were chatting, a voice called from afar. They turned to see Guo Liang and two backpackers approaching on the path where Zhou Yu and the others had just returned. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Daosheng Zhuge Laodi. Welcome to Baiyu Village. Ma Xianhong greeted them as they drew near. Hey, long time no see, Wang. Zhou Yu exclaimed, excitedly waving at Wang Yi, who was among the newcomers. Goodness, you're here too. But what else with your outfit? Wang Yi teased, eyeing the numerous items Zhou Yu was carrying. Hey, I earned quite a bit at the Luotian Grand Ceremony, so I went shopping today. Zhou Yu replied with a grin. You must have made a fortune from that fake match. Wang Yi chuckled, scratching his head. What are you talking about? Who was faking? That was a despicable sneak attack by Bai Lian. Besides, the loser was the puppet immortal. Zhou Yu, what does that have to do with me? Zhou Yu shamelessly retorted. Bilian's misfortune is quite palpable. During his recent assistance in Beijing, all the extraordinary individuals seemed to call for his downfall. It is rumored that many have suffered ruin overnight due to him, particularly because of your employment of these extraordinary beings to confront me. Wang, with irritation, tugged at Zhou Yu's neck and grumbled. Old Wang, will you not introduce me? At that moment, Zhuge Qing smiled and interjected. Ah, this squinting fox is Zhuge Qing. And this lad is the renowned puppet master Zhou Yu from the grand ritual of Luotian. That gentleman is our host, village chief Ma. As for the others, Wang slapped his forehead in realization. Do not mind us two old fellows. We are merely here for a visit and to enjoy a few days as passers-by. Mei Jin Feng waved her hand dismissively. I am Chen Duo, and this is my uncle Liao. She gestured to herself and then to Liao Zhong. Shall we return and converse comfortably? My arms are growing weary from holding this, Zhou Yu remarked, raising his hand to remind everyone of the items he was carrying. My apologies for the oversight. Please allow me to escort you back to the village where I shall arrange accommodations for everyone, and we can converse leisurely. Village Chief Ma said apologetically. This evening, Fu Rong was exceptionally busy, with numerous guests arriving. She worked tirelessly to prepare a grand feast. So much so that even Zhou Yu, having already dined, shamelessly accompanied Chen Duo for a second meal. Weren't you informed by Grandma Jean Feng that you had already eaten before returning? Village Chief Ma remarked, eyeing Zhou Yu, who was indulging as if he had never feasted before. Is it not quite normal for practitioners like us to have hearty appetites? Zhou Yu replied, his mouth full. Old Wang, old Zhu, do not be shy. Eat up. Your lack of decorum is quite remarkable, Wang observed, watching Zhou Yu with disdain. My surname is Zhuge, not Zhu, Zhuge Qing corrected Zhou Yu. Oh. But old Zhuge lacks a certain elegance and is quite cumbersome to utter. However, if you insist, I can't comply, Zhou Yu retorted. Finish eating before you speak. Village Chief Ma playfully tapped Zhou Yu on the head. Ah, how harmonious you all are, Wang said with a wry smile. Haha. Who would have thought that the famed puppet master, revered as the grand master of puppetry and the miracle of eternity, is just a child? Those searching for you outside would surely be infuriated if they knew, Zhuge Qing chuckled. Ah, it is all mere reputation, built upon the support of my brothers. Who does not recognize the illustrious Zhuge Qing, the current foremost of the Zhuge clan, renowned as the rival of Zhuge? Zhou Yu proclaimed, mimicking a gesture from the water margin. Water margin? Chen Duo tilted her head, looking quizzically at Zhou Yu. Quite astute, Zhou Yu said, giving her a thumbs up. He found her witty retorts delightful, akin to having a pet, a different satisfaction from teasing Village Chief Ma, who could not provide the same sense of accomplishment. Your village truly nurtures remarkable talent, Zhuge Qing remarked with a smile directed at Village Chief Ma. Forgive my embarrassment, Village Chief Ma replied, his face flushed. Now that we have finished our meal, I wonder if Brother Zhou Yu would be interested in a friendly spar? I am quite intrigued by your puppetry techniques, considering our school, the Wuhou sect, has a profound interest in the divine arts, Zhuge Qing asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Here comes the Zhuge fox again. Wang shook his head in resignation. That may not be wise. I fear I might discourage you. Zhou feigned reluctance. Not at all. I have faced enough setbacks recently. One more will not make a difference. Zhuge Qing feigned nonchalance. How about you spar with old Ma first? His skills are nearly on par with mine. Making him a suitable second in the world, Zhou suggested, only to receive a swift thump on the head. Let us refrain. One setback is sufficient. No need to trouble village chief Ma further. Let it be brother Zhou, Zhuge Qing insisted, still smiling. Very well, let us step outside, Zhou shrugged, taking another sip of soup while reluctantly gazing at the table filled with food. After you. Zhuge Qing gestured theatrically, standing in the open space. Zhou sensed Zhuge Qing's smile was laced with ulterior motives. Indeed, those squinting eyes concealed a dark heart. Muttering to himself, Zhou prepared to unleash the 6 paths of pain, determined to put Zhuge Qing in his place. Well then, old Zhuge, let us begin, Zhou declared, returning the smile. Commence. Water bomb technique. Zhuge Qing's face twitched as he initiated his assault. With a flick of his wrist, a barrage of water droplets shot towards Zhou like pellets. Bang! The Azura path conjured a shield resembling a cast-iron pan to block the onslaught. After transforming his companions into puppet avatars, Zhou had equipped them with enhanced artifacts, fitting them seamlessly into the Azura path's arsenal. Water play? I can do that as well. The Azura path summoned several childlike barrels, beginning to rotate. Pew, pew, pew. Instantly, countless water projectiles were unleashed towards Zhuge Qing. Oh no! Earth River Car. Zhuge Qing quickly dodged, shifting his position to deploy the Earth River Car as a barrier against the incoming assault. Yet, the relentless water droplets continued to rain down, and soon the earthen wall crumbled. Earth Waterfall. Zhuge Qing, swiftly altering his position once more, conjured a flow of mud and debris to envelop the water droplets, absorbing them. Seeing this, Zhou commanded the Azura path to unleash even more mechanisms, launching the dragon children and steel balls towards Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing found himself overwhelmed, desperately evading the barrage, completely oblivious to the chi being constantly activated by the hungry ghost path and the beast path. Why? Why is this happening? Why? I was the one once held in such high regard. Zhuge Qing began to weep, his voice rising in anguish. I do not understand. Why? This is so distressing. He laughed and cried simultaneously, clearly succumbing to the effects. Alas, old Qing, you have grown careless, Wang remarked with a shake of his head. Meanwhile, Zhou had commanded the Azura path to cease its assault, channeling all his energy into the hungry ghost path. Its abilities could render an opponent weak, and Zhuge Qing's emotions were now fully manipulated by the beast path's 12 labors of emotion, leaving him defenseless. Why? I am worthless. I am indeed useless. Zhuge Qing knelt, beginning to repent. Chapter 76. Welcome to Bo Village indeed. Do Mei's abilities, combined with the 12 labors of emotion, could evoke a sense of repentance akin to the negative spirits of Princess Perona. Zhou, observing Zhuge Qing's contrition, pondered while controlling the 6 paths of pain to deliver a few playful blows. Old Zhuge, do not hold back. I understand. Let me witness the wondrous techniques of the Wuhou sect. Zhou encouraged, while the 6 paths of pain continued their playful assault. Coughing, village chief Ma, witnessing the relentless apologies from Zhuge Qing, gestured frantically for Zhou to halt, reminding him they were guests. Thus, Zhou, in a display of magnanimity, spared Zhuge Qing from further punishment. Curse it! What kind of absurd ability is this? After regaining consciousness, Zhuge Qing stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and vociferously berated Zhou. Although Zhou had engaged in some playful antics, he had not resorted to any serious harm, so Zhuge Qing emerged unscathed, albeit disheveled and with his reputation tarnished. Zhou had just discovered that Wang Yi was secretly filming, possibly capturing the entire debacle on video. I call this the ultimate, invincible, honest, and reliable confession combo. How's that? Isn't it cool? In response to Zhuge Qing's inquiry, Zhou confidently struck a pose reminiscent of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Please, refrain from using such a stance to utter childish attack names, Zhuge Qing retorted angrily. Is this a reference to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Chen Duo managed to recognize Zhou's movements. So, what does a young girl like you usually watch? Wang Yi teased Chen Duo. And why does your puppet's ability resemble that of the All-Soul 4 Rampage? He asked Zhou. What All-Soul 4 Rampage? I'm not familiar with it. Zhou instinctively denied Wang Yi's inquiry. You're practically inscribing their names onto your puppet, With Do Mei's innate abilities and Gao Ning's 12 labor array, Zhuge Qing remarked, exasperated by Zhou Yu's denial. What? Why should their names be inscribed on my puppet? Zhou Yu feigned indignation. Captain Jiao, you should let the kids watch a bit of television. There are too many references. Wang Yi patted Ma Xianhong on the shoulder. Ma Xianhong, witnessing Zhou Yu's theatrical antics, felt embarrassed and covered his face. Alas, it is truly a sorrow to exist in the same era as you peculiar beings. Zhuge Qing, uncharacteristically opening his eyes, scanned the group with a sigh. Hey, Qingzi, don't say that. I feel quite fortunate to be with you all. Zhou Yu smiled, retracting her pain's 6 paths. Old Qing, don't think too much. We are merely a tad fortunate. Wang Yi consoled Zhuge Qing. Rest assured, I am not as fragile as you think. I was merely reflecting, Zhuge Qing said, patting Wang Yi's hand resting on his shoulder. But just moments ago, you were lying on the ground, incessantly apologizing and claiming you did not deserve to walk alongside us. Chen Duo chimed in with a playful jab. I apologize. My dear Zhuge, this girl has been somewhat assimilated by that boy. Chen Duo said, I told you to stop following Zhou Yu's lead. It's late. You should return home and rest, or Uncle Liao will worry. Ma Xianhong covered Chen Duo's mouth. Soon, Chen Duo departed amidst Zhou Yu's reluctance and the relieved gazes of Ma Xianhong, Wang Yi, and Zhuge Qing. All right, village chief Ma. Why did you invite us from so far away? It can't simply be for a vacation, can it? Zhuge Qing inquired, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, village chief Ma, I must thank your people for their assistance. Otherwise, I would not have managed those troubles so easily, Wang Yi concurred. There's no need for thanks. Taoist Wang, we share some connections. The Feng Ho Chi Min you inherit is one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, and I am also an heir of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Specifically the divine machine refined. Hence, I am quite aware of the malevolent individuals who covet our secrets. My family was destroyed by such greedy fiends, and I was previously manipulated by them. Ma Xianhong lamented. So, I am pleased to assist you. Had I not regained my memory just the day before, I would have personally gone to Beijing to help you. My apologies. Oh, old Ma, there's no need for such humility. Guoliang and the others have already provided ample assistance. Besides, your troubles seem considerable, and my issues are manageable with company support, Wang Yi said, feigning ease as he casually draped his arm over Ma Xianhong's shoulder. In a matter of moments, they began to refer to each other as brothers, old Ma. Old Wang. Zhou Yu watched Wang Yi effortlessly connect with Ma Xianhong with envy, wishing she could converse with others in such a manner, lamenting her lack of height. Now, old Ma, please tell us why you summoned us. Wang Yi pressed once more. Old Wang. Zhuge, follow me. I shall take you to a particular place. Ma Xianhong stated without further pleasantries. Soon, Ma Xianhong and Zhou Yu led Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing to the refinement furnace. I initially invited you to assist me with this furnace, but it currently has a significant issue. Zhou Yu and I are still working on improvements, so I may need to trouble you to stay in the village a few more days, Ma Xianhong explained to Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing. What is the purpose of this furnace? Is it for forging weapons or concocting potions? Zhuge Qing inquired, scrutinizing the refinement furnace. It's for refining people. What? Zhou Yu feigned shock, startling both Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing. Sorry, this guy is just being mischievous. The refinement furnace, as the name suggests, is used for self-cultivation. It can aid extraordinary individuals in their training, and most importantly, it can transform ordinary people into extraordinary ones. Ma Xianhong lightly tapped Zhou Yu's head, proud of the explanation. Old Ma, that is quite a tall order to assist with, Wang Yi remarked, feeling a headache coming on. You needn't worry. I understand your concerns. I have no intention of forcing you. Zhou Yu and I are working on resolving the issues, and previously, I was under control and rather fixated. We plan to engage with the government to collaboratively develop the refinement furnace, Ma Xianhong reassured Wang Yi. At these words, Wang Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. You nearly frightened me. I thought you were planning a rebellion, he exclaimed, patting his chest. Actually, I could manage. Zhuge Qing interjected generously. Wang Yi then playfully smacked Zhuge Qing on the head to bring him back to reality. All right, my situation is somewhat complex. In summary, I initially invited you with the hope of completing the refinement furnace, but now I genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship with both of you, Ma Xianhong stated, linking arms with them. You've traveled all day. It's best to rest well now, and we can discuss further later. Ma Xianhong and Zhou Yu escorted the pair back, chatting as they walked. Before long, they arrived at their resting place, as there were still many vacant rooms in Bio village. By the way, welcome to Bio Village, Ma Xianhong said, turning back as he prepared to leave. Zhou Yu waved at Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing as they entered the room, preparing to head home. Come back here. Ma Xianhong seized Zhou Yu by the collar, lifting her. Hey, what are you doing? Choking me. I warn you to let go, or I'll scream. Zhou Yu threatened, her bravado wavering as she was hoisted. Come with me to see that core. Didn't you say it couldn't be used for the refinement furnace without modification? Today's the day, Ma Xianhong declared, dragging Zhou Yu back to the workshop. Seriously? It's late, and you still want me to work overtime. You capitalist pig. One day, I'll have you hanging from a streetlight. Zhou Yu exclaimed indignantly as Ma Xianhong finally released her. Although she scolded him verbally, Zhou Yu still approached the cultivation furnace to retrieve the core for further examination. Indeed, this entity was alive, almost akin to a new form of existence. The hole on your forehead was likely a remnant of its initial attempt to usurp your body or eliminate you. Zhou Yu dismantled the metallic exterior of the core, revealing the fleshy interior. Disgusted by the writhing, tumor-like mass of pink flesh, she summoned her puppet avatar, please do not die, to hold it. Yes, I remember now, she continued. Out of curiosity, I initially attempted to study this thing, but as soon as I enveloped it with qi, it attacked me. Later, Chu Tong intervened, but she erased my memories in the process. Ma Xianhong observed the grotesque mass in the puppet's grasp and spoke solemnly. I recall this thing was separated from that woman. Chu Tong. It was akin to childbirth, so what does that make it? A mere ball? Zhou Yu tilted her head, contemplating. Ma Xianhong remained silent, staring at her. I am serious. Although this entity has attained life, at its core, it is a creation of the duality hand, a synthesis of Chu Tong's flesh and a fragment of her soul, embodying the characteristics of womanhood. Crafted to minimize her own losses while producing a sphere capable of transformation. The core's primary function is to synergize with the divine mechanism to construct the cultivation furnace, allowing for an evolutionary effect through pairs. Essentially, the cultivation furnace treats humans as objects for refinement, necessitating a furnace master, and the capabilities of those being refined align with the master's strengths. It is a method of nurturing individuals through the master's qi to cultivate shared powers. However, humans are not mere objects. Their flesh is frail and cannot endure the alterations imposed by the divine mechanism. Thus, the duality hand can continuously heal those being refined, facilitating the transformation of ordinary individuals into extraordinary beings. Zhou Yu expounded on the cultivation furnace and the function of the grotesque mass, urging Ma Xianhong to dismiss his misguided compassion. But what was Chu Tong's intention behind this? Surely, she cannot be aiming for a world where everyone becomes a dragon. Just like your plan? If that were the case, she could have simply asked for my assistance instead of seeking total annihilation. Ma Xianhong laughed bitterly, a hint of despair in his voice. That scheming wretch cannot be compared to someone of my altruistic nature. Your mind has truly been muddled if you entertain such thoughts, Zhou Yu retorted with a cold laugh. I previously stated that this entity is alive and possesses a certain level of consciousness. If Chu Tong merely intended to ensure that no one perished during refinement, there would have been no need to grant it life. Her true motive is to control everyone transformed by the cultivation furnace. This thing has always lingered within those individuals, allowing Chu Tong to exert control over them. Zhou Yu bluntly shattered Ma Xianhong's illusions, just as she once controlled you. Oh, no, you are different. Old Ma, you are special. Due to your creator's traits, she could not entirely transform you into a mere puppet devoid of autonomy. You retain a degree of free will. When I went to retrieve Grandma Jean Fong, I encountered her followers, completely brainwashed and reduced to flesh puppets, following Chu Tong's commands without question. Their attacks were reckless, often resulting in self-destruction to drag others down with them. You are far better off than them. That woman is truly disgusting. To use the duality hand in such a manner is an affront to the art of puppetry. Zhou Yu expressed her outrage, patting the dazed Ma Xianhong. Rest assured, little you, I am fine. I simply cannot comprehend why ambition-driven individuals like Chu Tong can harm others so freely for their own ends. Ma Xianhong chuckled softly, ruffling Zhou Yu's hair. Why has this suddenly turned so profound? If I must explain, it is simply because they lack true benevolence. Human nature is inherently greedy. We perpetually seek more and better, yet to attain more, one must sacrifice. If one is unwilling to pay the cost, they impose it on others. After all, a dead friend is preferable to a living enemy. I perused history, and it appeared devoid of dates, each page scrawled with the characters for benevolence and righteousness. I couldn't sleep. So I scrutinized it all night, only to discern that the true narrative was filled with the words devouring humanity. Human nature has always been thus. All the evils of civilization stem from this. Zoyu shrugged, feigning profundity. Should the good perish? Are the virtuous meant to be oppressed? Ma Xianhong exclaimed, stirred by Zoyu's words. Old Ma, you are getting too worked up. Besides, are you seriously taking our conversation to heart? I'm just a child, after all. I know only to sleep when tired and eat when hungry. Life is merely about causing a ruckus. Zoyu rolled her eyes, exasperated. And what, dear little you, is your purpose? I initially intended to destroy the cultivation furnace, but you and Chiu dissuaded me. Chiu made me understand that he genuinely wishes to alter this world, striving for universal harmony and the transformation of all into extraordinary beings. However, if I insisted on destroying the furnace, he would support me. Yet you proposed improving the cultivation furnace, advocating for collaboration with the state to develop it, and suggested a plan to elevate everyone to extraordinary status, a matter that touches upon principles, and one misstep could lead to our demise. I understand you. Though you may be mischievous and harbor darker thoughts, even creating human puppets, yet your ambitions seem modest. You appear to seek enjoyment, respect for the elderly, and affection for friends. So why pursue such a path? Is it akin to Chu Tong's desire for control? Ma Xianhong inquired earnestly, gazing at Zoyu. Old Ma, I have said it. I am a person of great love. I genuinely recognize you in this nation. Though I may have many discomforts, I truly wish to contribute something meaningful. Chu Tong seeks to control all for her own ends, but I simply want to do something beneficial for everyone. If everyone cultivates qi, our nation's average lifespan will increase. Productivity will rise, and technology will advance. Our country will become the true leader of the world. What significance is there in Chu Tong's ambition to ascend using the collective as mere fuel? I do not desire to be the sole dragon, but to elevate the entire world to greatness. Chapter 78. Another night of overtime. I believe I grasp your intent. You still wish to stir up trouble, do you not? Ma Xianhong remarked, noticing Zoyu had somehow climbed onto the table. Old Ma, you have truly disappointed me. I have articulated such grand ideals, and yet you respond with this? You should be astonished. You should recognize my vision and passionately rally behind me, not question me so coldly. Zoyu proclaimed dramatically from her elevated position. Get down from the table, Ma Xianhong shouted, pulling Zoyu down forcefully. Very well. I merely feel that this world is too small, sufficient for only my own antics. Yet so many nations exist, each wary of one another, causing discord. Is this not a betrayal of the first emperor? Zoyu confessed her thoughts to Ma Xianhong under his scrutinizing gaze. Alas, even if we transform everyone into extraordinary beings, unification of the world remains impossible. Other nations possess their own extraordinary beings, and due to their unique circumstances, they have a greater number than we do, Ma Xianhong lamented, covering his face. In a capitalist nation, it is only natural that those in power have greater control over the extraordinary individuals than we do. And it is precisely this aspect that draws my admiration, remarked Zoyu with a nod. I knew it. You still believe that turning our own people into mere puppets is undesirable. There are only so many true believers, thus you have set your sights on foreigners. Ma Xianhong tugged at Zoyu's face, slightly annoyed. That is merely one reason. Furthermore, foreigners are also yearning for the salvation of red ideology. Their ordinary lives are fraught with hardship. We are here to liberate them, Zoyu stated, his voice slightly muffled as his face was pinched. It is futile. The fact remains that universal transformation into extraordinary beings cannot achieve global unity. Ma Xianhong shook his head, releasing Zoyu. That is why I say, old Ma. You are still trapped in outdated thinking. Who told you that universal transformation means everyone must cultivate energy to fight? That is simply impossible. You all still regard energy cultivation as mere personal valor, but the true terror of universal transformation lies in the explosive enhancement of fundamental attributes, Zoyu confidently asserted, rubbing his reddened face. Do you know, old Ma, why almost every nation is researching new energy? Because controlling energy equates to seizing the future. Yet, all researchers focus on controllable nuclear fusion or electrical energy. It's not to say that these are not good, but why abandon the closer option of energy cultivation, which is far superior? Look at your Hua and my puppets. They operate through our energy. The same energy that drives puppets can also power cars, rockets, and missiles. Moreover, the horror of energy cultivation is that it defies scientific explanation. It has no radiation, no pollution, is not easily harmful, is easy to control, store, and generate, and can transform decay into wonder. How much time and resources have nations invested in researching intelligent robots? Yet you accomplished the creation of a puppet far surpassing all market robots when you were just a child. All countries are studying drones, while my puppets can effortlessly outperform even those costing billions to create. And yet my latest mechanical puppet costs merely around 10,000. Research on mechs has not succeeded to this day, yet we have already conquered it. This is because we have resolved the energy source for powering mechs. We utilize energy cultivation instead of electrical energy. Look at my hidden backup energy sources, or rather, my army of puppets. One of them possesses the ability to accelerate plant growth, yet he uses it for combat? For heaven's sake, with such an ability, he should be farming. Given sufficient energy, one could achieve a harvest daily. There are countless examples like this: enchanted talismans, abilities that can control metals, and the mastery of object properties. What could these bring to daily life? Answer: an explosive increase in productivity. Using extraordinary beings for warfare? What a joke. We are no longer in the era of cold weapons. The integration of mysticism and science is the undeniable truth. Accomplishing universal transformation today means I can lead everyone to conquer the moon tomorrow. Zhou Yu's fervent speech successfully convinced Ma Xianhong, who was left feeling somewhat dazed. Then, let us first discuss how to tackle the core issue. Ma Xianhong, still reeling from the speech, decided to interrupt Zhou Yu's grand discourse and requested that he first resolve the core problem of the nurturing furnace. This is simple. First, eliminate Chu Tong's contingency plans with the dual perfection technique, making this core a singular entity. Then, periodically, I will have my puppet clone, please do not die, supply it with energy from the dual perfection technique. Zhou Yu cleared his throat and stated, "Good, I will leave this to you. Get the core sorted and also fix the nurturing furnace. I will return to rest now and check on you in the morning." With that, Ma Xianhong patted Zhou Yu's shoulder and quickly departed, leaving only Zhou Yu and the puppet clone, please do not die, staring at each other in the studio. Damn, that capitalist. Zhou Yu exclaimed angrily at the direction Ma Xianhong had left, reflecting on the empty room. Was my speech not good? There was no applause. Zhou Yu turned to the puppet clone, please do not die, and inquired. It was rather mediocre. Old Ma probably didn't quite grasp it, please do not die shrugged. Then why didn't you applaud? Zhou Yu questioned the puppet clone. Come on, I'm merely a puppet. Who do you think I should blame? Alright, it's all Danzo's fault. Zhou Yu pondered before replying. No way, this has crossed worlds, and what does Asuna Village's Danzo have to do with it? I believe it's all the fault of fate. Please do not die stated earnestly. That is not impossible. As long as I'm not the one at fault. That is good enough. Listen to the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Under Zhou Yu's control, the puppet clone, please do not die, began to clap fervently. Thus, in this self-encouraging atmosphere, Zhou Yu commenced his work. Alas, in this day and age, even dogs shake their heads in disapproval, and cattle and horses know when to rest. Yet here I am, forced to continue working alone. The puppet clone, please do not die, quietly remarked as he watched the industrious Zhou Yu, who has worked until dawn, who toils like a beast just for sustenance. Zhou Yu hummed an odd tune as he immersed himself in labor. Wait, Zhou Yu suddenly halted his work and stood up. How can I allow myself to work alone? I must summon the other puppet clones to join in. Zhou Yu exclaimed excitedly, slapping his forehead, and promptly summoned all the puppet clones. Wait, why are we here? The nurturing furnace only requires you, and please do not die. The puppet clone, Scorpion, complained. Now, you all go and bring out puppets Deidara and Kakazu. Zhou Yu instructed as he released Jiang Lu and the others, addressing the puppet clones. Thus, everyone began to busy themselves. It appeared that there were many hands at work, but in reality, those who understood knew better. Ma Xianhong, that was close. I thought he had realized. Chapter 79. The Temporary Workers Squad Brother Scorpion, let us rebel. I truly believe you can be the main body, exclaimed the freshly created puppet clone. Deidara, excitedly to the puppet clone, Scorpion. Humph, it seems that in this world, only money is unwavering. Even puppet clones can betray their own. The puppet clone, Kakuzu, remarked, observing Deidara's outburst. There's no need to play around so early in the morning. Scorpion asked Zhou Yu, who was busy directing the Pain 6 paths to repaint the nurturing furnace. New partners naturally deserve a proper introduction. Don't you agree, little Deidara? Zoyu said, not turning back as he looked at the newly painted nurturing furnace, now a vibrant pink. Absolutely, brother Scorpion. With little you around, am I not your favorite child? Deidara leaned against Scorpion's shoulder. Huh. Scorpion merely chuckled coldly without responding. All right, the job is complete. Let us head out, Zoyu joyfully exclaimed, eyeing the fully transformed pink nurturing furnace. Old Ma would probably kill you if he saw this, Scorpion remarked as they descended the mountain. Huh. To touch me? You must first ask my brothers behind me if they agree. Zoyu arrogantly pointed at the group of puppet clones behind him. Paint 6 paths. We have no objections. Deidara, let me be the leader, and I will assist you. Raiden Shogun, I am not your subordinate. Ace, you know I haven't been a big brother for a long time. Kakuzu, is there payment involved? Susanoo, I can at most help you collect the corpses. Scorpion, it seems I am powerless to assist. Rest assured, with me around, you shall not perish. Damn. Indeed, those who live by their wits lack loyalty. Zoyu scolded as he gazed at the numerous puppet avatars. Let's go. I am heading into the city for breakfast. Enraged and embarrassed, Zoyu retracted all his puppet avatars and decisively strode toward the village's outskirts. After an entire night, breakfast is a must. Besides, I haven't had breakfast since my arrival in this realm, and it is certainly not due to a fear of Ma Xianhong finding me. Zoyu muttered to himself as he walked. They say staying up late is detrimental to one's health, yet breakfast is beneficial. Does that mean if I have breakfast all night, I could achieve perpetual motion? As a thought struck him, he took out his phone and began to search online, remembering that this phone was purchased by Ma Xianhong. Meanwhile, in Boss Wan's establishment, Zhang Chulan and his companions were enjoying noodles while exchanging intelligence. I, along with Old Meng and Xiao have already visited the secluded location of Granny Jean Feng, as mentioned by Boss Wan. It has been destroyed, Xiao Zizai remarked. Bauer and I inquired thoroughly with Boss Wan. He only remembers that there were 3 individuals at that time. And Chen Duo was not the primary leader. That was a rather short individual. However, Boss Wan cannot recall the face of that person. Followed by Chen Duo and a middle-aged man wearing a cap. Zhang Chulan, slurping his noodles, added, cannot recall? Did they employ some means? Xiao Zizai pondered while enjoying his noodles. Haha, indeed, I have stumbled upon a fascinating group here. Wang Zhenxiu chuckled. I also consulted my informant that afternoon. Chen Duo and the others were spotted loitering around Water City ancient town, but he was noticed by them. Although he was unable to shake them off, he was constantly on guard, unable to see their faces clearly. The solitary drinker, Haiguan, spoke up. Ding dong. I have also examined the surrounding surveillance footage. None of the faces are clear, as they consciously evaded detection. However, it can be confirmed that 2 elderly individuals, a middle-aged man, and a short young man were with Chen Duo. These individuals are truly formidable. Zhang Chulan opened his phone to read a message from Gao Erzwang, lamenting. What should we do? The clues have all but vanished. Old Ming expressed his frustration. Ding dong. It is not entirely hopeless. They were last seen on Bus 3 on Xuanshui Street, heading towards Yidhua Avenue, so we can search in that direction. The east station of Lipanshui is also located there. I fear they may be taking the high-speed train to leave. Gao Erzwang shared his findings in the group chat. Damn. The area around Yidhua Avenue is predominantly schools, including the City Party School. Beyond the kindergarten specialized college lies the suburbs, which are vast. Without considering the east station of Lipanshui, how long will it take us to comb through everything? Zhang Chulan complained while studying the map. Indeed, just those few schools are enough to give us headaches. Not to mention the kindergarten specialized college, which is a girls' school. We only have Bauer as our sole female companion, and I cannot trust her to enter. Haiguan rubbed his temples in distress. No worries, Haiguan. I can go in as well. No one would suspect me in my current guise. Wang Zhenxiu winked with a smile. Allowing you to go would be the greatest calamity. Haiguan glared at Wang Zhenxiu. Zhang Chulan, someone is approaching. At that moment, Feng Baobao, who had been quietly eating, suddenly spoke to Zhang Chulan. Feng Baobao's abrupt and disjointed statement instantly captured everyone's attention. Balian, is that really you? Zoyu suddenly appeared behind Zhang Chulan, draping an arm over his shoulder and leaning in. How did this fellow approach without anyone noticing? The group looked at the suddenly appearing Zoyu in shock. At the same time, they instinctively began to encircle him. Hey, everyone. It's just an old acquaintance saying hello. Must it be so excessive? Zoyu hastily said as he faced the encroaching figures. Zoyu, you little rascal. What are you doing here? Zhang Chulan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. I just pulled an all-nighter to come here for breakfast. Their lamb noodles are quite good. Zhou mischievously raised his hand. Acquainted? Is he your friend? Xiao Zizai asked Zhang Chulan. Friend? More like an enemy. Zhang Chulan retorted, glaring at Zhou. Bai Lian, your statement lacks integrity. If it weren't for my role in the Luotian Grand Ceremony, would you have one so easily? Your current reputation is entirely derived from defeating me. Zhou protested. I should thank you, right? Now the entire realm of extraordinary beings has placed a bounty on my head, and you are indeed a contributor to that. Do you have any idea how many people wanted to take me down in Beijing? Zhang Chulan said darkly as he grabbed Zhou's shoulder. How can that be my fault? Your strength is simply insufficient. Tell me, aside from ambushing, what chances did you have of defeating me head-on? I was merely helping you. Look, although you lost your reputation, you won the competition, became the heir of the Heavenly Master, and earned a substantial sum of money. Don't think I don't know you wagered over 30,000 on your victory that day. Zhou declared with righteous indignation. Bauer, do you know this guy? Heguan asked Feng Baobao, who was still focused on her meal. He is the one who played puppeteer during the Luotian Grand Ceremony and had a match-fixing scheme with Zhang Chulan. Feng Baobao stated between bites. Puppet immortal? That can't be right. I remember the puppet immortal from the Luotian Grand Ceremony was a short-haired young man with red hair. Unlike this boy who resembles a quiet young lady. Wang Zhenqiu scrutinized Zhou. Chapter 80, huh? Liao Zhong is dead? That's him. The one with red hair is his puppet. He has always been hiding. Feng Baobao explained as she finished her noodles. Haha, now it makes sense. No wonder so many people have been searching for him without success. The puppet immortal seemed to have evaporated. No wonder I couldn't find any information about him in the company database. Wang Zhenqiu chuckled with excitement. Xiu'er, I recall we are not allowed to access company records casually. Right? Xiao Zizai adjusted his glasses. Hee, brother Xiao, if we aren't allowed, we can always find a way around it. That day, it wasn't my intention to look. It just so happened that the person in charge of the records had an urgent matter and insisted I watch the door. So I inadvertently glanced at some things. Wang Zhenqiu said proudly. Spare me, you definitely earned more than we did. On the other side, Zhang Chulan brushed Zhou's hand off his waist. Speaking of which, Bai Lian, you've been doing quite well lately. You've become more handsome. It seems we've been treating you well in Beijing. So, do you have any plans to entertain a lady? Zhou teased Zhang Chulan, rubbing his hands together. Damn, must you throw jabs at me at every turn? You have no idea what my situation is. But how did you know I went to Beijing to assist old Wang? Zhang Chulan retorted, exasperated. Old Wang is currently visiting our village. He informed us about the situation in Beijing, mentioning that many extraordinary beings have sought employment to deal with him due to bankruptcy. Your arrival drew all the firepower away. So how did it go? Did you avoid a beating? Zhou inquired with a gossiping expression. How dare you say that? No wonder you used puppets in the competition. It seems you had it all planned from the start. They couldn't find you, so all the hostility was directed solely at me. Zhang Chulan said menacingly. Well, let's not dwell on that. What brings you to Lepanshui? Another mission? Are those a few of your colleagues or friends? Zhao decisively changed the subject. Boss Wan. One serving of lamb noodles, large bowl with extra noodles and meat. Put it on this guy's tab. Zhao naturally gestured towards Chef Wan in the back kitchen while addressing Zhang Chulan. Wait, why should I pay for this? Zhang Chulan retorted, grabbing Zhao with irritation. Come on, I'm still a child. I'm only 15 this year, brother Chulan, Zhao said in an exaggerated tone. Instantly, everyone present, except Feng Baobao, shuddered. You're so disgusting, Zhang Chulan said, looking at Zhao in disbelief. You still haven't mentioned why you're here. Zhao casually sat beside Feng Baobao. Adults' matters are not for children to pry into, Zhang Chulan said, having paid for Zhao's meal. Ding dong. Everyone. This kid looks exactly like that short one who was with Chun Duo yesterday. A sophomore suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, all eyes were fixated on Zhao. Why are you all staring at me? Your WeChat notifications are going off. Zhao feigned confusion, realizing that the sophomore had likely recognized him. Zhao, right? Can I call you Xiaoyu? Old Ming cautiously asked Zhao. Of course. You are friends of Billion, so naturally, you are my friends as well. Besides, you are older than me, so it's perfectly fine for you to call me Xiaoyu. My friends all call me that. Zhao sweetly smiled. Did you come here to eat noodles yesterday as well? Old Ming continued to inquire. Yes, after eating. I also bought a bowl to visit an old lady I used to eat noodles with. By the way, are you all from the company? I need to tell you that Yaoxing society is problematic. Zhao Yu intentionally stated, sensing that the group was starting to doubt his motive for gathering information. What about Yaoxing society? He Guaner squinted, questioning him. Listen, yesterday when I visited the old lady, several people from Yaoxing society came to kidnap her. They were ruthless, using drugs and bombs. If my friend and I hadn't been there, the old lady would have been in grave danger. They even self-destructed after I subdued them. It blew the old lady's house to pieces and turned the forest into scorched earth. Zhao Yu gestured dramatically. The group nodded, confirming that Zhao Yu's account matched their findings from the previous night. We will investigate the Yaoxing society matter. However, was this girl with you yesterday? He Guaner nodded, pulling out a photo of Chen Duo to show Zhao Yu. Wow, who took this ID photo of Duo? It's so unflattering. Wait a moment. Let me take a couple of shots to show her when I get back. She should ask Uncle Liao how he managed that. As he spoke, Zhao Yu took out his phone to snap pictures. You really know Chen Duo. Please take me to find her. I'm begging you. Old Meng exclaimed, grabbing Zhao Yu. Calm down, Old Meng. Zhang Chulan pulled Old Meng back. Phew, I almost spilled my noodles. Zhao Yu sighed in relief, protecting his lamb noodles. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. But please tell me where Chen Duo is. She's in danger. I have so many questions for her. Old Meng apologized, having calmed down. No problem. Uncle, are you friends with Duo? I can sense you mean her no harm. Except for that handsome uncle with glasses, Zhao Yu said, pointing at Xiao Zizai. Haha. Brother Xiao has been seen through, Wang Junqiu teased, nudging Xiao Zizai. How rude. But after hearing Old Meng's story, I have no ill will. Xiao Zizai adjusted his glasses and looked at Zhao Yu. Yes. Just a simple desire to eliminate her. Zhao Yu thought to himself, mocking. Xiao Yu, do you know what kind of person Chen Duo is and what she has done? Being friends with her is perilous, Zhang Chulan said earnestly. Duo, well? She's a bit unfortunate, somewhat naive, loves watching anime and various films, prefers to make her own choices, is a bit stubborn, enjoys making friends, and plays games like Defend the Carrot. While being a beautiful girl who loves to complain, Zhao Yu reflected thoughtfully. No, she is a ticking time bomb. She is a traitor to the company. She is a sorceress without a moral compass. She killed Liao Zhong, who treated her like a daughter. Zhang Chulan articulated each word sharply. No, Chen Duo isn't like that. She must have been forced. There must be some misunderstanding. The company didn't find Liao Zhong's body at the scene, right? There has to be a misunderstanding. Before Zhao Yu could respond, Old Meng began to explain excitedly. Old Meng, don't be naive. You know Chen Duo best. During the communication, the board found that Chen Duo personally planted the original curse on Liao Zhong. After Liao Zhong was affected, he bled and destroyed the communicator to protect Chen Duo. All of this was recorded. You heard the recording. You should know that no one can save him from the original curse. Liao Zhong's body must have been taken by Chen Duo, which is why it wasn't found at the scene, He Guaner said coldly to Old Meng. Huh, Uncle Liao is dead. Then I must have seen a ghost yesterday. Chapter 81 exactly. That's how it is. Zhao Yu's words instantly stunned everyone present. Xiao Yu, what do you mean? Old Meng asked, trembling. Who told you that Uncle Liao is dead? I was shopping with Chen Duo and Uncle Liao yesterday. Surely we can't have seen a ghost, right? Zhao Yu feigned confusion. Are you saying Uncle Liao is Liao Zhong? The one in charge of Nandu, right? Old Meng pressed on. Whether he is in charge of Nandu, I don't know, but Uncle Liao's name is Liao Zhong, the one with the fierce-looking face, a scar, and 2 gold teeth. Zhao Yu gestured. That's right. That's definitely Liao Zhong. I knew he wasn't dead. I knew Chen Duo wouldn't kill him. Ha! Old Meng exclaimed joyfully. So it's all a misunderstanding? What is going on? Zhang Chulan scratched his head in confusion. Damn it. If this is all just a misunderstanding that exposed Bao Bao, that would be too ridiculous. Zhang Chulan smiled on the surface while cursing inwardly. Wait, I think I understand now. You didn't come to find Chen Duo. You came to stir up trouble. Zhao Yu, having shared most of the information, pretended to realize as he guarded his large bowl of lamb noodles. Impossible. That recording clearly indicates that Liao Zhong was indeed affected by Chen Duo's original curse. He even began to confess before destroying the communicator. There's no way he could still be alive. Little kid, lying will earn you 1,000 needles. He Guaner glared at Zhao Yu menacingly. Hey, uncle, don't treat me like a child to scare me. I'm not joking. Controlling poison isn't difficult for me. I can handle it easily. Zhao Yu retorted, moving to sit at a nearby table with his noodles. Xiao Yu, did you turn Liao Zhong into a puppet? Zhang Chulan asked, aware of Zhao Yu's abilities. Eternal puppets? Do they really exist? Billion, have you seen one? Wang Jinxiu, curious and excited, approached Zhang Chulan and inquired eagerly. That was the old me. The current me has at least 3 methods to cure individuals like Tian Lao, Liao Dezhu, and Shin Duo. 3. Zhou proclaimed proudly, striking a confident pose. Could you kindly elaborate on what you know? Xiao Zizai asked with a gentle tone, observing Zhou. No. You are the nefarious members of the board. I shall not disclose that Shin Duo is right here in our Bayou village. Zhou mischievously retorted. Is this child truly naive or merely pretending? He Guaner pondered. Gazing at Zhou, a kindred spirit, Wang Jinxiu assessed Zhou, confirming that he too was a lover of amusement. Is he of the same ilk as Chiao? How intriguing. Perhaps I shall have Lao Do find me several prey of this sort next time. Xiao Zizai, glancing at Zhou perched on a chair, cast a sidelong look at Wang Jinxiu, contemplating. No. We are not villains. Since Liao Zhong is not deceased, Chen Duo must be unharmed. Please guide us to see them. Lao Ming hastily clarified. Is there truly an honest person among us? This was the unspoken sentiment of all present as they regarded Lao Ming. Very well, once I finish my meal, I shall take you to our village and share the events of that night when I met Chen Duo, Zhou stated, no longer teasing them. As he descended from the chair. Soon, Zhou had everything in order and transformed into a guide, leading the group to Bayou Village. Meanwhile, within Bayou Village, Ma Xianhong was escorting everyone to the studio to witness Zhou and the newly refined cultivation furnace. After all, this was the foundation of the newly established sect of the teachings, and it was only natural to showcase it to instill confidence among the people. Xiaoyu, we have come to see you, and we brought breakfast. Ma Xianhong called as he opened the door. Haha, perhaps he is still asleep after yesterday's long hours. Ma Xianhong chuckled awkwardly, noticing the silence within the studio. Lao Ma, I remember that this thing didn't look quite like this yesterday. Wang Yi scratched his head and inquired. The other villagers of Bayou Village were aware of the true creator of this piece, thus remained silent, retreating slightly to cover their ears. Fu Rong kindly reminded Zhuge Qing and Wang Yi to do the same. Xiaoyu, my furnace. Ma Xianhong gazed in despair at the pink, Hello Kitty sticker-adorned cultivation furnace, eventually shouting in anguish. So, according to your account, the board members were befuddled, resulting in this mishap? On the other side, He Guaner summarized after hearing Zhou's embellished narrative, ruffling his already disheveled hair. Precisely, that is the case. Zhou nodded confidently. Are you suggesting that you encountered Chen Duo, who you believed you could cure, and then took her away? And before the surgery, she requested to meet her family, leading you to accompany her to see Liao Zhong, who was under surveillance by the board due to Chen Duo's disappearance. Both were overwhelmed with emotions, resulting in a complete miscommunication. Chen Duo expressed a desire to leave, while Liao Zhong insisted on returning home to discuss matters slowly. Chen Duo mistakenly thought Liao Zhong did not wish for her recovery, while Liao Zhong assumed Chen Duo was being manipulated and wanted to defect. Consequently, the board deemed Chen Duo uncontrollable and ordered Liao Zhong to eliminate her. Liao Zhong, compelled to act, attempted to subdue Chen Duo to bring her back. But she believed both the board and Liao Zhong wished for her demise. Seeing Liao Zhong's predicament, she inflicted original poison upon him, forcing him to act against her to detoxify. In the end, Liao Zhong could not bring himself to harm her and resolved to sacrifice himself to ensure her escape, destroying the communication device and the control switch for her collar, only to discover the board had retained the switch and activated it. Thus, in that final tragic moment, did your heroic figure, the harbinger of love and hope, the guardian of world peace, intervene to prevent this calamity? Zhang Chulan recounted Zhou's description, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed, that is precisely it. Am I not magnificent? Zhou exclaimed, striking a grandiose pose before the group. Bravo! Truly the harbinger of love and hope, the guardian of world peace. Wang Jinxiu exaggeratedly applauded in admiration. Observing Wang Jinxiu's applause, Feng Baobao joined in, and soon, the earnest Lao Meng began clapping as well. Even Xiao Zizai chuckled, turning to Zhou to join in the applause. What are you all doing? This little brat is spinning quite the tale, He Guaner remarked, exasperated by their enthusiasm. Nevertheless, I find it plausible. Xiao Yu's story aligns with my impressions of those antiquated board members, and he is too charming to be lying. Wang Jinxiu chuckled. I too believe it is likely. Neither Liao Zhong nor Chen Duo are particularly adept at expressing themselves, Lao Ming concurred. It matters not. We shall soon see Liao Zhong and can inquire further. The young brother is merely guiding us and providing support. Xiao Zizai shrugged. He has not lied. Feng Baobao stated candidly. Chapter 82. Zouyu. Prepare to meet your fate. You have discerning eyes. Zouyu affirmed to the four who had just applauded. The situation sounded implausible. With the existence of potentially lethal artifacts, how could Zouyu possibly have arrived in time to save Chinduo? Furthermore, how could the board be so foolish as to simultaneously pressure Liao Zhong and Chinduo to their demise? Yet, the most familiar with Chinduo, Lao Meng, considered it a possibility, and Lao Xiao had a point. Soon they would meet Chinduo, so why would Zouyu fabricate such an obvious lie? Could it be that the events truly unfolded as described, albeit with Zouyu embellishing his role? If so, then Sister Bao had indeed suffered a significant loss this time. Zhang Chulan observed Zouyu interacting harmoniously with the group, his thoughts spiraling wildly. Lian, do not overthink. Regardless of the outcome, it is not our decision. I merely need to relay the information back, and those above will handle the complications. Wang Zhenxiu teased as he patted the pensive Zhang Chulan. Damn, everyone is so astute. Truly, there isn't a single dim bulb among this lot. Zhang Chulan thought to himself, unable to suppress his irritation at being seen through. All right, we have arrived at Bayou Village. Please follow us, they announced as they traversed the path. Finally reaching the entrance of Bayou Village, where a multitude had gathered, engaging in conversation, exercising, and competing, with some even placing bets on the matches. Master Zouyu. Quickly, restrain him. Someone, spotting Zouyu, shouted after a moment of astonishment. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned towards Zouyu and rushed towards him in a frenzy. What the? Zouyu exclaimed as he was seized by the crowd and forcibly pinned to the ground. Quickly, alert the village chief. We have captured Master Zouyu at the village entrance. The individuals holding Zouyu shouted to the others. Oh no. I forgot I was out here doing something wrong to escape. Baoer, Lian, Xiu'er, Xiaogu, hey Daxu, Uncle Meng, come save me. Zouyu, overwhelmed by the crowd, suddenly recalled the good deed he had performed that morning. He had initially intended to enjoy himself until evening, then return home with a pitiful excuse to gloss over the matter. However, having encountered Zhang Chulan and his friends in high spirits, he had completely forgotten. Now, after merely stepping out for breakfast, he was certain that Ma Xianhong was still searching for him throughout the village. Thus, Zouyu, with a forlorn expression, turned to the temporary workers for assistance. Haha, little you, it seems you are quite popular. Wang Zhenxiu teased as he leaned over and pinched Zouyu's face. Zouyu, you little rascal, look at you now. Haha, Sister Baoer, quickly take a picture for fourth brother and third brother. Hurry. Zouyu posed with a peace sign. Zhang Chulan, pulling Feng Baoer along, took out his phone, grinning mischievously as he snapped photos of Zouyu. Billion, I warn you to turn off the flash. That angle with the bright flash will make me look terrible. Let Sister Baoer take the pictures. She knows how to find the right angles. Zouyu shouted at Zhang Chulan. Who cares about that? Sister Baoer, why are you making him look so good? Take ugly pictures, do you understand? And you? Xiu'er, why are you joining in? Zhang Chulan exclaimed, exasperated by the antics of the overly enthusiastic Wang Zhenxiu and the professional Feng Baoer. What on earth is going on with you two? This mission is utterly absurd. Heguang commented, rolling his eyes at the chaotic scene. Nevertheless, this atmosphere is quite delightful. Xiaozi remarked, adjusting his glasses as he spoke to Heguang. Ladies and gentlemen, although I am unaware of what little you has done, he is still a child. Perhaps we should let him get up, the honest old Meng suggested to the group. Uncle, you truly are a good person, Zouyu exclaimed, naturally extricating his hand from the crowd to give old Meng a thumbs up. Uncle, you have no idea of the trouble little you has caused. He smashed the master's stove, and then he fled the scene. Originally, he planned to return after the master had calmed down, but the master is still searching for him. Fuming, he brazenly strolled back through the village entrance. A villager explained, well, is it really necessary to hold him down? Old Meng scratched his head awkwardly. Hey uncle, rest assured. Can't you see that Master Zouyu is full of energy? He is fine. But if we let him up, he will undoubtedly run away, and we won't be able to stop him, a villager who was pinning Zouyu down remarked. All right, old Meng, don't worry. Can't you see our puppet master and these ordinary folks are just having fun? Even if the puppet master himself were weak, he wouldn't be able to be held down by ordinary people. Come on, little you, smile for the camera. Wang Zhenxiu said, taking selfies with Zouyu while addressing old Meng. Wow, Xiu'er, your photography skills are impressive. I'll come to you for photos in the future. Zhou commented happily as he observed Wang Jinxiu's photography prowess. Of course, Sister Bauer, you are quite professional as well, Zhou praised Feng Bauer, who was watching intently from the side. Hearing this, Feng Bauer flashed a clever smile, nodding at Zhou's discernment. Who would have thought you were so equitable? Complimenting everyone. A cold voice interrupted from behind Zhou. Just a casual remark. Wait, ISNT that Ma Xianhong. Zhou instinctively responded, but realized the voice unmistakably belonged to Ma Xianhong. Master, you're here. Village Chief. We have captured Master Zhou. A villager's words shattered Zhou's fleeting hope. Zhou, prepare to face your demise. Bang. Ma Xianhong's righteous fist landed heavily on Zhou's head. So many stars. Zhou, dazed and seeing stars, looked around at the golden orbs swirling around his head. After Ma Xianhong vented his frustration with a punch, the crowd dispersed, helping Zhou to his feet while shielding him in the center to prevent another blow from Ma Xianhong. In truth, everyone was quite fond of Zhou. It was just that he had embarrassed the master in front of the entire village, and unfortunately, the item that caused his humiliation could not be dismantled, leaving Zhou to bear the brunt of Ma Xianhong's ire. However, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Zhou deserved the beating, but one punch was sufficient to relieve Ma Xianhong's anger. Any more would be excessive. Humph. Ma Xianhong huffed in displeasure, observing the crowd encircling Zhou, who was smiling at him, and the mischievous faces Zhou was making at him from the center. Long time no see, Zhang Chulan. Ma Xianhong turned away, adjusting his mood as he addressed Zhang Chulan. Hee, old Ma, I never expected you to have such a significant enterprise. Village Chief, we have come to visit and see friends, Zhang Chulan replied with a cheerful grin. Is this the opportunity little you mentioned? Ma Xianhong scrutinized the temporary workers without responding. Recalling when he once asked Zhou when he would connect with the company, he had said that opportunity would soon present itself. Hey old Ma, please don't say anything unwelcome. These folks behind me are quite eccentric, Zhang Chulan remarked when Ma Xianhong fell silent. I never said that. You are welcome to visit Bo Village, Ma Xianhong finally responded, snapping back to the conversation. That's excellent news, Zhang Chulan beamed. Under Ma Xianhong's guidance, Zhang Chulan and his companions settled in, and taking advantage of the moment, Zhou slipped away unnoticed. Once Ma Xianhong left to pursue Zhou, Zhang Chulan and the others resumed their search for Chen Duo and Liao Zhong within the village. Oh, you are looking for Master Chen Duo? Her home is on the other side of the back mountain. The village chief mentioned that her techniques are unique and advised us not to disturb her. So I want to lead you there. Just follow the path toward that mountain, and you will find it. A helpful villager pointed toward the back mountain. Since Ma Xianhong and the others had not said anything, the villagers naturally assumed that Zhang Chulan and his companions were here to join the new sect and readily directed them to Chen Duo's residence. Following the villagers' directions, Zhang Chulan and his group soon arrived at the small courtyard of Chen Duo, located near the woods at the base of the back mountain. From a distance, they spotted Liao Zhong watering flowers in the courtyard. Old Liao, you are indeed alive, Old Meng exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he called out. Huh, Old Meng. Liao Zhong looked up in surprise to see Old Meng and Zhang Chulan's group. Apologies for interrupting your reunion, but Liao Zhong, we have much to discuss with you. Can you please tell us if you two have betrayed the company? He Guang interjected, interrupting the nostalgic moment. What? Are you here to interrogate me? Liao Zhong replied, annoyed at the interruption. Let's keep things civil, old Liao. To put it plainly, your next words will determine our attitude toward you and Chen Duo. So please tell us about that day. Xiao Zi stepped forward. Liao Zhong scrutinized the group, quickly deducing their identities. The company is quite bold to send a bunch of oddballs to deal with us. Come in, he said, turning off the water and discarding the hose. As he opened the door, he gestured for the others to follow. Upon entering, Zhang Chulan and his companions began to survey the cozy interior of the house, where they also discovered an entrance to a basement. But they did not see Chen Duo inside. Do not continue searching, Xiao Duo is not at home. That little rascal Zhou has caused trouble again this morning, and everyone has gone to find him. Xiao Duo and Fu Rong have gone to the riverbank, but given their relationship with Zhou, they are likely just playing around. Otherwise, they would have returned by now. Liao Zhong, smoking a cigarette and observing everyone inspecting the basement, finally spoke up, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. He remained silent, and Zhang Chulan, along with the others, pushed Old Meng forward to inquire. Old Liao, what on earth happened that day? Why did you not return to the company? Not even a word of contact? Old Meng, reluctantly pushed out, asked, "Damn it, how dare the board members ask me why? They nearly killed Chen Duo." Liao Zhong slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. "Is it true what Zhou Yu said? This is outrageous. The board cannot be so reckless. Zhou Yu must have embellished the story, considering his penchant for exaggeration." Zhang Chulan pondered. "And they question why I didn't contact the company? I nearly lost my life. Do you have any idea how close I came to death? I was almost killed by Xiao Duo over a mere misunderstanding. If it weren't for that little brat Zhou Yu, I would truly be dead. How could I contact anyone when I am still his captive?" Liao Zhong lamented. "Old Liao, your frustrations are evident. If you truly wished to contact the company, opportunities were certainly available," He Guan remarked. "Given the gravity of life and death, your anger is understandable, but kindly recount the events of that day from your perspective," Xiao Zizai suggested. That day Liao Zhong, though somewhat displeased, understood the company's protocols. They were merely fulfilling their duties. With a huff, he began narrating the sequence of events. "So, the collar on Chinduo was initially damaged by Ma Xianhong, and it was not Zhou Yu who saved Chinduo. It was he who saved you?" After Liao Zhong's retelling, Zhang Chulan inquired. "One could say that, but at that time, Xiao Duo was unaware that the collar had already been compromised by Ma Xianhong. She truly approached me with the resolve to face death, yet Liao Zhong covered his face in anguish, choking on his words. "It turned out that what Chinduo desired was so simple, yet we had continually failed her." Old Meng, moved by the narrative, began to weep as well. "A choice, perhaps? By the way, Uncle Liao, your defeat is indeed quite unjust," Wang Jinxiu teased, tilting his head at Liao Zhong. "It is not merely a choice. It is a matter of respect and acknowledgement. Old Liao and Old Meng, you still perceive Chen Duo as that young child from the past, yet unbeknownst to you, she has quietly matured into an adult, which is why such a tragedy nearly occurred," Zhang Chulan concluded. "The board has indeed handled this matter poorly, failing to consider your and Chen Duo's feelings," He Guan added. "In their eyes, Chen Duo is merely a useful pawn, thus they see no need for concern." Feng Baobao nonchalantly remarked, swinging her legs as she spoke. "Baobao, silence." Zhang Chulan swiftly covered Feng Baobao's mouth. Her words cast a pall of silence over the gathering. "Indeed, Sister Bauer speaks the truth. This trip has already incurred great losses, yet the board's attitude towards Chen Duo leaves much to be desired. Though they have only interacted for 2 days, each of these monsters is undoubtedly formidable. As temporary workers alongside Chen Duo, you must empathize. If Sister Bauer is exposed in the future, it is likely these individuals who will confront her. Only by making them realize you are of the same kind will they potentially show leniency," Zhang Chulan calculated internally, despite outwardly chastising Feng Baobao. "Haha, please do not mind it. Baobao often speaks without thinking," Zhang Chulan chuckled awkwardly. "Does she even possess such a thing?" He Guan retorted. Let go. I am quite clever." Zhang Chulan, "Release me." Feng Baobao struggled, her words incoherent. "Well, we have inquired about nearly everything, so I shall take my leave to report," He Guan stated, preparing to depart. "Wait," Liao Zhong suddenly called out. "What is it? Do you have further instructions?" He Guan asked, puzzled. "There is one more matter regarding Bio Village that you may need to address together." Liao Zhong hesitated before continuing. "What matter?" Yet Liao Zhong remained reluctant to speak. And after a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to say, "Do you know why Zhou Yu is being hunted by the entire village today? Because this morning he tampered with something of utmost importance to the organization known as the New Jiejiao in this village. That item is called the Refinement Furnace." Chapter 84. The Destruction of Bio Village. After parting ways with Liao Zhong, Zhang Chulan, and the others hurried to report back to their respective supervisors. "Zhang Chulan, the matters you reported have been uploaded. The board's handling of Chen Duo's situation was indeed improper. Director Zhao has communicated the same to us. If possible, discuss it with Liao Zhong. The company still hopes he will return to continue as the head of South China," Su Si said over the phone, cigarette in hand. "What instructions do you have concerning Bio Village?" Zhang Chulan asked, stepping outside to light a cigarette. "Listen closely, Zhang Chulan. The company has classified the New Jiejiao as a cult. Your mission has changed. The new objective is to utterly destroy Bio Village. Do not engage with ordinary villagers. Prioritize capturing Ma Xianhong and others. If you encounter resistance, do not hesitate to act," Su Si instructed sternly. Simultaneously, other temporary workers received similar orders. At that moment, A flying insect darted past Zhang Chulan. What did I tell you? Without Feng Baobao beside Zhang Chulan, he is a glaring weakness. Thankfully, I had Sister Rome take food to distract her. Otherwise, we would have had difficulty monitoring Zhang Chulan. Zhou, sporting a bandaged head and a red monocle, boasted to Ma Xianhong as they reviewed the footage. Little you, I fail to understand why we must engage them. You must have noticed that this group is not to be trifled with, Ma Xianhong remarked, his expression darkening upon hearing the company's decision. How should I put it? If we wish to collaborate with the state, we must demonstrate a certain level of strength. Otherwise, it would not be collaboration, but rather our subjugation. We need not be excessively powerful, yet we must be able to stand on equal footing with the company. Additionally, you must understand that our partner is the state, not the company. In essence, the company is merely an institution managing the supernatural, a compromise born from the supernatural world, designed to appease the state. In front of the state, the company holds little prestige. At best, it is a state-owned enterprise, not a relevant department. Our goal is to attract the state's attention and, through the company, establish ourselves as a relevant department that has yet to be formed. Moreover, it is crucial to recognize that there is an inherent conflict between us and the company. The company's current status arises from its role as a conduit between the supernatural world and the state. However, once our refinement furnace is completed and the nation undergoes universal supernatural transformation, the company's existence will become superfluous. At that point, the company will truly be relegated to a mere delivery service. Thus, our refinement furnace directly opposes the interests of the company's management. Do you think they are unaware of the benefits the refinement furnace could bring? To safeguard their own interests, they must destroy Bio Village. Only in this manner can they safeguard their status, even if the refining furnace must be known to the leaders of the upper echelons. It must be proposed by their company, not by us. This is why we must prioritize capture. However, if we cannot be controlled, we can only face annihilation. Zhou rose and gazed into the distance, explaining to Ma Xianhong, is power truly that significant? We are meant to accomplish something far greater. Ma Xianhong followed Zhou's gaze and asked, who knows? But the company is indeed concerned that we might incite chaos. If we were to act with improper intentions like Chu Tong, it would be tantamount to rebellion, and the state would undoubtedly retaliate with missiles, burying us beneath their wrath. For the realm of the extraordinary, that would be a true dead end. Currently, aside from the Grand Master, no one can withstand missiles. Even our completed armor could only endure a single onslaught. Zhou thought of this and felt an increasing dread of the Grand Master, if even he could not ascend. To what extent must one reach? Speaking of which, there is another crucial reason for our collaboration with the state. At this point, Zhou recalled something and turned back to Ma Xianhong. What reason? Ma Xianhong asked with a strange, melancholic look. We are out of money, old Ma. Ever since you fell out with Chu Tong, she has frozen your card. The reason our armor is yet to be completed is due to a lack of materials. Zhou exclaimed passionately. I can't help that. My funds are all tied up in that card. Even the winnings from the last grand event are there. The village's funds were also advanced by Chiao. Ma Xianhong awkwardly scratched his head. It's all your fault. After recovering your memory, why didn't you think to transfer the money immediately? Now look, you've let that Chu Tong benefit. Zhou scolded Ma Xianhong. Come on, didn't you forget to? I recall your card was also issued by Chu Tong, and ISNT it frozen too. Ma Xianhong replied, speechless. Alas, my money. That's $1 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Zhou lamented, tears streaming down his face in anguish. Sigh, I hadn't realized how costly refining would be. Truly, a single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Ma Xianhong reflected with a sigh. Once, I was the pampered pretty boy you supported. Just a few days later, you have also become a kept man by Chiao. Zhou remarked wistfully at Ma Xianhong. Who has sold? Ma Xianhong retorted, annoyed. Why not let the followers donate? It could be treated as a collection, Zhou suggested foolishly. No way. What would we become? Wouldn't that compel them to purchase their future? Moreover, we can't manage that. Universal transformation is inevitable. We can't charge now and then offer it for free later. That would surely lead to trouble. Ma Xianhong lightly tapped Zhou's head. What would we become? A trade? Zhou instinctively replied. Let us go. They must be planning their moves for a while now. We should find Old Wang. Zhuge Qing has already agreed to join Bio Village, but Old Wang seems hesitant. Ma Xianhong said, choosing to ignore Zhou as he turned to leave. Haven't you given them the divine machine refinement? Why hasn't your heartfelt sincerity managed to persuade Old Wang? Zhou caught up with Ma Xianhong, inquiring. Zhuge Qing has accepted, but Wang still appears to have some reservations. So next, I'll go with Zhuge Qing to treat Zhao Nian, and you need to persuade Wang. Ma Xianhong pointed at Zhou. Me? Zhou gasped, pointing at himself in disbelief. Yes, you. You have no shame, whether you annoy him or beg him. This task is yours, Ma Xianhong said, patting Zhou with trust. Chapter 85. Could it be shrinking? For heaven's sake, my dear you. Have you misaligned your priorities these past 5 days? Why do you keep circling around me? How did you find me here? Wang Yi languidly lay on a tree, mocking Zhou, who floated nearby on a cloud of iron sand. There's no choice. Old Ma set a target for me to secure you. Old Wang, why not feign compliance with Old Ma, accept the divine machine refinement, and then contribute minimally? This way, we both can enjoy some leisure, Zhou replied, reclining on the iron sand cloud, donning sunglasses while gazing at the sky. Come on. That fool Zhuge Qing has already joined you, hasn't he? Isn't he busy with Old Ma working on that furnace this week? Why must I join? Wang Yi sat up, visibly irritated. Perhaps Old Ma simply prefers you? Zhuge Qing might just be your substitute. Or maybe Old Ma has a hoarding tendency. Regardless, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't join, I'll stick by you, Zhou said, taking a bite of a watermelon. Do you all realize the magnitude of what you're planning? This is akin to exterminating families in ancient times. Wang Yi snatched the watermelon from Zhou and took a fierce bite. But this isn't ancient times. Besides, we aren't staging a rebellion. We merely wish to supplant the company's position, Zhou said, resuming his watermelon feast. That is already enough. The company and the 10 elders will never consent to this. Challenging them is a grave offense. Little you, truly, abandon this. It will lead to countless deaths. Wang Yi implored, observing Zhou's nonchalance. Who says the 10 elders wouldn't agree? The Grand Master is certainly on my side, so long as he consents. The others are inconsequential. And Old Wang, you must recognize that the benefits of universal transformation far outweigh the drawbacks, most of which can indeed be resolved, Zhou asserted, removing his sunglasses to meet Wang Yi's gaze. Yet once we initiate universal transformation, even if you resolve domestic issues, what of the foreign troubles? They will surely attempt to thwart us, Wang Yi continued. That would be even better. I worry they won't come. Zhou's enthusiasm surged upon hearing Wang Yi's words. Ah, you truly revel in chaos. Wang Yi sighed, collapsing back down, defeated. Old Wang, you acknowledge the troubles we face, so help us out. I recall your words during the grand event with Zhuge Qing. If sorcerers adapt to circumstances, Zhuge Wuhou wouldn't have emerged. Now, it's your time to step forth, Zhou urged Wang Yi. Oh, thank you for comparing me to Zhuge Wuhou. Wang Yi chuckled softly, exuding a sense of helplessness. Of course, you are genuinely a wonderful person, kind-hearted, considerate, and equally concerned for the nation and its people. Moreover, you are a sorcerer, handsome, and a wealthy heir. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou began counting off his praises on his fingers. All right, don't flatter me any longer. I'll join. Wang Yi, finally relenting, waved his hand as he succumbed to Zhou's enthusiasm. Let me finish. Although I've joined Bio Village, let us leave the divine machine refinement aside. Also, don't expect me to tackle any other matters. I'll only deal with those who come to create trouble. Wang Yi gazed at Zhou, who was frolicking on the iron sand cloud, and quickly pressed him down, saying, No problem. You can do as you wish. I am merely responsible for facilitating your entry. As for everything else, it is beyond my concern. That is Old Ma's affair. All right, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Old Wang. With that, Zhou left the remaining watermelon for Wang Yi and gracefully soared away on the iron sand cloud. What kind of person is this? Wang Yi remarked, watching Zhou depart, before picking up the watermelon and taking a bite. Bang. Old Ma, how are things going with Qingzai? Just so you know, I've sorted things out for you. Zhou kicked open the door to Ma Xianhong's studio, shouting loudly. I've told you countless times. The door is meant to be pushed, not kicked. Ma Xianhong reprimanded as Zhou stepped inside. It seems that after 5 days of your incessant disturbances, Old Wang has reached his limit. Great job, little you. My mood for working overtime has improved significantly. Zhuge Qing remarked with a squint and a smile as he watched Zhou enter. Of course, these past few days, I have been sticking close to Old Wang. Yesterday, he slipped away into the woods under the pretense of using the restroom. I started chasing him since yesterday, and only today did I find him over on the back mountain. After a heartfelt and diligent conversation, I finally moved him emotionally and logically. successfully bringing him under my influence. Zhou naturally stood on the table, commencing his embellishments. Get down, Ma Xianhong commanded, using a massive mechanical arm within the studio to lift Zhou off the table. Wow, old Ma, your mech is already operational? Zhou asked, intrigued as he dangled in midair. It has shrunk. I'm controlling it with the core of the previous large mech, so each part can be controlled individually. Ma Xianhong explained as he set Zhou down. What size are you preparing for now? Zhou inquired, eyeing the unassembled mech on the ground. 9 meters. Seriously? It shrank from 30 meters to 9. Zhou exclaimed in disbelief. No choice, we lack materials. The refining furnace also needs an upgrade. Previously, I would just dismantle and reconstruct, but now I must continue using this embarrassing color. Ma Xianhong grimaced at the memory, glaring at Zhou. Cough. This color is quite nice, don't you think, Qingzai? It's a bold pink. The girls using the refining furnace can proudly declare themselves magical girls. Zhou said, sheepishly glancing at Ma Xianhong. If you put it that way, those girls might indeed find it quite appealing. Little you are truly a genius. Zhuge Qing affirmed, stroking his chin. Clap. Huh. Great minds think alike. Zhou and Zhuge Qing high-fived. Then, under Ma Xianhong's control, Zhou was elegantly tossed out by the mech arm. Qingzai, where are you off to now? Zhou asked as he stood up, brushing off the dust. Since it's still early, I'll go find Fu Rong to hang out and perhaps grab a bite. Zhuge Qing replied, brushing off his own dust. Oh wow, that was quick. No wonder old Wang is upset. It turns out you have strayed. Zhou teased. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhuge Qing retorted, exasperated. Then I won't disturb your romance any longer. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou transformed the iron sand beneath his feet into a cloud and flew off. Ah, flying. Truly, they are all extraordinary. Zhuge Qing mused, watching Zhou soar away. He couldn't help but take out the devouring pouch that Ma Xianhong had given him, lost in thought. Chapter 86. Luring the tiger away from its mountain sighing. Xiao Rang remarked, Little you, I've suddenly realized that our relationship has grown distant. You are actually refining new magical artifacts aimed at me. In the past couple of days, Zhou had begun to pester his neighbor, Xiao Rang, only to find him focused on crafting a new artifact for his puppet technique. Cough, little you, let me explain. Although this barrier can isolate qi transmission, my intent was never to sever your puppets from you, causing you to lose control. I crafted it to prevent any messages being transmitted when dealing with company matters. Yes, that's it. Xiao Rang hastily justified with a frantic whirl of his thoughts. Do you think I believe that? With communication devices in use, who still relies on qi transmission? Zhou replied, eyeing Xiao Rang skeptically. I think you truly do believe it. Xiao Rang said earnestly. Fine, if you insist, I shall accept this artifact. But, Zhou raised his hands. But what? Xiao Rang asked, puzzled by Zhou's unfinished thought. Come closer, I'll tell you a secret. Zhou beckoned Xiao Rang to lean in, whispering. Cautiously, Xiao Rang observed his surroundings before leaning in closer. But, since you've said that, I shall gladly accept this artifact from you. Zhou shouted into Xiao Rang's ear and swiftly snatched the newly refined artifact, the 9-star pearl, from behind him. As Xiao Rang shook off his dazed state, Zhou was already soaring away on the iron sand cloud. Zhou, you little rascal, return my 9-star pearl. Stop right there. Xiao Rang frantically searched for the pearl at his waist, realizing it was missing. He quickly brandished his second artifact, the gale boots, crafted specifically to deal with Zhou, and took off after him, shouting in anger. Haha, come chase me. Even if you catch me, I won't return it. Zhou taunted, flying low on the iron sand cloud, teasing Xiao Rang from a distance. You little rascal, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson when I catch you. Xiao Rang roared, angered by Zhou's deliberate provocations. This isn't my fault. Sister Bao said that anything behind 1's back is to be discarded. Who told you to leave it there? Zhou retorted, weaving through the village on the iron sand cloud. Stop talking nonsense. Stand still. Instead of learning something useful, you've picked up these ridiculous antics. Xiao Rang shouted from behind. Master Qiu and little you are at it again. Indeed. This is the atmosphere that makes the village lively. I've grown unaccustomed to it this week since Master Zhou has been busy and hasn't caused any trouble. The villagers commented, watching the ongoing chase between the two. Speaking of which, Master Qiu's gale boots have become faster. If Master Zhou hadn't learned to fly, he might have been caught long ago. Perhaps Master Zhou developed this new ability precisely because he was caught by Master Qiu a couple of times before. The villagers speculated, adjusting their disheveled hairstyles as they observed the commotion caused by the two. Good heavens! Zouyu, this rascal, manages to grow bigger each day despite his mischief. He must have some luck on his side. Zhang Chulan, who was gathering intelligence, commented on the chaotic scene in Bio village. Given the villagers' reactions, it seems this is the norm here. Little Yu truly is a lively and charming individual. I find myself reluctant to eliminate him. Wang Zhenxiu thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched Zouyu's antics. What a little brat, Heguang scoffed. In an unexpected turn of events, Feng Baobao scratched her head in confusion and inquired, how come Xiaoyu knows about this too? What on earth has Baobao Jie taught him? Zhang Chulan, glancing at Feng Baobao, could not help but express his disbelief. Ha ha ha, it seems that Baobao indeed taught Xiaoyu, Wang Zhenxiu joyfully remarked. Feng Baobao remained silent, feeling slightly bewildered, and simply scratched her head in acceptance. Meanwhile, Zouyu, having fled to the back mountain after causing mischief in the village, had exhausted all of Chiron's patience. Now free from his grasp, she finally had the opportunity to delve into the study of the third magical artifact that Chiron had crafted specifically to target her, the 9-star pearl. A creation inspired by Ma Xianhong's 6 harmonies pearl, was a versatile barrier-type artifact, enhanced in both its range and its ability to sever energy. Isn't this clearly designed to counter my puppet doppelgangers? Zouyu mused, having refined the 9-star pearl and contemplating its capabilities. Now that it belongs to me, I must improve it. Otherwise, its energy-severing ability will hinder me rather than aid me, she declared, holding the pearl in her hand. With determination, Zouyu summoned her puppet doppelganger, Ace, to commence the enhancement of the 9-star pearl. As night fell, Zouyu successfully completed the modifications, adorning Ace with the newly enhanced artifact as a necklace. This is much more like it, she observed, surveying Ace. How about crafting me a hat as well? That would make it perfect, Ace suggested, touching the new necklace. Come on, my puppets are already a handful to create, let alone crafting magical artifacts for you. Dream on. The Hell Path and Azura Path are still toiling away in the workshop, producing new mass-manufactured mechanical puppets. Zouyu firmly declined, her arms crossed in refusal. Yet you still find time to laze around and wander about. You should be crafting puppets too, Ace retorted. What do you mean? Just because I have a puppet doppelganger, I should do the work myself? That would be utterly disadvantageous for me. Besides, in essence, isn't the crafting of puppets simply an extension of my own efforts? Zouyu defended herself with conviction. How long will it take for our puppets to stand on their own? Ace feigned a tragic tone. No self-indulgence allowed. Let us head back, Zouyu commanded as she retracted Ace. Just as Zouyu prepared to leave, she noticed someone rushing towards the back mountain. Master Zouyu, I've finally found you. Chu Tong is here to capture the master. The master and the other experts are already engaged with them. You must hurry and assist, exclaimed a villager, breathlessly approaching Zouyu, his combat gear and magical tools in hand. What? Where are they? Zouyu urgently inquired, grasping the villager by the shoulders. At the fork on the road leading into the village, in that open area. How could it be so far? That place is several miles away from the village. Zouyu exclaimed, realizing the distance. Today, the experts discovered suspicious individuals, prompting the master and the others to investigate, and that's when they encountered them. Please, you must go, the villager urged anxiously. All right, hop on. I will take you there now, Zouyu declared, activating her iron sand wings and soaring towards the main road with the villager in tow. Meanwhile, the villager, experiencing flight for the first time, remained silent, merely observing Zouyu with a peculiar expression. Chapter 87, The Commencement of Action Bang. At that moment, in the puppet workshop at home, the Hell Path suddenly summoned the puppet doppelgangers back. As expected, nothing amiss. Shirong is still idly waiting at the door for Xiaoyu, remarked the puppet doppelganger Scorpion, peeking at Shirong lounging at the entrance. That guy definitely has some issues. Chu Tong's incident was known only to those present that day. Not even old Wang and Qing's I have any idea how a mere lackey learned about it, the expressionless puppet doppelganger urged. Is it wise for the main body to accompany them? Other than the secret techniques, all the artifacts are here with you, Brother Scorpion. Can the main body handle this? Asked the puppet doppelganger Daedara. Huh. The current Xiaoyu is no longer the child picked up by the old lady. Through the human puppet, Xiaoyu has mastered all postnatal abilities. Aside from the innate ones, he is no longer that weakling who had to learn ninjutsu through stealth and invasion in the Sand Village. He has become powerful enough to rival nations, Scorpion stated solemnly as he gazed into the distance. Is he really that strong? Could he possibly match the old master? Inquired the puppet doppelganger lightning general, raising a hand. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Scorpion bellowed. Fine. I will seek out old Ma. You all begin quietly evacuating the villagers. I will use puppets to disguise myself as villagers, Scorpion instructed. Let the action commence. The priority is to deal with the villagers and the experts, while Zhang Chulan will hold off Ma Xianhong. We will then wreak havoc in the village to draw Ma Xianhong over. Zhang Chulan, you will handle the furnace. Remember your roles. Feng Baobao recounted the operational objectives laid out by Black Pipe before, counting the Molotov cocktails in her backpack. Indeed, they had chosen this evening to strike. Soon, half an hour passed, marking the agreed-upon time for action. Feng Baobao stealthily entered the homes of sleeping villagers with the walnut pliers gifted by Zhou Yu, expertly prying open doors without a sound. As she approached a bed, poised to strike with the pliers, she hesitated, tilting her head to observe the person on the bed before stealthily exiting. After her departure, the sleepers suddenly turned their head toward the door. Feng Baobao repeated her silent infiltration into 4 or 5 homes, yet emerged empty-handed each time. Oh no, I've been discovered, she murmured to herself, weighing the walnut pliers gifted by Zhou Yu. On the other side, Zhou Yu and the villager arrived near the location he had indicated. As Zhou Yu descended, she spotted Ma Xianhong and the other experts besieged by 30 attackers. Master Zhou Yu, where's the master? The villager called out loudly on purpose. Instantly, everyone below turned to look at them. Zhou Yu, seeing the commotion, said nothing and flew down with the villager. Magnetic release, iron sand barrage. Zhou Yu conjured a massive rectangular block of iron sand, hurling it towards the assailants attacking Ma Xianhong. Get out of the way, the crowd yelled, quickly retreating to avoid the strike. The colossal mass of iron sand crashed into the ground, scattering iron particles that caught several unprepared individuals, turning them into sieves, including Ma Xianhong and his allies caught within the range. Zhou Yu, what are you doing? Ma Xianhong yelled in fury. Ah, my apologies, a slip of the hand. Zhou Yu replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, the villager following Zhou Yu struck her from behind with a radiant sword. Zhou Yu was knocked to the ground by the blow. Idiot. Your energies are different. This kid must have figured something out, which is why he attacked you all together. The villager scolded the imposters posing as Ma Xianhong, who knew this guy could discern people through energy. Not everyone possesses such a skill, the faux Ma Xianhong retorted, disgruntled. Humph, the puppet immortal is nothing more than this. Without puppets, he is just an ordinary anomaly. Aside from the sea of people strategy, he is of no use. Thankfully, Ma Xianhong disclosed everyone's abilities from Bayou Village to the master back then. A bald man with hands as thick and long as a fist emerged from the other side of the road, speaking as he approached. Master, we have taken care of things on our end. We can begin, Tao Shanggong stated as he produced his phone to call Chu Tong. Chai Lao, let the operation commence. Sitting on a stone by the stream, Chu Tong smiled faintly upon hearing that Tao Shanggong and his group had subdued Zhou Yu and instructed Chai Yin behind him. Let's initiate the action. Chai Yin nodded, stepping behind the stone to address the 130 extraordinary individuals below. We have been discovered. The villagers are merely puppets disguised as the real thing. Meanwhile, a voice from the communication device of the temporary workers echoed. What? The crowd gasped in surprise as the black pipe, which had been carrying 2 individuals toward the village's large tree, suddenly hurled them away. Remarkably, the 2 individuals landed firmly on the ground in an astonishing manner. What an unfortunate convergence of events. The surface sand on the thrown individuals began to shed, revealing the true form of mechanical puppets, as Zhou Yu's voice emanated from one of them. Well done, lad. You reacted quite swiftly. You replaced the villagers before we even commenced our operation. It appears you have been monitoring us all along. The black pipe remarked with a hint of excitement as he gazed at the mechanical puppet. Uncle, don't misunderstand. We initially had other matters to attend to. But we didn't expect you to choose today for your actions, the mechanical puppet shrugged. Other matters? The black pipe questioned, perplexed. Alas, uncle, it seems you have disregarded my report about the Yaoxing Society. I have stated that they are the reactionaries, the mechanical puppet side. What shall we do now? These villagers are all puppets in disguise. Should we launch a direct assault? Old Ming inquired after the temporary workers squad regrouped at the village entrance, observing the 20 or so mechanical puppets surrounding them. No, everyone. We are not here to confront you today, and there's a significant trouble brewing here. We are good people, and we shouldn't be adversaries. How about this? You go watch the spectacle app by Lien and Lao Ma's place. And please refrain from causing any chaos. Zhou Yu quickly urged the mechanical puppets that were about to engage. You mean to say that the Yao Xing Society intends to target you tonight? All for the sake of capturing that omnipotent Granny Jean foam? The Black Pipe queried the mechanical puppet. Not entirely. Chu Tong and Lao Ma have some grievances, and they might be here for revenge. In any case, if you head to Zhang Chulan, Lao Ma will explain everything to you. I have pressing matters to attend to. Zhou Yu declared as he controlled the mechanical puppets captured by the Black Pipe and retreated. What do we do now? Feng Baobao asked. Let's find Zhang Chulan. After all, Ma Xianhong is there. They won't escape. If necessary, we can confront Ma Xianhong directly. The Black Pipe contemplated, and they dashed toward the studio of Ma Xianhong, situated at the highest point of the village. Chapter 88. The siege. What? You managed to resolve it? Who did you manage to apprehend? As Tao Shangong hung up the phone, Zhou Yu's voice interrupted. What? Zhou Yu's words startled Tao Shangong, who immediately delivered a powerful punch towards the ground where Zhou Yu stood. Bang! A radiant golden light erupted from within Zhou Yu, blocking the blow. The golden light charm? Tao Shangong exclaimed in astonishment at the familiar glow. Unfazed, Tao Shangong continued to unleash a flurry of punches against Zhou Yu's golden shield. Buzz! Zhou Yu, controlling the golden light, transformed it into a skeletal hand that sent Tao Shangong flying. Simultaneously, he used the large hand to lift himself off the ground. Why is this not like the movies? You should have cautiously retreated while I stylishly rose and displayed my prowess. Instead, you just pinned me to the ground and pummeled me. Zhou Yu complained, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Impossible. That sword strike clearly hit you. Blood was drawn. How are you unharmed? The villager who had attempted to ambush Zhou Yu roared. I was just teasing you. If you didn't act a bit more convincingly. That woman Chu Tong Wu Tia felt safe enough to launch an attack, Zhou Yu explained, glancing back at the man. Speaking of which, that last strike did sting a bit, and most importantly, you ruined my clothes. Initially, I intended to knock you out and help you break free of your control. But now I've changed my mind. You can become one of the hidden energies on my back. Feeling a chill on his back, Zhou Yu expressed his displeasure. I don't need that. I feel fantastic, like I'm transforming into a dragon. The villager snarled at Zhou Yu, baring his teeth. Stop wasting time with him. You are the wielder of the dual-purpose technique. Everyone attack. Don't allow him any chance to use his puppets. Tao Shangong urged as he rallied the others to charge forward. Tao Shangong was certain that Zhou Yu had indeed been struck by that sword. His current well-being could only indicate that he was the master of the dual-purpose technique in Bayou Village. He had feigned injury to deceive them, and then used the technique to heal himself. Puppets? No, who needs those? I can handle you all on my own. My puppets are waiting in the village to deal with you, the masters of these dogs. Zhou Yu confidently smiled at the encircling crowd, radiating the charm of a bright young man. With that, Zhou Yu activated the golden light charm for protection and condensed a large halberd of golden light in his hand, charging directly at the oncoming group. Bang! Zhou Yu withstood the punch of a hefty individual at the forefront, reinforced by the golden light charm, and then struck heavily with the halberd. Instantly, the hefty man was sent flying, colliding into several others behind him. The nine-body halberd of Yinwu Hall. The golden light charm of Long Hushan. Which sect does this fellow belong to? One onlooker gasped in astonishment as they watched Zhou Yu wielding the halberd amid the crowd. Not only that, there's also the sword aura of the Penglai Night Blade and the wind manipulation of the Li clan from Shu. For goodness sake. Another one who has mastered the arts of various schools. The hefty man, who had just been sent flying by Zhou Yu's halberd, groaned as he clutched his chest. Lu Mingyuan, are you all right? Tao Shangong inquired as he approached the hefty man. My ribs are broken. Had I known this kid was so skilled, I wouldn't have engaged. The hefty man, Lu Mingyuan, lamented in pain. Please, let the ancestor possess me. Lu Mingyuan shouted, performing a hand seal and stepping forward in a martial stance, as the energy around him began to swirl. In an ethereal manner, something began to attach to him, and gradually, his form morphed to resemble that of a fox. A fox spirit? Zhou Yu swept his weapon horizontally, forcing back the surrounding individuals, intrigued as he observed the hefty man. Why did the little chubby one come here to gamble instead of dealing with a child? You're so useless that you need your ancestor to step in. Lu Mingyuan's voice took on a sharp tone as he berated the crowd. Thank you, Fox Immortal. Tao Shangong respectfully addressed Lu Mingyuan, or rather, the Fox Immortal possessing him. The young master of the Tongbi Golden King? Why do you still require my assistance when you, a master of boxing, are present? You can't even handle a mere child? The fox immortal scrutinized Tao Shanggong. Hey, old furball over there. Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to, kneel down and bark like a dog, and I'll let you go, Zhou remarked, irritated by the old fox's grandstanding. All right, little brat. How dare you speak to your ancestor like that? I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure of indulging in a child for quite some time. Though you've grown a tad, your tender skin and flesh still entice me. Today, I shall feast upon you. The fox spirit glared at Zhou and exclaimed, waving its hand as several claw strikes surged toward him. Zhou, perceiving the threat, swung his halberd, unleashing a 10-meter sword aura that shattered the old fox's claws before continuing his flight toward the others. Clang! Tao Shanggong stepped forward, channeling energy with both hands to block the sword aura. Do not underestimate him, my senior. This young man is renowned as the puppet immortal of our time. It seems that aside from the Grand Master and the two heroes, none can rival him. Tao Shanggong calmly addressed the arrogant fox spirit. I require no lessons from you, retorted the old fox, seizing control of Lu Mingyuan's body to charge once more toward Zhou. Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the stout man, who was now scuttling on the ground like a dog, neither man nor beast. It's quite the spectacle, he remarked, channeling golden light to manifest a colossal skeletal hand aimed at the old fox. In response, Lu Mingyuan's energy morphed into 9 massive tails that shielded him from Zhou's strike. 9 tails. How fortunate for you. My abilities are particularly effective against your kind. Zhou's excitement surged at the sight of the fox spirit's 9 tails, and his energy began to overflow. In the next moment, a 20-meter tall, lower body-less golden-armored deity wielding a halberd emerged, enveloping Zhou. Susanoo, 3rd form. What madness is this? We are to contend with such a being. An onlooker dropped his weapon, despair evident in his eyes as he beheld the towering golden figure. Everyone charge. The master has commanded that we capture Zhou and Ma Xianhong. Tao Shanggong shouted, inspiring the despondent crowd. As he charged at Zhou, the others, their eyes shimmering with determination, followed suit. For our master, charge! As 30 individuals surged forward with ferocity, Zhou raised the golden deity's hand high before bringing it down with tremendous force. In an instant, numerous casualties ensued, and a 10-meter pit formed before the remaining combatants. Only Tao Shanggong, relying on sheer will and cultivation, managed to withstand Zhou's assault. The old fox, upon witnessing the golden deity, faltered. What lunacy is this? It is Lu Mingyuan who is bewitched, not me. Such a being is clearly beyond my capabilities. It contemplated fleeing, for despite Lu Mingyuan's flaws, he had been quite dutiful. Damn it, this madness. Little fatty, if you do not flee, I shall. Seeing Lu Mingyuan's reluctance to escape, the old fox relinquished its possession, transforming into a fox-like spirit, intent on evading. Guiqi, Bai Zhumin, if you're alive, come help me restrain the ancestor. Chapter 89, Domain. Flame Mountain. Lu Mingyuan, seeing the old fox's intent to flee, shouted urgently toward the two who had recently survived Zhou's assault. Using his energy, he ensnared the old fox, preventing its escape. Hearing Lu Mingyuan's call, the 2 grievously injured men emerged from the pit, hastening toward him. As they ran, they began to form hand seals. Bai Zhumin, a shaman, and Guiqi, like Lu Mingyuan, a practitioner, joined forces, gradually pulling the old fox back. Let go of the ancestor, you little fatty. And Guiqi, how dare you assist him? I shall report you to Guoshihua. The old fox cried out in fury as it was forcibly restrained by the 3. Zhou, disturbed by the shrill cries that pierced the air like glass, decided to take action. He commanded the golden deity to lift the halberd and strike. But before he could do so, Tao Shanggong's fist struck it aside. Seeking death, angered, Zhou directed the golden deity to retaliate against Tao Shanggong. Ha! What a little monster you are. Such energy at such a young age. In terms of cultivation, I cannot rival you. But true cultivation lies in honing one's character and fate. Tao Shanggong responded, advancing to meet Zhou's assault with a punch. In that instant, Zhou's golden light spell shattered for the first time, yet Tao Shanggong was driven into the ground by the force. Damn it, who is the true monster here? Zhou cursed, observing Tao Shanggong rise from the earth, his garments tattered yet unharmed, merely gasping for breath. At that moment, Zhou evaded his previous position. As an array of hidden weapons, sword auras, and blade lights converged upon him, exploiting the brief opening. Indeed, directing puppets from the shadows suits me better. This direct approach feels rather undignified and lacks the thrill of watching an opponent, after much hardship, believe they have triumphed over a puppet. Only to find the true self is even stronger. Zhou Yu lamented. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan and his allies successfully reintegrated the old fox back into his body. This time, with Guiqi's assistance, Lu Mingyuan took control. All injured, come lend me your energy. Lu Mingyuan shouted. The wounded began to converge upon him, and Zhou Yu, sensing their intentions to execute a martial soul fusion technique, sought to intervene, but Tao Shan-gong denied him the opportunity. Observing Tao Shan-gong, who was panting and exhausting energy to assault him, Zhou Yu's disdain grew. Such a death is truly an insult to your legacy. Ignoring Lu Mingyuan's plight, Zhou Yu engaged Tao Shan-gong in conversation. The reckless approach had drained Tao Shan-gong, who relied solely on decades of honed cultivation. Continuing the battle would surely take a toll on his body. In our times of despair, we are empowered by our master to transform into dragons. To repay our master. Dying here is no burden, Tao Shan-gong uttered weakly. Fool, who is concerned about that? Your current self-destructive state will ultimately hinder my ability to make you a puppet. You are wielding my energy against me, Zhou Yu retorted vehemently. In response, Tao Shan-gong intensified his assault, and Zhou Yu countered while evading. Meanwhile, his puppet division, led by Chu Tong, had infiltrated the village, subtly controlling Zhou Yu's disguised puppets among the villagers. To speak frankly, you are keeping me here out of fear that I might use my puppets against Chu Tong and her companions, aren't you? I regret to inform you that 10 kilometers was my previous limit, but I am far beyond that now. Can you guess who I am engaging while my puppets contend with? Zhou Yu remarked with a disarming smile, catching the silent, relentless Tao Shan-gong off guard. Upon realization, Tao Shan-gong's movements faltered, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he retreated rapidly. Now, it is too late to send a warning. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yu struck with a heavy halberd, landing a devastating blow to Tao Shan-gong's chest. Yet, he remained standing, drawing on his last reserves to approach the villager Zhou Yu had just vanquished, intending to raise the alarm. Swish! Zhou Yu unleashed golden light, piercing through the phone and then through Tao Shan-gong's heart. Huh, I told you that Chu Tong's puppets would not suffice. You may not fear death, but instinctively, you still hold her as the core. Involving her causes you to lose your composure, while my puppet division does not share such limitations. Zhou Yu approached Lord Tao Shan and spoke. At this moment, Lord Tao Shan was rendered speechless. However, he still trembled as he raised his bloodied fists, which had been stripped of their protective energy, and struck Zhou Yu's chest. Zhou Yu gazed at the lifeless Lord Tao Shan, who refused to fall, then looked down at the bloodied imprint of his fists on his own chest. Bang! Just die obediently. Zhou Yu cast the golden light spell once more, transforming it into a hand that forcefully slammed Lord Tao Shan to the ground, scolding him. Really, you stained my clothes. Had I known, I wouldn't have shown off and turned off the golden light spell. Zhou Yu lamented, looking at the bloodstain on his clothing with displeasure. Observing Lu Mingyuan and the others still in their formation, Zhou Yu decided to first store Lord Tao Shan and the other 20 deceased individuals in his bracelet. Honestly, given the opportunity, you are utterly useless. You took too long. Just die? Afterward, Zhou Yu noticed that their colossal fox had gradually taken shape, appearing to be at least 40 meters tall. Sensing that a battle had already commenced in Baiyu village, Zhou Yu impatiently remarked, "Ah," with a wave of his hand. The scattered iron sand instantly transformed into sharp spikes that pierced through the interior of the fox. Having learned the magnetic escape technique from controlling his puppet clone, Scorpion, Zhou Yu could now directly manipulate the iron sand. As he watched the dissipating fox, Zhou Yu let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward to retrieve the individuals who had been turned into a honeycomb structure back into his bracelet. The Puppet Mountain and Puppet Sea have gained a fair number of companions, Zhou Yu mused. Suddenly, he noticed the spirit of the old fox attempting to flee, and hurriedly employed the sorcery he learned from his puppet clone to try to capture it, but alas, it escaped too swiftly. Damn, it got away. Next time, I must have a proper conversation with the Wang family. I have a connection with spirit capturing and summoning. Zhou Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, within Baiyu village, Chu Tong and her companions had completely entered the encirclement of the village. I didn't expect to have a chance to showcase my new treasure so soon, the puppet clone. Ace remarked. Bastard, The 9-star pearl is my treasure. It belongs to me. Mine. Chiu Ring shouted furiously from the side. All right. You are the original. I am the adaptation, is that fine? The puppet clone, Scorpion, quickly stepped forward to comfort Chiu Ring. Ace had already taken to the skies, and Chu Tong and her companions noticed him. Domain, Flame Mountain. Chapter 90, The Battle of Bayou Village. Domain, Flame Mountain. As Ace's words fell, the 9-star pearl around his neck separated and swiftly shot towards the outskirts of Bayou Village. Flames erupted from Ace's body, connecting to the pearl, and instantly, countless flames formed a mountain-shaped barrier around Bayou Village. Interesting. Is this a barrier-type treasure akin to the Luha Pearl? Chu Tong observed the barrier overhead, gazing at the puppet clone, Ace. She then turned her gaze to one of the women. The moment a blue light flickered in the woman's eyes, she struck the barrier with a punch. Almost instantaneously, the woman was ignited. Another individual, witnessing this, quickly channeled energy into a water sphere to douse her. But the flames did not extinguish. In no time, the woman was reduced to black ash. Fascinating, energy fire, burning from the inside out, Chu Tong remarked, analyzing the black ash on the ground with keen interest. How cruel, sacrificing one's own to satisfy one's curiosity. The puppet clone, Susanoo, interjected, appearing in the middle of the road to address Chu Tong. They volunteered, and the intelligence is crucial. Understanding this barrier will facilitate our escape if we cannot fight effectively. Chu Tong replied with a smile at Susanoo. By the way, who are you? My dear brother seems to have failed to mention your existence. Are you new? Are you the one who helped him defy me? Chu Tong inquired of Susanoo. Sort of. After all, we are one, Susanoo responded. It seems I have deduced your identity. It appears Lord Tao Shan and his companions have faltered, Chu Tong said with a smile. Susanoo remained silent and directly activated the golden light spell, Susanoo's third form. The colossal golden-armored deity wielded a halberd and struck heavily towards Chu Tong and her group. Scatter. As Chu Tong's voice echoed, her companions immediately dispersed, while the other puppet clones and the upper artifacts began to split the battlefield. Instantly, the battlefield was divided into 3 sections. The upper artifacts collaborated with the puppet clones to prevent death, while Kakazu and Raiden Shogun faced 60 individuals. Enshin Duo teamed up with Pain and Deidara against another 60. Meanwhile, Susanoo and Scorpion confronted Chu Tong and her elite 10 guardians, including the formidable master, Chai Yen. Interesting. Your strategy seems well prepared. By the way, why doesn't my dear brother come out? Afraid to see his sister? Chu Tong remarked, looking at the puppet clone, Scorpion. The old horse is busy. He will arrive shortly. Why don't you wait a bit? The puppet clone, Scorpion, replied. I cannot wait. I shall seek him out myself. Chu Tong stated. Just as her words fell, Chai Yen launched a sudden attack against the puppet clone, Scorpion. Clang. Susanoo stepped forward to block the strike. At your age? Still so fierce. What do you usually eat? The puppet clone, Susanoo, asked, observing the cracks forming on the golden-armored deity. The golden light spell of Longhu Mountain is not to be trifled with. It emphasizes refinement and restraint. Your approach is superficial and ineffective, Chai Yen retorted, twisting his neck and charging forward to deliver another punch to the still-repairing golden-armored deity. With a single blow, Susanoo's golden light spell was shattered. Witnessing the relentless punch aimed at him, Susanoo quickly formed a large shield with both hands to block the attack. The immense impact forced Susanoo back several meters, leaving deep imprints in the ground. What manner of humanoid Godzilla is this? Susanoo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the fist marks on the artifact-level shield. Indeed, a puppet, Chai Yen remarked, raising his fist and observing Susanoo's exposed mechanical arm with a frown. Chai, I leave this to you for now. I will find Ma Xianhong. With that, Chu Tong prepared to depart. At that moment, the villagers they had just subdued suddenly rose from behind them to launch a surprise attack on Chu Tong and her guardians. Watch out. Chai Yen turned to warn, but 5 individuals had already been pierced through the heart by 27 mechanical puppets. These are also puppets. Bastards. We've been deceived. Chu Tong exclaimed, pulling 2 individuals with gaping wounds in their chests to safety using the twin restoration technique while glaring at the mechanical puppets, whose sandy exteriors had begun to fall away, revealing metallic surfaces. Initially, she had assumed they were villagers attacking Bayou Village, hence she hadn't scrutinized them closely. Otherwise, even if the puppets were perfectly disguised, she could have detected them with the twin restoration technique. The puppet clone, Scorpion, seeing Chu Tong rescue the individuals, controlled the nearby mechanical puppets to retrieve the other three who had been ambushed. All right, it's my turn now. Observing the mechanical puppets attack and kill 3 individuals while destroying 8 others, the puppet clone, Scorpion, produced a puppet scroll. In the next moment, 500 mass-produced puppet dolls appeared in the sky as the scroll unfurled. As the puppet clone Scorpion opened its chest, countless silver threads soared into the sky, connecting to the puppets. With an expressionless face, Scorpion intoned the name of its technique, 100 Machine Performance. Was there truly a greater number of puppets than those from Longhu Mountain? One who had returned alive from Longhu Mountain exclaimed, trembling with fear. However, the puppet clone Scorpion had no time to heed him. It commanded the swarm of puppets to extend their arms, revealing gun barrels. And instantly 500 puppets began to aim below. Seeing this, Chai Yin, entangled by Susanoo, narrowed his pupils and then punched Susanoo away, rushing towards Chu Tong. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted as bullets were unleashed. After 20 seconds, it ceased, for due to budget constraints, each puppet was equipped with only 1 magazine, totaling 200 rounds. Observing the billowing smoke on the ground, the puppet clone Scorpion directly commanded 100 puppets to charge in, initiating indiscriminate attacks. Clashing sounds echoed amid the smoke, and as it dissipated, Chai Yin shielded Chu Tong beneath him. His clothing was tattered, yet he remained unscathed. While the other 7 were severely injured, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. Had it not been for Chu Tong enveloping them with her dual hands of red energy, they would have perished at any moment. Chai Yin, Chu Tong shouted furiously, and in the next instant, Chai Yin unleashed his energy. His body began to swell, transforming from a robust elder into a muscular giant over 2 meters tall. With a powerful stomp, Chai Yin leaped towards the puppet clone Scorpion like a bolt of lightning. This is bad. The puppet clone Scorpion instinctively retreated while attempting to deploy its sand iron wings to take flight, yet Chai Yin was already upon him. Observing Chai Yin's raised fist, Zouyu decisively commanded Susanoo to move before Scorpion. Bang! The golden light spell activated fully, and with the protection of Scorpion's iron sand barrier and Susanoo's large shield, the blow was deflected. The cost was the destruction of Susanoo. Seizing the opportunity, the puppet clone Scorpion successfully ascended into the air, glancing back at the half-destroyed Susanoo that had been sent flying 100 meters away, causing Zouyu to feel a chill. The strongest defensive puppet had been defeated in an instant. Chapter 91, The Transport Vessel. Attack. Humph. Chai Yin scoffed as he observed the puppet clone Scorpion soaring into the sky. He then crouched down to gather strength, and in the next moment, he leaped. A massive crater formed on the ground. What the hell? The puppet clone Scorpion could not help but exclaim as Chai Yin soared over 10 meters high, simultaneously commanding the remaining puppets to shield themselves in front, launching a barrage of iron spikes towards Chai Yin. Chai Yin braced himself against the iron spikes, shattering the obstructing puppets as he continued his assault on the puppet clone Scorpion. With this brief moment of distraction, the puppet clone Scorpion maneuvered its sand iron wings to the side, evading the attack. As the recoil dissipated, Chai Yin began to descend, but he adjusted his trajectory towards Chun Duo. At Chun Duo's location, her opponent had been largely dealt with. Her poison and Daidara's explosive clay combined with Pain's 6 paths ultimate techniques were no match for these relatively weaker adversaries. Chai Yin's sudden maneuver caught Zouyu off guard, prompting him to command Daidara and Pain to retreat with Chun Duo, while Hell and Azura paths attacked the airborne Chai Yin. The other 3 paths remained vigilant, ready to shield Chun Duo from any of Chai Yin's assaults. Chai Yin withstood the heavy strikes from the Azura and Hell path's weaponry, retaliating fiercely. Azura path unleashed the 9 Dragons' defense, and upon seeing this, Chai Yin delivered a powerful kick to the 9 Dragons' shield. Crack! The shield shattered. The immense impact sent the puppet clones of Azura and Hell crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Both puppet clones were rendered inoperative. As Chai Yin rose, he sensed something was amiss. His fighting spirit was rapidly waning. He glanced up at the nearby Hungry Ghost path and Beast path, then turned to flee towards the adversaries. Damn it, is this reasonable? Has Ma Xianhong not finished his conversation yet? The puppet clone Scorpion cursed as it witnessed Chai Yin swiftly dismantling 3 puppet clones. Moreover, Chai Yin's previous attacks had obliterated numerous corpses, all of which were Zouyu's future resources. Recognizing the dire situation, The puppet clone Scorpion began commanding the mechanical puppets that had retreated earlier to assault Chu Tong and her group. Though the 7 individuals had not fully recovered, Chu Tong's dual hands empowered them, allowing them to withstand the mechanical puppet's offensive for the time being. Everyone retreat. A monster is approaching. The puppet clone Raijin shouted to Qiu Liang and the others. Yet, with only these remaining foes, was it not too unfortunate to let them go? Zhong Xiaolong lamented, glancing at the last 11 adversaries. Let us run first. These opponents are formidable, and we can't eliminate them quickly. But the monster approaching us can undoubtedly wipe us out. My puppet clones have already been destroyed by him in an instant. Please do not die, one urged while administering treatment to Lu Hongzhong. Once restored, Lu Hongzhong became one of the upper-tier tools, but due to time constraints and Ma Xianhong, Zhou Yu, and Qiu Liang being preoccupied with preparations, he had not been equipped with a dedicated protective artifact and was using a standard one instead, lacking combat experience, leaving him as the only injured party. We must withdraw, Qiu Liang decisively concluded. Damn it, we finally survived. Wu Zi sighed in relief as he watched the upper-tier tools depart. Where are they? A furious Chai Yin suddenly appeared, shouting at the group. They fled. It seems you have arrived. No wonder they ran. Wu Zi hastily replied, observing Chai Yan's furious demeanor. Useless. Go assist the master. I will deal with them. Chai Yin scolded the group before rushing in the direction Wu Zi indicated. How do you all fare? I have concluded my business. What are your choices? I believe our enemies are, in fact, akin to us. At this moment, atop the mountain, in Ma Xinhong's studio, he had clarified everything with Zhang Chulan and the others, including Liao Zhong, Wang Yi, Zhu Geqing, Granny Jinfeng, and Xia Luqing. I'm fine with it. I quite like you all. Kuei Air and Xiao Yu are intriguing, and since old Xia is with you, I hope that when you collaborate with the state, you can also bring in old Hao, as he has treated me well, Wang Xinxiu said nonchalantly. If you don't mind that I am a patient, I am also willing to help, but I must discuss it with old Do first. However, may I go find Chu Tong to chat for now? Xiao Zizai, having heard Ma Xinhong's account and realizing that Chu Tong had come to stir trouble, felt his eyes turn red at the sound of those below, all of whom were exquisite delicacies. He suppressed his emotions and spoke softly. Understanding Xiao Zizai's situation, Zhang Chulan and the others instinctively retreated. Old Ma, I suggest you let Brother Xiao assist. Otherwise, we may be in danger, Zhang Chulan said, swallowing hard as he gazed at the reddened eyes of Xiao Zizai. Of course. Please do. It would be even better if you could help, Ma Xianhong graciously replied upon witnessing their reactions. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zizai dashed out. And you all? Ma Xianhong continued to inquire of the remaining individuals. I'll pass. I was already planning to retire. Had it not been for Chun Duo's predicament, I wouldn't have come, but I also hope you can recruit Hua Feng, Old Meng said, adjusting his glasses and speaking humbly. I must return to consult Ren Fei, remarked Hequan directly. As the crowd expressed their opinions, Ma Xianhong turned to Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. What should I do? It is evident that Ma Xianhong and his cohorts hold precedence over the company and possess greater strength. Zhou Yu wields the divine mechanism and the celestial talisman, along with the formidable 8 extraordinary techniques, which could undoubtedly draw fire away from Baobao. However, should they uncover Baobao's secret, they would pose the gravest threat. Zhang Chulan's mind raced with thoughts of the current predicament. Not good, master. Just as Zhang Chulan was in a quandary, Qiu shouted as they burst in. What happened? Ma Xianhong inquired upon seeing their disheveled appearance. That Chai Yin is too fierce. He dispatched Xiao Yu's 3 puppet avatars with just a few blows, shattering our protective talismans. Now Xiao Yu's puppets are entangled with him, and we've come to request your assistance. Qiu explained swiftly. Moments ago, they had been overwhelmed by Chai Yin, who had dispatched 1 talisman with each punch. Had it not been for the intervention of the Thunder General and the request to not die, they might have lost 1 or 2 members. Focus on your tasks. I must attend to other matters. Lao Wang, Brother Zhuge, please keep an eye on the furnace and take care of everyone. With that, Ma Xianhong departed with his mech components. Not far into his descent, he encountered Zhou Yu's puppet avatar, the Thunder General, battling a muscular elder of over 2 meters in height, while the puppet avatar, Request Not to Die, lay in ruins nearby. Kid, your puppet is far sturdier than those I faced earlier. Chai Yin sneered, landing a punch against the thunder armor. Humph. Had I not lost an arm saving someone, you might not have been able to best this general. The Thunder General retorted disdainfully, launching a lightning sphere at Chai Yin. Then don't hide. Chai Yin bellowed as he shattered the lightning sphere with a punch. Hiding would be foolish. Xiao Yu, I'm coming. Transport command, engage. Ma Xianhong commanded as he merged with his mech, a towering 9-meter giant advancing toward Chai Yin. Chapter 92. The trainer Scorpion makes an appearance. Damn it. That rascal Ma Xianhong has finally finished his business. Zhou Yu cursed, observing the mech that had appeared in the village from outside the flame barrier. Indeed, he has returned. But he's trapped outside his own barrier. Next time, I must improve it, perhaps create an opening. For now, I must focus on dealing with Chu Tong. Zhou Yu sat atop the iron sand cloud, glaring at the puppet avatar, Ace. Over here, Scorpion's puppet avatar faced Chu Tong and her 20 companions, while Zhou Yu's mechanical puppets numbered 13. However, with Chun Duo and the puppet avatars Daedara and Jiao, as well as the remaining 4 pain avatars, they found themselves in a stalemate. Is the illustrious puppet immortal reduced to outnumbering us? Wuzi shouted at Scorpion's puppet avatar. Please, you have 20 people, while I have just 21, including Duo. How is that outnumbering? Scorpion's puppet avatar retorted. Correction, it's 22. Xiao Zizai arrived, delivering a compassionate palm strike toward Chu Tong's group. How infuriating. You claim you are not outnumbering us. Wuzi exclaimed, watching Xiao Zizai knock several allies to the ground. They're not dead. Xiao Zizai observed in disbelief as those who had seemingly suffered grave injuries stood up unharmed, adjusting their glasses with curious expressions. Be cautious. Brother Xiao, the red energy on them is Chu Tong's dual techniques. She's continuously healing them. Unless their heads are severed instantly, she can bring them back. Scorpion's puppet avatar warned. That's quite an impressive ability, Xiao Zizai remarked, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Chu Tong. Is there a way to separate them? He queried of Scorpion's puppet avatar. Yes, but our attack speed is lacking. We need someone to suppress their firepower, Scorpion replied. Then I shall provide the suppression, and you will separate them. With that, Xiao Zizai launched into an assault on Chu Tong's group, unleashing a flurry of compassionate palms, flower-pinching fingers, and dragon claw hands upon them. They relied on Chu Tong's healing and defensive measures to endure the assault, while others shielded her and protected their own heads. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Zizai's attacks ravaged the ground surrounding Chu Tong and her companions. Who is this guy? When did Ma Xianhong recruit such a disciple of the Buddhist sect? Chu Tong pondered, watching Xiao Zizai with a mix of surprise and admiration. Humph. Accuse me of outnumbering you? I'll have you know I not only outnumber you, but I also overpower you. As Xiao Zizai unleashed his full firepower, Zhou Yu became invigorated, controlling the remaining mechanical puppets to disassemble and reassemble into a colossal 13-meter puppet. Colossal Divine Soldier. Deploy Rocket Hammer. Scorpion commanded loudly. As his words fell, several launchers appeared on the back of the giant puppet, which then soared toward Chu Tong and her group. Retreat. Realizing that capturing Ma Xianhong was impossible today, Chu Tong decisively chose to flee. Xiao Zizai intended to pursue, but activated his golden bell shield for defense upon witnessing the descending giant puppet. Boom! The ground where Zhou Yu and his companions fought crumbled under the impact, creating a deep chasm that looked as if a large section of the mountainside had been severed. Xiao Yu, the village chief will have your head for this. Chinduo, cradled by Scorpion's puppet avatar on the iron sand cloud, remarked as she surveyed the devastation. No problem, we'll just pin the blame on Chu Tong and her group, Scorpion replied, shrugging off the impending consequences. Xiao Yu, could you assist me in descending? Xiao Zizai, also supported by Scorpion, inquired upon seeing Chu Tong still alive and racing towards the barrier. No problem, Brother Xiao, hold on tight. As Scorpion guided the iron sand cloud to pursue Chu Tong, she cursed as her original 130 companions dwindled to merely 8. Ultimately, to evade the giant puppet's onslaught, she had to scatter her remaining forces. Those without the benefit of Chu Tong's dual techniques fell prey to Xiao Zizai's compassionate palm. Strangely, the giant puppet's attacks only succeeded in incapacitating a few unfortunate souls, while the rest managed to evade death. After all, while its power was considerable, the wind-up was too extensive, making it challenging to land a hit. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu was unconcerned, as it was Xiao Zizai who claimed the kills, and he dared not challenge him in his current state. Furthermore, the colossal puppet was not originally intended for combat, but rather for siege. Had it not been for a lack of materials, its complete form would have reached 100 meters. Ji Yuan, Long Nan. I implore you to breach this barrier for me. Chu Tong urged as she reached the barrier's edge. Understood. A bald man and an elder exchanged glances, their eyes flashing blue as they resolutely approached the barrier, enveloping themselves in energy before plunging their hands inside. Instantly, flames engulfed them, yet under Chu Tong's command. They made no sound. Then their energy swirled violently. Boom. The two self-destructed, creating a gap of about 2 meters in the barrier that began to rapidly repair itself. Quickly, Chu Tong urged, shoving aside a puppet that had transformed into a bloodied figure, addressing Xiao Zizai, who was hot on their heels. Soon, Chu Tong and her companions emerged, gazing at the breach in the barrier, which had now shrunk to a mere hole of less than 1 meter. They exchanged smiles, ready to depart, when a voice interrupted them. Sister Chu, what a coincidence. It was Zhou, perched on a cloud of iron sand, greeting Chu Tong below. Zhou, little four, take me away. Stop the others. Chu Tong quickly instructed the remaining group, while looking up at Zhou floating in the sky. As she spoke, a gaunt man swiftly lifted Chu Tong, electricity crackling around him as they made a hasty escape. What the hell? Zhou exclaimed, witnessing the figure darting away like the flash. He attempted to pursue, but was obstructed by one among the remaining 5, who leaped in front of him and detonated himself. Although Zhou managed to defend himself in time, he was still forced back to the ground. Damn it, I can't catch Chu Tong, but you won't fare any better. He shouted at the remaining 4. Xiao, could you kindly hand them over to me? In that moment, a figure clad in green sportswear, Xiao Zizai, perilously navigated through the remaining narrow hole in the barrier and leaped out. Brother Xiao, I'm quite irked right now, Zhou remarked, eyeing Xiao Zizai's reddened eyes. Mimicking Ku and Go. Don't get agitated. There's someone formidable inside. You can handle it. From now on, we are allies. Leave this to me. Rest assured. They won't have a favorable outcome, Xiao Zizai replied with an elegant smile. All right, but please try to leave them with complete corpses, otherwise. I will truly suffer a loss today, Zhou said, initially reluctant to engage. Rest assured, I will grant them an unforgettable evening, Xiao Zizai said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. By the way, Brother Xiao, if you truly decide to join us, I will prepare a gift that you will certainly find satisfactory. Zhou suddenly said as he unfurled the sand iron heavenly wings, taking off to locate his puppet clone, Ace. Oh, I look forward to it, Xiao Zizai murmured, watching Zhou depart. Everyone, now we have some time alone. He turned to the rather disheveled 4 and smiled. Chapter 93, The Thunder of Annihilation. Hearing the screams behind him, Zhou silently offered a prayer for them, hoping they would have a pleasant evening. So, the barrier is lifted? Ace, the puppet clone, inquired as Zhou soared up. Yes, just one left, Chai Yan, and he can't escape. This barrier definitely needs enhancement, Zhou observed the barrier. Come on. It's already commendable. A man who has cultivated for half his life and an old expert detonating themselves could only create a 2-meter breach. And it was repaired in less than a minute, Ace remarked, recalling the 9-star pearl and reattaching it around his neck. True. It's not easy for Brother Chio to reach this level, but he has indeed grown complacent, always focusing on how to counter me. At this rate, when will he become a high-level worker like old Ma? Zhou commented shamelessly while eyeing the 9-star pearl. Clang. The sound of thunder from below interrupted Zhou's moment of reverie. At that moment, Ma Xianhong was engaged in a fierce battle with Chai Yan aboard the transport ship, and Zhou noticed blue runes emerging from Ma Xianhong's mech, as the ship unleashed a torrent of lightning that tore through everything in its path. His home was reduced to ruins within the blaze of lightning. Thunder Talisman. This is the Tongtian Talisman, Chai Yan exclaimed in shock, staring at his charred flesh where the lightning had struck. Indeed, my transport ship is my latest masterpiece, crafted with divine mechanisms and the Tongtian Talisman. What do you think? Chai Yan? Not bad, right? Ma Xianhong sneered at him. It seems that the child who used to flee in fear has grown up, Chai Yan retorted, glaring at Ma Xianhong. That child has come to seek vengeance, Ma Xianhong declared as he saw the barrier disappear, decisively unleashing his ultimate move. A 10-meter thunder talisman appeared above the transport ship, rapidly stacking itself. Hundreds of talismans shot up into the heavens. Suddenly, the previously clear night sky, adorned with stars and moonlight, was engulfed by massive dark clouds, with countless bolts of lightning churning within. Ha! Come on, show me your growth. Chai Yan, unfazed by the scene before him, erupted into manic laughter. Chai Yan bellowed, his body swelling once more. His height exceeded 2 meters again. but his muscular form began to compress. His grizzled hair and eyebrows returned to black, his dense beard fell away, and his skin smoothed out, rejuvenating his entire being. Damn it, I won't allow you to ruin your body like this. That belongs to me. Mine, Zoyu shouted, witnessing Chai Yin ignite his life force to transform into Qi. Xiaoyu, get out of here. Activate the barrier in the studio. Ma Xianhong shouted at the furious Zoyu. Understood. Zoyu, gritting his teeth in frustration, responded. He realized that a careless move could cost him dearly. And seeing Chai Yin beginning to exhibit signs of Qi transformation, he understood that regardless, Chai Yin was doomed, and he would likely not retrieve his remains. Chai Yin was burning his flesh and soul as Qi, and his upcoming strike was destined to be the most formidable, capable of even challenging the celestial masters. Chai Lao, farewell. Zoyu solemnly bowed to Chai Yin. Old Ma, don't die. Zoyu called out as he approached Ma Xianhong, pouring all his Qi into him as red energy. Afterward, Zoyu staggered away towards Ma Xianhong's studio at the top, simultaneously commanding the Lightning General to notify Xiao Zizai outside the village to run as far as possible. Xiaoyu, thank you. Ma Xianhong felt the active Qi within him and silently expressed his gratitude as he watched Zoyu's retreating figure. Upon reaching the entrance of Ma Xianhong's studio, Zoyu spotted his mechanical puppets. Moments ago, he had dispatched the puppets to recover the corpses and scrap from the infernal and hellish paths below. Susanoo was being collected by Scorpion, while the Lightning General had retrieved Please Don't Die, and Scorpion had already taken Shinduo to the mountain peak. Damn it, 80 materials at hand, 30 from earlier and 50 from Bayou Village. This time, I truly suffered a loss. Zoyu cursed as he felt the bounty in his pouch. Once the mechanical puppets were recalled, Zoyu flew to the door of Ma Xianhong's studio, where everyone had gathered, inquiring about the battle status of Scorpion and Shinduo. Xiaoyu, are you alright? What happened below? Upon seeing Zoyu, the crowd released Scorpion and Shinduo and hurriedly approached him. No major issues. I'm fine. Aside from Chu Tong being rescued by someone resembling the Flash. The rest are all dead. The commotion below is due to the final battle between Chai Yin and Old Ma, Zoyu explained as he descended, controlling his puppet clone Ace to establish the barrier. Little Four? Liao Zhong suddenly interjected. What did you say? The group looked at Liao Zhong in confusion. I said the one you referred to as the Flash is probably Little Four, whose real name is Xiao Dao, ranking 4th. Everyone calls him Little Four, or phonetically, Little Dao Si. He used to stay at the Dark Fortress, Liao Zhong explained. Haha, the Dark Fortress is indeed filled with talent. But why does it seem no one walks the righteous path? Qiu Yang remarked with displeasure. Shinduo, we won't heed any negative reviews. Zoyu commanded, instructing the puppet clone Scorpion to cover Shinduo's ears. I did not mean it that way. Shinduo, please allow me to explain. Observing Zoyu's gesture of animosity, Lien promptly sought to clarify. It's nothing, Shinduo replied, dismissing the matter with a shake of her head. Bang. Chirong, could you please think before you speak? Duo. He's just being foolish. Don't overthink it, Fu Rong interjected, playfully tapping Chirong's head before embracing Shinduo in a comforting manner. I am unscathed. I understand that Brother Chirong is merely concerned for Xiaoyu and is standing up for Village Chief Ma. Shinduo's eyes sparkled with clarity as she spoke. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Chirong exclaimed, clutching his head. By the way, shouldn't we descend to assist old Ma? Wang Yi remarked with concern, eyeing the increasingly ominous clouds. Old Wang, given the current commotion below, what could we possibly achieve other than creating chaos? If we intervene, the Master Ma may hesitate, and besides, if Xiaoyu trusts the Master down there, then all should be well, Zhuge Qing reassured Wang Yi. Speaking of which, is Brother Xiao still down there? Zhang Chulan recalled and inquired. Yes, Brother Xiao is at the village entrance enjoying a buffet. However, rest assured, my puppet has already informed him to distance himself as far as possible. As for old Ma, let him resolve his own grievances. He will prevail. Upon Zoyu's response, the group turned their gaze toward the area where Ma Xianhong was situated. At that moment, beneath the gathering storm clouds, how are you? Are you prepared? Ma Xianhong inquired of the young Chai Yin, whose hair had fully transformed into ethereal energy, encased in a compressing aura that began to turn white. You seem quite polite. Come forth, for I shall slay you next. Chai Yin retorted, fixing his gaze upon Ma Xianhong. Are you still unable to escape Chu Tong's control? How utterly lamentable. Ma Xianhong shook his head. Let us now allow the thunder to dissipate. As Ma Xianhong's words echoed, the long-accumulated thunder finally descended from the heavens. Instantly, a blinding white light illuminated the world. Chapter 94. The scapegoat has been found. The amassed lightning transformed into a colossal lightning pillar, crashing down upon Cheyenne. The sheer magnitude of the thunderous strike was palpable even to villagers several dozen miles away. Is this a daily punishment? The villagers murmured, witnessing the cataclysmic strike akin to the wrath of the heavens. The piercing roar persisted for over a minute. When the radiance subsided, the entire mountaintop where Bayou Village resided had vanished entirely. Except for the areas shielded by the barrier, the entire mountain had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Goodness! Is Tong Tian Lu truly this formidable? Zhang Chulan exclaimed, astonished at the obliterated mountaintop. Is such power truly within human grasp? Others echoed in disbelief. Xiaoyu, quickly lower the barrier. The villagers of Bayou cried anxiously. As Zhou retracted the barrier, everyone descended the mountain in search of Ma Xianhong. With the barrier's disappearance, the location of the studio began to collapse. Observing this, Zhou hurriedly returned to stow away the cultivation furnace in her bracelet. Master, Old Ma, Village Chief Ma. The group stood upon the scorched earth, still feeling the tingling sensation of electricity, activating their energy to protect themselves as they searched for Ma Xianhong. Zhou swiftly sensed her energy amidst the rubble. Old Ma is here, she shouted, rushing towards the debris to clear it away. The others quickly joined her, and soon they uncovered Ma Xianhong, buried beneath the wreckage. The sight of Ma Xianhong in his current state left everyone in shock. He was propped against the shattered remnants of the transport vessel, surrounded by fragments of magical artifacts, wailing helplessly. Dao Tuner, Liuha Pearl, Sambao Pearl, and Wudo armor, all destroyed. More than half of his body was missing. Had it not been for a stream of red energy enveloping his injured areas, constantly mending him, he would surely have perished. Zhou, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to employ her healing technique. So close to killing me, old man. Ma Xianhong suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Smack! What are you laughing about? Zhou, in the midst of her healing, playfully slapped Ma Xianhong's head, admonishing him. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Had it not been for you, I would have been doomed, Ma Xianhong said gently, despite having been struck. As he observed his gradually recovering form. It's good to see you can still laugh. However, old Ma, what transpired? The battle seemed intense, Wang Yi inquired, relieved to see Ma Xianhong's recovery. At this, Ma Xianhong began to reflect on Chai Yan's final frenzy. In the face of the Thunder's onslaught, Chai Yan had launched his attack without defense, summoning all his energy in a desperate charge towards Ma Xianhong. In that moment, as the lightning struck, Chai Yan's flesh was instantaneously vaporized, his bones reduced to ash. Yet his purest will propelled him to condense all his energy and collide with Ma Xianhong at breakneck speed. Although Ma Xianhong had anticipated Chai Yan's desperation, utilizing all his artifacts for defense, including the transport vessel, he was taken aback when the surge of energy obliterated the vessel. Following that, the sound waves of the Dao Tuner echoed, followed by the absorption attempts of the Dao Tuner beast, the activation of the Liuha Pearl's barrier, and the defensive shield of the Sambao Pearl, all annihilated. That strike nearly shattered Ma Xianhong entirely. Had it not been for the red energy from Zhou's healing technique continuously mending him, he would have likely met his demise on the spot. Why did you insist on showing off? You could have let us all gang up on him instead of going solo. Zhou, having ceased her healing, scolded Ma Xianhong, exasperated. The fully recovered Ma Xianhong merely smiled in response. Well, let us call it a night. It's a pity that Chu Tong escaped. Zhou stretched lazily. Not to worry. I can settle the score with her at a later time, Ma Xianhong replied as he rose. What a shame about my transport vessel. I had just completed it. He gazed mournfully at the remnants of his vessel and the scattered artifacts. It's not a significant issue. With some recovery and repairs, it can still be utilized, Zhou reassured him, drawing from her experience. Why are there fewer orbs on my Wudo armor? Has anyone seen them? After storing the materials within his storage pouch, Ma Xianhong noticed the missing gems and inquired with curiosity. The group instinctively turned to glance around, finding nothing on the ground. Could they have been destroyed in the battle? He Guaner speculated. Impossible. The Master's Wudo armor is no ordinary artifact. Even if it were shattered, the core orbs would remain intact, merely requiring collection and refinement for restoration. They cannot be destroyed, Qirong asserted. Could someone have taken them? Zhou pondered aloud, glancing suspiciously at Feng Baobao. Upon hearing this, everyone directed their gaze toward the suspiciously quiet Feng Baobao, who had been hiding something behind her back. Sister Baobao, I thought I saw you picking something up from the ground earlier. Was it you? Zhang Chulan cautiously asked. Not me. I didn't pick up anything. Feng Baobao protested nervously, concealing her hands behind her back. What are you holding back there? He Guaner squinted at her, pressing for an answer. Nothing at all. Feng Baobao hurriedly replied. Gotcha. Wang Jinxiu exclaimed as he swiftly seized Feng Baobao's hand, pulling her forward. Suddenly, a multitude of beads clattered to the ground. With a resounding clap, the temporary workers shamefully covered their faces. Dear Bao, there is no need for such distress. If you truly fancy me, I could spare you a few, but with so many, I find it quite challenging to mend them. However, when time permits, I may craft some that you cherish, said Ma Xianhong, picking up the beads and handing 3 to Feng Baobao. Really? I adore this one. Could you make me one as well? Feng Baobao inquired innocently, presenting a rui. The rui, my gilded rui, return it to me, Xiao Rang exclaimed, noticing Feng Baobao brandishing an identical gilded rui. Hastily patting his waist to discover that his own was missing, he charged forward, snatching back his precious artifact, eyeing Feng Baobao and Zhou Yu with suspicion as he began to account for his treasures. I thought you had discarded it, Feng Baobao remarked, patting his head innocently. You speak nonsense. You and Xiao Yu are of the same ilk, always keen on taking others' belongings. Xiao Rang roared at the two. For taught me so. He said that what is found tucked away is often unwanted by its owner. Feng Baobao replied cleverly. Indeed, I learned this from Sister Bao, Zhou Yu chimed in, nodding in agreement from the sidelines. All right, enough of this. We ought to consider where we shall rest tonight, Fu Rong declared, hands on her hips, surveying the charred earth and ruins surrounding them. This is all Ma Xianhong's fault. His impulsive actions destroyed the village, leaving everyone homeless. Zhou Yu quickly shifted blame. But Xiao Yu, I know you wish to defend old Ma, yet that cannot absolve him of responsibility. Chen Duo attempted to interject, reminding Zhou Yu of the prior destruction wrought upon by Yu village, but Zhou Yu interrupted. Fear not. I shall ensure old Ma bears the consequences. Tonight, we shall head into the city, and he shall cover the expenses, whether for supper or lodging. I believe you share this sentiment, Duo? Zhou Yu asserted, grasping Chen Duo's arm earnestly. I'll treat you to ice cream. Please agree. Zhou Yu whispered conspiratorially to Chen Duo. All right. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Chen Duo nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. The others observed the exchange with curiosity, sensing an underlying scheme. Chapter 95. If you can't win, reported after confirming that nothing was amiss. The group departed from the ruins of the former Bayou village, making their way to the main road to await the villagers of Bayou who were to escort them. As they approached the clearing where Tao Shan and his companions had set an ambush for Zhou Yu, they spotted Xiao Zizai and the puppet doppelganger, the Thunder General. The Thunder General stood at a distance, while Xiao Zizai, entranced, admired his artistic endeavor. Upon nearing, the group was startled by Xiao Zizai's creation. 3 figures lay beneath, their necks twisted, serving as a grotesque foundation. One was grotesquely contorted, with various bones piercing through limbs and anchoring him to the 3 corpses. Large bones protruding from the spinal column, creating a throne-like structure atop the remains. To their horror, the individual's chest still exhibited a faint rise and fall, indicating life. Liao Zhong quickly approached, covering Chen Duo's eyes, while Lu Hongzhong hurriedly shielded Lu Wukuei, who in turn covered his brother's eyes. Do not misunderstand. That individual is the bone demon Lu Jun, a notorious figure able to manipulate his own skeletal structure, albeit at great personal cost. Eventually, he devised a method to enhance his form through consumption, initially feasting on animals, then realizing that consuming humans would greatly augment his own strength. For decades, he has committed countless atrocities, with a bounty on his head for 10 years, yet he was recently captured by Chu Tong, explained the puppet doppelganger, the Thunder General. As he observed the group's grim expressions, we had initially planned to prepare a delectable dish, but Xiao Yu insisted we retain the bodies. So we had to change our approach. Regrettably, we were pressed for time, and the tools remain in the village, making the execution a bit crude, Xiao Zizai continued, pushing his glasses up, his face radiating satisfaction. Knowing that the incident regarding Chenduo was a misunderstanding, I initially thought this expedition would be in vain. But to indulge in a feast of this magnitude is truly rewarding. I suspect I shall remain well for quite some time, he added cheerfully. Indeed, Xiao. You are quite the artist. Had you lived in a time of war, you would undoubtedly have been a remarkable creator, Zoyu remarked, stepping forward to collect Xiao Zizai's masterpiece. Madness. A gathering of lunatics. Zoyu, how can you remain so composed? Is this amusing to anyone? Why does everyone wear such expressions? Zhang Chulan, new to the extraordinary realm, internally cursed at the group's reactions. Among those present, aside from Lu Wukuei and Lu Hongzhong's slight reactions, Fu Rong, Zhong Xiaolong, Ding Zihuan, and Mei Jinfeng displayed discomfort, while the others appeared unaffected. Zhang Chulan, however, could not shake the disturbing images from his mind, feeling nauseous at the sight. Do not dwell on it, Feng Baobao advised, covering Zhang Chulan's head gently from behind. Hearing her words, the group turned to look at Zhang Chulan. My apologies, Chulan. I did not consider your feelings, Xiao Zizai expressed regretfully. Bai Lian still requires practice. Zoyu added with a teasing tone. Alas, Bai Lian has only recently entered this realm, so be a little kinder to the newcomer, Wang Jinqiu remarked, linking arms with Zoyu. With a shrug, Zoyu approached Zhang Chulan, employing a calming technique to soothe his nerves, and soon, color returned to his face, dispelling the pallor that had overtaken him. This technique is indeed a violation of norms. It is remarkably versatile, even enabling one to control and brainwash others. I wonder, Xiaoyu, will you also acquire such abilities? If so, I would appreciate your guidance, as it would aid me in dealing with you in the future. Wang Jinqiu said unabashedly. Huh, you rascal, you are at it again. You deceived me in the past, and now you wish to ensnare this lad? He is far too clever for your tricks, Xia Luqing, who had been comforting Mei Jinfeng, interjected with a laugh. Jinqiu, you insult me. Who am I? The contemporary grandmaster of puppet arts. To control others like Chu Tong is a grave insult to puppeteers. Zoyu declared with righteous indignation. Apologize. Otherwise, I shan't associate with you. Zoyu threatened childishly. Haha, Xiaoyu, you are truly adorable. Very well, I apologize. I am sorry, Wang Jinqiu conceded, pinching Zoyu's cheek. In that case, I shall take your divine mask, Zoyu boldly asserted. Birds of a feather. A nest of rats. Your map of yin is indeed lacking. The group derided. Why not ask old Xia for it while he's right here? Wang Jinqiu queried, still pinching Zoyu's cheek. Old Xia has grown wary after you deceived him. I have attempted to coax him for ages without success. And I know you have already swindled his gloves during your stay in the village, Zoyu replied, her voice muffled as her cheek was pinched. What do you want from me? I was simply showing him pity. I deliberately gave him those items. I have even better ones. Xia Luqing exclaimed in exasperation as the group regarded him with incredulity. What do you have to say, old Xia? Wang Jinqiu gazed at Xia Luqing and inquired, Humph. Why ask me? Since all matters have been transferred to you, they are now your concern. Xia Luqing retorted with annoyance. How about we exchange that little jade of yours? Your methods are quite intriguing, Wang Jinqiu proposed. I am amenable. What do you desire? Zoyu replied decisively, showing no remorse for selling off her father's land. What skills do you possess? Oh, far too many to enumerate. How about this? I will compile a list for you to choose from at my convenience, Zoyu said, freeing herself from Wang Jinqiu's grasp. That works, he conceded, retracting his hand. As the conversation unfolded, they arrived at the road where the villagers of Bio village had long awaited their arrival. Together, they boarded a vehicle to Zhongshan district for a late-night snack, eventually finding a place to rest, with Jin Yong taking care of the bill. Zoyu and Ma Xianhong found themselves as broke as paupers, while Chiu had been continuously subsidizing the village. Although Fu Rong had earned a considerable sum from the Luotian festival, her debts left her with little remaining. Bai Yuan had not attended the festival either, and Lu Wukuei, still a child, left Jin Yong, the elder brother, reluctant to let Ding Zihuan, Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhang Kuanpei, Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing had only recently joined, while Zhang Chulan and the others were still considered guests. Thus Jin Yong opted to settle the bill himself. In the early hours at the ruins of Bio village, a stunned individual clad in inconspicuous attire was on the phone, exclaiming, Mr. Zhao, Bio village has vanished. Behind him stood a throng of people alongside several imposing trucks. Meanwhile, Xiao Si, clutching Chu Tong, had finally halted near the airport. Master, what shall we do next? Xiao Si inquired, releasing Chu Tong. First, let us return to the Yaoxing Society and disseminate intelligence about Bio village, including matters regarding the cultivation furnace. Also, spread the word about Zoyu being the puppet immortal. Then, report them to the company. We must detail their abilities to the utmost extent, Chu Tong declared fiercely. Moreover, assert that they possess the 8 extraordinary techniques, the divine mechanism of refinement, the heavenly talisman, and the dual proficiencies. In fact, claim they have mastered all 8 extraordinary techniques. Ultimately, we must rally the circle against them. I want them universally opposed. Chapter 96. My desire for progress is unquenchable. Are you all attempting to deceive me, or are you merely fooling yourselves? Zhao Fengxiu, in his office, scrutinized the gathered group. Uncle Zhao, how could we dare to fool you? Su Si nervously responded from the front. Then why is your report written this way? Mission accomplished. Bio village has been entirely obliterated. Not a single hill remains. But where are the people? Where are your men? Where are the villagers of Bio? Zhao Fengxiu fumed at the report in his hand. Su Si, noticing Zhao's reaction, sought to push others forward, but upon turning, he found the rest had retreated further away. The only one still behind him was Ren Fei, who bore an expression that seemed to question his competency. With trepidation, he faced Zhao Fengxiu once more. Well, Uncle Zhao, your instructions were to destroy Bio village and to capture as many of their people as possible. Our men have been with them, which counts as a form of capture, right? Su Si awkwardly chuckled, trying to rationalize. Huh, Su Si, do you need to listen to your own words? They were not captured, they were taken. Zhao Fengxiu slammed the table in anger. Uncle Zhao, please understand, the strength of the Bio villagers was indeed formidable. According to prior intelligence, the renowned puppet immortal is one of them, Ren Fei interjected, watching Su Si shrink behind her. Xiao Fei, I do not demand perfection from you. But you are all making a mockery of me. The village has been destroyed, yet you come to report without finding any of the people. Who destroyed the village? How was it destroyed? How many of your own were involved? With no answers to these questions, what do you expect me to do? Zhao Fengxiu lamented. Wasn't it you who called us in for a report at the crack of dawn? We only knew so much, so that is what we reported. Su Si muttered from the back. Then why don't you step forward and explain? Ren Fei shot back, glaring at Su Si. A chill ran down Su Si's neck, and he sheepishly smiled at Ren Fei. All right, you all may leave. Your presence is vexing me. Zhao Fengxiu dismissed them. Then we shall take our leave, Mr. Zhao. Goodbye, Uncle Zhao. The group hurriedly exited Zhao Fengxiu's office. Humph. Zhao Fengxiu scoffed as he glanced at the closed door, then at the report in his hand. A sardonic smile creeping across his face. What do you say? Shall we find a place to drink and chat together? Once outside, Su Si casually draped his arms behind his head. Isn't it a bit early in the morning for drinks? Dola chuckled. I know a delightful cafe not too far from here. How about we go for a cup of coffee to invigorate ourselves? After all, you all arrived late last night, and I suspect you haven't rested well. It's been a while since we've gathered for a chat, Ren Fei suggested. Then let's have coffee. One's energy diminishes with age. Huafeng remarked with a smile. Soon, they arrived at the cafe, where Ren Fei had reserved a private room. Guided by the staff, they quickly settled in. It seems Xiao Fei was eager to have this discussion with us from the start, Dou Lu commented, taking a sip of his coffee. The flavor is delightful. Howie concurred. Since you are all experienced, let us not beat around the bush. Shall I take the lead? You must have all received the news. Bio village was quite lively last night. Su Si addressed the group, noticing their silence. Indeed. Who could have imagined that the seemingly charitable Yaoxing society was constructed in such a manner? No wonder so many rallied to support them, Ren Fei mused, stirring her coffee with a spoon. Indeed, among the 10 notable figures, there are legends like Master Chai from the Chai clan, renowned for his mastery of the modified golden arm technique, Tao Shan, a master of the same, Lu Mingyuan, a prodigal gambler from the Ma family of the northeast, and Guo Xiaoqi, a descendant of the Guo family in Guanshi, as well as disciples from the Buddhist sect and various other notable individuals. Dou Lu chuckled. The individuals accompanying Chu Tong span various sects, including some from the company. However, they are not the main force of the Yaoxing society. These are merely those who have either completed their training or wander the realms for various reasons. The 100 members of the Yaoxing society, not counting those from other sects and companies, could potentially harbor many more of Chu Tong's affiliates, Huafeng remarked, somewhat troubled. Hey, are you all caught up in your own thoughts? I was speaking about Chu Tong's affairs. I was discussing Bio village and Ma Xianhong. Su Si, growing impatient, urged the group to refocus. Calm down. We were about to get to that. Howie chuckled. Surely you all know about the efficacy of Bio village's cultivation furnace and their proposed everyone is a dragon plant. What are your thoughts? Howie directly posed the question. cutting through the tension. This is an opportunity the company has long sought to advance. However, in this era, extraordinary individuals are scarce. Now, ordinary people hold the reins, and the upper echelons have maintained a lukewarm stance. While they claim to be a state-owned enterprise, they are merely a courier service, merely a facade under the postal system. Far removed from relevant departments, Ren Fei stated bluntly. Indeed, if it weren't for Chairman Zhao's tireless efforts in liaising with various factions and establishing a balance among the extraordinary beings, the concept of universal access would not have been conceived. Otherwise, we would remain disregarded by the higher-ups. Compliance is acceptable, but dissent is met with disdain. Dola nodded, expressing his sentiments. At my age, I have spoken with old Meng, and he mentioned that the younger generation is quite innovative and promising. He has recommended me. And I too aspire to ascend to a leadership position in my twilight years. Huafeng jested about his own ambitions. It seems everyone is eager for advancement. What do you think, old Gao? Su Si inquired of the usually reticent Gao Lian. Zhuang mentioned that Zhou Yu could indeed be cured. And there are 3 methods to achieve this. Gao Lian finally spoke, his silence having conveyed his stance. He stood with Bio Village. Following his declaration, all eyes turned to Su Si, who had yet to voice his opinion. Everyone, I am exceedingly eager for progress, Su Si asserted, sensing the focus upon him and adopting a serious demeanor. Laughter erupted among the group as they expressed their intentions. I do feel somewhat guilty towards Uncle Zhao, Ren Fei remarked sentimentally. Do not worry, Xiao Fei. Chairman Zhao will only receive better treatment than us. His connections with the higher-ups are indispensable. Dolu reassured her with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Fei, with honest souls like Ma Xianhong and the mischievous Zhou Yu, who could possibly manage such a vast department? It will inevitably be Uncle Zhao who steps up, Su Si added, leaning closer to Ren Fei. Xiao Si, what did you just call me? Ren Fei playfully pinched Su Si's ear. Dingling. The phones of everyone rang simultaneously. Immediate assembly in the conference room. Chapter 97. Mutual self-destruction recently. The Yaoxing Society disclosed comprehensive intelligence regarding Bio Village to the extraordinary community, asserting that all 8 extraordinary techniques were present there. The formidable Ma Xianhong, the dual-strength technique, and the puppet master Zhou Yu, alongside the wind-after remarkable Wang, the chi-body origin Zhang Chulan, the mysterious individual suspected of spirit manipulation, with a puppet avatar as a decoy, the enigmatic thief Feng Baobao, and the shadowy figure from the Deluo cave, with a puppet avatar of Ace. They also revealed the existence of the cultivation furnace, explicitly stating that the inhabitants of Bio Village plan to utilize it to mass-produce extraordinary beings in an attempt to dominate the world. Seated at the head of the table, Zhao Fengshu pointed at the projected images of the individuals, declaring, "Humph. I told you those temporary workers are unreliable. They have yet to report anything." Bai Yulong expressed his dissatisfaction. Chairman Bai, please understand, the temporary worker system operates this way. Besides the heads of the various districts, only Chairman Zhao receives reports. And he possesses only the right to know, not to command, Ren Fei clarified with a smile. Everyone, what is the matter? Do you still intend to keep secrets from me? You were hesitant to speak earlier, and now that we're at this juncture, are you still unwilling to share the intelligence you've received? Zhao Fengshu addressed the 7 district leaders sternly. Hee, how could we hide anything from you, Uncle Zhao? We just caught wind of the situation and were about to seek you out when you summoned us, Su Si replied, grinning. Chairman Zhao, based on our newly acquired intelligence, the Yaoxing Society is indeed the real threat. Soon after, everyone began to embellish the events of the fierce battle between Bio Village and Chu Tong from the previous day. Humph. So your people have long been in Bio Village. Why haven't they taken action? Yesterday was an excellent opportunity. Ma Xianhong and the others were occupied for so long. They simply needed to swoop in and capture them. Surely your temporary workers possess at least that much capability? Bai Yulong inquired pointedly. Chairman Bai, your words imply that only Ma Xianhong was overly exhausted. The others remained unscathed. Furthermore, dealing with a puppet master is already quite troublesome. Besides, the mission was to destroy Bio Village while attempting to capture others alive. Now, Bio Village is not completely obliterated, and our people are still with them. Merely caught in a standoff, Su Si replied helplessly. Su Si, are you attempting to deceive us? Huang Baran slammed the table in protest. Chairman Huang, you're at it again. Su Si mimicked the tone of Hao Yi, looking at him. Uncle Zhao, our urgent concern lies with Chu Tong. She has secretly controlled many individuals, and her motives remain unclear. Moreover, The Yaoxing Society's decision to expose the Bio village incident indicates her deliberate incitement of chaos. If this escalates, the higher-ups will be displeased, Ren Fei earnestly stated, gazing at Zhao Fengxiu. Are we to disregard the matters of Bio village? I say they are all nefarious. We should simply arrest them. Those deserving of punishment must be executed. Bai Yulong exclaimed vehemently. The inhabitants of Bio village are under our surveillance, and they have not taken further action. Generally speaking, the situation remains controllable, and their demeanor appears amicable, indicating a desire for communication. Thus, Chu Tong's issue is paramount, Do Lu countered directly. I suggest we calm our tempers and simply invite both parties to discuss matters. Whether from the Yaoxing Society or Bio village, we should summon them. Chu Tong for interrogation and Ma Xianhong for negotiation. They must first be brought to the table. Director Su, who had remained silent until now, proposed. Indeed, Director Su has a comprehensive perspective, Su Si complimented. Then let us invite everyone, Zhao Fengxiu decisively concluded. Upon hearing this decision, Bai Yulong's expression shifted. Meanwhile, what were the inhabitants of Bio village, at the eye of the storm, doing? Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol the previous night, most remained asleep. The early riser, Zhou Yu, was engrossed in a game with the online girl, Gao Yushan. Zhuang, it's just us left. You must honestly tell me if you're cheating, Zhou Yu said, wearing headphones. How could that be? Do you perceive me? Gao Zhuang. As someone who resorts to cheating when faced with defeat, Gao Yushan typed excitedly on the screen. But just moments ago, Kai Wenji had 0 kills and 10 deaths. Suddenly, you have 30 kills and 10 deaths. And how did your support deal a critical hit of 9,999? Zhou Yu shouted at the screen. What is wrong with being a support? Can't a support have dreams? Everyone harbors a desire to deal damage. Supports can't save the world. Only critical hits can be the path to salvation. Gao Yushan fervently proclaimed. Victory. With the victory of this round, Zhou Yu and Gao Yushan received a special title package. And you still say you're not cheating? Zhou Yu howled. I, Gao Yushan, am not cheating. I'd jump off this building if I were. Gao Yushan retorted, launching into a series of desperate denials. This is outrageous, after just a couple of rounds. We're already out of place. Thankfully, I was using Duo's account, Zhou Yu remarked in exasperation. Meanwhile, Shin Duo, who was playing Defend the Carrot, looked at Zhou Yu innocently. Duo, shall we not play with this bad person anymore? By the way, did you clear the levels with the strategy one gave you? Gao Yushan asked Shin Duo on the television screen. Yes, I've now reached over 60 levels. Thank you, Zhuang, Shin Duo replied earnestly. Looking at the cute expression on the screen. Zhuang, you haven't taught Duo to cheat, have you? Zhou Yu inquired. How could that be? Is there really a need for hacks in the game Defend the Carrot? Simply spending money suffices, Gao Yushan proclaimed with a sense of pride. I was merely instructing Duo on how to link Uncle Liao's salary card for recharges. Zhou Yu pondered, stroking his chin. But why does it seem even more malevolent? Nevertheless, Zhuang, well done. This is what Uncle Liao owes to Duo. Zhou Yu ultimately conceded. Indeed, Uncle Liao deserves it, Gao Yushan exclaimed, conjuring a hand on the television screen to give Zhou Yu a high five. Zhuang, are you there? What are you all up to so early? Hei Quan inquired as soon as he entered, spotting Gao Yushan on the screen. Uncle Hei, you're awake. We're playing a game, Zhou Yu greeted him. By the way, Zhuang, why didn't you inform him about the company's meeting with Xiaoyu? Hei Quan politely waved at Zhou Yu before asking. Oh, it slipped my mind. I came to discuss this matter with Xiaoyu. Hei Quan remarked, looking exasperated. Little brat, you're such a nuisance. Xiaoyu, I've passed on the message. Remember to inform Ma Xianhong. I'm off to catch up on sleep. Ah, it's all your fault, Xiaoyu. You kept insisting I play games with you. And now I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Hei Quan. Zhou Yu lamented, glancing at Gao Yushan's words on the screen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Yaoxing Society, the familiar employee from Neidong was once again present, along with a crowd of familiar faces and trucks. Chairman Zhao, the Yaoxing Society is empty. Someone has reported that Chu Tong has fled.